As Zhao Tianyu's aura began to climb, streaks of lightning ripped across the horizon, with the celestial pool brightly lit like the day. At the same time, layers of heavenly screens rose above him, showing that he had long reached the sacred flame stage of the heavenly origin phase. "Big brother Bai Shao, you guys back down first," Lin Yun said with a grave expression with no fear in his eyes. Once the fight breaks out later, it would be hard for him to take care of these people. Divine Son. Gu Xinyu frowned as he watched Bai Shao leave with the other golden guards. He wanted to persuade Zhao Tianyu into leaving them behind. But Zhao Tianyu had ignored him with his gaze locked onto Lin Yun and Bai Shuang. Lin Yun turned to look at Wang Mayan, who had become a different person. The divinity on her was faint in the past, but it could be sensed now, which made this weird. This divinity didn't come from one's cultivation but a person's temperament. It was the same as looking at some Buddha statues. "Wang Mayan, does your promise still count?" Lin Yun didn't say it too straightforwardly. Wang Mayan once swore the Heavenly Tao oath that she wouldn't harm anyone in the Heavenly Tao sect. Strictly speaking, she was already on the verge of breaking her oath when she attacked the Nether Orchid Sword Array with the Heavenly Will Pagoda. The situation at the Nether Orchid Courtyard was complicated now, but it was acceptable if he could leave with Bai Shuang and the Golden Guards. He didn't dare to act rashly despite knowing that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune was here. The Sovereign Divine Rune was important, but it was an external object, so it wasn't as important as a human's life. He still didn't know about his senior brother's current situation. What was of utmost importance was to take Bai Shuang with him and join up with his senior brother. As for the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, he could only try something in the future. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Wang Mayan was calm as she replied, "I'm only here for the celestial pool, so I won't stop you if you want to leave with her." Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This was because Wang Mayan had become unfathomable now that she could control the Heavenly Will Pagoda. If she and Zhao Tianyu joined forces, it might cause some trouble for him. Then again, that didn't mean that there weren't any countermeasures. "Don't tell me that you think you can leave? The Divine Maiden might have agreed to it, but not me," Zhao Tianyu said as lightning began to flash on Zhao Tianyu's face that made his face look eerie. "Don't tell me that you really think that you can defeat me?" Lin Yun wore a playful smile. Back then, the divine lightning I caught him by surprise, which was why his senior brother arrived. But that didn't mean he couldn't put up any resistance against Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu said, "Isn't it? I only need a look to defeat you. Why don't you give it a try then?" Lin Yun asked. "Don't regret it then." Zhao Tianyu released his divine lightning eye with lightning filling every corner of this place. Before the divine lightning eye opened, the two sword stars in Lin Yun's sword sea reacted. The first time they fought, Lin Yun's sword intent shattered before he could even release it. But he was different now. When Zhao Tianyu's divine lightning eye opened, a golden radiance shone from Lin Yun's forehead as he released his astral sword intent. When the two sword stars flew out from him and hovered above him, sunlight and moonlight shone down with over 1,000 galaxies rippling. No matter how powerful the divine lightning eye were, the sun and moon weren't affected at all. "Ha!" Zhao Tianyu sneered. "Is that the best you can do? Die then." When the divine lightning eye opened, Zhao Tianyu also circulated the undying phoenix scripture. The divine lightning eye changed as 3 blood seals appeared, and each blood seal looked like a crimson phoenix. Space before him shattered, and a destructive aura swept over along with his gaze. Lin Yun reached out to pull Bai Shuang behind him. At the same time, Lin Yun controlled the galaxies to spread out, but the galaxies were soon destroyed with sword rays becoming dim. Only indigo lightning existed in this region, filled with a destructive aura, wreaking havoc in this world. "Yi Qing Tian, I already said that I only need a look to defeat you." Zhao Tianyu's eyes flashed. Then he turned to look at the sword ray. But when the sword ray was extinguished, Zhao Tianyu was shocked to discover that Lin Yun was unaffected, and his sword aura showed no signs of collapsing. "That makes no sense. I have clearly destroyed your galaxies." Zhao Tianyu was shocked, but his face changed when he raised his head. The galaxies and sword ray had been extinguished. Even the 2 sword stars looked dim. But he saw 2 crystals, one golden and one silver, hovering above the sky glowing like stars. The sun star crystal and moon star crystal? Zhao Tianyu opened his mouth because he recognized it as a sign that the astral sword intent had reached the pinnacle. Is that the best your divine lightning I can do? Lin Yun smiled as the two sword stars ignited once more. When they shone brightly, countless stars gathered into galaxies once more, and Lin Yun's astral sword intent didn't just return, but had reached a new height. I have a sword for you to experience. Facing an opponent of Zhao Tianyu's level, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to use light of the beginning. When he drew his sword, phenomena bloomed, and it looked like the first gleam of light in the world, easily dissipating the divine lightning eye. This attack was so fast and was also Lin Yun's strongest attack. He had relied on this to slay a quasi-saint when he was only at the nirvana stage. Now that he was much stronger than before, the power of this sword was also different. But Zhao Tianyu reached out with a red lotus blooming on the back of his figure as the red lotus karma flame ignited beneath him. With a gentle pat of his hand, he knocked the sword away before wearing a smug look on his face, and he smiled. Light of the beginning. I have heard of it for a long time, but it doesn't look that impressive. Many people knew that Yi Qingtian had a powerful sword, and there were rumors that he used it to defeat Gu Xinyan during the Blue Dragon record. But this sword was easily blocked by Zhao Tianyu today. This is only the beginning. Lin Yun smiled, and his sword technique changed before Zhao Tianyu could respond. Boundless of the beginning. This time, mountains and rivers began to appear in the new world that Lin Yun had created with his phenomenon. There were no traces in this sword, but it contained the massive power of mountains, the majesty of rivers, and the boundless life force of plants. A new world was born, and everything seemed tiny before it. This might seem like a casual sword, but it gave off the feeling that it was invincible and nothing could confront it. Before Zhao Tianyu's smile could bloom on his face, he threw out a mouthful of blood with a hole the size of a fist created on his chest. This was a deep wound. At the same time, he was sent flying by the sword aura, which this caught him by surprise. The third sword, glory of the beginning. Before Zhao Tianyu landed on the ground, Lin Yun already unleashed his third sword. This time, the sun and moon were born into the new world as Lin Yun divided himself into two, swinging a sword out each. When the sword ray he released intertwined with the sun and moon, it was like a barrier that enveloped Zhao Tianyu, followed by an unimaginable explosion. When Zhao Tianyu landed on the ground, he was covered in wounds, and there wasn't a patch of skin left on his body. This shocked Gu Xinyu to the point that his mouth was wide open. He hadn't seen Zhao Tianyu in such a pathetic state before. Lin Yun stepped back with a flash and sheathed his sword. He no longer bothered with Zhao Tianyu, but looked at Wang Mayan. However, Wang Mayan didn't speak as Lin Yun pulled by Shuang and soared to the sky. Let's go! White Dew, stop them! Zhao Tianyu roared as he coughed. The guardian responsible for protecting Zhao Tianyu appeared before Lin Yun and Bai Shuang. This was a saint sovereign, releasing a terrifying saint aura that made Lin Yun and Bai Shuang feel powerless. Get lost! Just when that saint sovereign wanted to make a move against Lin Yun, a snort resounded as Lil Purple flew out from the iris secret realm, releasing a dazzling silver radiance as her hair began to grow. The two divine runes on her forehead shone brightly. Aside from the Azure Dragon and Ice Phoenix divine runes, Lil Purple still had two terrifying sovereign divine runes on her. In the next moment, she fused the two sovereign divine runes from the Iris secret realm into her body, and the aura she gave off reached an unimaginable height. At this moment, she looked like an ancient deity, and no one could look at her directly. When she pushed her palm forth, this caught the White Dew Saint Sovereign by surprise and was suppressed by her. As Lil Purple hovered in the air, she coldly looked down at the trio, and her appearance became blurred. The divinity that she gave off at this moment was even stronger and more ancient than Wang Mayan. The White Dew Saint Sovereign's face changed, and she didn't dare to make a move. Appearing behind Zhao Tianyu, the White Dew Saint Sovereign asked with uncertainty, "Senior, who are you?" Not far away, Wang Mayan's face also changed as though she was facing a formidable foe. Listen well, Lil Purple said coldly. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. The long name left everyone dumbfounded, and Wang Mayan muttered, the heavenly slaughter empress? Since you know my name, why aren't you guys backing down? Lil Purple's cold voice resounded. On the other hand, Gu Sinyu's lips twitched because they only knew about her title after Lil Purple introduced herself. Wang Mayan and Zhao Tianyu's faces changed with uncertainty as they looked at the person hovering in the sky shrouded in dazzling silver radiance that covered her true appearance. Only the divinity that she gave off was dazzling, as well as her silver long hair. The heavenly slaughter empress? Zhao Tianyu and Wang Mayan exchanged a gaze. There were many emperors in the Kunlun realm aside from the 9 emperors, but they had never heard of the heavenly slaughter empress before, not to mention that this title was a little too long. What the hell was with the Divine Phoenix Clan, then? The Divine Phoenix Clan was ancient, and all the pure-blooded divine beasts had left a long time ago. Since then, they never showed themselves in the world. They left the Kunlun realm like the deities, and many of them have long become legends. But even if this heavenly slaughter empress was fake, she did repel the White Dew Saint Sovereign with a palm. Gu Sinyu anxiously asked, Divine Sun, what should we do now? With her stopping us, we can no longer catch up with Yi Qingtian. If we still don't make a move, we won't be able to obtain the solar-lunar divine rune. Lin Yun and Bai Shuang were already far away, and they wouldn't be able to catch up with them soon. I have taken a liking to the thing beneath the celestial pool, so leave here immediately. Otherwise, no one can save you if I become furious. Lil Purple's cold voice resounded. As she spoke, terrifying lightning ripped across the horizon, with each lightning bolt engraved with ancient runes. Aside from lightning, there were also terrifying gales that caused the clouds in the sky to rumble, with the lightning becoming increasingly terrifying. At this moment, lightning and wind intertwined, and it looked as though an apocalypse was arriving. This made everyone feel their scalps going numb, especially Zhao Tianyu. Since he possessed the divine lightning eye, he was sensitive to lightning. Even if he circulated the divine lightning eye to the limit, he couldn't unleash lightning of this level, and the golden bolts of lightning were too ancient. Let's retreat for now. This person probably has a huge origin, so we'll wait for the sect master. Zhao Tianyu said with fear flashing through his eyes. Gu Sinyu heaved a sigh of relief and was a little intimidated by this scene. He was afraid that Zhao Tianyu would want him to probe this person's strength. What you see may not be true. Wang Mayan's gaze calmed down. If this person was that powerful, why would Yi Qingtian leave in such a hurry and even wanted to ask for her opinion? Senior, sorry about this. As the golden and silver radiance shone on Wang Mayan, a blood moon bloomed in her eyes before she appeared in front of Lil Purple. You're courting death. Lil Purple snorted as she waved her hand and sent Wang Mayan flying away. Wang Mayan wiped the blood off her lips as a faint smile rose on her lips. This is a small punishment, and I'll kill you if you dare to offend me again, Lil Purple said coldly. Wang Mayan smiled. Senior, you must be joking. If you're an emperor, you could easily kill me with a palm, and I would be deaf before I could make a move. Zhao Tianyu, who had already intended on retreating, suddenly became doubtful, and said, White Dew. Understood. The White Dew Saint Sovereign also noticed that something wasn't right. But this scene made Lil Purple's heart sink because she knew that things weren't optimistic on her side. So she coldly said, A bunch of juniors. I'll kill your sect master first before coming after you guys. She was only able to be so powerful by relying on the 2 divine runes. If she fought with a Saint Sovereign, it wouldn't take long before she revealed her true self. Before White Dew made a move, Lil Purple had already left. Seeing that White Dew wanted to catch up with Lil Purple, Wang Mayan called out, Don't bother. You may not even be able to gain any advantage even if you defeated her, and she has an ancient aura on her. As she spoke, Wang Mayan threw out a mouthful of blood because her injuries were more serious than they looked. Are you all right? Zhao Tianyu came over with a frown. I don't need your concern, Wang Mayan said unhappily as she turned her head away and headed over to the celestial pool. Zhao Tianyu smiled bitterly because he had finally calmed down now, and knew that he had lost his composure earlier. If it was during the usual times, he wouldn't be bothered with Yi Qingtian and Bai Shuang because the solar lunar divine rune was more important. Divine Sun. The white dew saint sovereign came over and held onto Zhao Tianyu's chin before feeding him a saint pellet. This was the blooming wither pellet, a top-tiered elixir used for treating injuries. As long as Zhao Tianyu wasn't dead, he could swiftly recover from his injuries. How does it feel getting beaten up? The white dew saint sovereign asked. Zhao Tianyu smiled. I have underestimated him. He knew that Yi Qingtian had a powerful sword technique, but he didn't expect that the light of the beginning was just the opening. Let's go. Zhao Tianyu was clad in saint aura as he recovered from his injuries, and swiftly caught up with Wang Mayan. Over here. Wang Mayan pointed at the celestial pool and said, the solar lunar divine rune is sealed here, but the seal is hard to break. If we do it forcibly, the divine rune might self-destruct. Looking at Zhao Tianyu with mistrust, she asked, where's the person you've invited? He's already here. He has always been here. Come out. Zhao Tianyu smiled. Ha ha. Hearty laughter resounded after Zhao Tianyu's words, and a person clad in saint radiance and saint runes appeared. Seeing this person, Wang Mayan was surprised as she exclaimed, Holy Spirit Son. This newcomer was the mysterious Holy Spirit Son of the Heavenly Tao sect. This surprised Wang Mayan because she didn't expect that the Holy Spirit Son to be a member of the Demon Spirit clan, and it was terrifying to think about it. According to her information, the Holy Spirit Son had a deep relationship with the thousand-plume Great Saint. It was no wonder why that Zhao Tianyu was so confident. The Holy Spirit Son's attainment in spiritual runes could be considered to be the strongest within the Heavenly Tao sect. Even most of the saints couldn't be compared to him. Divine Son. Divine Maiden. The Holy Spirit Son looked humble as he bowed with a smile. Wang Mayan mocked. I never expected the famous Holy Spirit Son to be a member of the Demon Spirit clan. The Holy Spirit Son wasn't enraged by Wang Mayan's tone, but smiled. Since the Heavenly Holy Maiden can be the Blood Moon Divine Maiden, why can't I be a member of the Demon Spirit clan? Noticing that the situation wasn't right, Zhao Tianyu changed the topic. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Regardless of the Blood Moon sect or the Demon Spirit clan, we all need to undo the seal on the God Burial Mountain range. The solar lunar divine rune is here, and we're only one step away, so please cooperate. The Holy Spirit Son nodded. Please split this celestial pool apart. Although your sect master is here, it's best not to delay this any further. Zhao Tianyu looked at the white dew saint sovereign, who waved her hand and unleashed her saint aura at the celestial pool. It didn't take long for the water in the pool to gush out and turn into a downpour. This was a shocking scene since it wasn't easy to accomplish this feat, even for a saint sovereign. Far away, Lin Yun and Bai Shuang saw this scene when they turned around. They have already started, Bai Shuang said with concern as they landed on a mountain. She continued, the divine rune is in there. They really came here for it. I know, but we should leave this place, Lin Yun said. He could sense the fluctuation coming from the celestial pool, but he was more concerned about his senior brother's condition right now. They could already see Yi Guhan fighting with that red-clothed youth, and the situation wasn't optimistic since Yi Guhan had summoned 7 swords, allowing his sword intent to multiply by 7 times. But Yi Guhan wasn't able to suppress the red-clothed youth, no matter how he tried, because the latter was too terrifying despite looking young. He seemed to be more experienced than he looked. You knew? Bai Shuang asked in a surprised tone. Lin Yun was briefly stunned. He didn't notice Bai Shuang's state, but he nodded. I did. Damn it. They're going after the solar lunar divine rune, and there's nothing I can do about it. Lil Purple returned to her little girl form as she landed beside Lin Yun and Bai Shuang. But the moment she spoke, she immediately sensed that something wasn't right. This was because Bai Shuang was staring at her since she had injured this little girl back then, and she was together with Yi Qingtian. She asked, the two of you were here for the solar lunar divine rune right from the beginning? Lin Yun and Lil Purple exchanged a gaze, and he said, This is complicated. But believe me that I have no ill intentions. Bai Shuang bit on her lips, and her hands began to tremble. She said with great difficulty, I naturally know that you have no ill intentions against me. So, you're not Yi Qingtian, right? Lin Yun was stunned as he looked at Bai Shuang with shock. He could notice that something wasn't right with her right now. Recalling what happened at the ceremony and Bai Shuang's gaze, had she discovered his identity? Lin Yun sighed because he really didn't want to disclose his identity now. But just when he was about to speak, a loud boom echoed and Yi Guhan threw out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The 7 mountains he summoned had shattered and he lost his support, which made him lie on the ground. Let's talk about this later, Lin Yun said anxiously. Bai Shuang also noticed this situation and hid her emotions as she flew over to the Nether Orchid courtyard with Lin Yun. Looking at their figures, Lil Purple sighed. Don't tell me that the person Bai Shuang was waiting for is this scumbag, right? The moment she thought that, everything became clear, and she now knew why Bai Shuang's emotions were so complicated. But she had no idea when Lin Yun won her heart. You're pale compared to the radiant sword saint. Back then, his great profound sword cannon was enough to suppress me when I hadn't become an emperor. The red-clothed youth basked in the crimson moonlight as he looked down at Yi Guhan. Yi Guhan wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. I have experienced the strength of the Blood Moon Sect's sect master. The red-clothed youth had no expression on his face as he asked, Since you have admitted defeat, why aren't you submitting to me? Or are you forcing me to start a massacre? Admit defeat? Yi Guhan smiled. I haven't lost as long as I can still breathe. Furthermore, this is only a clone of yours. So why do I have to admit defeat? The red-clothed youth said with disdain. I have already broken your great profound sword cannon. So what other trump cards do you have? Who told you that I only know about the great profound sword cannon? Yi Guhan stood up as multiple wheels flew out from his body, and his already collapsed sword aura began to climb. In the next second, 5 elemental wheels appeared behind him. But that wasn't all, as the sun wheel and moon wheel also appeared, and the sword aura Yi Guhan gave off ripped apart the 36 layers of heaven. This immediately left those from the Bai and Zhang clans dumbfounded. Even the red-clothed youth was shocked because this was Tian Xuanzi's cultivation technique, the profound sky cannon. Lin Yun saw 7 wheels, each with different colors, matching the 7 glory spirits. After one mastered the 19th stage of the profound sky cannon, one could form the profound sky universe within their bodies. He understood this cultivation technique well because his 3rd senior brother, Mu Chuan, had explained it to him, and he instantly recognized the cultivation technique that his senior brother was using, the profound sky cannon. The complete profound sky cannon was a dragon spirit martial technique that Tian Xuanzi had completed. But after forming the profound sky universe, it would be comparable to a divine cultivation technique. Lin Yun was shocked as to why Yi Guhan would know about the profound sky cannon, not to mention that he had reached a high level with it. Isn't that the profound sky cannon? Bai Shuang asked. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because he was also baffled. This wasn't a weak version of the profound sky cannon. His senior brother's attainment in it wasn't at all inferior to Tian Xuanzi's. As Lin Yun had expected, Yi Guhan executed the great profound heaven, and the powerful aura he gave off was something he had only seen from Tian Xuanzi. Yi Guhan hovered in the air with 7 wheels coiling around him, and a pagoda manifested from the great profound heaven, hovering in the sky, releasing a light beam. The profound sky cannon? Interesting. The red-clothed youth was surprised, but he soon showed interest on his face. There's something even more interesting. Yi Guhan smiled as he pushed the sword forth. When the sword pierced into space, the sword aura released from Yi Guhan formed into an illusory figure chasing after the Azure River Sword Saint. The red-clothed youth had already blocked the attack unleashed by the Azure River Sword Saint. But when he saw the blurred figure grabbing onto the Azure River Sword and released a powerful aura, the red-clothed youth was sent flying away. You're only a clone, so let me see how capable you are. Yi Guhan circulated the profound sky cannon as he charged at the red-clothed youth. Everyone was surprised by this scene because the Azure River Sword was flying around. attacking the red-clothed youth without an actual person controlling it, executing the great profound sword cannon. At this moment, it was as though Yi Guhan had divided himself into two, his main body executing the profound sky cannon while the azure river sword performed the great profound sword cannon. This wasn't just a clone because the profound sky cannon and great profound sword cannon had perfectly fused together, exhibiting a terrifying power. In just a brief moment, multiple wounds appeared on the red-clothed youth, and he was completely suppressed by Yi Guhan. This immediately left everyone dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. How is this possible? That's the profound sky cannon and great profound sword cannon? How did the azure river sword saint manage to do it? The sword seems to be under someone's control, but we can't see it with our naked eyes. This is too bizarre. The Zhang and Bai clan saints were shocked. After they knew of the red-clothed youth's identity, they already felt despair, but they now saw a glimmer of hope in Yi Guhan. The fight between the two was terrifying. They even destroyed the natural laws of heaven and earth as cracks swiftly spread on the ground. There was even a hint of chaos, accompanied by many scenes that confuses one from the past and present. This naturally shocked everyone because this was the means of an emperor. The red-clothed youth might be a clone, but he was an emperor that was not inferior to the 9 emperors. There were rumors that the Blood Moon sect fought with the Empress, and he was nearly killed. But not only did he survive, he even inflicted heavy injuries on the Empress. After that battle, the Empress never showed herself in public anymore. Moon-picking hand. A roar echoed from the clash between the red-clothed youth and Yi Guhan as a crimson moon was lifted with one palm. As the crimson moon revolved, space began to shatter that almost swept through everything, and the sword aura supplying to the great profound sword cannon was severed. Seeing this move again, everyone's expressions changed as the red-clothed youth had previously used this to defeat Yi Guhan along with the 7 peaks. Aside from that, it was slightly different this time because the gap between the red-clothed youth and Yi Guhan began to increase. They were infinitely close, but they were separated by a large distance. As the crimson moon rose to the sky, the red-clothed youth held onto the crimson moon. He might be covered with wounds, but he was still arrogant, and this was his pride as an emperor. The red-clothed youth coldly said, "Even if I'm a clone, an emperor will not be humiliated. Radiant Sword Saint's chief disciple, you can die now." But a smile rose on Yi Guhan's lips as he soared to the sky, shattering space like mirrors with 100 Yi Guhans reflected. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he was fearless when facing the red-clothed youth who was like a myth. As the figures overlapped, Yi Guhan dodged multiple terrifying spatial cracks as he grabbed the azure river sword with his hand. In that split second, the great profound sword cannon and profound sky cannon magically fused together. With his hair fluttering in the wind, a terrifying golden saint aura gushed out from Yi Guhan that pushed his physique to the limit, and he might explode at any moment. But Yi Guhan laughed even when he could die the next moment, looking like a madman. Under the crimson moonlight, he laughed with arrogance as he swung his sword. Ancient profound heaven, myriad swords unite. This sword ray that he unleashed couldn't be described with words because the shattered space that looked like a jigsaw puzzle began to come together. Relying on space Tao, the distance between Yi Guhan and the red-clothed youth closed up as the sword approached. This time, the red-clothed youth finally showed a hint of fear and disbelief in his eyes. This was because Yi Guhan had grasped space Tao, one of the eternal Taos. But the red-clothed youth didn't have the luxury of time as the sword ray flew over, splitting the crimson moon into 2. Then, tens of thousands of crimson fireworks exploded in the sky. When the sword ray landed on the red-clothed youth, the latter threw out a mouthful of blood with his emperor aura shattered as he fell onto one knee. Whenever he threw out a mouthful of blood, the aura he gave off would decline, and he soon dropped to the saint realm. "Old fart, since my master can defeat you, I can naturally defeat you as well. You are nobody to humiliate the Radiance lineage." Yi Guhan laughed heartily, but when he landed on the ground, he threw out a mouthful of blood with his face becoming pale. This scene made Lin Yun feel a heartache, and he charged over, arriving beside Yi Guhan. He couldn't be bothered about anything else as he injected the blue dragon aura into Yi Guhan's back. But Yi Guhan was still throwing out blood with a bright smile on his face. He casually pushed Lin Yun away. Seeing the anxiety in Lin Yun's eyes, he smiled. Silly boy. The injuries caused by eternal Tao aren't that easy to heal. But I won't be dying anytime soon. Don't lie to me. Lin Yun yelled with tears welling in his eyes. He came so far from the heavenly path, and he had always been alone, gritting his teeth as he persevered. But after being accepted by the Radiant Sword Saint, he found a home, and he had treated his senior brothers as his family. This was why Lin Yun couldn't help thinking of Big Brother Xianxia when he saw Yi Guhan's condition, and he was really afraid at this moment. I really won't die, and I'm fine aside from the fact that I can't eat any fruits. Yi Guhan smiled bitterly. His injuries might be serious, but he won't die. It's not that easy to kill a great saint, Bai Shuai comforted. Yi Guhan smiled. See, even the Holy Maiden knows more than you, and you still call yourself a Holy Maiden killer? You don't look like a scumbag with how you are crying now. Seeing that Yi Guhan was still so harsh with his mouth, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Azure River Sword Saint. Let me end that old goat's life. A Zhang clan saint dashed over, seeing that the red-clothed youth's aura was only at the quasi-saint realm. Don't! Just when Yi Guhan wanted to chew on a fruit, his face changed. But it was already too late as the red-clothed youth soared to the sky and grabbed that saint by the neck. He coldly said, "Who do you think you are to interfere? Are you also a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint?" His tone was filled with rage and a hint of murderous intent. The Zhang clan saint struggled, but there was nothing he could do as he sensed his life force being sucked away. The undying phoenix scripture, Yi Guhan sighed. He then said with a grave expression, "Let's retreat. We can't stay here any longer." Everyone's faces changed, and they asked, "Where are we going?" "The altar." Yi Guhan struggled on his feet, and Lin Yun quickly went over to support him. The undying phoenix scripture was domineering, and it could extract life force from others to replenish his own, and it could even devour the target's cultivation. The Zhang clan saint was too careless and ended up becoming a first aid pack for the red-clothed youth. If he had been more cautious, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. After devouring the Zhang clan saint, the red-clothed youth recovered from 50% of his injuries, and it would be a lot more troublesome for Yi Guhan to recover his injuries. As a result, they could only retreat to the altar to open the array and see if their predecessors could protect them. This was the last retreating location that the thousand-plume great saint planned. The group swiftly left the nether orchid courtyard and headed to the altar. The red-clothed youth's injuries were serious, but he could only coldly watch them leave as he executed the undying phoenix scripture. You guys go as well. There are only 2 safe places left in the heavenly Tao sect, and the altar is one of them. Come with me, Yi Guhan said as he looked at Lin Yun and Bai Shuai. Okay. Lin Yun nodded and left with Bai Shuai. Along the way, Bai Shuai couldn't help her curiosity, so she asked, Yi Qingtian, if you're here for the divine rune, I have a secret that I haven't told you. What secret? Lil Purple suddenly appeared with a smile as she asked. At the bottom of the celestial pool, the Holy Spirit Sun managed to resolve the seal and separated the divine rune from the restriction. But when everyone took a look at the divine rune, their faces changed to disbelief. This was the sovereign divine rune, but it wasn't the solar lunar divine rune. There was only the lunar divine rune and not the solar divine rune. The sovereign divine rune had been split into 2. Where's the solar divine rune? Gu Xinyu asked with shock. The restriction at the bottom of the celestial pool was ancient, and even the Holy Spirit Sun had to spend some time to break it perfectly. Everyone's faces were ugly because the Blood Moon sect and Demon Spirit clan plotted for a few hundred years. The best outcome was to push the Wang clan out as the ruler of the Heavenly Tao sect. But they didn't achieve that and only pushed the Yi clan out as a puppet. Even if the mission failed with everyone dead, they had to retrieve the solar lunar divine rune no matter what. Without the solar lunar divine rune, they couldn't undo the seal on the God Burial mountain range that was left behind by the Southern Emperor. That meant the Demon Spirit Clan and Blood Moon Sect wouldn't be able to break free from the seal. Zhao Tianyu and the Holy Spirit Sun turned to look at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan briefly pondered, before she said, "By Shuaying." By Shuaying? Zhao Tianyu and the Holy Spirit Clan were baffled. Wang Mayan explained, "The Solar Divine Rune must be within Bai Shuaying's body. I always wondered why she cultivated within the celestial pool, but it all makes sense now. The Solar Lunar Divine Rune has been separated into two. One part is in her body and the other is in the celestial pool. As her cultivation increases, the Solar Lunar Divine Rune will ultimately fuse within her body. I initially speculated that the Solar Lunar Divine Rune was within her body, but my speculation wasn't exactly wrong." The Holy Spirit Sun looked at Zhao Tianyu and said, "The Divine Maiden should be right. We have to find Bai Shuaying now. Let's join up with the Sect Master first," Zhao Tianyu said with a change on his face. As they stowed the Lunar Divine Rune, Zhao Tianyu turned to Wang Mayan and said, "Mayan, you can't hold back anymore. Many things in the world are determined not to have an outcome, and some people are destined to not be friends. You know the consequences if we can't obtain the complete Solar Lunar Divine Rune." Wang Mayan was briefly stunned, but she said nothing. But Zhao Tianyu knew that Wang Mayan already had an answer in her heart. As the four left the celestial pool, they executed their movement techniques to the ruins of the Nether Orchid Courtyard. When they arrived, the Holy Spirit Sun widened his mouth with disbelief. But Zhao Tianyu was calm as he muttered, "It's the Undying Phoenix scripture. The Sect Master is fine, but I wonder who injured the Sect Master so badly." He might seem somewhat calm, but he was deeply shocked in his heart. This was because once the Undying Phoenix scripture was achieved, the cultivator's lifespan would become as terrifying as a phoenix. Upon reaching a high level, one could even rebirth through flames like the phoenix, instantly recovering from injuries. But Zhao Tianyu knew, as someone who had cultivated the Undying Phoenix scripture, that no one would do that unless they were forced into a dead end. The rebirth was dangerous, and one wouldn't be able to execute it again for a long time after that. A person only had 9 rebirths in their lifetime, and it was unbelievable that the Sect Master would use a rebirth on a clone. An hour later, the flames ended and a red-clothed youth reappeared with his Emperor aura spread out. Everyone quickly bowed, including the Holy Spirit Sun, Sect Master. The red-clothed youth looked at everyone and indifferently asked, "Have you guys retrieved the Sovereign Divine Rune?" This immediately placed Zhao Tianyu's group under great pressure, and they became nervous. In the end, Zhao Tianyu bore the pressure and explained what happened in the celestial pool. At the same time, he handed over the Lunar Divine Rune that was sealed in a golden jade slip. As the red-clothed youth took the golden jade slip, he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into it, where he saw a bright sun in his mind. The bright sun was in the Heavenly Tao sect, and the red-clothed youth opened his eyes to look in a direction. He said, "The Divine Maiden is right. The Solar Divine Rune is in that lass." The Holy Spirit Sun frowned. "But over there is the altar. They might activate the Emperor Sword Array." "Can the Emperor Sword Array be activated without the Emperor Sword?" Zhao Tianyu asked. "If the Emperor Sword is around, the array can slay emperors. But even without the Emperor Sword, the array's power cannot be underestimated," the Holy Spirit Sun said. "We'll just have to forcibly break it," the red-clothed youth said in a domineering tone as he headed to the altar. The Yi clan also headed over to the altar under the lead of Stun Yang Saint Sovereign. They already didn't have a path of retreat, so they could only walk to the end. Zhao Tianyu couldn't hold himself back along the way, and asked why the Sect Master executed the rebirth secret technique. The red-clothed youth casually replied that Yi Guhan's myriad swords unite injured him. He had initially recovered most of his injuries after devouring a saint, but Yi Guhan endured his injuries and attacked him again, forcing him to undergo a rebirth. But even if he's not dead, he won't be able to pose any more threats. There's no need to worry about him. Don't belittle the disciples of the Radiant Sword Saint, the red-clothed youth calmly explained, leaving Zhao Tianyu in shock. "Before I was born, my master separated the Solar Lunar Divine Rune into two and injected the Solar Divine Rune into me, leaving the Lunar Divine Rune outside, Bai Shuang explained. My master planned for me to take the Lunar Divine Rune into my body after reaching the Saint Realm and fuse it with the Solar Divine Rune. Lil, Purple widened her mouth and said, no wonder the presence of the Solar Lunar Divine Rune kept disappearing. She finally understood it all now. When Bai Shuang was cultivating within the celestial pool, the Solar Lunar Divine Rune could be sensed. But when Bai Shuang wasn't around, the Solar Divine Rune and Lunar Divine Rune couldn't be sensed, and she could only sense some remnant aura at the most. This question had troubled her for a long time. She asked, why did your master want to inject the Solar Divine Rune into your body? I believe it doesn't feel good. Master didn't tell me why. She only said that it has something to do with my birth. So the two of you are really here for the Solar Lunar Divine Rune? Bai Shuang asked after shaking her head, looking at Lin Yun and Lil Purple. Lil Purple glanced at Lin Yun and said, scumbag, shouldn't it be time for you to speak about your secret? Bai Shuang's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze. My secret. Lin Yun took a deep breath, but Yi Guhan descended from the sky just when he was about to speak. Yi Guhan clutched his chest since his injuries had worsened. He said, hurry up to the altar. Okay. Lin Yun and Bai Shuang supported Yi Guhan as they rushed to the altar. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the altar, and all the ceremonial itams were still around. The Bai clan and Golden Guards were already gathered at the plaza. Right then, a sword ray tore apart the horizon in the Daoyang Palace's direction as 4 figures dashed over, heading over to the plaza. It's the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. An uproar exploded as the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Dragon Origin Great Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, and Thousand Plume Great Saint arrived with many saints behind them, but all of them were injured. After taking a few breaths, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint descended with everyone and saw Yi Guhan's party. Why are you guys in this condition? The Thousand Plume Great Saint asked with a pale complexion. We ran into the Blood Moon Sect's sect master, and I destroyed him once. But he has the Undying Phoenix scripture, and he should be able to recover in an hour. Yi Guhan smiled bitterly. He asked, what about you guys? The Dragon Origin Great Saint threw out a mouthful of blood and muttered, the Gale Rain Great Saint colluded with the Demon Spirit clan, and they have a golden-eyed demon spirit who's at the pinnacle of the Great Saint. We're fortunate that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint managed to injure him, or we wouldn't have been able to escape. But it shouldn't take long for that demon spirit to recover. The Bai and Zhang clans' faces changed, and they became desperate when they heard that. Of all the great saints in the Heavenly Dao sect, everyone had lost their ability to fight aside from the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and the remaining saints were injured. If their enemies all come at once, the consequences might become terrible. Thousand Plume Great Saint, let's activate the Emperor Sword Array. As long as the array doesn't break, the Divine Dragon Empire won't stand and watch when daybreak comes. I have already informed the Divine Dragon Empire of our situation. The Zhang clan's ancestor stepped out, looking at the Thousand Plume Great Saint. The Zhang clan had an inexplicable relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. If it was during a normal situation, the Thousand Plume Great Saint naturally wouldn't be happy about it, but there was nothing he could say now. The Sacred Alliance has also been informed, and reinforcements will come at daybreak, the Bai clan's ancestor said. He looked at the Thousand Plume Great Saint with mistrust, and said, Thousand Plume Great Saint, activate the Emperor Sword Array quickly. His tone might sound warm, but he gave a feeling that he was forcing the Thousand Plume Great Saint. The Thousand Plume Great Saint said in a self-mocking tone, so the Heavenly Dao sect has fallen so low. We can't delay any further. We have to activate the Emperor Sword Array quickly, the Zhang clan's ancestor said. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint opened her eyes and said, the Thousand Plume Great Saint is injured, so I'll activate the Emperor Sword Array. This is a crisis for the Heavenly Dao sect, so we must join forces together if we want to survive this ordeal. When she said that, she drew her sword and cut her left palm. As her blood fell onto the ground, the array around the altar began to shine brightly as it became activated. Lin Yun noticed that the blood of demonic beasts activated this array during the day, but it had to be activated with a great saint's blood now. Everyone, help me! The heavenly jade sword saint soared to the sky, and all the saints present no longer hesitated. They cut their right palms and dripped their blood onto the ground. As the activation speed of the array increased, runes began to spread out at a rapid speed. The heavenly jade sword saint put her hands together in the air as she released a dazzling sword ray. She gave off a feeling that she was a sword. When she released her saint aura, a golden radiance also shone on the altar with a powerful sword aura that descended onto the heavenly jade sword saint, as though it had traveled through time and space. Meanwhile, an emperor's sword appeared that enveloped everyone in it. Streaks of light ripped through the horizon as the red-clothed youth, golden-eyed demon spirit, the Wang clan, and the Yi clan had arrived. The heavenly jade sword saint had activated the emperor sword array on the altar. The altar gave off a golden radiance that soon enveloped the entire plaza. The spectacular scene of the ceremony that day reappeared, but the situation was different this time. Beneath the golden clouds, there was a golden energy barrier that enveloped everyone in it, and there were fine scriptures on the barrier that gave everyone peace of mind. This array was activated with the blood of saints, and it was naturally powerful with various phenomena beginning to appear. Dozens of low-grade dragon spirit martial techniques were released by saints that unleashed a shockwave. It was the Yi clan and Wang clan who had arrived first. They took the lead and wanted to destroy the Emperor Sword array before it was completely deployed. But before their attacks could get close, sword rays exploded from the Emperor Sword array, destroying all the incoming attacks before they could reach the golden barrier. Charge! Stun Yang Saint Sovereign led the Saint Sovereigns of the Wang clan and dashed forth with cold light flashing in their eyes as they released their constellations with countless Saint Daos appearing. They reached the barrier in the blink of an eye as they brandished their saint artifacts to block the sword rays. But just when they were about to get close to the energy barrier, the heavenly jade sword saint suddenly opened her eyes on the altar. The moment she opened her eyes, a sword vibration echoed that traveled through ancient times with a sword aura comparable to the Emperor realm swept out. With a glance, several saint sovereigns were repelled. As they threw out a mouthful of blood, their faces became pale, and all the saints had fear on their faces, not daring to take another step forth. The heavenly jade sword saint activated the Emperor Sword array herself. This scene made the remaining 4 great saints breathe a sigh of relief because they knew that the heavenly jade sword saint had succeeded. The 1,000-plume great saint said, "Everyone, please take your positions at the nodes and don't move." He nearly died during the day, and Tian Xuanzi's attack had injured his saint's soul. But it didn't shatter his saint's soul, which preserved his life. This was why he could plot a scheme against the Gale Rain Great Saint. But he didn't expect the Gale Rain Great Saint to have a golden-eyed demon spirit with him, completely resolving his schemes. If the heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't hold back the golden-eyed demon spirit, all the great saints would have probably lost their lives in the Daoyang Palace. This was because the golden-eyed demon spirit was powerful, and he wasn't at all weaker than Tian Xuanzi. The latter was known to be invincible beneath the saint realm, so one could imagine how terrifying the golden-eyed demon spirit was. Not to mention, the Blood Moon sect master had sent a clone over. The two joining forces made it hard for them to feel assured, and the pressure was too great. Outside the plaza, the red-clothed youth and golden-eyed demon spirit hovered in the air as they looked at the Emperor's Sword array with their brows locked together. After knowing that the Solar Divine Rune was within by Shuaying, the faces of the Gale Rain Great Saint and golden-eyed demon spirit became ugly. They gathered into a group with an overwhelming advantage in the number of saints. But they were led by the red-clothed youth and the golden-eyed demon spirit because everyone present was much weaker, including the Gale Rain Great Saint. Seeing that saint sovereigns couldn't break the Emperor's Sword array, the golden-eyed demon spirit and red-clothed youth couldn't keep watching any longer. "Star Azura King, will you go first or should I go first?" The red-clothed youth was acquainted with the golden-eyed demon spirit and called the latter by his title. The golden-eyed demon spirit was of the royal clan amongst the demon spirit clan, and they would have a title due to their noble bloodlines. Only the imperial clans could suppress them. The Star Azura King's eyes flashed as he smiled, You can go ahead. The key to this array is the heavenly jade sword saint. With her at the altar, this is equivalent to taking the spot of the emperor sword, and it's futile for others to go up. The heavenly jade sword saint cannot be underestimated. After all, she's on the same level as the radiant sword saint and is known as one of the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation. The red-clothed youth said. He would have a headache whenever it was something involving the radiant sword saint. That's not the same. The radiant sword saint's attainment in the sword has long thrown her behind, but he's too ambitious. This is why he can't break into the Emperor realm, the Star Azura King said. The red-clothed youth didn't refute those words since he could barely be considered to be from the same generation as the Radiant Sword Saint. Even if he had become an emperor, the Radiant Sword Saint still hadn't become an emperor. This meant the Radiant Sword Saint was ambitious and it had nothing to do with talent or resources. How do you intend on breaking the array? The Star Azura King asked with a hint of curiosity. Using sword against sword. The red-clothed youth used his fingers as a sword and his fingers began to shine with a crimson radiance. When the crimson radiance spread, 1,000 miles in radius turned red without any other colors. The heaven and earth began to tremble the next moment as the red-clothed youth released a terrifying sword intent from his fingers, and he was like a sword brewing his might. Under the aura that he gave off, the entire plaza began to tremble, and all the saints in the nodes of the Emperor's sword array were under great pressure, with their lips trembling. Emperor aura. They couldn't help becoming nervous because an emperor could easily crush saints. Even if a clone released the aura, it still made all the saints feel great pressure. Lin Yun also became nervous because he could sense the immense pressure even if he wasn't on the node. Is this the power of an emperor? He soon thought of Yu Qingfeng. Since a clone of the Blood Moon sect master was already so powerful, just how powerful the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng had to be. His master wanted to fight with Yu Qingfeng, so just how terrifying would his master's tribulation become? Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. I have a sword that I wish you to experience. The red-clothed youth was enveloped in a domineering aura, his hair fluttering in the wind and looking arrogant. The crimson radiance on his fingertips finally exploded as it shot to the sky in the shape of a crimson sword ray, shattering the 36 layers of heaven. Before the sword ray descended, many saints on the nodes threw out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying away. The aura of an emperor was too powerful, and it had inflicted heavy injuries on them through the Emperor's sword array. The Emperor's sword array became dim, and the sword aura released by it began to fall. But the heavenly jade sword saint clasped her hands together at the critical moment and a blurred white figure soared to the sky. This figure was shining brightly. It was white, looking pure and sacred. This was the heavenly jade sword saint's soul, which reached 100 feet as the saint's soul reached down. A sword ray streaked across the sky and was held by the saint's soul. When the saint's soul held onto the sword, a terrifying emperor aura swept out from the saint's soul before she swung the sword out, releasing a sword ray that reached close to 100 feet, blocking the red-clothed youth's sword containing emperor aura. When the two sword rays came into contact, fine cracks appeared in the surrounding space, followed by an outburst of energy. At the same time, the plaza shone again as the Emperor's sword array stood firmly once more. This is the Emperor's sword? Lin Yun asked in a shocked tone. That's an image of the Emperor's sword, and you can treat it as the Emperor's sword's clone. The Dao Yang Holy Sun said with a grave expression beside Lin Yun. But that wasn't all. The Star Azura King made his move. His vertical eye opened, and the ancient rune in the eye began to ignite. Cracks began to appear in the sky above him as a vertical eye reaching close to 100 feet appeared. In the next second, a golden beam shot out from the eye, igniting the air particles as it shot towards the saint's soul. Firefly radiance. The heavenly jade sword saint said as the Emperor's sword released a faint firefly's radiance. As the Emperor's sword swung out, all the crimson radiance that enveloped 1,000 miles in radius disappeared, and the golden beam was stopped from far away. The sword easily shattered the golden beam before gently stabbing into the eye that opened up in the space. The Star Azura King's face changed as he quickly shut his vertical eye. But he was still one step slower, and his face was distorted with pain for a long time. It looks like it won't work. Even if it's an image of the Emperor's sword, it's too hard to break it, the red-clothed youth said as he landed beside the Star Azura King with no surprise on his face. What should we do now? The Star Azura King's lips twitched because the blazing pain from his forehead was terrible. It looks like we can't take down the Heavenly Dao sect. But we don't necessarily have to destroy the Emperor's sword array if we want to take that lass with us. The red-clothed youth looked through the golden barrier and his gaze fell onto everyone on the plaza. The 4 great saints in the array were practically helpless, and the saint sovereigns were also injured. As for the saint lords, all of them had nearly fainted from what happened earlier. You go hold down the heavenly jade sword saint's saint soul. I'll tear a hole and send a few saint lords in. Everything will be fine as long as we can bring that girl out. The red-clothed youth revealed his plan. The Star Azura King feared the heavenly jade sword saint, so he didn't immediately agree to it. After all, the heavenly jade sword saint was a great saint, and the Emperor's sword's image empowered her, so it was hard for him to hold his ground. I'll come and help you after tearing a hole, the red-clothed youth said. Okay. The Star Azura King no longer dwelled on it and the vertical eye opened. He then charged at the saint's soul. The red-clothed youth closed his eyes and his Emperor aura began to climb. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and spread his arms apart. Moon-picking hand. A crimson moon rose in his palm. Go! The red-clothed youth waved his hand, and the crimson moon flew down, smashing into the golden barrier like an actual planet. Now the Wang clan's saints, who had been waiting for a long time, charged forth, heading for the plaza. Under the impact of the crimson moon, cracks began to appear on the golden barrier. Although those cracks were swiftly recovering, the red-clothed youth spread his hand apart and injected his saint aura into it, opening the crack again. As the crack exploded and recovered, the saints at the nodes were bearing a huge pressure, even when they were heavily injured to begin with and they were beginning to exhaust their lifespan. Most of the Wang clan's saints were knocked back by the saint aura, but some managed to enter the plaza. Right then, a sword ray descended from the sky and severed the crimson moon into 2, alleviating the pressure of the saints on the nodes. The damages swiftly recovered as the Emperor's sword array recovered, and the other saints were stopped outside. That sword ray naturally came from the heavenly jade sword saint, who divided her heart into 2 and resolved this crisis. That's enough, the red-clothed youth sneered with satisfaction. He managed to send in 4 saint lords earlier, so it should be enough to bring the lass from the Bai clan out. Star Azura King, I'll come and help you. The red-clothed youth laughed as he charged at the heavenly jade sword saint's saint soul. This time, the heavenly jade sword saint couldn't be bothered about the condition of the plaza any longer. Split up. The Wang clan's saint lord, who entered, charged with no one capable of stopping him. The saints from the Zhang and Bai clans wanted to stop him, but they were sent flying after a few exchanges. The saints of the 2 clans were already injured from the battle at the Nether Orchid Courtyard, so they could do nothing to this saint lord. Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. We have been in the same sect for hundreds of years. A saint lord of the Bai clan looked at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord with a hint of anger. Sorry, but I have always been a saint elder of the Blood Moon sect. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord sneered as he punched at that saint's chest before reaching out for Bai Shuang. Under pressure from a saint, Bai Shuang and those around her were immobilized. They were only at the quasi-saint realm and couldn't withstand a saint's aura. But a sword vibration echoed right then as a figure stood up and appeared before Bai Shuang. This person was naturally Lin Yun. But before Lin Yun's sword aura could reach the peak, he was sent flying by the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, throwing out a mouthful of blood as he fell onto one knee. You think you can slay a saint because you're the heavenly dragon lord? How ignorant! The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord sneered with contempt in his eyes. Even if a quasi-saint was strong, a quasi-saint was still a quasi-saint. Not to mention that Yi Qingtian was merely a quasi-saint who hadn't even ignited his sacred flame, and there was no need for the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord to pay attention to him. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord couldn't even be bothered to take another glance at Yi Qingtian as his gaze fell onto Bai Shuang, waving his hand and wanting to take her away. Bai Shuang was feeling nervous as she became immobilized under the saint aura. This was the suppression from a saint. But the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord didn't notice that Yi Qingtian had a firm gaze and a hint of stubbornness. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face as his gaze became ruthless, and he charged forth. As he ran, he began forming seals with his hands, and he released a powerful dragon aura along with this azure dragon divine physique being activated. The blue dragon seal, silver dragon seal, golden dragon seal, indigo dragon seal, green dragon seal, red dragon seal, until he formed the sovereign dragon seal. By the time Lin Yun got close to the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, a 7-colored radiance shone from his fist, containing an explosive power that even a saint would be fearful of. Get lost! Lin Yun soared to the sky and threw the sovereign dragon seal at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. His gaze was cold and filled with madness. So what if he was facing a Saint Lord? He had slain a Saint Lord while being at the Dragon Pulse realm before, so why would he be afraid of one now? Lin Yun had slain a Saint Lord before, so why would he fear one? Using the power of his divine physique and sword intent, Lin Yun caught the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord by surprise and struck the sovereign dragon seal against the latter's body. This made the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord throw out blood with his face distorted from the pain, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe he was injured by someone who was only at the quasi-saint realm. This was unacceptable even if he was caught by surprise. Die! When he was sent flying away, the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord circulated his saint origin, and his saint aura formed into an even more terrifying saint energy, manifesting into a palm that clashed with the sovereign dragon seal. After reaching the saint realm, the saint aura could be purified through saint origin, turning into an energy 10 times stronger than the saint aura. This was an unfathomable transformation, signifying the difference between mortals and saints. Quasi-saints only had half of their foot onto the saint path, not entirely. The sovereign dragon seal shattered quickly, and the crimson palm flew towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun could have evaded but didn't because Bai Shuang and the other quasi-saints, such as the Daoyang Holy Sun, were behind him. If he dodged, those people behind him would be killed or crippled. Let me see how you're going to block this attack. After the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord landed on the ground, he took a few steps back and was shocked. This was because the astral sword intent was contained in the sovereign dragon seal, and not even his saint energy could resolve the astral sword intent. If I can't block it, I won't block it then. Lin Yun roared without hesitation, executing the first form of the sovereign dragon fist, soaring divine dragon. Over 100 dragons appeared around Lin Yun, letting out a roar as the dragons looked realistic under the empowerment of the azure dragon divine physique. Lin Yun clenched his fist and the 100 dragons poured into it. As the dragon's blood within his body boiled, the 100 dragons formed into a dragon's head that roared as it charged at the giant palm. In fact, against absolute power, it was a futile effort no matter how profound his sword technique was. As a result, he could only rely on attacking as a form of defense, relying on the azure dragon divine physique to withstand the blow. When the dragon's head clashed with the crimson palm, fine cracks appeared on the palm, and the speed was also slowed down. But this attack manifested with saint energy and wasn't shattered on the spot as it continued to fly towards Lin Yun. Dragon Sun and Moon Seal. Inverting yin-yang. Lin Yun didn't panic but formed seals. As heaven and earth inverted, space began to distort. The spatial energy ripped the crimson palm into pieces, but the shockwave still landed against Lin Yun. But only 1/10 of the power was left, and Lin Yun persevered with the azure dragon divine physique. He merely let out a groan and didn't take a step back. When everyone saw this scene, their faces changed because a quasi-saint had withstood the attack of a saint. But that wasn't all as Lin Yun flicked his finger, unleashing a sword ray with the power of the astral sword intent. The sword ray that could even tear through the air landed on the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, but it only left ripples behind. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord smiled. The astral sword intent is powerful, but you can only dream about injuring me after I'm alert. Lin Yun squinted as his internal organs began to rumble, and the saint energy that entered his body made him feel terrible. he saw a unique layer of Dipper aura around the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, and many Saint Daos were in that aura. That Dipper aura was formed with Saint energy and empowered with Saint Dao, so those beneath the Saint realm couldn't resolve it. You're not bad for being able to withstand my attack, but how long can you last? The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord sneered. No one can save you today, and I will kill you if you dare to stand in my way. All the saints present were heavily injured, and some even lost consciousness. As for the great saints, they were injured and were helping the heavenly Jade Sword Saint resist the Star Azura King and red-clothed youth. Why don't you come and give it a try, then? Your palm was only enough to help me scratch my itchiness. Lin Yun smiled fearlessly with a playful gaze. The pain was horrible in reality, but Lin Yun felt that he had to endure it no matter what. He didn't have any odds of winning against the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, but he couldn't just give up after losing his momentum. The Dao Yang Holy Sun, the Golden Guards, and the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord were also confused. Yi Qingtian, don't put up a strong front, the Dao Yang Holy Sun said. But Lin Yun merely stood with his hands behind him and smiled. Relax. Watch how I kill you, old fart. A mere quasi-saint like you wants to kill me? I can kill you with one hand. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord couldn't hold back any longer and dashed forth. He refused to believe that Yi Qingtian could inflict injuries on him with the saint energy protecting himself. After he was on alert, all Lin Yun's astral sword intent could do was help him scratch an itch. Let me tell you that a saint cannot be humiliated. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord came before Lin Yun, reaching out and wanting to crush him with a grasp. Even if Lin Yun possessed an Azure Dragon divine physique, everyone beneath the Saint realm were mere ants in the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's eyes. Lin Yun might seem carefree, but he had a series of plans and allowed the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord to approach him. When the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord reached a position that he couldn't dodge, Lin Yun finally made a move and reached out, unleashing the Black Thunder Chains. 9 chains flew out from his palm. This was the first time all 9 chains had left his body. The 9 chains immediately formed a restriction around the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord was only half a step away from Lin Yun, but the chains wrapped around him, and the thunder flames on the chains began to ignite the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's saint energy. This looked terrifying, but it couldn't pierce through the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's saint energy. This is your trump card? Surprisingly, the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord had no shock or panic on his face, and he even wore a smile. He guessed Lin Yun must have a trump card since he looked so confident. A trump card would only be intimidating if it wasn't used. But it would be another story once it was used. A 3-spirit glory saint artifact. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord smiled. This is a treasure. If this is in the hands of a saint, I can only be at your mercy. But it's a pity you're not a saint. This treasure is now mine. Ha ha ha. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord looked excited because the Black Thunder Chains would only be a waste in Lin Yun's hands. But before he could finish smiling, the chains came to life and turned into 9 lightning serpents that bit down at 9 locations, and 1 serpent bit on his lips. Arg! The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord screamed because it was too painful. The serpents tore apart his saint energy and bit onto his flesh. Get lost! Lin Yun responded quickly as he kicked the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, sending him flying away. The moment the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord landed on the ground, he let out a roar as he broke free from the chains. He was furious and no longer intended to subdue the Black Thunder Chains. He ferociously looked at Lin Yun. I'll kill you! The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord roared as what happened earlier was too embarrassing. I've been waiting for you. Lin Yun was prepared. When the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord moved, he took out the Thunder Demon subduing beads, chanting the mantra as the beads shone brightly. A miniature monastery appeared in the air with boundless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas reciting the mantra together to empower the beads. When the scriptures on the beads were activated, the thunderous rumbles overlapped. When they reached the limit that Lin Yun could bear, he lashed out the beads like a whip, slamming against the incoming Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. This broke apart the saint energy around the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, and the huge impact injured the latter. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord threw a mouthful of blood and fell onto the ground. When he got back up after some struggle, he raised his head to see Lin Yun looking at him calmly with a faint smile as though he was mocking him. The Daoyang Holy Sun and Saint disciples of the Nether Orchid Courtyard were dumbfounded because Yi Qingtian was too much of a show-off. He even dared to show off before a Saint Lord, but they found nothing wrong. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's injuries weren't serious, but he didn't look like a graceful Saint Lord. A saint cannot be humiliated? You don't seem so impressive after all. Lin Yun smiled as he stood before Bai Shuaing. He looked calm and composed, as though he had control of the overall situation. You seem to have a lot of Glory Saint artifacts. So let me see how many Glory Saint artifacts you actually have. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord was furious because he never expected Lin Yun to take out 2 precious Glory Saint artifacts that even a saint might not possess. But the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord was prepared this time and was confident about suppressing Lin Yun even if the latter had another Glory Spirit artifact. You think that only you have a Glory Saint artifact? I have one as well. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord charged over and threw out a Saint Cauldron. As the Glory Spirits were activated, a powerful Saint aura swept out as he threw it at Lin Yun. Facing a Glory Saint artifact controlled by a saint, Lin Yun smiled as he took out an ancient umbrella. When the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord saw the umbrella, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. But it was too late as a boundless power swept out from Lin Yun's chest, looking like a sun had appeared in the world with heaven and earth collapsing. Lin Yun held onto the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella and swung it at the incoming cauldron with a domineering aura that forced the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's pressure back. The umbrella was like a sword as it pierced through the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's saint energy, stabbing into his body. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord screamed in pain as he broke a few ribs. As Lin Yun held onto the umbrella like a sword, he hovered in the air. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord had disbelief in his eyes, and he yelled, "A sovereign saint artifact! Who the hell are you? I have slain a Saint Lord while being at the Dragon Pulse realm. So, who do you think I am?" Lin Yun looked at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord coldly. Before the latter could be shocked, he stabbed the umbrella even further into his body as an immense power gushed out from the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella. This made the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord throw out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying away. When he fell onto the ground with one knee, he had shock reflected on his face. Lin Yun stood with the umbrella in his hand, and he gave up pretending after using so many trump cards in his hand. He then immediately cancelled the Divine Tortoise transformation, restoring his initial appearance, and revealed a handsome and ethereal youth before everyone. The purple mark on his forehead only added a devilish temperament to his features. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord was shocked, and everyone else on the plaza was dumbfounded. "I am Flower Burial, burying flowers and people alike," Lin Yun recited as he raised the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella. When Lin Yun said that, everyone was dumbfounded, and the plaza fell into a brief silence. Even the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King couldn't help but look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had said that line multiple times during the Blue Dragon record. It was different this time as the person holding on to the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella had changed, revealing a face everyone was familiar with. Flower Burial might have gone missing for the past year, but his deeds and portraits were spread far and wide throughout the Kunlun realm to the point that everyone knew about him. This was the champion of the 9th Heavenly Path, someone who slew a Saint Lord when he was at the Dragon Pulse realm, and there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. "It's him!" The Daoyang Holy Sun was dumbfounded, with shock filling his eyes. It turned out that Yi Qingtian was Lin Yun, and Lin Yun was Yi Qingtian. It was true that Yi Qingtian was Flower Burial Lin Yun. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out on the plaza as the strongest prodigy swordsman of the Heavenly Dao sect turned out to be the direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, Flower Burial Lin Yun. This felt ridiculous, but it made sense at the same time. After all, how were there so many geniuses? Even though Yi Qingtian was already famous in the Kunlun realm. After a brief shock, everyone's emotions became complicated. So Yi Qingtian is really Flower Burial, He could have left long ago since he wasn't someone of my heavenly Tao sect. He has won my admiration. He is flower burial, possessing courage that no one can compare to. Although many people felt fooled, they admired and respected Lin Yun, who stayed behind in the heavenly Tao sect. Bai Shuang, who was 10 meters away, was dumbfounded when she looked at Lin Yun's back figure. Her suppressed emotions finally exploded as tears welled up in her eyes. He said that he would come to the heavenly Tao sect. I knew that he would be here, but he fooled me badly. Bai Shuang showed a gentle smile like melted ice. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord threw out a mouthful of blood as he struggled back on his feet. If he was only embarrassed with the Black Thunder chains and Thunder Demon subduing beads, the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella broke apart his saint energy and injured him. There were a total of 4 Saint Lords who entered the plaza, but the Emperor's Sword Array injured 2 and were sitting down to treat their injuries. As for the other Saint Lord, the Azure Scythe Saint Lord was held down by several of the Bai clan's saints. Those Bai clan's saints were heavily injured, but they still held down the Azure Scythe Saint Lord with their lives on the line, naturally making the latter furious. This also meant that the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord couldn't count on anyone else during this period. You're a direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, so why interfere in the affairs of the Heavenly Tao sect? My Blood Moon sect has no feud with your sword sect. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord said as he looked at the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella in Lin Yun's hand. He recalled Lin Yun's achievements and no longer looked down on the latter. You don't have to worry about that. I do what I want, and you are no one to tell me what to do, Lin Yun said indifferently. If you want to take her, you must go through me first. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's face sank, and he gritted. It looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Even if you have a sovereign saint artifact, how much power can you bring out? It would be impressive if a quasi-saint like you could bring out 1/100th of the power. Lin Yun smiled and raised his brow. Why don't you come and try it then? You think I don't dare? How ignorant! The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord snorted and no longer held back, circulating his saint aura to the limit. He brought out his constellation, which was a flaming demonic cauldron. But that wasn't all. His saint aura turned into indigo saint energy that enveloped him with 10-odd Saint Das enveloping around him and formed into a bewitching crimson lotus. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord coldly said, a sovereign saint artifact can kill anyone, but Lin Yun cannot. Since I know you have a sovereign saint artifact, you won't have a chance now. He meant that the Saint Lord Lin Yun killed before was due to luck, and that he was stronger. As a powerful aura swept out, Lin Yun felt great pressure, even while holding on to the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, and he couldn't help retreating. The guy was stronger than the Saint Lord that Lin Yun had killed before, and his pressure was dazzling. If Lin Yun didn't have a sovereign saint artifact, it would be hard for him to stop the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, even with the Azure Sword intent, and he would be defeated in 3 moves. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord sneered as flames ignited on the demonic cauldron. The pressure forced Lin Yun down to one knee, making his face ugly. Flower Burial, aren't you the direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? It looks like there's nothing impressive about you after all. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord smiled with a cold gaze. To make a Saint Lord go all out against me, I feel honored. Lin Yun bore the pressure as he smiled. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord suddenly felt something wasn't right, and saw that the runes on the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella lighting up. He instantly knew that Lin Yun was trying to undo the seal of the Sovereign Saint artifact. The more seals that were lifted, the more powerful the Sovereign Saint artifact would become. You dare play tricks in front of me? You're courting death. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord snorted as he held onto the ancient cauldron and threw it towards Lin Yun. In just one thought, the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord charged over with his full strength. Even if Lin Yun were a genius, he would still die, which was how powerful saints were when facing those beneath them. As a powerful saint aura swept out, Lin Yun felt terrible even with the Azure Dragon divine physique. Blood dripped from his lips, and it felt like he was about to have both his knees on the ground from the pressure. At this moment, he wasn't Flower Burial but someone who was gritting his teeth and pressing on. No peerless youth was willing to become ordinary, just someone unwilling to admit defeat. He wasn't prideful and he just couldn't kneel. Just when everyone's scalps felt numb, Lin Yun burst into laughter with one knee on the ground as the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella runes were activated. As he soared to the sky, he roared, "Oh, Azure Dragon!" A huge chunk of his vitality and saint aura was consumed as the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella shone brightly and broke a small corner of the cauldron. This caught the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord by surprise, and the cauldron was sent flying away while Lin Yun took a few steps in midair. Beyond the 36 layers of heaven, the sovereign constellation, the Azure Dragon, let out a roar with a terrifying aura unleashed from Lin Yun. As Lin Yun let out a burst of laughter, his eyes were filled with anger and a hint of insanity. As his hair fluttered, he laughed and charged at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. "I am Flower Burial, burying both flowers and people alike." The 36 layers of heaven shattered as a terrifying colossus appeared above the plaza, beyond the eastern desolation's heaven. A pair of eyes had looked through the layers of heaven and brought down its divine might. At this moment, a sovereign constellation had descended to the mortal realm. Everyone was shocked as the legend about how Flower Burial killed a Saint Lord was going to reappear again. But this time, there wasn't any sorrow and despair but a confident and carefree feeling. Lin Yun dashed forth and swung the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. It was like a long spear tearing apart the waves and appeared before the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. This changed the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's face because he never expected Lin Yun to bring out so much power of the Sovereign Saint artifact. When he pushed his palm forth, the crimson lotus on his chest ignited with crimson flames forming into a giant palm. Lin Yun held his umbrella and casually broke through the palm, while the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord took this opportunity to escape. But Lin Yun coldly looked at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. "You think you can escape?" Letting him go so easily would be too lenient on the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. After all, he had paid a great price to use the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. As a violent energy filled his body, he swiftly chased after the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. "Damn it!" The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord cursed as he discovered a pair of dragon eyes looking at him, greatly restricting him. This gave the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord no choice but to face Lin Yun head-on, and they both exchanged over 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. They left behind afterimages as all the various Saint Daos shattered. When Lin Yun and the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord separated, the Saint energy around the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord was torn apart, and he was covered with injuries. He couldn't hold on even as a saint. This was the power of a sovereign saint artifact. "Die!" Lin Yun waved his hand and descended from the sky like an azure dragon's roar, charging at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord made his strongest move, summoning the demonic cauldron in his constellation. As the heaven and earth trembled, the demonic cauldron shattered as flames exploded like a firework, making the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord throw out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked flying 100 meters away. Right then, a Saint Radiance soared to the sky as the Azure Scythe Saint Lord, who was held down earlier, took this opportunity and charged at Bai Shuang. Lin Yun's face changed. He wanted to turn around to reinforce Bai Shuang. "Ha! Flower Burial, obediently stay with me." The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord had blood on his face, while pouncing forth like a madman. "Oh, Azure Dragon, please aid me." Lin Yun roared as he opened the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella and sent it over to Bai Shuang's direction. When the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella was opened up, starlight shone down from the 36 layers of heaven and enveloped the entire eastern desolation. Everyone could see a dragon's head passing through the crack when they raised their heads. The Azure Scythe Saint Lord that flew over was sent flying, throwing out a mouthful of blood as he rolled on the ground before he regained his footing. Afterwards, the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella circled once before returning, and Lin Yun reacted as though he had expected this and flipped his body in mid-air. The umbrella then flew towards the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord wanted to hold Lin Yun down, but he was surprised to see the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella as it slammed into him. This made him feel as though he had collided with an ancient cauldron, letting out a groan, and was sent flying away. When Lin Yun was done flipping in midair, he landed on the top of the umbrella before he landed beside Bai Shuai with a leap. "Come back!" Lin Yun waved his hand, and the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella returned to him. Holding onto the umbrella, he raised his brow at the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord and Azure Scythe Saint Lord. When the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord and Azure Scythe Saint Lord got back on their feet and saw Lin Yun's provocative expression, they nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. With the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella in his hand, Lin Yun fought off two Saint Lords as though he was taking a stroll, making many people feel unbelievable. Everyone knew that the Sovereign Saint artifact wasn't invincible, and one would have to suffer a backlash the more powerful their opponents were. But it was completely different when it came to Lin Yun. "Yi, Lin Yun, are you all right?" Bai Shuai couldn't help asking. She wasn't a little girl and knew there was no room for her feelings. She was just concerned about Lin Yun's condition. "Senior sister, don't worry about it." Lin Yun smiled, but he didn't turn around. His condition was doing well and was less serious than everyone had imagined. At the ancient barren battlefield, he was only at the Dragon Pulse realm and naturally couldn't use the Sovereign Saint artifact properly. At the time, he had to exhaust everything he had. In the end, he had to even put his life on the line after undoing 3 seals, and slayed that Saint Lord after putting his life on the line. The consequences were dire because his cultivation was crippled, even though he was still alive. But it was different now because he had the Azure Dragon Divine Physique and a cultivation at the Quasi-Saint realm. In a nutshell, his body wouldn't collapse as long as he controlled himself a little. If he exhausted his life force as a cost, he could unleash more power of the Sovereign Saint artifact, but he would also fall into danger at that time and suffer a backlash if he wasn't careful. "Can you still hold on?" The Dragon Origin Great Saint had his hands on the ground to inject vitality into the runes. His face was pale, his lips trembling, and his arms shaking, but he still tried to raise his head to look at Lin Yun. All the saints at the array nodes were heavily injured by the Golden-Eyed Demon Spirit, Star Azura King, and they barely supported the Emperor Sword Array. Close to the Dragon Origin Great Saint, the Serene Dust Great Saint, Azure River Sword Saint, and Thousand Plume Great Saint were also holding on to maintain the operation of the Emperor Sword Array. Once the Emperor Sword Array breaks, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's Saint Soul would not be able to withstand the attacks from the Star Azura King and the Red-Clothed Youth. "Tell me if you can't hold on any longer, and I'll help you," the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. "Don't worry about it. They're mere Saint Lords, so I don't need Master to worry about me." Lin Yun winked at the Dragon Origin Great Saint. "Brat, you're looking more like the Radiant Sword Saint now." Yi Guhan smiled. He could tell Lin Yun wasn't injured. He only had a huge exhaustion to his vitality and Saint Aura. There wasn't any problem now, but it would be troublesome once Lin Yun exhausted all of his Saint Aura and vitality. Since Yi Guhan could notice it, the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord and Azure Scythe Saint Lord could as well. "We can't face the Sovereign Saint artifact head-on," the Azure Scythe Saint Lord said. He had taken an attack from the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella head-on, and his soul was still rippling from it, along with a surge of dizziness. "Buy some time. Time is on our side." The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord gritted his teeth as he wiped the blood off his lips. His injuries were more serious than the Azure Scythe Saint Lord, nearly becoming heavily injured. This was mainly because he was careless when he fought with Lin Yun earlier. That brat also has his problems, and the power of the Sovereign Saint artifact isn't that weak. The two exchanged a gaze as they soared to the sky. Heavenly in Ghost Claw, Karma Incineration Lotus. The two Saint Lords brought out their strongest attacks with massive Dao flowers behind them. They previously wanted to end the battle quickly and snatch Bai Shuai. But after realizing that they could do nothing against the Sovereign Saint artifact, they changed their mindset. This was because all saints were experienced in battle. When the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord unleashed a Ghost Claw, a bone claw manifested from flames and lightning, looking terrifying with 2 greater Daos empowering it. On the other hand, the Azure Scythe Saint Lord waved his hand and unleashed an ultimate attack from the Blood Moon sect, with Saint Daos forming into a Crimson Lotus. The 2 attacks were terrifying and made everyone feel suffocating before they even descended. This also made Lin Yun frown since he couldn't be bothered to face the 2 incoming attacks with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Ha! But before Lin Yun could catch his breath, the 2 Saint Lords descended from the sky. Various dragon spirit martial techniques began flying around, with Lin Yun's Saint Aura and Vitality exhausting rapidly. Lin Yun tried to attack during this period, but the 2 Saint Lords merely sneered and retreated, not clashing with him head-on. When Lin Yun returned, they reappeared in their original position. Since the 2 Saint Lords no longer looked down on a quasi-saint, Lin Yun felt powerless even with a sovereign saint artifact in his hand. This won't work, Lin Yun inwardly muttered. The 2 Saint Lords were recovering from their injuries while his exhaustion continued. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before he fell into a dangerous position. Without warning, Lin Yun's back split open with blood splashing out. This was a sign that his vitality had been exhausted, and Lin Yun would have collapsed if not for the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Let's go! The 2 Saint Lords exchanged a gaze and executed their movement techniques, charging Lin Yun from the left and right. The situation suddenly became dangerous as the 2 Saint Lords joined hands to deal with a quasi-saint. The Saint Lords were fast, even when they didn't use any movement technique and were several times faster than a quasi-saint. Even Lin Yun couldn't keep up with their speed and could only predict their movements with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. Facing danger, Lin Yun's body became tense, and his heart started beating violently. He took a deep breath because he knew he couldn't avoid this attack and did not intend to. With a shrewd light flashing in his eyes, he tightened his grip on the umbrella, allowing the 2 Saint Lords to get close to him. When he was in danger, Lin Yun raised the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella with his hair fluttering, and he roared, "Oh, Azure Dragon!" The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella opened up once more. But it was different this time. There was a dragon soul being activated. This was a gift from Mu Shuling, a pure-blooded dragon soul, the soul of the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. When the umbrella opened, a terrifying aura gushed out, forcing the 2 Saint Lords to show themselves. They were one step away from Lin Yun, enveloped by powerful pressure, and couldn't get close. Not good. The 2 squinted as they got a bad feeling about this and wanted to retreat. You guys think you can flee? I have never feared death after coming this far, and you're looking down on me to think that I don't dare to put my life on the line. Lin Yun grinned, and his face was sinister as his face became covered with cracks. The Glory Sun Spirit and Glory Moon Spirit on the umbrella were activated, and a powerful pressure swept out. As a terrifying radiance shone from the umbrella, the 2 Saint Lords who wanted to retreat were struck by it. The saint energy around them collapsed along with their saint constellations. The 2 Saint Lords were sent flying away and collapsed on the ground. Their internal organs shattered, and vitality emptied. They were heavily injured, so they couldn't put up another fight. Lin Yun also threw out a mouthful of blood as he closed the umbrella and supported himself with it, which was why he didn't collapse. His vitality was exhausted. It was dangerous for him to forcefully activate the Dragon Soul and Glory Spirits. But he didn't have a choice because the 2 Saint Lords were determined to exhaust him to death. So he decided to take a risk. But fortunately, his injuries weren't fatal, despite looking terrifying. This was completely different from the battle at the ancient barren battlefield. Since Lin Yun couldn't last any longer with the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, he threw out a mouthful of blood and his face became pale. Lin Yun? Bai Shuang's face changed, and an incident occurred just when she wanted to step forward. The 2 other Saint Lords had finally recovered from most of their injuries and charged at the collapsed Lin Yun. Damn it! Bai Shuang's face became cold when she saw this scene. The Saint Lords had forced a quasi-saint to this point, but that wasn't the end. Lin Yun clearly couldn't resist, and yet they still wanted to come after him. Bai Shuang was really furious this time, with her face becoming cold. She couldn't allow Lin Yun to die here, so she began to form seals with a dazzling radiance shining from her. She had forcefully undone the seal on the Solar Divine Rune. With a flick of her finger, the Solar Divine Rune was like a shackle that connected with Lin Yun's back. This scene shocked everyone present, including the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. When she looked down, her face drastically changed. After the seal on the solar divine rune was removed, the rune fused into Lin Yun's body, and the latter could immediately feel his blood boiling. The next moment, a majestic power enveloped him as he stood up and felt that his body was about to blow apart from the power. It's Bai Shuang. Did she give me the solar divine rune? This. Lin Yun was shocked because he was filled with energy. RHE solar divine rune was a sovereign divine rune, even if it was only half. Lin Yun's injuries rapidly recovered with power flowing throughout his body, and a golden radiance shone from his eyes. As Lin Yun let out a roar at the sky, he raised the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, pouring the infinite power within his body into the umbrella, activating the Glory Sun Spirit, Glory Moon Spirit, Glory Gold Spirit, and Glory Wood Spirit. Activating for Glory Spirits simultaneously, Lin Yun opened the umbrella and charged at the two Saint Lords with an immense power that caused space to start distorting. This surprised the two Saint Lords before they were slashed into two by the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. But Lin Yun didn't rejoice. His face sank as he quickly turned over to look at Bai Shuang. Senior sister. After losing the solar divine rune, Bai Shuang became weak, with her face pale, and was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Yun took a step forth and took Bai Shuang into his embrace. Bai Shuang's condition was terrible, but she smiled as she looked at Lin Yun. I knew you would come. You promised me, and we had an agreement. Bai Shuang's face was pale as she smiled while laying in Lin Yun's embrace. As her aura began to decline, Lin Yun's mind blew apart. Was he the one that Bai Shuang was waiting for? The person that Bai Shuang always thought about, the person that Bai Shuang went as far as to break her ties with her clan, was him? Lin Yun was shocked as he once wondered which person won Bai Shuang's heart. But he never expected that it would be him. Most importantly, he didn't remember seeing Bai Shuang before or forming an agreement with her. But before he could ask her about it, Bai Shuang fell into a deep slumber with a smile. Senior sister. Lin Yun exclaimed as he poured his blue dragon aura into her body. Although Bai Shuang's face soon became rosy, she showed no signs of awakening. Lil Purple appeared, pushing Lin Yun away. Let me look at her. Lin Yun helped Bai Shuang up and the two examined her condition. Meanwhile, everyone on the plaza was shocked with disbelief. For Saint Lords, 2 dead and 2 crippled. The Azure Scythe Saint Lord and Horizon Hawk Saint Lord would take a long time to recover. When everyone looked at Lin Yun, their gazes became complicated with disbelief. This is flower burial? The Dao Yang Holy Sun muttered to himself with a grave expression. He could tell that Lin Yun couldn't be compared to a Saint Lord, regardless of his cultivation or Saint Dao. Just the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's Saint energy was enough to give Lin Yun trouble, and not even his astral sword intent could break through those defenses. Lin Yun was able to achieve all of this thanks to the Sovereign Saint artifact, the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. He nearly died and only survived because of Bai Shuang, who helped him turn the tables around and slay the other 2 Saint Lords. But thinking about it again, the Dao Yang Holy Sun didn't think he would have the courage to face Saint Lords even if he had a Sovereign Saint artifact. Not to mention using himself as bait to make the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord and Azure Scythe Saint Lord fall for it. He recalled what Lin Yun had said earlier. He had slain a Saint Lord before, so why would he be afraid? It was no wonder that Gu Xian, the champion of the first heavenly path, would hold Lin Yun in such high regard. This was the power of the strongest champion of the heavenly paths. Everyone on the plaza was shocked, but they soon joyfully recovered. Outside the plaza, the Yi clan and Blood Mon sect's Saint Lords looked depressed, with their eyes nearly bulged out. How is this possible? The Stun Yang Saint Sovereign asked with a widened mouth, looking like he had eaten a dead fly. Those from the Blood Moon sect couldn't say a word. Aside from the fact that the 4 Saint Lords were slain, the Solar Divine Rune was injected into Lin Yun's body, which was more important. Things have become out of hand. The Star Azura King, who was fighting the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, changed his face when he noticed the situation at the plaza. According to the red-clothed youth scheme, it should have been successful, but an incident had happened. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint was wielding a pseudo-Emperor sword with the Emperor Sword Array empowering her, and she wasn't weaker than the 2 of them. The The saints were injured, and the power of the Emperor's sword array had dropped, but the great saints were supporting it. Most importantly, the serene dust great saint was enveloped in a sacred radiance that made her look dignified, and she had been treating the great saint's injuries with her chants. She might seem to be doing it secretly, but the Star Azura King and the red-clothed youth had long noticed this. I have to admit that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciples are all monstrous geniuses. The red-clothed youth was calmer than the anxious Star Azura King. Extracting the Solar Divine Rune isn't easy, so I bet that lady's situation isn't well. The red-clothed youth noticed that the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint seemed to have a deep relationship with Bai Shuang, so he probed while he fought. You don't have to worry about her. Worry about yourself instead. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint Soul said coldly. The moment she finished speaking, she controlled an Emperor aura that split space into two, reducing space into spatial fragments. The spatial fragments were like mirrors as the powerful pressure pulled the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King into the fragments, unable to leave the vortex. As the world began to spiral for the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King, the two joined forces to withstand the sword rays from the surroundings. Congeal! The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint's Soul drew a crescent moon with the sword, and all the spatial fragments were restored. The red-clothed youth and Star Azura King had no room to dodge this attack, so they could only make a move to defend themselves. As the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King were sent flying from the explosion, they groaned, but space was distorted as they were thrown out. As they retreated, their bodies drew a circle and they appeared behind the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Cut! The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had expected this and swung her sword down. She then drew a circle with her body and multiple afterimages appeared, trapping the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King. Everything happened too quickly, and the sword ray was too fast. The Pseudo-Emperor Sword's power wasn't inferior to the red-clothed youth's Emperor aura. But the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King couldn't gain any advantage from the fight, and had a wound on their bodies instead. I hate the Emperor's sword array. The Star Azura King was furious. He had taken a beating from the start to the end. They shouldn't have confronted it head-on when facing such a heaven-defying array like the Emperor's sword array. But they had no choice but to hold the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint back because of the red-clothed youth's plans. Otherwise, those Saint Lords wouldn't have even made a move before the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint killed them. Haha, relax. The fun has yet to come. The red-clothed youth sensed the Star Azura King's resentment, so he said with a smile, Mayan, you have to make a move now under the sect master's instructions. Zhao Tianyu said, looking at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan's gaze was cold, and her eyes had complicated emotions, but they only appeared for a flash. As she became indifferent, she looked like a deity. Her emotions were gone as a golden lotus bloomed in the depths of her eyes, and that ancient power was slowly being unsealed. With a wave of her hand, the heavenly will pagoda rose to the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It didn't take long before the entire plaza began to tremble and the radiance from the Emperor's sword array weakened under the suppression of time and space. The power of time and space quietly invaded the Emperor's sword array, and exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. What's going on? It's the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda. The Heavenly Wheel Pagoda has come again. Those from the Bai clan, who had experienced it, had their faces change as their voices began to tremble. The Heavenly Wheel Pagoda? Isn't that the treasure of our sect? The face of the Bai clan's ancestor became pale, and he could feel his scalp becoming numb with fear spreading throughout his body. He was a saint sovereign, and his heart was filled with despair when he saw the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda again. This was because their previous experience was too miserable. The Nether Orchid Sword Array was initially fine, but the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda ruined everything. The entire Nether Orchid courtyard was left in ruins, and the Yi clan could freely invade them, forcing the Bai clan into desperation. She's fine for the time being. This is because of her unique physique. This is a type of rare divine physique, and it's rare even in ancient times, Lil Purple said when she opened her eyes. Is this why she needed the solar divine rune? Is there a way to help her? Lin Yun asked. I do have a way, but now's not the time to talk about it. Lil Purple said as she raised her head. Lin Yun also recollected his thoughts and looked at the heavenly will pagoda with his brows knitted together. It was too ironic for the treasure of the heavenly Dao sect to attack the Emperor Sword Array. Empress, which is stronger? A sovereign saint artifact or a time-space treasure? Lin Yun asked. They're not in the same system. Different sovereign saint artifacts and time-space treasures are also different. Some sovereign saint artifacts are time-space treasures themselves. So I can't answer because it's too general, Lil Purple said. Let's be more specific then. Which one is stronger? The Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella or the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda? Lin Yun asked. But Lil Purple merely looked at Lin Yun and said nothing. I got it. Lin Yun smiled. That which is going to destroy the Heavenly Dao sect. On the altar, the Dragon Origin Great Saint was furious, with the other Great Saints frowning. Let me deal with it, the Thousand-Plume Great Saint said. They were close to the plaza, managing the operation of the Emperor Sword Array while the Serene Dust Great Saint treated their injuries. She had cultivated a Buddhist secret technique, and the secret treasure in her hand was called the Azure Jade Purification Vase, which could be used to treat the injuries of saints. It could nourish the saint's soul, nourish the physique, and temper the saint constellation. It could even regenerate the severed limbs of saints. Lin Yun and the 4 great saints fell into contemplation. The 4 great saints have recovered some of their strength, roughly about half. They were secretly preparing to catch the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King by surprise, but they didn't expect the Heavenly Will Pagoda to come. It's the Heavenly Will Pagoda, Yi Guhan sighed. It was a time-space treasure that could infiltrate its energy into the Emperor Sword Array. After all, time and space Daos were eternal Daos. If the Thousand-Plume Great Saint was in his prime, he might be able to block the power of the Heavenly Will Pagoda. After all, Wang Mayan couldn't completely control the Heavenly Will Pagoda, so she could only use it once, at best. But the current situation wasn't optimistic. Let me go instead, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. You guys have just recovered from your injuries, and I'm afraid that the Azure Jade Purification Vase will be ineffective if you suffer heavy injuries again. The Dragon Origin Great Saint had a powerful physique and was the best candidate to block the Heavenly Will Pagoda. But the entire Emperor Sword Array was practically supported by him alone, since his blood was comparable to hundreds of Saint Lords. If he made a move, the power of the Emperor Sword Array would decrease, which was why everyone fell into a dilemma. As the Heavenly Will Pagoda rose higher into the sky, the surrounding phenomenon became even more terrifying, with the power of time and space spreading out, forming multiple terrifying runes. At the same time, the masters of the Heavenly Will Pagoda traveled through time as they raised their palms at the bottom of the pagoda. As more of their palms came into contact with the pagoda, the power released by the pagoda became even more terrifying. When the power was accumulated to the limit, the Heavenly Will Pagoda descended at an unimaginable speed. On the altar, the Dragon Origin Great Saint and Thousand-Plume Great Saint were discussing which of them should block the Heavenly Will Pagoda, but it was already too late when they raised their heads. Thinking of the consequences after the fall, everyone looked at the pagoda with despair. The Heavenly Will Pagoda was powerful, and fine cracks began to appear on the Emperor's Sword Array, which made many people throw out a mouthful of blood under the heavy blow. Not good. The faces of the great saints changed, but it was already too late for them to make a move. At this moment, a roar echoed, "Oh, Azure Dragon, please aid me." His voice was so loud that it made everyone's souls tremble, and a lightning bolt soared to the sky, lighting up everyone's faces in the critical moment. The lightning was like an ancient dragon that reached the top of the Emperor Sword Array. When the lightning dissipated, it revealed Lin Yun with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella opened, activating 5 glory spirits on it. Under a massive explosion, Lin Yun withstood the impact of the Heavenly Will Pagoda by himself with his umbrella, preventing the pagoda from falling onto the Emperor's Sword Array. This was a shocking scene because Lin Yun was only a quasi-saint, using his body to withstand the full force of a time-space treasure. Yi Qing Tian? Wang Mayan was enveloped in golden radiance, and she was shocked when she saw Lin Yun raising the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Even if Lin Yun had revealed his identity, Wang Mayan still treated him as Yi Qingtian in her heart. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Wang Mayan. The two had finally reached this point. Yi Qingtian, give up. You can't hold on. Wang Mayan's voice rang out in Lin Yun's ears. As a time-space treasure, the Heavenly Will Pagoda was far more powerful than the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella. Lin Yun barely managed to withstand it after activating 5 glory spirits. How will I know without giving it a try? Lin Yun smiled with a determined look. He couldn't be bothered which was stronger, and it wasn't his style to turn a blind eye either. He would know after trying to see if the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella could stop the Heavenly Will Pagoda, even if his attempt wouldn't change the outcome. Oh, Azure Dragon! Lin Yun roared as he activated the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits on it. With that, 7 glory spirits of the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella had been activated with a powerful impact released by the umbrella. With an explosion, the Heavenly Will Pagoda was knocked away and the hands beneath the pagoda disappeared. Blood dripped down from Wang Mayan's lips, and she was surprised with her face paled. But just when she was about to control the Heavenly Will Pagoda, she noticed Lin Yun's clothes had burst apart and were covered in blood. His injuries were more serious than hers, and the fine cracks on the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella were even more terrifying. After all, the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella was an ancient sovereign saint artifact, and yet there was already so much internal damage. Naturally, the umbrella couldn't withstand it when Lin Yun forcibly controlled it to clash with the Heavenly Will Pagoda. The Heavenly Will Pagoda was a time-space treasure. Time and space were both eternal Daos, and their power would naturally be unimaginable. Wang Mayan bit her lips with a hint of fury because she didn't know why Lin Yun persevered. What did the Heavenly Dao sect have to do with him? Everything would be fine if he let the Saint Lords take by shuaing away, and they didn't have to come to this point. Lin Yun was the direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, so why did he have to get involved with the Heavenly Dao sect's matters? Wasn't he afraid of death? Was it worth it for one by shuaing? As Wang Mayan became even more angry, she undid the seal on the mysterious power within her body once more, and she became enveloped in divinity, looking as dignified as a deity. Is the divine maiden finally going to become serious? That wasn't easy. The red-clothed youth looked at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan had a special position within the Blood Moon sect. So even if he was the sect master, the red-clothed youth couldn't force Wang Mayan to do what she didn't like, and he had already prepared a card to use in case Wang Mayan declined. But it appears that he didn't have to go that far now. This also meant that everything should come to an end now. When the Heavenly Will Pagoda and Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella clashed again, the fluctuation they caused this time was even greater. The energy shockwave alone left ripples and holes in the Emperor's sword array. But the Heavenly Will Pagoda that symbolized destruction still failed to descend, and Lin Yun supported it with the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella. Shit! Yi Guhan's face changed because he noticed that Lin Yun was in a terrible state. Before he could decide, the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella exploded and the glory spirits dimmed. Lin Yun also threw out a mouthful of blood as the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella became covered in cracks in his hand. This time, the Heavenly Will Pagoda resolved most of the attack from the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella, and even the dragon's soul let out a miserable roar. This was because the power within Wang Mayan was too mysterious and ancient. The current Lin Yun still couldn't confront it. When Wang Mayan saw this scene, her heart clenched as she quickly controlled the Heavenly Will Pagoda to suspend in the air. Without the support of the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella, even a Saint Sovereign would be heavily injured if the Heavenly Will Pagoda fell onto them. Lil Purple waved her hand and dragged Lin Yun over. I failed to stop it? She's really ruthless. Lin Yun looked at the damaged umbrella as he threw out a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. You should take care of yourself. If she hadn't gone easy on you, you would have died earlier, Lil Purple said, feeling heartache as she looked at Lin Yun's injuries. She knew better than anyone about the power sealed within Wang Mayan, and that was an existence that even she was afraid of. That power was a taboo in this era. The Heavenly Will Pagoda briefly paused before swiftly falling towards the Emperor's sword array. This time, countless cracks appeared on the ground, with a cloud of dust sweeping through everyone. The heavenly jade sword Saint's soul, which was fighting with the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King, also became dim. Practically in a split second, the saint's soul returned to the heavenly jade sword Saint's body, and she opened her eyes with blood dripping down her lips. Let him launch the final attack. The red-clothed youth laughed, and his laughter was filled with dominance. Moon-picking hand. With a roar, a crimson moon rose from his palm once more as he slammed it down, shattering the golden barrier completely. The 5 great saints on the altar quickly pulled everyone behind them to block the incoming shockwave. As the heavenly will pagoda hovered in the air, the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King landed on the tattered plaza as victors. The Wang clan and Yi clan saints came behind the red-clothed youth shortly after. The heavenly Dao sex party had retreated to a corner as both parties released their constellations before they fell into a stalemate. The red-clothed youth wore a smile as he swept his gaze through everyone. He smiled. Are we still going to continue? The great saints frowned because they had only recovered half of their strength, and there was no way they could fight. How about this? The red-clothed youth smiled and said, Bring that brat out, and I will guarantee with my identity as the Blood Moon sect master that I won't kill him and will send him back once I'm done. We also won't interfere with the heavenly Dao sex affairs. But you guys must leave, including the Zhang and Bai clans. When those from the Yi clan heard what the red-clothed youth said, they had excitement on their faces. If the Blood Moon sect and the 2 clans leave the heavenly Dao sect, the heavenly Dao sect would belong to the Yi clan. The faces of those from the Bai and Zhang clan changed. Dream on, the 1,000-plume great saint roared. You put the heavenly Dao sect in such a mess and want to leave with the heavenly will pagoda? Fat chance. The red-clothed youth wasn't bothered by the 1,000-plume great saint's tone, but he smiled. I'm not negotiating. If you guys disagree, I can just kill everyone here, then. It's a pity since all of you are geniuses, especially the 2 disciples of the Radiant Sword Saint. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint is also a heroine, and even I will be afraid of you once you become an emperor. The red-clothed youth was decisive as he dashed forth with a crimson flash. This immediately changed the faces of the great saints from the Heavenly Dao Sex faction. They quickly made their moves and charged with the 1,000-plume great saint in the lead. How will you guys fight me without the Emperor Sword Array? You think I don't have a temper? The red-clothed youth's gaze became cold. He was genuinely furious now and no longer held back as he pushed his palm forth. Before the serene dust great saint could react, she was sent flying and slammed against the cliff behind the altar. With a wave of his hand, the red-clothed youth's hair began to flutter with crimson moons flashing in his eyes. His hand fell onto the shoulder of the 1,000-plume great saint, but the latter couldn't keep up with his speed. The 1,000-plume great saint's shoulder was crushed as he fell to the ground with one knee. It was so painful that his face had become distorted. You might be able to exchange a few moves with me at your prime, but I can easily crush you like an ant in your current state. Great saint, you have become old, and the times have changed. Even if you didn't run into me, it'd be hard for you to become an emperor in your lifetime. The red-clothed youth said as he gave a chop towards the 1,000-plume great saint's neck. Stop! Yi Guhan arrived as the surrounding space began to ripple as he swung his sword, unleashing thousands of attacks from different trajectories. The red-clothed youth stood with his hands behind him and said, Times have changed, and someone like you is a genuine expert. Grasping Space Dao as a great saint and even practicing the profound sky cannon and great profound sword cannon together. The red-clothed youth smiled. If I was not proficient in Space Dao as well, my clone might not be able to do anything to you. As soon as he said that, he stopped and reached out with his right hand, clamping onto the Azure River sword. The sword couldn't move another inch, and the red-clothed youth smiled. You can try to execute the 2 cultivation techniques again, and see if I'll fall for it. Yi Guhan couldn't pull his sword out no matter how he tried, showing a strained expression. The red-clothed youth pushed his palm forth, knocking the heavenly jade sword saint away, and he said, 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation, it looks like none of them are simple. I'm lucky you haven't reached the Emperor realm, or I might not dare to come. He wasn't joking with what he said because he could sense that the heavenly Jade Sword Saint would step into the Emperor realm within 10 years or even less if she was lucky. When the Dragon Origin Great Saint wanted to make a move, his punch clashed with the Star Azura King. When the two punches clashed, they were like two beasts colliding together. You're someone who has become a saint by tempering your physique. Why don't you give me an evaluation of my physique? The Star Azura King smiled with a hint of mockery. This naturally infuriated the Dragon Origin Great Saint, but he discovered that he couldn't move the Star Azura King. The Demon Spirit clan was famous for their life force, and they possessed an undying physique from birth. The Star Azura King was a golden-eyed demon spirit, meaning the Dragon Origin Great Saint couldn't compete with him in physique alone. Why don't I evaluate you instead? Your acquired divine physique is lacking and filled with flaws everywhere. Demonic radiance enveloped the Star Azura King as he easily crushed the Dragon Origin Great Saint's arm. The game has come to an end here. The red-clothed youth roared as he flicked the Azure River sword, injuring Yi Gohan through the shockwave alone. But that wasn't all as he pushed his palm forth, unleashing his Emperor aura at the incoming Great Saints. Under a cloud of dust, he donned a red robe, looking invincible, making everyone present feel suffocating because the red-clothed youth was too powerful. Everyone finally began to realize how powerful he was after losing the protection of the Emperor Sword Array. Was this the power of an emperor? Even if this was a clone, it was unimaginably powerful. They realized how unbelievable it was for Yi Gohan to inflict heavy injuries on him. Flower Burial, this is what everyone calls you, right? I'll call you that as well. Come with me. My promise is valid. I only want the Solar Divine Rune and won't harm your life. If you're willing, I'm even willing to take you in as my disciple, and it'd be my honor. The red-clothed youth smiled as he walked over. Everyone now noticed that even if the red-clothed youth was arrogant, he was filled with respect for those with strength and talent. He admired Lin Yun even after he had killed 4 Saint Lords from the Blood Moon sect. He treated everyone differently, which was different from the Star Azura King. The latter might be wearing a smile, but he gave off an oppressive aura that made everyone feel suffocating. What about everyone else? The Star Azura King asked. Kill them all. No one can live after refusing me, the red-clothed youth said. I also share the same thought. The Star Azura King grinned. Suddenly, the Star Azura King and red-clothed youth couldn't move any further as they felt an invincible wall before them. They were clearly one step away from the Heavenly Dao Sex Party, but they couldn't take that step out no matter how they tried. Emperor Realm? The Star Azura King and red-clothed youth were baffled. I have seen through life, and only I'm like the sun. I'm content seeing the birds chipping, like a phoenix soaring to the sky. Just when the Star Azura King and red-clothed youth were baffled, a clear voice made Lin Yun's eyes light up because this voice belonged to Tianxing. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared with a ray of light and landed before Lin Yun. He looked at the Star Azura King and red-clothed youth with a stern expression. Sect Master! The great saints immediately recognized this person, and they had guilt on their faces. This middle-aged man was the previous sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect, Tianxing, and he was currently the Celestial Purging Mountain Array Spirit. His body was transparent like a ghost, and flames were blazing in his chest as though they would extinguish the next moment. The red-clothed youth's grave expression disappeared, and he mockingly smiled. So, it's the Sword Emperor. He purposely dragged the last 2 words with a playful expression. I'm just a remnant soul living in the world even after my death, Tianxing said. Hearing that, the Star Azura King heaved a sigh of relief. As the corner of the mouth of the red-clothed youth rose, he arrogantly said, 3,000 years ago, Yu Qingfeng barged into the Heavenly Dao sect and was saved by the Southern Emperor. I'm also here to barge into the Heavenly Dao sect 3,000 years later. So, who do you think is stronger? Me or him? Tianxing indifferently said, Yu Qingfeng personally came here, while you only dare to come with your clone. I believe there's no need for me to say who's better. Ha! The red-clothed youth sneered. You're only a remnant soul, and you still don't know what's best for you. You deserved your defeat at Yu Qingfeng's hand 3,000 years ago. How does living on the celestial purging mountain like a dog feel? Since you couldn't do anything 3,000 years ago, why come out now? Or do you think that I will be scared away by you? Get lost. The red-clothed youth made a move with a ferocious look as he pushed his palm forth. But Tianxing didn't even make a move as the red-clothed youth groaned, before he retreated 100 meters away. Young lad, do you mind if I borrow your sword? I had already noticed the origin of this sword a long time ago. Tianxing smiled. Senior, go ahead. After Lin Yun struggled to get back on his feet, he offered the flower burial sword. This is a good sword, but I wonder how much power it has left. Tianxing's eyes shone brightly when he held onto the flower burial sword. Old dog, it looks like I have underestimated you, the red-clothed youth said, clutching his chest. The Star Azura King went on alert as they both exchanged a gaze and decided to get rid of Tianxing first. But their attacks missed because the moment they stepped forth, Tianxing had disappeared. Behind us! The red-clothed youth's face sank as he turned around with the Star Azura King. Tianxing weaved through the Wang and Yi clan saints, causing blood to splash as he unleashed sword rays. His sword techniques were accurate with no fancy moves. The martial techniques of the heavenly Yin and Dao Yang palaces revolved around him, and light gradually shone on his chest. Tianxing became excited as he pierced a Saint Lord's forehead with the sword, extinguishing that Saint Lord's saint soul. He laughed. Ha ha ha! This is satisfying. As blood splashed around, another Saint Lord fell to the ground. With a gentle flick of his wrist, that headless corpse was severed into two. He still didn't let go of that corpse as he turned around, severing it into 4 pieces. His movements were smooth, like he wasn't killing Saint Lords but a bunch of cabbage. This was too terrifying because no Saint Lords and Saint Sovereigns could withstand an exchange with him before they were ripped apart. The red-clothed youth and Star Azura King were dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. In a brief moment, most of the saints were dead as heavenly Yin and Dao Yang sword aura stuck onto everyone, and no one could escape. As for those at the quasi-saint realm, Tianxing couldn't be bothered with them, so he merely sent them flying away. He didn't touch a single one beneath the saint realm, but slew everyone who reached the saint realm. Everyone on the plaza was deeply shocked by this scene, including Lin Yun. Sect Master, save us. Don't kill us. We're also members of the Heavenly Dao sect, and we have realized our mistake. Wails resounded from the Yi clan. The Stun Yang Saint Sovereign ran for his life as he bawled. He was deeply frightened by Tianxing. Stop it! The red-clothed youth became furious after coming to his senses. After all, those were saints. Even after he and the Star Azura King charged into the crowd, Tianxing didn't even bat an eye at them as he carried on slaughtering the traitors of the Heavenly Dao sect. In just a few minutes, the ground was already stained with blood, and there wasn't anyone standing aside from the red-clothed youth and Star Azura King. Who wasn't a genius? Yi Guhan muttered to himself when he saw this scene. Old dog, I'll torture your soul and make you suffer worse than death for eternity. The red-clothed youth went insane with genuine fury now. What can you do to me? Tianxing smiled. When Lin Yun looked at Tianxing from afar, the latter's smile looked like a young man, arrogant and tender. Ha ha ha! Tianxing laughed, and the flames in his chest were so dazzling that he couldn't look at them directly. At this moment, it was as though Tianxing had really become young when he had dreams and became famous. He was also an ambitious youth and was once the best in the world. When the red-clothed youth was about to make a move, Tianxing roared and pointed the sword to the sky. I am Tianxing, who inherited the title of Heavenly Dao, the 765th generation sect master. The red-clothed youth was shocked by those words. But Tianxing swung the sword before he could come to his senses. As Tianxing swung his sword, he roared, Where is the heavenly sword? The heavenly Yin mountain suddenly became dazzling as a dazzling sword ray pierced through the red-clothed youth. The red-clothed youth couldn't even react before he was reduced to a puddle of blood, and his clone was destroyed just like that. This scared the Star Azura King out of his wits, and he didn't hesitate to run for his life. "Where's the Dao sword?" Tianxing roared, and the Dao Yang mountain began to tremble with a sword ray descending along with the flower burial sword. The star Azura King was severed into two before his corpse exploded into thousands of pieces. As another scream sounded in the air, a golden eye was reduced to ashes in the corpse before the entire corpse ignited. A golden-eyed demon spirit had completely died. Right then, the first gleam of dawn rose from the horizon and shone onto Tianxing. "Time flows like water." Tianxing looked at the flower burial sword with nostalgia before dissipating and fusing into the sunlight, which shone on every corner of the heavenly Dao sect. Tianxing smiled as he was reduced to light, merging with the sunlight that scattered throughout every corner of the heavenly Dao sect. Everything happened too quickly, and Tianxing disappeared by the time everyone came to their senses. After today, there wouldn't be anyone playing the zither on the celestial purging mountain, and no one knew if they would hear the crane fairy's laughter again. Lin Yun suddenly knew why Tianxing came at the very last moment. The latter was only a remnant soul, so he could only stay for a brief moment once he appeared outside the celestial purging mountain. That's why, once he showed up, he slayed everyone who was related to this matter. It was just like scraping the bone to remove the poison. The heavenly Dao sect was riddled with pests, and now they were all cleaned up by him. The heavenly Dao sect might suffer a huge impact because of this incident, with their reputation dropping, but they might be able to welcome a new life. The pile of flesh left behind by the red-clothed youth began to shine with a faint radiance. The red-clothed youth was a clone of the Blood Moon sect. He was strong and managed to suppress the entire heavenly Dao sect. Although the great saints weren't at their prime, they wouldn't be his opponent even if they were at their prime and joined hands, judging from the strength that he displayed. But someone like him was killed by the heavenly sword. Tianxing relied on his identity as the previous sect master to mobilize the heavenly sword's sword wielder, killing the red-clothed youth with one strike. The red-clothed youth was only the clone of an emperor and not the emperor himself. The undying phoenix scripture? Yi Guhan's face changed, and he said, "Get back!" He had fought the red-clothed youth before and only caught the red-clothed youth by surprise and inflicted heavy injuries. He had to pay a great price when they fought after that, forcing the red-clothed youth to use the undying phoenix scripture. Since this scene was similar to back then, Yi Guhan couldn't help feeling worried. Everyone quickly retreated while becoming nervous. The dazzling radiance blinded everyone's eyes before the radiance exploded, and a terrifying aura swept out. This instantly made everyone tense up. The solar divine rune within Lin Yun's body reacted, making Lin Yun feel uncertain before he recalled something. He yelled, "Senior brother, it's the lunar divine rune." It wasn't the undying phoenix scripture, but the lunar divine rune that was with the red-clothed youth. The lunar divine rune? Yi Guhan squinted, but Lin Yun's reminder was already too late. The pile of flesh that was left behind by the red-clothed youth was reduced to ashes before soaring to the sky. Wang Mayan waved her hand in mid-air and took the lunar divine rune into her body. With a wave, she grabbed the dispirited Zhao Tianyu. "Let's go!" The female Saint Sovereign, the guardian of Zhao Tianyu, stayed beside him, which was how she managed to escape the fate of being slaughtered by Tianxing. The three entered the Heavenly Will Pagoda, and the pagoda began to release a time-space fluctuation. Shortly after, a vortex appeared with the Heavenly Will Pagoda at the center. As the vortex spiraled, it released a space-time fluctuation into the surroundings. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Will Pagoda was going to escape. All the great saints were heavily injured, as well as Lin Yun. Not to mention that the plaza was in a mess, and no one could do a thing as they watched the Heavenly Will Pagoda. Can't the Heavenly Sword and Dao Sword make a move again? The Dao Yang Holy Sun had anger reflected in his eyes. After all, that was the Heavenly Will Pagoda. It was the Heavenly Dao sect's time-space treasure, containing treasures that were collected by the sect for thousands of years. The great saints were silent, and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint clearly couldn't make a move. Ultimately, the Heavenly Will Pagoda disappeared into the vortex along with Wang Mayan and Zhao Tianyu. With that, the storm had finally come to an end. The Heavenly Dao sect suffered heavy casualties from this event. The heavenly will pagoda was stolen, and the 5 great saints were heavily injured. The nether orchid courtyard was practically destroyed. Dawn dispelled the darkness. Regardless of the casualties, the heavenly Tao sect had survived this ordeal. But no one was happy because the price for the heavenly Tao sect's survival was too high. Amidst the silence, everyone couldn't help looking at Lin Yun because they knew that Yi Qingtian was Lin Yun, and Lin Yun was Yi Qingtian. The great saints already knew this, but everyone else only knew that now. To them, they were deeply shocked when Lin Yun revealed his identity. Who could have thought that the famous flower burial would be hiding within the heavenly Tao sect? Furthermore, he didn't keep a low profile at all, as Yi Qingtian was ranked first on the king ranking and became the heavenly dragon lord. This matter couldn't be concealed and would soon spread throughout the Eastern Desolation or the Kunlun realm. Brat, thank you for your help today. No matter what, the heavenly Tao sect owes you one. Otherwise, I don't know how many more casualties there would have been. No matter what, you will always be a saint disciple of the heavenly Tao sect in my eyes, the 1,000-plume great saint said, looking at Lin Yun. We thank Flower Burial for his help today. The other saints cupped their hands together. This scene was shocking because a group of saints were thanking a quasi-saint. But the heavenly Tao sect is in a mess now, and I don't have the time to talk. Yi Guhan, the 1,000-plume great saint called out, but Yi Guhan was nowhere to be seen. I'm here. I'm here. Yi Guhan was in a corner with a divine dragon fruit in his hand. Take your junior brother away to treat his injuries and look after him, the 1,000-plume great saint said furiously, looking at Yi Guhan. Hee. Don't worry about that. Junior brother has my love, so no one can harm him with me around. Yi Guhan smiled. But the 1,000-plume great saint ignored Yi Guhan, and his face gradually became cold with his murderous intent brewing. He said, Now, it's time to clean up the remains of the Yi clan and Blood Moon sect. Since everything had come to an end, they were naturally going to clean up thoroughly. The heavenly Jade Sword Saint came over to take Bai Shuang away with her. She glanced at Lin Yun but didn't mention the Solar Divine Rune. After everyone left, the Serene Dust Great Saint appeared beside Lin Yun with the Azure Jade Purification Vase and examined his injuries. The radiance released from the vase enveloped Lin Yun, and he could feel a warmth coursing throughout his body. The saint liquid swiftly penetrated Lin Yun's body, making him comfortable. Regardless of external or internal injuries, they were all recovering very rapidly, and Lin Yun could sense a boundless life force within his body. Mistress, what treasure is this? It feels comfortable, and my injuries have recovered. Lin Yun smiled. He had exhausted his vitality and tapped into his life force to forcibly activate the 7 glory spirits of the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Although it wasn't as dangerous as when he was at the ancient barren battlefield, his injuries were serious, and he would take at least half a month to recover. But now that the Serene Dust Great Saint made a move, not only did his injuries recover, there weren't any hidden injuries left behind. This is the source of the Azure Jade Saint liquid. The Serene Dust Great Saint wasn't even willing to use it to treat us, so you got a bargain? Yi Guhan smiled. Serene Dust Great Saint, why don't you let me use it too? Get lost. You're useless as the senior brother and only know how to eat. The Serene Dust Great Saint glared at Yi Guhan before she dotingly looked at Lin Yun. She smiled. Lin Yun is better than you. He blocked the heavenly will pagoda and killed 4 saint lords. Only someone like him looks like a disciple of Radiant. Thank you, mistress. Lin Yun smiled. You have a sweet mouth. The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. Mistress, why don't you let me use it as well? My injuries are serious as well, Yi Guhan said. You're shameless. You're a great saint. The Serene Dust Great Saint snorted and ignored Yi Guhan. This made Yi Guhan smile bitterly. They were both disciples of the Radiant Sword Saint, but the treatment they received was too different. When Lin Yun recovered from his injuries, the Serene Dust Great Saint left, heading towards the Nether Orchid Courtyard and gathered up Xianxia to treat the injured. When Lin Yun came to the plaza, Xianxia arrived at the Nether Orchid Courtyard. There were many injured at the Nether Orchid Courtyard who couldn't retreat in time. They were all from the Golden Guard. It was lucky that she came in time and saved many of the Golden Guard who were on the brink of death. Master, are you all right? Lin Yun asked as he supported the Dragon Origin Great Saint. The Serene Dust Great Saint had already taken a look, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint's injuries had stabilized before she left. I'm fortunate that she has left. Otherwise, I would be in trouble when you call me Master. The Dragon Origin Great Saint bitterly smiled. But anyone could tell he was happy when Lin Yun addressed him as Master. That's because you're my master, Lin Yun said. You have already disclosed your identity as Flower Burial, and yet you're still willing to address me as Master? The Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. Of course, Lin Yun nodded. The Dragon Origin Great Saint treated him well, and Lin Yun remembered the favors. The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze, before he said, Radiant is really lucky to have you as his disciple, but it doesn't matter because you're also my disciple. His laughter was hearty, but it couldn't conceal his depression. After all, he lost to the golden-eyed demon spirit in terms of physique. He patted Lin Yun's shoulder and looked much older, saying, Stay in the Heavenly Tao sect for now. Find me before you leave. I might not be comparable to Radiant, but I still have some attainment in body refinement that I don't want to bring to the coffin. This old man is really dramatic. It's not embarrassing to lose to a golden-eyed demon spirit. Not to mention it couldn't be considered a loss. Yi Guhan sighed. He could understand why the Dragon Origin Great Saint was depressed. As everything came to an end, it wouldn't take long before the storm this incident created sweeps throughout the Eastern Desolation. From today onwards, the Heavenly Tao sect would no longer be the strongest amongst the Holy Lands, and they would need a long time to recuperate. All the prestige that they had in the past was completely ruined. Lil Red rushed over with 2 treasures, the Black Thunder Chains and Thunder Demon Subduing Beads. Everyone had left the plaza aside from Lin Yun, Lil Red, Lil Purple, and Yi Guhan. Junior brother, you won't introduce this little girl to me? Yi Guhan looked at Lil Purple, knowing that his junior brother really had a lot of secrets. Lin Yun smiled. I also want to know her identity. Speaking of which, why do you know the profound sky canon? Who's a little girl? Listen well. But Lil Purple unhappily spoke out before Yi Guhan could reply to Lin Yun. She glared at Yi Guhan and said, I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said in a domineering tone. Even someone like Yi Guhan was stumped when he heard that long title. What did the 4 seas mean? Was it referring to the 4 forbidden seas outside the Kunlun realm? So what about the 8 barons? 36 heavens made sense. But what did the 72 earths mean? Yi Guhan looked at Lil Purple with uncertainty, and he couldn't help smiling when he noticed that there wasn't any aura of the Phoenix bloodline. He smiled. The Divine Phoenix Clan? Can it be that you're a pure-blooded phoenix? Haha, interesting. But the Divine Phoenix Mountain does have humans possessing the Phoenix bloodline. He naturally wouldn't believe what Lil Purple said, so he smiled. If you're the Heavenly Slaughter Empress, I would be the Sword God's reincarnation. Humph. I can't be bothered with a mortal like you. This Empress can even kill a Sword God with a breath of divine flames. Lil Purple pouted. Ha ha ha. Yi Guhan laughed and continued. All right, I won't ask you anymore. He could roughly sense Lil Purple's identity. She must be an ancient artifact spirit or a sword spirit. With that, the doubts about Lil Purple's identity had ended here. To him, Lin Yun's secrets didn't concern him because everyone had their own secrets. What about the profound sky canon? Lin Yun asked, unwilling to give up. Let's talk about it as we walk. Yi Guhan smiled, not intending to hide it from Lin Yun. You can talk about it? Lin Yun was shocked because he thought it would be a sensitive topic. Well, you're my beloved junior brother. Yi Guhan chewed on the divine dragon fruit as he smiled at Lin Yun. But his smile made Lin Yun feel goosebumps. Don't be so cheesy, Lin Yun said. Ha ha ha. You're not even afraid of Saint Lords, but you're afraid of teasing. Junior brother, it looks like you still have a lot of room for growth. Yi Guhan laughed. As they walked to Indigo Thunder Peak, Yi Guhan began to talk about the profound sky canon story. Back when we were the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation, we could be considered friends. Our master nearly took him in as a disciple as well. We had been competing with each other, but we had our divergences and acknowledgments. You should know about them. Ultimately, he wanted to complete the profound sky canon and discussed it with me for a long time. I didn't believe it initially, but he really managed to complete it. Yi Guhan sighed. So, senior brother also helped complete the profound sky canon? Lin Yun asked curiously. Not exactly. Yi Guhan shook his head. Lin Yun asked, but senior brother managed to combine the profound sky canon and great profound sword canon, which is something that even Tian Xuanzi can't accomplish, right? Strictly speaking, it's not a true combination, and I used a small trick, Yi Guhan said. Lin Yun recalled it and realized that it didn't really seem to be a perfect combination. They swiftly returned to Indigo Thunder Peak, and everyone was still shocked as they tried to digest the news. I'll guard outside. The Serene Dust Great Saint might have treated your injuries, but you better consolidate it yourself, Yi Guhan said. Okay. Lin Yun had that intention as well, but there was something that needed to be resolved. Lin Yun formed the Iris Saint seal and the sword box hovered before him. When the iris flower patterns ignited on the sword box, a door opened, which was the entrance of the Iris secret realm. After witnessing the power of the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda, Lin Yun started to wonder if the Iris sword box was a time-space treasure. When he and Lil Purple entered the Iris secret realm, Lil Purple released the 2 sovereign divine runes and thunderstorms began to fill up this secret realm. Lil Purple sat with her eyes closed and radiated a powerful pressure. When the 2 sovereign divine runes were finally released, Lil Purple breathed a sigh of relief and she opened her eyes. Why didn't you refine them since the sovereign divine runes are so powerful? Lin Yun asked. It's good if I can refine them, but with my current cultivation, who knows if I can refine the sovereign divine runes or if it would be the other way round, Lil Purple said. Oh! Lin Yun was surprised as Lil Purple continued to explain to him. The sovereign divine runes were treasures that could grow by themselves, like elixirs and beasts. So, they would be absorbing your energy while you're refining them. Once the sovereign divine runes have recovered to their pinnacle, they would have intelligence, and you might be consumed by them instead. So, what should I do with the solar divine rune within my body? Lin Yun asked. Let's extract it. It's like a ticking bomb. Think of the 9 lotus diagram back then. That thing was also dangerous, and it would have been a ticking bomb if it was left within your body, Lil Purple said. I'm fine with that, but what's the situation with Bai Shuaying? Lin Yun was more concerned with that question. Mentioning Bai Shuaying, Lil Purple had shock reflected in her eyes, and she said, that lass is a little terrifying. Her physique isn't a natal saint physique, but a natal divine physique. Lin Yun had heard about it before, and his emotions fluctuated when he heard about it again. He possessed an acquired divine physique, and it was already so powerful. So he could only imagine how terrifying a natal divine physique would be. Hers isn't the absolute yang divine physique, but the great solar divine physique that was rare even in ancient times. One must know that a divine physique represents a peerless emperor, and it would be unimaginable if they managed to reach the deity realm, Lil Purple said. The great solar divine physique that was the strongest in history could even be compared to the ancestral deity and sword ancestor. Isn't that good news? Lin Yun frowned. But this divine physique has never appeared on a woman since that woman would generally be stillborn. The birth of a natal divine physique is dangerous, not to mention her condition. There is no way she could have been born, Lil Purple said. So I was curious about her origins, and her divine physique is flawed. She needs the solar divine rune to restrain and the lunar divine rune to tune. The solar divine rune is used to suppress the divinity, reducing it to the level of a saint physique. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, hurry up and extract it from me then. Let's give it back to her. I do have a way, and we might not necessarily need to return the solar divine rune, Lil Purple said. You discussed that with the heavenly jade sword saint. Lin Yun naturally wanted the sovereign divine rune and wanted to see how powerful the iris sword box would be when all the sovereign divine runes were gathered. He wouldn't hesitate to take it if it didn't involve Bai Shuang's life. All right, I'll think of a way. But Lil Purple winked, and she smiled. You're really a scumbag. It turns out that the man Bai Shuang was thinking of was you, and you're muddle-headed. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then said, I'm not muddle-headed. I had really not seen her before I came to the Heavenly Dao sect, and I only fought with the clone she left behind when challenging the Elysium Core realm. Are you serious about that? I don't believe you, Lil Purple said. Just when Lin Yun opened his mouth, he suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. Can it be? So you two have an agreement? Lil Purple's eyes lit up. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts for a long time before he sighed. He recalled that when he defeated Bai Shuang's clone, her clone told him to come to the Heavenly Dao sect if he had an opportunity. Lin Yun remembered that he agreed to it back then, but he didn't think much of it since so many things happened after that, especially the battle outside the ancient barren battlefield. After that, he tossed the agreement to the back of his mind, and only remembered that someone called Bai Shuang existed. He never expected that Bai Shuang wouldn't be able to let him go when they only unofficially met once. I see. After hearing Lin Yun's story, Lil Purple sneaked a peek at Lin Yun and said, You're pretty handsome, and your temperament is also acceptable. In addition to your name spreading far and wide, her interest in you probably increased. Bai Shuang might seem cold and indifferent against other men, but it turns out she has fancied you. Let's extract the solar divine rune first, Lin Yun said, interrupting Lil Purple. When Lil Purple extracted the solar divine rune a few minutes later, the process wasn't smooth because the solar divine rune was reluctant to leave since it was addicted to Lin Yun's powerful vitality. But it was fortunate that Lil Purple had various means and managed to extract the solar divine rune safely and sealed it. All right, I'll go and look for the heavenly jade sword saint now. Lil Purple knew she couldn't delay this matter, and that nothing must happen to Bai Shuang. Wait up! But just when Lil Purple was about to leave, Lin Yun called out to her and said, Empress, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? If possible, try and use your method to help Bai Shuang, not the solar divine rune, Lin Yun said. Lil Purple was baffled. She knew Lin Yun wasn't greedy, and that he might even be willing to give away the two sovereign divine runes that involved Bai Shuang's life. Back then, when they knew each other, Lin Yun was already willing to give her the Azure Dragon King bone, or she couldn't manifest a body for herself. So why did he suddenly say that when it came to Bai Shuang? Lil Purple soon figured it out, and she looked at Lin Yun deeply. I got it. Lin Yun nodded and no longer said anything about it. Lin Yun sat in the Iris secret realm as he circulated the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. It didn't take long for a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix to appear beside him as spiritual energy began pouring into his body. The blue dragon bone on his chest released a blue dragon aura that coursed throughout his body, while going through the paths that the Azure Jade Saint liquid was coursing through. This was to ensure that there weren't any hidden injuries left behind. Since he suffered a loss at the ancient barren battlefield, Lin Yun was concerned about this issue, and he wouldn't let his cultivation get restricted or stopped ever again. While Lin Yun was treating his injuries, Qin Song arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. He was nervous because the heavenly dragon's blood was with him, and this might be the only one left within the Kunlun realm. So, there was naturally nothing to say about how precious it was. Qin Song was donning a cloak as he kept a low profile. When he finally stepped on the Divine Dragon Empire's territory, he recalled that his master didn't tell him whom to give it to. His master said to give it to whoever asked for it. As a result, he waited there for 3 days until someone appeared. The other party also maintained a low profile, donning a cloak. When she removed her cloak, it was revealed that this person was Zi Ling, who was beside Mu Shuling during the Blue Dragon Record, the first great official of the Divine Dragon Empire. She had a unique temperament and deep cultivation. When she appeared before Qin Song, this made the latter become nervous. He had many questions, such as how Ling found him or how he could verify if this person was the one his master was talking about. "Give it to me, then you can leave." Ling smiled. She continued, "I know you have many doubts, but keep them in your heart. Don't ask, and don't care about what comes after. You only need to know that I was the one who tasked your master to retrieve it." She looked proud and aloof even when mentioning someone like Tian Xuanzi. This naturally made Qinsong unhappy, but he didn't dare to hesitate, since it was Tian Xuanzi instructs. He took out the crystal bottle and respectfully handed it to Ling. Ling squinted with joy on her face. She smiled. "You've done a pretty good job. Are you interested in cultivating in the profound imperial palace? I can give you a quota as a saint disciple." "Not interested." Qinsong glanced at Ling before he cupped his hands and left. Ling merely smiled and wasn't too bothered about that. She only talked about it casually and didn't care about Qinsong's thoughts. She was already used to being aloof. There were many geniuses in the world, but in her eyes, those geniuses were pale in comparison to the Divine Dragon Empire's geniuses. Her Majesty should be happy about this. Ling looked at the Heavenly Dragon's blood with excitement. She wanted the Heavenly Dragon's blood back during the Blue Dragon record to give it to the Empress. She had stayed beside the Empress for a long time and heard the Empress mention it more than once. This was why she decided to get Tian Xuanzi to seize the Heavenly Dragon's blood, and she knew that Tian Xuanzi wouldn't refuse. If something really happens, Tian Xuanzi would definitely be willing to bear the blame. Half a day later, Ling met the legendary Empress in the profound imperial palace. Before an ancient throne were two pools, and a woman was soaking in the bath. The fog blocked her appearance, so only her outline could be seen. This was the forbidden ground of the profound imperial palace, and only a few people were qualified to come in here. It had been many years since the Empress last showed herself. There were rumors that she had fallen. There were also rumors that she lost her cultivation when she failed to make a breakthrough to the divine realm, and there were also rumors that she was heavily injured in her fight with the Blood Moon sect master. There were many rumors, but the Empress had no intentions of explaining. The Heavenly Dragon's blood. After hearing what Ling said, eyes opened within the fog, instantly making Ling feel great pressure. As the fog dissipated, an exquisite figure walked out. This was a noble beauty. She was the woman with the strongest authority in the current era. The Empress. She took the golden crystal bottle and looked at the Heavenly Dragon's blood that was in it for a long time. "Your Majesty," Ling said nervously, "are you sure that Tian Xuanzi gave it to you himself?" The Empress suddenly asked. I'm certain." Ling's face changed with her tone trembling. The Empress let out a sigh. Before Ling could speak, a slap flew over that made Ling throw out a mouthful of blood as her body slammed against a pillar, her face distorted with pain. "Tian Xuanzi won't take the initiative to do anything, and he would think that it's my intention if you ask for it," the Empress said calmly, but the atmosphere in the hall became cold. She gave off a powerful pressure like she was one with heaven, unleashing an emperor aura with her every action. "I don't mind if you're taking things into your hands, but you're helpless if you're stupid. I might have talked about the Heavenly Dragon's blood before, but it does not affect me. What I need is the Heavenly Dragon bone. It would have been considered a merit if you could get me a Heavenly Dragon bone." As the Empress spoke, she would slap Ling whenever she paused her tone, not giving the latter to explain herself. "But it's a pity that you're so stupid. Even the Southern Emperor didn't dare to barge the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. So what makes you think that I dare?" Ling's face collapsed with another slap. Her flesh tore apart, and her bones shifted. But the Empress didn't even glance at Ling from the beginning. Ling quickly held onto the crystal bottle that was tossed over to her. "Return it to that Saint Elder at the fastest speed possible and get her to punish you." The Empress turned around, entering the fog as her voice resounded once more. "It's best if you commit suicide before her." Ling wore a bitter expression as she looked at the crystal bottle in her hand. She never expected that this matter would develop in this manner, and she never expected that the usually calm Empress would become so furious. 7 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes within the Iris secret realm. enveloped in saint radiance. The power within his body felt like a volcano that would erupt at any moment, and Lin Yun was surprised because his bottleneck loosened up after his injuries recovered. He swiftly made his breakthrough and reached the sacred fire stage of the heavenly origin phase, and a lump of golden flames appeared in his violet palace. This was his sacred flame, with wind and thunder daos enveloping it. The flames wriggled, looking as though they were alive. I made a breakthrough just like that? Lin Yun was surprised. The quasi-saint realm was divided into 3 phases, the azure origin, indigo origin, and heavenly origin phases. Each breakthrough should be difficult, but Lin Yun never imagined his breakthrough would be so smooth without having to do anything. He couldn't even control it if he wanted to because the energy coursing through his limbs was too terrifying. My saint aura has gotten much stronger with the empowerment of the sacred flame, and even the saint daos seemed to have gotten stronger. Lin Yun's comprehensive strength had grown. There's not much hope in facing a saint. Just saint energy is enough to suppress me, not to mention the dipper aura of saint energy. Lin Yun felt a headache just thinking about it. As his strength increased, the enemies he had to face would increase. He wouldn't have to think of saints in the past, but he would probably run into them in the future. If it was a year and a half ago, he would probably find himself insane, wanting to face a saint. But he didn't have a choice now. Just saint energy alone is terrifying, not to mention dipper aura. Even the astral sword intent can't break through that. Lin Yun frowned as he recalled his fight with the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. If not for the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, he might not have had a chance to escape. Looks like I have to ask my senior brother about fighting with saints. It would be futile for Lin Yun to keep thinking about it here. He didn't even know what the dipper aura was nor how many stages there were in the saint realm, as well as the difference in strength for each stage. He had no concept of a Saint Lord's strength, and what was of the utmost importance was to figure out the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's strength amongst Saint Lords. Lin Yun took out his Great Saint Disciple medal and injected his Saint Aura into it. A brief moment later, Yi Guhan appeared within the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun decided not to hide it from his senior brother. A time-space treasure? A secret realm? Wait, holy shit. What the hell is this place? Yi Guhan wasn't bothered initially but was dumbfounded when he came here. Why do I feel that it's a time-space treasure? Is that so? I don't know about it either. I can only be sure after all the Sovereign Saint runes are meant to be gathered here. Lin Yun smiled. Junior brother, how rare is a Sovereign Saint rune? Yet you want to gather all of them? Yi Guhan chewed on the divine dragon fruit, wanting to pluck a leaf off the phoenix tree. Senior brother, that's the phoenix tree, so don't touch it. Lin Yun called out to Yi Guhan just when the latter wanted to pluck off a leaf. If Yi Guhan really plucked off a leaf, Lil Purple would probably go insane over it. The phoenix tree? Yi Guhan stopped, then smiled. Junior brother, you really know how to joke around. If this is the phoenix tree, don't tell me that this is the Iris secret realm. What a joke, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he patted on the phoenix tree. Great guess. This is, indeed, the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun smiled. Yi Guhan's face became uncertain, and he asked, the realm of that Iris sword saint who slew deities while being at the saint realm? That's right, Lin Yun replied. Yi Guhan observed Lin Yun's expression, but the latter didn't seem to be joking. When he turned around and looked at the tree he had just patted, the tree gave off a green glow as a response, and this insignificant tree suddenly became mysterious. The 2 sovereign divine runes shone in the sky as they brought thunderstorms to this secret realm. As Yi Guhan chewed on the divine dragon fruit, he continued to look around. The more he observed, the more shocked he became because the Iris secret realm was desolate, and there was a terrifying aura here that even he was afraid of. With a bitter smile, Yi Guhan finally felt that the divine dragon fruit was tasteless as he looked at Lin Yun with resentment. Junior brother, it's not a good habit to keep doing this, Yi Guhan said with resentment as he chewed on the divine dragon fruit. I got it, Lin Yun smiled. Yi Guhan slowly walked into the Iris secret realm and said, you're talented, blessed with opportunities, handsome, and even your inheritance is terrifying. Someone like you would be beaten to death if you were in my era. I don't think it would be that unbelievable. After all, I'm quite humble. Lin Yun smiled embarrassedly. If it wasn't because you're my junior brother, do you believe that I also want to beat you? Yi Guhan glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled bitterly, but had nothing to say. After recollecting himself, Yi Guhan smiled. Go on. What do you want from me this time? I'd like to ask senior brother about the stages of a saint lord along with how to deal with a saint. Lin Yun asked. You? Yi Guhan's lips twitched, and he couldn't contain himself any longer. Too much? Lin Yun asked. Yi Guhan rolled his eyes. It's good that you know you're too much, which saint hasn't cultivate for a few hundred years. They would reach the saint realm with great difficulty, and you want to face saints while you're only at the quasi-saint realm? You call yourself humble? Well, those with a better talent, powerful sect, and better fortune could only become saints after 100 years, and they're already considered monstrous geniuses. You're only 25 this year, and talk about killing saints. Lin Yun smiled and realized that it really seemed like it. Yi Guhan continued, I'm already unfathomable, and I can probably anger many seniors to death. Senior brother, you're too humble. Lin Yun smiled. After Yi Guhan was done, he explained to Lin Yun as they sat beneath the phoenix tree. He said, the Saint Lord is divided into 9 stages. The Saint Energy, Dipper Aura, Yin Yang, Spiritual Sea, Union, Golden Pill, Elemental, Profound Yellow, and Heavenly Seat. There were 9 stages in the Saint Lord, and each should be a great transformation in strength, judging from their names, and this wasn't just the first and second stages. Is there a lot? Yi Guhan smiled. It might not be that much to you. After all, you've walked through a quasi-saint's journey in just 1 year. The natural laws in the world are changing, and it's easier to comprehend Saint Daos now. In my era, it was impressive if one could become a saint at 100 years old. Lin Yun asked, what stage was the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord in? He's at the 2nd stage, Dipper Aura. Yi Guhan said as he opened up his palm with the spiritual energy in this secret realm surging over, swiftly condensing into saint energy in his palm. He explained, this is the 1st stage of the Saint Lord, which is to condense your saint aura into saint energy. The saint energy is 10 times stronger than the saint aura. Converting the saint energy to Dipper Aura isn't that easy, and it's not accurate to call it cultivating but a transformation. Yi Guhan continued, after it completes the transformation, you must fuse your Saint Dao into it and reach a balance. The moment you succeed, the Dipper Aura will become powerful, and you will have to sever a saint's connection with heaven and earth if you want to break it, preventing that Saint Lord from forming a connection with heaven and earth. Lin Yun finally understood why he couldn't piece through the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord's Dipper Aura. It might look like an energy barrier, but it was actually a connection with heaven and earth. The Saint Daos would be like threads coiling around the body. Logically speaking, the astral sword intent should be able to cut through Dipper Aura. Not to mention that I even used the Great Profound Sword Array and multiplied my sword intent by 3 times. Lin Yun asked in confusion. Do you think we can smash apart a metal shield after thickening it by 3 times? Yi Guhan asked. This? Lin Yun fell into deep thought, but he felt that something wasn't right somewhere and he asked, but I can feel that the astral sword intent is powerful. If a Saint Lord uses it, it should be able to pierce through Dipper Aura. As Lin Yun spoke, the doubts in his eyes became firm and unwavering. This was his intuition as a swordsman, and Lin Yun believed in himself. Drawing the galaxies from beyond the 36th layer of heaven through the dream, Yi Guhan sighed. Your feeling is right. Even without the great profound sword cannon, the astral sword intent at greater mastery can pierce through a Saint Lord's Dipper Aura, but only in the hands of a saint unlike you. So where's the problem? Think about it carefully. Yi Guhan took out another divine dragon fruit and began chewing on it. He wanted to wait till Lin Yun became anxious and begged him for an answer. After all, he still needed prestige as the senior brother. Lin Yun smiled. Actually, I have more or less thought it through. Is it because of Saint Dao? Saint Lords who have grasped the astral sword intent would most likely grasp sword Dao to easily break through the Dipper Aura. But I'm an exception who grasped the astral sword intent and not the Saint Tao, which is why it felt weird. Is that it? Before Yi Guhan could chew on the fruit, he was stumped and couldn't speak. Lin Yun didn't need his teachings at all. It looked like he had gone too easy on Lin Yun, so he needed to teach him a lesson. He lowered the divine dragon fruit and praised with a smile. Junior brother, not bad. When Lin Yun saw the smile on Yi Guhan's face, he had a bad feeling about it. So he said, I'm just guessing it randomly. I still need senior brother's teachings. All right, Yi Guhan smiled. Didn't you want to challenge a saint? I'll satisfy your request. Really? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. That's for sure. After all, you're my beloved junior brother. Yi Guhan smiled warmly. Saint Tao? Lin Yun asked. There's no need to hurry, Yi Guhan replied. Sword Tao is a sovereign Tao, and you can grasp it quickly with no bottleneck. It's hard for others, but you can easily grasp it. It's not that unbelievable, Lin Yun smiled. Junior brother, you are worthy of my praise. Saint Tao is nothing for you, Yi Guhan smiled. He continued, let me explain the stages of a Saint Lord to you. Yi Guhan would demonstrate it as he explained the 9 stages of a Saint Lord. Each stage greatly boosted strength, like the transformation from Saint Energy to Dipper Aura. After reaching the 3rd stage, it would become more powerful since one could manifest the Yin-Yang Millstone, absorbing spiritual energy from the sun and moon. At that time, the speed of cultivation would skyrocket. At the spiritual C stage, one could directly absorb spiritual energy from the stars, in addition to the sun and moon from the previous stage. The strength would undergo a drastic transformation, and the saint energy would be terrifying. As for the union stage, one would have to fuse all the Saint Daos into the Saint Origin, allowing the Saint Origin to transform. The golden pill stage was above the union stage, and it would transform the Saint Origin into a golden pill. The moment the golden pill was formed, one wouldn't have to worry about the exhaustion of Saint Aura, since it would burn like a cauldron. As for the elemental, profound yellow, and heavenly seat stages, Yi Guhan also explained them. 9 stages, so that's the cultivation of the Saint Realm? Lin Yun frowned and muttered. It feels like a whole new world, and I wonder how long it will take to complete the journey. Chewing on a divine dragon fruit, Yi Guhan patted Lin Yun's shoulder with a smile. Even before the spiritual energy in the world has changed, it wouldn't take long for you, not to mention we're in a prosperous era now. You'll finish the journey in 3 to 5 years. All right, I won't bother you anymore, and I'll try and help you challenge saints. Thank you, senior brother, Lin Yun smiled. When Yi Guhan left Indigo Thunder Peak, he shared his thoughts with the Dragon Origin Great Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. The Serene Dust Great Saint couldn't help saying, Isn't that too dangerous? He will die if he can't withstand it. He's only at the Quasi-Saint realm, so there's no need to hurry. The Dragon Origin Great Saint doubtfully looked at Yi Guhan and said, You're not trying to take revenge on him, right? Even someone made of metal won't make it through this regimen. The reason why Yi Guhan called the 3 great saints over was to prepare a training regimen for Lin Yun. If it was a normal training regimen, the 2 great saints wouldn't have such a response. This was because Yi Guhan's training regimen was a little too extreme. Yi Guhan explained, His identity has been disclosed, and it's hard for him to transform without being tempered. Not to mention, this was something he suggested, and he wanted to find a way to fight saints. Everyone took a deep breath since challenging saints as a quasi-saint was a little too unbelievable. Let's put him in Blood Purgatory Mountain. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, who had kept silent, spoke up. Blood Purgatory Mountain? Yi Guhan's face changed upon hearing that because that was a little too much. A jade has to be polished. Long Yun will be responsible for the physique, Jing Chun will be responsible for the Sovereign Dragon Fist, and I will be responsible for sword techniques. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint briefly paused, before she looked at Yi Guhan and said, Aside from teaching him the great profound sword cannon, you have to let him familiarize himself with the profound sky cannon. To have 4 great saints teaching him, it should be able to satisfy him. The 3 great saints silently looked at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Yi Guhan bitterly smiled because he really couldn't be blamed for this. Back at Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun still had no idea that his senior brother was preparing a devil training regimen for him. Not to mention the heavenly Jade Sword Saint gave this training regimen a boost. Blood Purgatory Mountain was a forbidden ground that even the faces of saints would change once they heard about it. Lin Yun left Indigo Thunder Peak and came to Celestial Purging Mountain. When he came over to the pavilion, the crane fairy quietly stood beside a zither, which surprised Lin Yun. Could it be that Senior Tianxing is still around? He quickened his steps and came over to the pavilion, but he was disappointed when he saw the person in the pavilion. This person who was playing the zither wasn't Tianxing but the Daoyang Holy Sun. Yi Qingtian, you're here. The Daoyang Holy Sun smiled. He still preferred addressing Lin Yun as Yi Qingtian. Hee, you look better this way. The crane fairy gave Lin Yun a wink. Their emotions reduced the sorrow in his heart. At the very least, there was still zither music here, and the crane fairy was still smiling. Yi Qingtian, I should call you Flower Burial now. Thank you for your sword. The crane fairy was happy when she saw Lin Yun and even took out the Heavenly Dipper sword. I will definitely do what I promised. Lin Yun smiled. Daoyang, see that? See how generous he is. And you haven't given me anything when you've promised me for years. The crane fairy turned around and complained to the Daoyang Holy Sun. The Daoyang Holy Sun scratched his head and helplessly smiled. Next time for sure. Humph, as if I'll believe you, the crane fairy retorted. Did Senior Tianxing say anything? Lin Yun turned to look at the crane fairy. The crane fairy sighed. Master complained, saying that the Heavenly Dao sect is always missing a sword. After all, the situation might have been different if he had the Emperor's sword back then. Maybe he couldn't put it down. Lin Yun's gaze also became dim because he had already done his best to retrieve the Emperor's sword. But the sword seemed a little afraid of him. He tried to reach for it multiple times, but it would retreat before he could even get close. Lin Yun muttered, "Perhaps I should give it a try." The crane fairy smiled. Master just couldn't let it go. He's not someone who can't accept a loss, and he knew that he wasn't Yu Qingfeng's opponent from a long time ago. The Emperor's sword was only a little comfort that he gave himself. But the Heavenly Dao sect still has to bring the Emperor's sword back, the Daoyang Holy Sun said. Lin Yun looked at the Daoyang Holy Sun. After that happened on the 9th, the Daoyang Holy Sun had matured. The Daoyang Holy Sun stood up, looking at Lin Yun with a smile. Let's take a walk? Sure. Lin Yun nodded. I want to come along, the crane fairy said. Don't even think about shaking me off. Follow if you want. Daoyang Holy Sun smiled. As he and Lin Yun began their stroll, they chatted while the crane fairy hopped while following them. It's no wonder why you're unwilling to become the Holy Sun. I didn't expect the famous flower burial Lin Yun to be beside me. Daoyang Holy Sun looked at Lin Yun with a wink. He smiled. You've acted too well? Or is that your nature? Holy Maiden Killer. More or less. How's the situation within the Heavenly Dao sect now? Lin Yun asked with a smile. After the 9th, the chaos within the Heavenly Dao sect was bound to spread throughout the Kunlun realm. With the strongest holy land in the Eastern Desolation suffering a huge blow, chaos would soon appear within the Eastern Desolation. Chaotic. The Daoyang Holy Sun sighed. After that day, all the subsidiary forces of the Heavenly Dao sect took a heavy blow, and the Heavenly Dao sect could only shrink its forces. Some holy lands even wanted to probe the current state of the Heavenly Dao sect, with the Ming cult and Myriad Thunder sect being the most active. Even the demonic forces have joined in. The entire Eastern Desolation is chaotic, and the God Burial Mountain Range seal has loosened once more. Not long from now, even saints will be allowed to freely enter and leave the God Burial Mountain Range. 6 Holy City no longer exists. There are rumors that a deity's corpse had appeared, and everyone is trying to find out if it's true. A deity's corpse? Lin Yun asked. Yeah. The Daoyang Holy Sun replied. When the Emperor's inheritance appeared, someone sensed something similar to the deity's corpse, which sparked chaos. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he knew there were deities who had died in the God Burial Mountain Range before the ancient battle. This was where the God Burial Mountain Range got its name from. The God Burial Mountain Range is mysterious, and there were many holy lands there in ancient times. Although there are a lot of opportunities, there are also many forbidden grounds. So loosening the seal this time will probably cause a huge effect, the Daoyang Holy Sun said. Any news on the Blood Moon sect? Lin Yun asked. They've disappeared, the Daoyang Holy Sun said. The 9th princess of the profound imperial palace is destroying the branches of the Blood Moon sect. I heard she even wanted to kill her way to the God Burial Mountain Range and find the Blood Moon sect's base. The Divine Dragon Empire is probably furious this time. As the two chatted, the Daoyang Holy Sun looked at Lin Yun. He smiled. Why don't we fight? Let me see the gap between us. Do we really have to fight? Lin Yun asked after a brief stun. Who wouldn't want to spar with Flower Burial? The Daoyang Holy Sun smiled as fighting spirits blazed in his eyes. He continued, I had reservations during the Blue Dragon record, and you probably haven't grasped Sword Dao yet, so I won't lose terribly if I fight you now. After seeing how Lin Yun slew 4 Saint Lords, the Daoyang Holy Sun didn't have much hope of beating Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun had used a Sovereign Saint artifact and half a Sovereign Divine rune, the Daoyang Holy Sun knew he couldn't accomplish Lin Yun's feats if he was in Lin Yun's position. Even if he had a Sovereign Saint artifact, he might not have even been able to deal with the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord, not to mention 4 Saint Lords altogether. If they fought, it would be the same as delivering a Sovereign Saint artifact to his enemy. Let's fight, then. Lin Yun no longer refused. You have to become serious, or you might lose terribly. The Daoyang Holy Sun smiled, and he approached Lin Yun. Without any hesitation, he threw his punch at Lin Yun. When the punch reached Lin Yun, the Daoyang Holy Sun's body turned into a blazing sun with golden flames lighting up the horizon with a terrifying temperature spreading out. But that wasn't all. The aura the Daoyang Holy Sun released continued to rise, soon reaching the sacred flame stage and the 36 layers of heavenly screens combined with the great sun Saint Physique. Just when Lin Yun was about to reach his limit, the aura released by the Daoyang Holy Sun continued to climb, breaking through the shackles and reaching the 2nd stage of the heavenly origin phase, the Saint Soul stage. This shocked Lin Yun, but he soon recollected himself. After all, the 1,000-plume Great Saint gave him many resources before the 9th, and the Daoyang Holy Sun would only receive more as a Holy Sun. This meant that the Daoyang Holy Sun couldn't be underestimated. Lin Yun was sent 100 meters away as the 2 punches collided. He exclaimed, "What a powerful cultivation! It's all right, but you haven't gotten serious yet since you haven't drawn your sword." The Daoyang Holy Sun laughed as he dashed over. Lin Yun flicked his finger, circulating the great profound sword cannon, and multiple sharp sword rays flew out with the golden firmament sword appearing. But when the sword rays landed on the Daoyang Holy Sun, it only produced a series of collisions. Great profound sword array. Lin Yun clasped his hands together and 3 mountains rose behind him. When he pushed his palms forth, hundreds of sword rays flew out. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun released his astral sword intent with a sun and a moon rising to the sky. Ha ha ha! Blazing cauldron! The Daoyang Holy Sun roared as his body started burning like a cauldron. As multiple punches descended, the golden meteorites devoured all the sword rays. Great Sun Aura! The Daoyang Holy Sun charged over as his blood began to boil. His eyes shone brightly as ancient runes began to form into a layer of Dipper Aura on his body. This naturally shocked Lin Yun. The Dipper Aura might not be stronger than a Saint Lord's, but it seemed even more mysterious since it was unique to the Great Sun Saint Physique. Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless and brought out the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. They exchanged over 100 moves in the blink of an eye, and their battle left the Crane Fairy shocked because Lin Yun and the Daoyang Holy Sun's afterimages could be seen everywhere in the valley from their speed. One possessed the natal Great Sun Saint Physique, while the other possessed an acquired Azure Dragon Divine Physique at lesser mastery. When the 2 punches collided, Lin Yun wanted to hold back, But the dragon's blood within his body felt like it had found an opponent on the same level, and it became even more excited. So Lin Yun was shocked because he couldn't restrain it. Furthermore, Lin Yun discovered that his sword aura was slowly disappearing during the confrontation. Devour Dao? Lin Yun soon came to his senses. The Dao Yang Holy Sun grasped the heavenly Devour Saint Canon and had long grasped Devour Dao. This was an actual sovereign Dao. Flower Burial, it's too late for you to discover it now. Devour! The Dao Yang Holy Sun laughed as he released his Devour Dao, and his body was like a bottomless abyss. This was shocking because the Dao Yang Holy Sun had split his attention into two, weakening Lin Yun's sword aura while increasing the power of his attacks. As Lin Yun groaned, he was sent flying back and fell onto the ground with one hand. But before he could raise his head, a blazing wind blew over. He tried his best to dodge it, but he was still sent flying away by the shockwave. This instantly put Lin Yun in a dangerous position on a raft in the ocean, swaying around at risk of toppling over. After another punch, Lin Yun's sword aura was completely devoured as the sun and moon's sword stars dimmed. He looked pathetic with his clothes tattered and his face paled. You can have it back. The Dao Yang Holy Sun became excited when he saw this and returned the devoured sword aura, and even the two sword stars began to shine above. This was a magical feeling because this was the first time Lin Yun faced something like this, and his scalp became numb while facing this punch that was enveloped in such strong astral sword intent that even his heart skipped a beat. He had never felt his life being threatened like this before. If it was someone else facing the astral sword intent, they would definitely feel suffocating since it was too dangerous. How troublesome. Lin Yun took a few steps back before he turned around with the flower burial sword in his hand and faced the Dao Yang Holy Sun again. When he drew his sword, his devoured sword intent bloomed from a sword ray that destroyed everything before it. The golden flames, the devoured astral sword intent, and the ancient dipper aura. The Dao Yang Holy Sun threw out a mouthful of blood as he retreated, his face becoming pale. He held the upper hand a moment ago but was covered in blood the next. He had no idea what just happened and could only see a sword ray. The sword ray wasn't particularly dazzling since the light was weak, like lights produced by fireflies. But when the sword ray came, it destroyed everything in its path. Are you all right? Lin Yun rushed over after sheathing his sword. The Dao Yang Holy Sun wore a complicated expression, and he looked at Lin Yun with resentment. You're not allowed to use your sword in the future if we fight. After all, he was defeated with one sword. The Dao Yang Holy Sun was defeated with just one sword, regardless of his earlier advantage. The defeat was a huge blow, causing the Dao Yang Holy Sun to bitterly smile. I finally know why you didn't use your sword initially. Lin Yun briefly pondered and explained. It's actually not that unbelievable. I wouldn't have been able to defeat you with one sword if we fought for real. I might not have used my sword, but I have been observing your martial techniques and Saint Dao. So the moment I drew my sword, I aimed to end the battle instantly. He was speaking the truth because he nearly fell into danger. After all, the Dao Yang Holy Sun's Devour Dao was troublesome. You don't have to comfort me. Dao Yang Holy Sun smiled. I can tell that your sword was invincible, and you have fused the divine firefly sword into your soul. I can no longer see any traces of it. That's right, Lin Yun smiled. The divine firefly sword was divided into 3 sections, and he had already transformed the first 2 sections into his, making them a part of his body. That was especially the case after he comprehended Yu Qingfeng's understanding of this sword technique, and the current divine firefly sword now looked different. Furthermore, his comprehension was above that, and Yu Qingfeng's shadows could no longer be seen in this sword technique. This might seem like one sword, but it overlapped the power of the 2 sections. One last question. I already consumed your sword aura, so how could you bring it back out with a single thought? The Dao Yang Holy Sun asked. This was why he dared to let Lin Yun draw his sword. After all, a swordsman's strength would fall if they suffered a setback, which was more serious than suffering injuries. This was because even if a swordsman was injured, they could still fight as long as they had their sword. But it was a different story if their sword aura was destroyed. Lin Yun sighed as he looked at the pavilion. Senior Tianxing gave me a lamp between the borders of illusory and reality. As long as the lamp doesn't get extinguished, I can reignite my astral sword intent with a thought. Exist between the borders of illusory and reality? Daoyang Holy Sun muttered. You can think of it as him placing a lamp in my dream, and I lit it up. So unless someone extinguishes the lamp in my dream, my sword aura will never be extinguished, Lin Yun replied. The Daoyang Holy Sun widened his mouth with disbelief since it was a little too unbelievable. But after he came to his senses, his eyes were filled with envy for Lin Yun's luck. Lin Yun could guess what the Daoyang Holy Sun was thinking, but he didn't give any explanation. Lighting the lamp was dangerous, and someone else might not be able to succeed. Even Lin Yun had placed his life on the line, so he could feel a chill run down his spine when thinking about it again. He changed the topic. Even without the lamp, it's hard to extinguish my current sword aura. So you did it on purpose? Holy shit! You purposely revealed your flaw to me. The Daoyang Holy Sun was shocked. I didn't do it on purpose and was nearly defeated. I have still underestimated the power of Devour Dao. Lin Yun smiled. This is only a spar and you're too serious. The corner of the Daoyang Holy Sun's lips twitched. Since we're going to spar, we naturally have to give it our all. Scheming is also a part of strength, or I would have been long dead, Lin Yun replied. When the Daoyang Holy Sun heard that, he could feel a chill run down his spine. He turned his head to Lin Yun but couldn't guess what Lin Yun had experienced for him to say such words. He asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I'll most likely stay in the Heavenly Dao sect and wait for my senior brother's arrangements." Lin Yun smiled with anticipation flashing in his eyes. After all, his senior brother could still be trusted. He asked, "What about you?" Pointing at the pavilion, the Daoyang Holy Sun said, "Senior Tianxing gave me this pavilion, so I will probably be here for a long time. This is a huge treasure," Lin Yun said enviously. He had only gone to the first level, but there were many treasures, including Yu Qingfeng's notes, so he couldn't imagine the other levels. "You're always welcome here," the Daoyang Holy Sun laughed. "I'll thank you in advance, then," Lin Yun said seriously. "Haha, no need to be so polite," the Daoyang Holy Sun casually replied. When they were about to leave, the Daoyang Holy Sun hesitated for a long time. Then he called out to Lin Yun, "Hey, Holy Maiden Killer, don't die out there. I will be on the Celestial Purging Mountain for many years, so I don't want to hear that you have died once I'm out. We'll fight again when I'm out." Lin Yun was stunned, but soon understood the Daoyang Holy Sun's intentions. The latter had probably promised Tianxing to bring the Emperor's sword back. He smiled. "Good luck. That sword doesn't have a good temper. Don't take too long, or you might still be here even after I become an emperor." Looking at Lin Yun's back figure, the Daoyang Holy Sun smiled. "You and your unlucky mouth. Daoyang, let's go back and read. I have to supervise you." The crane fairy smiled as she hopped over. The Daoyang Holy Sun's smile disappeared, and he sighed. "I'm in my prime, but I can only look at you now. I have to bid farewell to all the beauties in the world now, and they'll all be charmed by flower burial." Looking at the disdain on the Daoyang Holy Sun's face, the crane fairy became furious, and she said with her cheeks puffed, "How dare you despise me? You tattered bastard." Daoyang Holy Sun's hair was messy with an unkept beard and tattered clothes. Looking at him, no one would think he was a holy son but a beggar. "What do you know? This is called temperament." Daoyang Holy Sun patted the crane fairy's head as he walked towards the pavilion, with the crane fairy following behind him as they argued. At Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun saw an unexpected guest there, instead of his senior brother. The Indigo Thunder Peak master respectfully accompanied this guest, and he smiled when he saw Lin Yun's return. "Saint Elder, that brat is here." Lin Yun already saw Mu Shuling from afar, so he smiled. "It has been a long time," the Indigo Thunder Peak master reprimanded. "Where are your manners? This is the Saint Elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain, so pay your greetings." Mu Shuling didn't stop the Indigo Thunder Peak master, wanting to see Lin Yun pay his respects. This made Lin Yun's mood sour. He was reluctant because they were too familiar with each other. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up, the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said unhappily. Lin Yun pays his respects to the Saint Elder. Lin Yun cupped his fists together since he couldn't embarrass the Indigo Thunder Peak Master. That's more like it. You guys talk while this saint takes his leave. Let me know if you guys need anything. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master patted Lin Yun's shoulder with a smile as he left. Lin Yun was about to welcome Mu Shuling into his courtyard when he suddenly noticed how the Indigo Thunder Peak Master addressed himself, and he turned around. It was a piece of good news that the Indigo Thunder Peak Master finally became a saint. It should be about time because the latter was just one step away from becoming a saint. He wondered if his other martial brothers had reached the saint realm. His third senior brother shouldn't be a problem. He might not be as talented as Yi Guhan, but he had his own pros. He was mainly worried about Feng Ju, who had always been taking a beating. His master said that Feng Ju was the type who would catch up with everyone after reaching the saint realm. Jian Jingtian was extremely talented, and even Lin Yun couldn't see through Jian Jingtian's attainments in the sword now. But he didn't know when Jian Jingtian could become a saint with how he was trapped in the fleeting cloud sword sect. Lin Yun, I have waited for you for a long time, Mu Shuling said unhappily. Saint Elder, please come in, Lin Yun said after coming to his senses. Humph! Mu Shuling snorted, and her face became a little better. I didn't realize that the Saint Elder has quite the airs. Lin Yun smiled as he poured a cup of tea for Mu Shuling. I'm here to deliver the heavenly dragon's blood. So why can't I receive your greetings? Mu Shuling asked coldly. As she spoke, she took out a golden crystal bottle containing the heavenly dragon's blood and placed it on the table. Lin Yun squinted as his gaze fell onto the heavenly dragon's blood. After all, this was a precious treasure, so he smiled. Of course, you deserve my greetings. If you want, I can even greet you 100 times, and I will greet you 10 times if I see you in the future. Mu Shuling said scornfully. You only have interest in your eyes, and you don't look like flower burial now. Lin Yun took the golden crystal bottle and smiled. This is the heavenly dragon's blood. Aside from giving myself to you, I can do whatever you ask. His pride was nothing compared to the heavenly dragon's blood. If he angered Mu Shuling, it would be a huge loss if she took back the heavenly dragon's blood. Glib tongue, Mu Shuling said coldly. She then told Lin Yun what happened with the heavenly dragon's blood. When Lin Yun finished hearing the story, his face changed because he nearly lost the heavenly dragon's blood because of Tian Xuanzi. He asked, Where is that official now? Dead, Mu Shuling replied. She took the blame before I said anything. This was probably the order of the Empress to save Tian Xuanzi's life. What's the origin of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Lin Yun asked. After all, even the Empress had to give the heavenly fragrance divine mountain face and return the heavenly dragon's blood, not to mention killing a saint, to apologize to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. You want to know? Mu Shuling asked, raising her head to look at Lin Yun. Do you want to know? Mu Shuling looked at Lin Yun calmly. Yeah, Lin Yun replied. He had long been curious about the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. Come with me then, Mu Shuling said without any hesitation. To the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Lin Yun looked at Mu Shuling with surprise, and he noticed that she wasn't joking. He asked, Can the heavenly fragrance divine mountain ensure that my master will make it through his tribulation? Lin Yun, watch your tone. The heavenly fragrance divine mountain doesn't owe you anything. If you look at it, you're the one who will owe the heavenly fragrance divine mountain instead. I'm willing to bring you over because of a promise to ensure your safety. Your disclosed identity will bring you danger, which is why I made that decision. It's not the heavenly fragrance divine mountain that needs you, Mu Shuling said indifferently. Lin Yun was stunned when he replied, Sorry about that. Thinking about it again, what he did earlier was a little too much, treating Mu Shuling and Yu Weiwei as one. In reality, they were one when Yu Weiwei was together. Then again, he didn't have much of a relationship with Mu Shuling, and Mu Shuling only helped him multiple times because of Yu Weiwei. He sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for what I said. Seeing this, Mu Shuling no longer reprimanded Lin Yun, but she said, The heavenly fragrance divine mountain is special and cannot interfere with the outside world, even if Yu Weiwei becomes the heavenly fragrance holy maiden in the future. So it's already tough on her to try and protect you, not to mention the divine mountain rarely welcomes outsiders. I know. I'm grateful for the Saint Elder's kindness, and I recklessly blurted that out earlier. Lin Yun smiled. Mu Shuling's tone softened as she said, "The matter with your master is complicated. Even your master's origin isn't as simple as you think." Oh, Lin Yun was surprised. He asked, "You're talking about the Jian clan? It looks like the Radiant Sword Saint told you some of it." Mu Shuling said, "The Jian clan is one of the 8 ancient imperial clans, but the Radiant Sword Saint broke the rule. This is why he's unable to receive the Jian clan's help. But I don't know the entire story." Lin Yun nodded but no longer asked anything else. "What do you plan to do next?" Mu Shuling asked. She no longer forced it now that Lin Yun wouldn't be willing to accompany her. "I will wait for my senior brother." Lin Yun smiled. He was looking forward to the training regimen his senior brother had prepared for him. "For what?" Mu Shuling asked. "That's a secret." Lin Yun wore a mysterious smile. He had a closer relationship with his senior brother than Mu Shuling, so he kept it a secret. Then again, there were also some elements of anger. Since the heavenly fragrance divine mountain wouldn't help him, he wouldn't need their help. Either way, he wasn't alone. "You seem to be pretty confident?" Mu Shuling was smart, instantly understanding Lin Yun's intentions. "That's for sure. After all, he's my senior brother." Lin Yun replied with a brow raise. Mu Shuling no longer asked about it and began walking around the courtyard with Lin Yun behind her, casually chatting with her. "Saint Elder, what do you think of my place?" Lin Yun smiled. "So, but I'm not picky, so I'm fine with it," Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun could sense that something wasn't right with Mu Shuling's tone. So he asked, "Saint Elder, you're not going to leave?" "I will stay here for some time." Mu Shuling nodded. Lin Yun opened his mouth and was dumbfounded. He didn't realize that he had such good luck with women. "What are you thinking about?" "Your identity has been disclosed, so I will do my best to protect you before you reach the Saint Realm," Mu Shuling said furiously as she noticed Lin Yun's thoughts. "Oh, okay." Lin Yun smiled and said nothing else. The next morning, Yi Gohan came over while smiling. "Junior brother, are you prepared?" "I have been waiting." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with anticipation. "MHM? The Saint Elder is also here." Yi Gohan was surprised and transmitted his voice into Mu Shuling's ears. After he was done, he smiled. "Saint Elder, what do you think? Are you interested in participating?" Hearing Yi Gohan's plan, Mu Shuling sent a deep look at Lin Yun and said, "Sure. Ha ha ha. Great." Yi Gohan laughed. "Senior brother, are we on the same topic?" Lin Yun asked carefully, noticing that something wasn't right. Why was Mu Shuling also involved? "That's for sure." Yi Gohan patted Lin Yun's shoulder and smiled. "You're really lucky, and you now have 5 times the happiness instead of 4. Lin Yun did not know what was happening, but he followed Yi Gohan and Mu Shuling. They entered the depths of the Heavenly Tao sect and soon arrived in an eerie valley. It was clearly daytime, but there wasn't a gleam of light in the valley because the mountains were enveloped in crimson clouds. "What is this place?" Lin Yun asked with a frown. He could sense a horrifying aura in the mountain range up ahead. "Blood Purgatory Mountain," Yi Gohan said as he chewed on a fruit. Lin Yun muttered, "Why does it sound familiar?" Mu Shuling took a glance at it and said, "Back then, an emperor barged into the Heavenly Tao sect and died here. His blood dyed the valley red, becoming a forbidden ground within the Heavenly Tao sect." Lin Yun squinted as he recalled it now. This was a forbidden ground of the Heavenly Tao sect. He once heard other disciples mentioning it before. He wasn't afraid but could feel that something wasn't right. He asked, "Senior brother, does it have to be in Blood Purgatory Mountain? What's wrong?" "You're afraid." Yi Gohan smiled. "This was personally chosen for you, and it has to be here if you want to face saints. Let's go. They're already waiting." When they came to the foot of the mountain, the serene dust great saint, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and Dragon Origin Great Saint were already waiting there. Mistresses. Master. Lin Yun cupped his fists together. Haha, that's enough. Lin Yun, Yi Gohan has told us about your matters, but have you thought it through? It's not too late to regret it now. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. Yi Gohan interrupted. It's already too late to regret it. I won't regret it. So what if it's Blood Purgatory Mountain? There's nothing special about it, Lin Yun replied. After becoming familiar with this place, he noticed that it wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined, mainly because he was confident in his sword intent. As expected of my beloved junior brother. Let's first start with the first peak to temper his physique. Get your master, the Dragon Origin Great Saint, to bring you there. Yi Gohan smiled. Lin Yun instantly understood that these people wanted to train him from multiple aspects, which sounded pretty good. After all, for great saints and the Saint Elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain were going to train him. Not even a holy son could receive such treatment. Hold on. Yi Gohan called out to Lin Yun and smiled. Since you're going to temper your physique, you have to be focused. So I will have to seal your saint aura. Before Lin Yun could respond, Yi Gohan moved and his sword aura formed into shackles that tied up Lin Yun's violet palace. Lin Yun instantly realized that he couldn't circulate his saint aura any longer, including the two sword cannons. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. Sure. Your sword intent as well? Yi Gohan smiled. Lin Yun's face changed, and Yi Gohan's finger fell onto his forehead before he could respond. Compared to how Yi Gohan easily sealed Lin Yun's saint aura, he was having a tougher time and couldn't instantly seal it. Not bad. Not bad. Yi Gohan smiled as he circulated the great profound sword cannon. 7 swords appeared, and his sword aura formed into shackles that wrapped around Lin Yun's sword sea. This surprised the other great saints and Mu Shuling. This meant that Lin Yun's sword intent was so powerful that even Yi Gohan had difficulty sealing it when Lin Yun wasn't resisting. If Lin Yun resisted, Yi Gohan might not have been able to seal his sword intent. Lin Yun gave it an attempt and noticed that his sword intent and saint aura were sealed. He could only mobilize his vitality now. He bitterly smiled. Senior brother, isn't this too ruthless? You made this choice. So go on. Stop wasting time. Yi Gohan smiled. Lin Yun said nothing as he nodded at everyone before catching up with the Dragon Origin Great Saint, who was already climbing the mountain. When his foot fell onto the steps, he heard an explosion as a gale flew on his face like blades. What powerful murderous intent! Lin Yun raised his head to look at the Dragon Origin Great Saint before he followed behind him. Taking a deep breath, he immediately felt a great pressure when both of his feet fell onto the steps. Lin Yun's heart was beating violently as he released the Azure Dragon Divine Physique to resist the pressure. But as he climbed the mountain, the pressure began to increase, and he soon lost sight of the Dragon Origin Great Saint. His forehead was sweaty, and he was gasping for breath. Why is it so tiring? Lin Yun was already reaching his limit after just a few minutes before he could even reach halfway up the mountain. Logically speaking, even if his sword intent and saint aura were sealed, his physique was the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, which shouldn't be that weak. Taking a deep breath, he wanted to resist the pressure with his sword aura by instinct, but he discovered that his sword intent was restrained. Shaking his head, he circulated the Azure Dragon Divine Physique with a dragon's roar echoing from his body, and his blood began to boil. A golden halo shone on him, and a dragon coiled around him. After completely activating the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, Lin Yun finally increased his speed and easily crossed 100 meters whenever he moved. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he saw the meditating Dragon Origin Great Saint and said, Master. The Dragon Origin Great Saint opened his eyes and said, The Blood Purgatory Emperor's corpse is buried beneath Blood Purgatory Mountain. The gravity here is 5 times greater than in the outside world. But with the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, it shouldn't be that hard to come here. Now, completely circulate the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. The gravity at the top of the mountain is 10 times greater, so you have to climb back up again. Before Lin Yun could speak, The Dragon Origin Great Saint punched Lin Yun in his chest and Lin Yun rolled down the mountain. When Lin Yun stopped, he was back where he started, with his body covered in wounds. A little harsh, but this is what makes it interesting. Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips with a cold smile. He didn't complain as he gritted his teeth and climbed the mountain again. Lin Yun fell from the blood purgatory mountain once more, making this his 7th time failing. It was miserable this time because he couldn't even reach halfway up the mountain. As for the last few times, they were even worse because he was knocked back by the Dragon Origin Great Saint whenever he reached the waist of the mountain. It looks like my junior brother is a little weak. It's not good for men to be so weak. Yi Guhan smiled at the foot of the mountain. Don't talk about him like that. He can only adapt to it and should be able to adapt soon. After all, he's Radiant's most beloved disciple. The Serene Dust Great Saint said. Yi Guhan smiled. How many times has he failed now? And yet you're so confident. The Serene Dust Great Saint was unhappy, but she asked, you don't have to care about that. Why don't you seal your sword intent and Saint Aura before competing with him? I'll decline. Yi Guhan smiled embarrassedly. Shut up if you don't dare then. The Serene Dust Great Saint rolled her eyes. This made Yi Guhan bitterly smile because the treatment was different despite being a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint as well. Again, Lin Yun stretched and wanted to give it another try. He had failed so many times, but he had started to adapt to 5 times gravity. He took a deep breath and circulated the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. His dragon's blood boiled and a golden dragon could be faintly seen. As his blood boiled, the dragon aura he gave off became even more terrifying as his eyes became sharper, like a pair of dragon's eyes. Very quickly, the 5 times gravity alleviated, and the pressure on him was lifted. He landed before the Dragon Origin Great Saint in just a few minutes and smiled. Master, we meet again. But the Dragon Origin Great Saint opened his eyes with a cold flash. Seeing this, Lin Yun waved his hand and said, Master, don't. I'll go down by myself. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was stunned and smiled. I really can't get angry with you. Think well where you did wrong. Although he was smiling, he still gave a punch to Lin Yun's chest. This made Lin Yun let out a groan. A great saint was bullying a quasi-saint like him, but he could do nothing about it. He wasn't injured when he climbed the mountain. His injuries came from rolling down the mountain. The pressure from Blood Purgatory Mountain was like a snowball that rumbled down. Since Lin Yun has experienced this multiple times, he squinted and seemed to have seen a person in crimson armor under pressure. When Lin Yun threw his punch out, he shattered the person, but it swiftly converged and became even more massive. As Lin Yun's body began to sink, he kept throwing punches with his dragon's blood boiling, clashing with the incoming pressure. When Lin Yun reached the foot of the mountain, the crimson-armored figure was over 10 feet. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun pushed his palm forth as a crimson radiance formed into a thunderstorm vortex and a powerful suction force that dragged the crimson-armored figure over. He clenched his fist and shattered the incoming crimson-armored figure. After he was done, he breathed a sigh of relief and stood with his hands behind him. Although he failed again, at least he didn't suffer any injuries. That brat is a little handsome. Yi Guhan's eyes lit up. More handsome than you. The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. Ha ha. Yi Guhan smiled and said nothing about it. What is Master testing me for? Lin Yun stood in the same spot as he fell into deep thought. If it was to reach halfway up the mountain, he could accomplish it without difficulty. As long as he circulated the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, his dragon's blood would boil with his dragon aura spreading out, and the pressure he felt would decrease. I got it. Lin Yun stopped as he looked at the summit of the first mountain. He instantly understood what his master meant when he recalled what his master said about the mountain summit being 5 times the gravity. That meant it should be fine for Lin Yun to reach halfway up the mountain, but it was impossible to reach the top. So I have to ignite my vitality. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as his thoughts became clear. Let's give this a try. Lin Yun raised his head, and his eyes flashed with more confidence. The Azure Dragon could manipulate thunderstorms, and he possessed the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Even if his Saint Aura and Sword Intent were sealed, he should be able to control the thunderstorm. After all, that was an innate bloodline talent. Wind. With a thought, a violent gale enveloped him. The gale was so powerful that an indigo air current could be visibly seen. Multiple small vortexes coiled around Lin Yun as he quickly walked over. Thunder. Lightning flashed on his body as thunderclouds gathered in the sky, rumbling. Thunderstorm. With a single thought, it looked like an azure dragon was in the clouds with lightning flashing. At this moment, Lin Yun could sense that his physique seemed to have formed a connection with the azure dragon sovereign constellation from beyond the 36 layers of heaven. I see. In the past, he could only have this connection when using the azure dragon sun-moon umbrella. So to a certain degree, my physique can be considered the mold of a sovereign saint artifact, and I can connect with that sovereign saint artifact? Lin Yun soon reached halfway up the mountain and saw the dragon origin great saint again. Not bad, you've finally figured it out. The dragon origin great saint smiled as he got up and climbed the mountain. Lin Yun didn't take long to feel a terrifying pressure crushing down, and the thunderstorms around him felt like they would be ripped apart at any moment under the gravity. With no other choice, he circulated his vitality once more to increase his dragon's aura before stabilizing himself. Bearing 10 times the gravity, Lin Yun gasped for breath and could sense his physique reaching a limit. Even if he had controlled the thunderstorms, he was struggling to hold on. This is just the beginning. The Azure Dragon Divine Physique has 3 phases: the dragon's body, dragon's soul, and dragon's aura. Your dragon's body is only at lesser mastery, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. If you want to face saints, you must reach the pinnacle of the first phase, transforming your bones and meridians. The dragon bones are the yang of the dragon's body, while the meridians are the yin of the dragon's body. Yin and yang must always exist in everything in the world. That is the same for divine physiques, especially acquired divine physiques like ours. You're currently at the pinnacle of dragon's blood, so you have to transform your bones. Let's begin. The Dragon Origin Great Saint dashed over while restricting his cultivation to the same level as Lin Yun's. When they fought, Lin Yun soon reached his limit after 10 moves. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Lin Yun helplessly yelled as he reached his limit. Fine cracks began to appear on his bones under 10 times the pressure, and the cracks soon spread throughout his skeleton after just 10 moves. If they continued to fight, Lin Yun's skeleton would fall apart. Your dragon's blood hasn't reached the pinnacle. Since it hasn't reached the pinnacle, how can your physique transform? The Dragon Origin Great Saint said as he threw his punch over. Lin Yun's bones shattered this time as he rolled down the mountain. Breathe like a dragon. The vitality can only reach the pinnacle as you breathe before transforming. This is how you train your physique, but you can give up if you can't hold on any longer. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said with a resounding voice. Lin Yun soon fainted before he could even think about his words. This made Yi Guhan widen his mouth with his lips twitching. He might have suggested this training, but he didn't expect the Dragon Origin Great Saint to be so ruthless. Long Yun, aren't you a little too ruthless? The Serene Dust Great Saint felt so much heartache that she almost teared up. She removed the Azure Jade Purification Vase to treat Lin Yun's injuries. Stop! The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint opened her eyes and said, he hasn't reached his limit yet. Long Yun's efforts will go down the drain if you move now. The Serene Dust Great Saint couldn't bear to see Lin Yun in this state, but she ultimately endured it and sobbed. Why does it have to be so tough on this child? When Lin Yun woke up, it had already been 4 hours. He could feel his entire body aching whenever he breathed, but the pain was torturous, and he was so exhausted that he didn't have the strength to move. He briefly hesitated before he got back up, bearing the intense pain. Breathe like a dragon? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he closed his eyes. Don't use your blue dragon bone and breathe like me. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's voice resounded as he passed Lin Yun a secret breathing technique. Very quickly, Lin Yun gradually recovered from his injuries. Every breath became longer, and each breath could last a few minutes. When Lin Yun took a deep breath, his body would rumble, his vitality boiling. He didn't circulate the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. but the dragon aura he gave off was increasingly terrifying as he breathed. He soon sensed the existence of his vitality that circulated within his body like saint aura. This is really magical. Lin Yun opened his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to climb the mountain, so he began to move around, and his blood began to flow throughout his body as he breathed. With a glance, Lin Yun could see a visible vitality flowing into his right arm with surges of power exploding. When he threw his punch forth, an azure dragon's roar echoed as space was shattered. When he took another breath, his vitality gathered onto his right foot as he soared to the sky like a dragon. I really haven't reached my limit yet. Lin Yun became excited as he felt a connection with heaven and earth whenever he breathed, and his body became agile. He only took an hour to reach the mountain summit this time. Lin Yun's vitality peaked 7 days later, and his bones finally transformed. He excitedly said, "Master, I have succeeded. Come again." "Not bad, but it's getting late now," the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. "We're going to rest now?" Lin Yun doubted his eyes, but he had no opinion against it. After all, 7 days of not resting was too exhausting for him, especially since his bones shattered several times and he fell down the mountain. As the doubt in Lin Yun's eyes disappeared, he smiled. In the end, his master was still concerned about him. "It's time for someone else to take over," the Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. The moment he finished, the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and Yi Guhan appeared with their swords in their hands. "Junior brother, you've performed well for the past few days?" Yi Guhan smiled. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because there was no rest. It changed from 1-on-1 to 2-on-1. Lin Yun had suffered torture for the past 7 days before he made a breakthrough in the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, allowing his bones to transform into dragon's bones. Then again, this wasn't a natural transformation, and it couldn't be compared to the bones of pure-blooded dragons. Even so, this was enough to increase the power of his divine physique by several-fold. Now, relying on the divine physique, he could easily move freely under 10 times gravity without activating the dragon's blood or thunderstorm energy. Yi Guhan moved and released the restriction on Lin Yun's astral sword intent. This made Lin Yun breathe a sigh of relief as the pressure on him decreased. He moved his limbs and discovered that he had restored half of his movement technique speed. It suddenly felt like it had been a long time since he had adapted to having his Saint Aura and Sword Intent sealed for the past 7 days. In the past, he could only use the power of his Azure Dragon Divine Physique and couldn't even reach 1/10 of his movement technique speed. "Senior brother, since we're going to practice sword techniques, release my Saint Aura as well." Lin Yun smiled as he tried to negotiate. Yi Guhan chewed on the divine dragon fruit and smiled. "You must be dreaming. Long Yun, don't be in a hurry to leave so quickly and seal his Azure Dragon Divine Physique." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. "Senior brother, you don't have to be that harsh, right? Junior brother, you have chosen this path yourself. Since you believe me, you should listen to what I say." Yi Guhan smiled. "It's already too late to regret it." The Dragon Origin Great Saint frowned. "It's not easy to deal with divine physique unless he cooperates willingly. Furthermore, it can only be accomplished with the help of a pellet, and that's only for a short period." The reason why body-refining saints were powerful was because it was hard to restrain their strength. After all, a divine physique's power came from the blood, bones, and internal organs. Lin Yun saw a glimmer of hope and smiled. "See? It's too troublesome." But Yi Guhan said nothing as he turned to look at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint took out the base of a pellet and said without any emotions, "This is the base of the blood-devouring pellet. After consuming it, it will consume the vitality of your divine physique. For 7 days, the blood-devouring pellet will start forming within your body, so your divine physique will be restricted." The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at it with fear and exclaimed, "You still kept this damned thing refined by Radiant?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint glared at the Dragon Origin Great Saint, and she said, "How is this damned? Didn't you use it in the past? It can temper your physique and Saint Pill, 2 stones with a bird." Lin Yun was baffled when he heard that, and soon figured out that this was the same as refining a pellet within the body, and the divine physique would be greatly restricted during this period. Furthermore, the pellet produced will be of perfect quality, and even the best alchemists can't reproduce it, the heavenly jade sword saint said. The dragon origin great saint took the pellet and smiled. That's for sure. After all, using the divine physique as a cauldron and the blood as flames to refine a pellet, it cannot be found by other alchemists. The dragon origin great saint approached Lin Yun and sighed. That was a terrible history. Back then, that damned radiant bluffed me to consume over 100 of these blood-devouring pellets. I practiced the Dracophant Saint Purgatory art, which refined the Dracophant Saint Purgatory pellet. If it appeared, it would cause a huge uproar since its recipe was long lost. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he comforted, Master, it has been tough for you. But the dragon origin great saint wore a playful smile and said, Haha, I also benefited from it. Furthermore, aren't you around? You can atone for your master's sins. Before Lin Yun could react, the dragon origin great saint shoved the pellet into Lin Yun's mouth. As the blood-devouring pellet coiled around his body, it sank into his violet palace with his vitality being lured over. His vitality kept being consumed by the blood-devouring pellet. Lin Yun tried to use it, but discovered that he couldn't circulate his vitality. His current physique was no different from an ordinary quasi-saint or even worse. Now that Lin Yun could only rely on his sword intent to withstand the pressure, he immediately fell onto one knee. Back then, I took the blood-devouring pellet when I was already at the saint realm, so this pellet is best for those at the quasi-saint realm. So you can enjoy it, the dragon origin great saint said, and he left satisfied. Lin Yun bitterly smiled because they were all here to mess with him. Stand up like a sword. The Radiance lineage will never lower our heads. Yi Guhan's indifferent voice resounded. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and tried to support himself. But after losing his divine physique, his physique was too weak, so he couldn't properly stand up even if when using the astral sword intent. He would have long collapsed onto the ground if he didn't have his astral sword intent. You can't hold on when it's just 10 times the gravity? Yi Guhan sneered. I'm not using my saint aura and have restrained my sword intent at the astral sword intent. His words triggered Lin Yun as he gritted his teeth and stood back up, bearing the pressure. Anyone could hear the cracking sounds coming from his body, which didn't feel great. Before he could raise his head, Yi Guhan flicked his finger, and Lin Yun was sent flying away, smashing against a boulder. Lin Yun held onto his chest and threw out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming pale and a hint of rage flashing across his eyes. Yi Guhan had launched a sneak attack against him. Yi Guhan looked as though he had changed into an entirely different person, and shook his head. It looks like you're too weak, junior brother. Do you really want to challenge a saint with only this much? If you didn't have those encounters and the sovereign saint artifact, the finger of a saint, a strand of hair, is enough to immobilize you. Lin Yun's face sank unconvincingly, but he couldn't refute it since he was already having difficulty gasping for air. He always believed in using his sword to speak, and that he wouldn't waste time talking if he could speak with actions, even if this person was his senior brother. What's the matter? Unconvinced. Yi Guhan sneered. Am I wrong? Others didn't have a powerful master like the Radiant Sword Saint, and they weren't like you, who could always have someone helping you. Zhang Jingtian helped you in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, and our master helped you in the Sword sect. As for the Heavenly Tao sect, you have 2 mistresses, your senior brother, your master, and a sovereign saint artifact. Lin Yun's blood boiled as he suppressed his rage. That wasn't fair since he had experienced countless life and deaths along the way. It wasn't as simple as Yi Guhan had described. The Horizon Hawk Saint Lord didn't have that. So are you not bullying him? Yi Guhan mocked, and his smile looked sarcastic in Lin Yun's eyes. Shut it. Lin Yun unleashed his anger as he drew the flower burial sword, thrusting it towards Yi Guhan. This sword was fast, and Lin Yun had been waiting for a long time. If Yi Guhan had sealed his saint aura and his sword intent was similar to his, this attack would be able to defeat Yi Guhan. As the sword ray reached Yi Guhan, It tore apart Yi Guhan's clothes. As he said, the latter had sealed his saint aura, making Lin Yun look smug. So what if this person was his senior brother? But Yi Guhan took a step back as he waved his hand. The flower burial sword flew out, and the sword pierced his sleeves. That's more like it. Yi Guhan smiled and sent Lin Yun flying with a wave of his sleeve. As he smiled, he took a fruit and started gnawing on it. Junior brother, it looks like you're still lacking. Lin Yun fell onto the ground and couldn't even struggle back onto his feet. Let's stop here. The heavenly jade sword saint shook her head. When he heard that, Lin Yun had joy flashing in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Guhan with resentment. Even if he knew that Yi Guhan did it on purpose, he was still furious because of what he said. In the end, it was the mistress that treated him better. But just when he was about to thank the heavenly jade sword saint, the heavenly jade sword saint waved her hand, and he was sent back to the foot of the mountain. We can't teach him now. Let him take a trip back up here again. Holy! Before Lin Yun could say the second word, he already rolling to the foot of the mountain. Without his divine physique, the pain made his entire body ache, and he finally understood that those who didn't speak were the most ruthless. Look at that resentment in his eyes, Yi Guhan said. What you said was a little too much, the heavenly jade sword saint said. I'm tempering his heart. After all, some saints are really terrible and they like to mock their opponents, Yi Guhan said righteously. Not as bad as you, the heavenly jade sword saint replied. For the next period, Lin Yun was tortured. While his sword intent adapted to the gravity, Yi Guhan moved as they fought. Lin Yun faced two opponents because the heavenly jade sword saint also joined in. Most importantly, the heavenly jade sword saint used the divine firefly sword, while Yi Guhan used the great profound sword cannon. As a result, Lin Yun had to divide his attention into two and faced the two great saints. But he never lasted more than 10 moves between them. Although the two didn't use their full strength, he didn't hold back and was terrifyingly fast. Lin Yun even suspected if the tenfold gravity had any effects on them. This won't do. I can't hold on any longer. 3 days later, Lin Yun barely endured through 15 moves before he waved his hand, gasping for breath. Junior brother, a man can never say he can't hold on any longer. Yi Guhan smiled as he was prepared to comfort Lin Yun. But just when he was about to make a move, the powerless Lin Yun suddenly stood up with his sword and thrusted towards Yi Guhan. Lin Yun's sword spiraled in midair as though there were two people, one executing the divine firefly sword while the other executed the carefree 9 swords. This was completely different from splitting himself into two in the past. The divine firefly sword was performed through the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, while the carefree 9 sword was performed with the great profound sword cannon. He might seem to have split his heart into two, but he had split his heart into 4 instead, or even more, because he had to seal off Yi Guhan's path of retreat. Over the past 3 days, he suffered a lot of grievances. He didn't dare to take revenge against his mistress, but didn't hesitate to take revenge against Yi Guhan. Furthermore, he suspected his senior brother was enjoying this, taking revenge on him by using training as a disguise. Not bad, junior brother. You have a meticulous heart. Yi Guhan struggled to face off against this, but didn't spare Lin Yun with his mouth. He praised Lin Yun for having a meticulous heart, but it sounded like an insult in Lin Yun's ears, making him grit his teeth. As for Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, she hovered in the air and nodded her head lightly when she saw this scene. Even Lin Yun didn't notice that his astral sword intent, which hadn't improved for a long time, was undergoing a form of fusion. His sword technique had reached a height that even Yi Guhan couldn't neglect. It's just that Lin Yun still hadn't realized it. Lin Yun performed the Heaven Sword form and Moon Reflection Mirror with a roar. As the two sword techniques began to fuse, the two sword cannons overlapped, distorting between illusory and reality. But it was fortunate that his saint aura was sealed. Otherwise, the power of this sword, if Lin Yun could manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy with the two-sword sutras, would be immense. It has come to an end now. Go down, Yi Guhan. Lin Yun unleashed all his suppressed emotions after having waited for this moment for a long time, wanting to send Yi Guhan down the mountain. In the past, Yi Guhan would have come forth to comfort him whenever he said he couldn't hold on any longer, which was to give him a beating before kicking him down the mountain. As a result, Lin Yun had waited for this moment after so long. Yi Guhan's paths were sealed off. But even after being restrained by Lin Yun's sword intent, Yi Guhan didn't panic as he smiled. No bad. As expected of my beloved junior brother. This immediately gave Lin Yun a bad feeling that something wasn't right. But it's a pity that I'm the protagonist from 500 years ago. Yi Guhan laughed as his hair fluttered in the wind, looking arrogant as his face radiated. Dao! Yi Guhan roared as his sword danced, unleashing 81 swords with a flick of his wrist. When the 81 swords bloomed, they looked like a Dao flower and a dazzling star. Lin Yun's attacks were shattered as ripples spread out with holes appearing. He wiped the blood off his lips, and he retreated to 10 meters away before he managed to stabilize his footing. He muttered to himself with shock, "How is this possible?" He was sure that his senior brother couldn't use a higher cultivation than him nor his saint aura. At best, he could only absorb spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere. But Yi Guhan's attack shattered his attack, and this defeat was too sudden because it meant that all his effort for the past few days had gone down the drain. This is the first sword form of the Divine Firefly Sword's third section, Blooming Stars. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. You cheated. Lin Yun was furious. But Yi Guhan didn't seem bothered, and smiled. You can only blame yourself for not knowing it. Your senior brother is a genius, so you can go back down now. Before Lin Yun could make a move, Yi Guhan ruthlessly punched Lin Yun, sending him rolling down the mountain like a snowball. Listening to Lin Yun's screams, Yi Guhan complained. That brat is getting harder and harder to deal with. It has only been 3 days. It's hard not to improve with a senior brother like you. If he didn't improve, he might have already died. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Yi Guhan shamelessly accepted this praise. He chewed on a divine dragon fruit and smiled. That's for sure. After all, this is my love as a senior brother. Improving too quickly might not be good. He has a long endurance and needs a big one. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Don't worry, leave it to me. A big one will be coming soon. Yi Guhan smiled. Another 4 days later, Lin Yun easily fought Yi Guhan and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position even after 50 moves. He would only lose after 100 moves. This was a terrifying improvement. Who could have imagined that Lin Yun couldn't stand firmly 7 days ago? After 7 days, not only could he stand, but he could even exchange 100 moves with them. Let's go to the new segment of the regimen. Lin Yun smiled as he sheathed his sword. Yi Guhan and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint exchanged glances. They knew what Lin Yun was thinking about. The Serene Dust Great Saint was the last, and she doted on Lin Yun the most, which Lin Yun also knew about. Looking at Lin Yun's state, he clearly still had strength and was probably looking forward to changing to the Serene Dust Great Saint. Yi Guhan smiled. Junior brother, you once asked me what's above astral, right? Lin Yun's eyes lit up and asked, What is it? Do you still want to change to the next segment of the regimen? Yi Guhan asked. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled, then said, There's no need to hurry. I'll tell you about it. It's divine light. Yi Guhan said, Divine light is the natural essence of the eyes in nature. Divine light is a powerful sword intent with a looming light that can travel across 1,000 miles like the wind. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Your astral sword intent was stuck for a long time, right? You are already reaching the divine light sword intent threshold. Only a step away from reaching the quasi-divine light, Yi Guhan said. Senior brother. Teach me, Lin Yun quickly said. Not going to call me by my name anymore? Yi Guhan asked with a playful smile. Senior brother, you must be joking. You are and always will be my senior brother. Lin Yun replied. You don't want to go to the next segment of the regimen anymore? Yi Guhan smiled. There's no need to hurry, Lin Yun said. All right, I'll stop teasing you anymore. After all, you're my beloved junior brother. So why would I be angry with you? Come. Yi Guhan smiled. He led Lin Yun to a cliff with an abyss down below. "It'll be almost done once you jump down," Yi Guhan said. "This is dangerous." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. His Azure Dragon Divine physique was still sealed, but it'll soon be a full 7 days. So he didn't want to take any risk before then. "Come, senior brother will jump with you," Yi Guhan said. Lin Yun looked down at the abyss because there was a terrifying aura down below. If he jumped down, the 10 times gravity might tear him into pieces. He would be killed in midair and heavily injured even if he wasn't dead. "Not even if I will jump with you?" Yi Guhan asked. Lin Yun shook his head and said, "Not unless you jump first." But when Lin Yun said that, he immediately regretted it and wanted to slap himself. "Ha ha ha. Good." Yi Guhan laughed and turned to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. "Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, you hear that? If this brat doesn't jump, you can just force him down." Lin Yun turned to look at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, who was also looking at him. This made him feel a chill, but it was too late to regret it. Yi Guhan didn't hesitate to jump, and this shocked Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun hadn't prepared himself for it yet, and he could see the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint taking a few steps when he turned around. This made Lin Yun wear a bitter smile as he gritted his teeth and jumped down. As wind poured into his hair, Lin Yun could see Yi Guhan's figure, but the latter soon disappeared as if he had teleported. Seeing this, Lin Yun cursed inwardly because he knew he was tricked by Yi Guhan again. But before he could do anything, gravity pulled him down, and he felt his life was on the line with his body being stretched out. Logically speaking, the Firmament Saint Cloth could save his life, but he could only use it if he faced an opponent with a cultivation much higher than his own. This meant the Firmament Saint Cloth wouldn't care about him if he committed suicide. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He had never felt so close to death. His soul was nearly ripped apart, and his thoughts froze under the pain. His instincts to live made him circulate his sword intent to the limit to resist the force coming from the surroundings. But Lin Yun didn't know where his limit was. As the sun and moon began to fuse, a golden radiance shone from Lin Yun's eyes that looked as though Lin Yun had double pupils. Just when Lin Yun's body was about to collapse, a powerful sword intent spread out that resisted the force coming from the surroundings due to gravity. "It's a success," Lin Yun rejoiced. But before he could smile, he fell onto the ground, which made him grimace in pain. This pain was 10 times more painful than falling down the mountain. When he struggled to get back, he raised his head and saw Yi Guhan seated on a huge rock, chewing on the divine dragon fruit. "Yi Guhan, you tricked me." Lin Yun was furious as he stomped towards Yi Guhan. "Oh, I nearly forgot that I have grasped the space Tao." Yi Guhan smiled with his eyes squinted, and his bright smile felt as though it could melt ice. He continued, "Don't forget that your senior brother is a genius. Your senior brother is a genius." Yi Guhan wore a bright smile at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Yun was initially furious, but his anger disappeared after seeing that smile. But he couldn't help finding that face shameless and despicable for some reason. "How do you feel?" With a gentle push, Yi Guhan left the boulder as he came over to ask Lin Yun. "It's too fast," Lin Yun said truthfully. He managed to condense the divine light but landed on the ground before he could understand more about it, and everything in his mind dissipated. "That's normal. You're only at quasi-divine light right now, and you've just reached the threshold," Yi Guhan said. Lin Yun had doubts flashing in his eyes and asked, "Logically speaking, there should be an extreme stage in the astral sword intent." Yi Guhan smiled and sighed. "You've already reached that a long time ago. You just didn't realize it. If you hadn't reached the extreme stage, how could you hold your ground against me and the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint? How could you climb up the mountain again and again? That's 10 times the gravity we're talking about, especially when you're knocked down the mountain. The gravity is higher than 10 times. So do you know what that means?" Lin Yun was briefly stunned, and he instantly understood what was going on. He had improved so greatly without him knowing it. "You feel that I have been targeting you during this period, but I won't torture you anymore since I will teach you how to use the quasi-divine light sword intent." Yi Guhan smiled. Lin Yun felt guilty and replied, "Actually, it's nothing. Ha! What a hypocrite! Yi Guhan smiled as he guided Lin Yun in using the quasi-divine light sword intent. In just a few minutes, Lin Yun had already grasped it and successfully condensed the divine light in his eyes. The moment the divine light appeared in his eyes glowed golden with a powerful shockwave sweeping out. Not only was the surrounding air being chopped apart, but Lin Yun could even sense the fine cracks in space. In his eyes, space was like countless grid lines, and those grid lines were between the borders of illusion and reality. He gave it a little try, noticing that those grid lines were firm, and his sword intent couldn't move them. When he came in contact with them, he could sense a majestic power filling this region with a powerful rebound force. Lin Yun didn't notice that when he tried all that, a white light began to shine on him, making him look immortal. This gave him an ethereal temperament that made him look like a sword immortal. You want to cut space apart? You're still far from reaching that level. Yi Guhan chewed on the fruit, instantly knowing what Lin Yun was trying to do with a glance. Lin Yun deactivated the quasi-divine light sword intent and asked, "That's space. That's only the appearance, and it's not easy for you to see. Space itself is terrifying and cannot be controlled, and those grid lines are boxes containing space. If you smash them apart, you'll be able to see the true power of space." Lin Yun felt a headache when he heard that, and he finally realized how amazing it was for his senior brother to grasp Space Tao. His senior brother might never seem to be serious, but genius wasn't enough to describe his senior brother's talent. You don't seem to have realized how powerful the quasi-divine light sword intent is because you don't look excited. After Yi Guhan explained to Lin Yun, he couldn't help smiling when he noticed how calm the latter was. It's just the quasi-divine light sword intent, so there's nothing to be proud of. Lin Yun smiled. Those were his genuine thoughts. Yi Guhan resentfully glanced at Lin Yun, before he helplessly said, "It's no wonder why I want to beat you up these days for some reason. You're really a show-off, and don't forget that you're only a quasi-saint." "Is it that strong?" Lin Yun asked because he couldn't sense it. "Let's not mention that you're at the quasi-saint realm. Even if you're a saint lord, the quasi-divine light sword intent can make you invincible," Yi Guhan said as he pointed at Lin Yun's forehead. When divine light bloomed within Lin Yun's sword C, it was like a star that exploded with sword intent flowing throughout his body. This sword intent differed from the astral sword intent because it was righteous, unyielding, and domineering. When Lin Yun exclaimed, Yi Guhan moved as he activated Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword Heart. When the divine light and sword heart combined, a silver radiance swept out that instantly fused into the surrounding mountains and rivers. In the next second, Lin Yun lost control of his body as he hovered in the air, and he felt as though everything within a few hundred miles was within his grasp. You've grasped the sword heart because of the divine light, so your quasi-divine light sword intent differs from others. You can try and draw your sword, Yi Guhan said as he left. Lin Yun drew out the flower burial sword, and everything within 100 miles of radius seemed to be transmitted into the flower burial sword. With a single thought, the power contained within the sword made Lin Yun feel his scalp go numb, even with his saint aura restricted. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The power contained within the sword had far surpassed his saint aura and divine physique before they were restricted. But this was unbelievable. If the saint aura was unsealed, he couldn't imagine how powerful it would become. Lin Yun could feel his entire body trembling, and he was terrifyingly shocked by this power. He could see blood and corpses before him, making him feel a chill run down his spine. A brief moment later, Lin Yun came to his senses and calmed himself down. His emotions changed from shock to excitement. When he calmed down, Lin Yun swung his sword and the mountains, rivers, and ground would transmit power to him. When he swung his sword, Lin Yun performed an ordinary sword technique, and the power was terrifying, as though it could destroy the world. Wait, that's not right. It has to be more restrained so the power won't be wasted. After all, my body can't hold on for long. Lin Yun's breathing became hurried as he came to his senses. It only looked terrifying and didn't have much use. He adjusted his rhythm, and the power in the sword didn't decrease. Even so, The world had become quiet once it became easier for him to use the quasi-divine light sword intent. Earlier, the commotion he created was massive. It felt like all the mountains and rivers within 100 miles were on his shoulders. The sword aura was powerful that way, but it was also exhausting for him. He squeezed out a smile and was satisfied with his control. That's more like it. He learns really fast, Yi Guhan said with resentment as he looked at Lin Yun, exclaiming at the latter's talent as a swordsman. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin Yun's rhythm was changing with the mountains and rivers trembling. But this time, its commotion was even more powerful than before. Resonation with the mountains and rivers. Yi Guhan widened his mouth with disbelief and muttered, "That fellow is too much. Isn't it good that way?" The heavenly jade sword saint appeared behind Yi Guhan and said calmly, gazing at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun's every movement could be accompanied by lightning, gale, and various phenomena. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Yun's sword intent felt endless, borrowing power from mountains and rivers, along with integrating himself with them. It felt as though Lin Yun had integrated the entire blood purgatory mountain into his sword. He's someone that Radiant hopes to become a sword god. Admit it, Yi Guhan. Your talent as a swordsman is inferior to him, the heavenly jade sword saint said. Yi Guhan blinked and smiled. Actually, I have already admitted it a long time ago. After all, he's my beloved senior brother. The quasi-divine light sword intent is so powerful. Lin Yun sheathed his sword with excitement on his face as he ran over to Yi Guhan. He had a smile and didn't expect to improve so much after making a breakthrough from the astral sword intent. Not bad, Yi Guhan casually replied as he chewed on a divine dragon fruit. Is that so? Lin Yun scratched his head because he was expecting some praise from his senior brother. When he raised his head and saw the heavenly jade sword saint, he smiled. Mistress, I have grasped the quasi-divine light sword intent. It's really powerful. Looking at the smile on Lin Yun's face, the heavenly jade sword saint felt conflicted. I'll teach you a sword, the blooming stars, which your senior brother has used earlier. The heavenly jade sword saint shook her wrist and 81 sword rays bloomed. She looked like a star with divine radiance enveloping her. Since she was purposefully teaching Lin Yun, she disassembled every detail, allowing Lin Yun to imprint them into his mind. With just one look, Lin Yun had already understood most of it. You haven't grasped the sword Dao yet, so you can use your wind and thunder Das as stars, the heavenly jade sword saint said. Okay, I got it. Lin Yun nodded. He asked, Mistress, senior brother told me that I don't have to purposely try and grasp sword Dao since I will grasp it smoothly, but I feel that it's a little slow. He was concerned with sword Dao. After all, it was a sovereign Dao more powerful than the wind and thunder Daos. The heavenly jade sword saint said, He's right, but it's not the same as what you understand. The sword Dao of others is like a river, spreading 100 miles away. But yours is like an ocean. The current might be slow, but there's no way the two can be compared. How can the river be compared to an ocean? There was a hint of a chill and arrogance in her tone, which made Lin Yun feel enlightened, as though he had woken up from a dream. Thank you, mistress. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Yi Guhan moved to lift the seal on Lin Yun's saint aura and forced out the blood-devouring pellet within his body. The pellet that Lin Yun spat out had changed. It was enveloped in a golden radiance with crimson flames that looked like a roaring dragon. Yi Guhan exclaimed in shock, Holy shit! I have never seen such a perfect azure dragon saint blood pellet. Keep it well protected. It might save your life in the future. Yi Guhan gave the pellet to Lin Yun. Patting on Lin Yun's shoulder, he continued, Go on. The other one is waiting for you. Once Lin Yun's vitality and sword intent reached the peak, he could sense that he had grown a lot stronger. He asked in shock, I don't need any seal this time? There's no need. The serene dust great saint is waiting for you on the second peak. That place is dangerous, and you might lose your life if we sealed your saint aura and divine physique. Yi Guhan smiled. The serene dust great saint is more dangerous than the second peak itself. Just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled, The heavenly jade sword saint said something that made Lin Yun befuddled. On the second peak of the Blood Purgatory Mountain, Lin Yun was briefly walking along and knew why his senior brother lifted the seal. The second peak was really dangerous because the atmosphere was filled with an ominous aura that was left behind by the Blood Purgatory Emperor, as well as the 10 times gravity. The ominous aura was like a sword whenever a gale blew against Lin Yun's body. If Lin Yun was an ordinary quasi-saint, he would already be dead without any corpse remnants left behind. If Lin Yun didn't have a divine physique, he might have been unable to last here for more than an hour, even when relying on his sword intent alone. The Blood Purgatory Emperor was a ruthless person, Lin Yun muttered with a light flashing in his eyes. He confidently smiled. But I'm not the same as I once was either. 2 Dao flowers appeared behind him, converging the power of a thunderstorm as the pressure he felt decreased. He traveled slowly. It wasn't because he couldn't increase his speed, but that he was trying to adapt to the surrounding environment. Half a day had already passed by the time he reached the summit. When he saw the serene Dust Great Saint, he smiled. "Greetings, mistress." The serene Dust Great Saint looked at Lin Yun with surprise and heartache reflected in her eyes. She said with a gentle smile, "You must have suffered a lot, right? Everything is fine now that I see the mistress." Lin Yun smiled. The serene Dust Great Saint smiled. "You really have a sweet mouth. But I'll tell you beforehand that I won't go easy on you." "No need to go easy on me. Just go ahead and guide me," Lin Yun said. He was relaxed because he preferred the serene Dust Great Saint to the aloof Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and unreliable senior brother. "Have you been practicing the Sovereign Dragon Seal as instructed?" the serene Dust Great Saint asked. The serene Dust Great Saint might have passed the complete version of the Sovereign Dragon Fist to Lin Yun, but she told him to practice the Sovereign Dragon Seal, so he wasn't in a rush with the fist technique. The complete and incomplete versions of the fist technique were great, and Lin Yun had listened to the serene Dust Great Saint's instructions. He only cultivated the first fist of the Sovereign Dragon Fist, the Soaring Divine Dragon, and nothing else. "That's right." The serene Dust Great Saint nodded. Then she said, "Perform the Sovereign Dragon Seal and show me." Lin Yun did as he was told, forming the 7 divine dragon seals before the seals combined to form the Sovereign Dragon Seal with 7 colors shining brightly. At the same time, a powerful dragon aura swept out from Lin Yun. Now that he had mastered the Sovereign Dragon Seal, his dragon aura was comparable to a Saint Lord at the first stage. Nodding her head, the serene Dust Great Saint said, "Not bad, but it's not enough. You possess a divine physique, but the aura of a sovereign should be more overbearing. If you're not overbearing, how will you fight the Imperial Dragon Fist and Heavenly Dao Fist?" Lin Yun thought deeply and said, "Mistress, please guide me. The Sovereign Dragon Fist and Imperial Dragon Fist are the 2 most overbearing fist techniques in the world. They're evenly matched, while the Heavenly Dao Fist is above them. But that doesn't mean that the 2 fist techniques can't confront the Heavenly Dao Fist just because the latter has a higher potential," the serene Dust Great Saint explained. "Since you have the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, you should fully use it and surpass the 2 fist techniques." After hearing what the serene Dust Great Saint said, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. Seeing this, the serene Dust Great Saint asked, "What's the objective of you practicing the Sovereign Dragon Fist?" Lin Yun was speechless because he never thought of that question before. If he had to find one, it would be having another trump card. He replied, "Having another trump card is not bad." The serene Dust Great Saint said, "That won't do. If you can't fall in love with it like you are with sword techniques, it'll be hard for you to even enter the threshold of this first technique. If you can't enter the threshold, you can only use it to deal with pawns." Lin Yun thought about it and found it reasonable. "Let's not think about that now. We will spar to temper your movement technique and let you fully unleash the power of the divine physique and sword intent," the serene Dust Great Saint said after a brief hesitation. "I will also restrict my cultivation to the same level as you." "Okay." Lin Yun nodded straightforwardly. "Do your best to defend and see if you can withstand my punches," the serene Dust Great Saint said. "Sure." Lin Yun smiled. He now transformed his blood and bones into the dragon's blood and dragon's bone. So he was pretty confident in his physique. If the Serene Dust Great Saint was restricting her cultivation to the same level as him, he was confident that he didn't even have to use his sword intent or saint aura to block it. The Serene Dust Great Saint briefly hesitated before she threw her punch forth. She might be a great saint, but she didn't have a tall structure, and her fist looked small, especially when facing Lin Yun's physique, which contained great pressure after transforming. This made the Serene Dust Great Saint's punch look small. But when the punch landed on Lin Yun's chest, a muffled sound was produced, but Lin Yun stood there unmoving. He smiled because he could tell the mistress cared about him and restrained herself. He smiled. "Mistress, you don't have to worry about me and use your full strength. Are you sure about that?" The Serene Dust Great Saint hesitated. "Sure." Lin Yun smiled confidently. "Okay. I won't suppress my bloodline power, then," the Serene Dust Great Saint said as she decided. Bloodline power? Lin Yun pondered and figured it might be the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so it should probably be fine. But before he could respond, a golden radiance shone out from the Serene Dust Great Saint with a golden dragon's aura sweeping out. The Serene Dust Great Saint looked small, but she gave off a powerful dragon aura followed by an overbearing aura. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Yun's facial expression became grave. The Serene Dust Great Saint appeared with a flash and a golden dragon coiled around her fist. Before Lin Yun could even take a better look at it, he threw out a mouthful of blood and slammed against the cliff. When he fell to the ground, there was a crater on his chest with his ribs shattered. His face was pale. He fell to one knee as he clutched his chest. "Are you all right? I don't know how to control my strength well," fearing I might injure others. Back then, Radiant wanted to compete with me in fist techniques and was bedridden for a few days. "Are you all right?" The Serene Dust Great Saint came to her senses as she became so anxious that she nearly teared up. "I'm fine. I'm really fine." Lin Yun quickly stood up and squeezed out a smile. Seeing this, the Serene Dust Great Saint finally heaved a sigh of relief, and she smiled. "You nearly scared me to death." Lin Yun asked, "Mistress, how much power did you use earlier?" 20%. This is only the starting stance of the Imperial Dragon Fist, and I haven't used the Imperial Dragon Fist yet," the Serene Dust Great Saint replied honestly. Lin Yun widened his mouth in surprise, and his face became even paler. "20%. How much strength did you use when you fought my master back then?" Lin Yun probed. "Full strength?" The Serene Dust Great Saint looked embarrassed. "Full strength, and he's only bedridden for 3 days. My master is really strong." Lin Yun smiled bitterly. If he was struck with full force, he would probably be dead, and the Firmament Saint Cloth might be unable to protect him in time. "Do you want me to hold back more?" the Serene Dust Great Saint asked embarrassedly. "There's no need, no need. Just go on. I can hold on." Lin Yun refused. If the Serene Dust Great Saint held back any more, it wouldn't have any tempering effect. "Let's begin. You have to use your saint aura and sword intent as well. You can't just rely on your divine physique. Also, use your movement technique," the Serene Dust Great Saint said. "Okay." Lin Yun agreed. The Serene Dust Great Saint gently stepped on the air, which looked like a bow was being pulled, and she shot forth with a speed that even shocked Lin Yun. Lin Yun quickly executed the divine sun-chasing art. But the Serene Dust Great Saint's punch fell onto Lin Yun's shoulder, and she said, "Too slow." As Lin Yun used his saint aura and sword intent this time, he suffered no injuries. Even so, he was still sent flying away. The Serene Dust Great Saint was like a storm that flew over with each punch, looking like a golden meteorite. She was so fast that Lin Yun couldn't catch her with his naked eyes, and he could only retaliate with his sword intent by instinct, aside from using his movement technique. But all his attempts were futile since Lin Yun couldn't respond fast enough, even if he had sensed danger. This immediately increased the pressure he felt, and it didn't take long for Lin Yun to be covered in sweat. The Serene Dust Great Saint was too fast while emitting a golden radiance with dragon aura spreading out, and each of her punches felt as though a golden dragon was letting out a roar. Just the dragon's roar alone was capable of bringing great pressure onto Lin Yun, and it was fortunate that Lin Yun had grasped the quasi-divine light sword intent, or he wouldn't have been able to last. Whenever the serene dust great saint moved, it felt like an invisible bow was being stretched, and she would unleash explosive power whenever she moved. Lin Yun was baffled at how the serene dust great saint was so fast, and the difference in their speed shouldn't have been that great when they were at the same cultivation level. After all, divine sun-chasing art had already reached complete mastery. When speed reaches a certain height, one will face the restriction of space, and you have to learn how to sense the existence of space. Even without grasping space Tao, you know its boundaries and existence for your movement technique to take a step further. If you want to fight saints, you have to accomplish that. Come, attack me, and I'll also be using the divine sun-chasing art, the serene dust great saint said. As Lin Yun circulated the divine sun-chasing art, he tried to chase the serene dust great saint, but he couldn't catch up with the latter no matter how he tried. As for Lin Yun, he would be sent flying away by the serene dust great saint the moment they came in contact. Far away, everyone could only see a golden figure while Lin Yun was being used as a sandbag, being sent flying everywhere. The serene dust great saint was born with an innate divine strength, which allowed her to kill a demonic beast with her bare hands at the age of 3. Even Radiant couldn't take a punch from her back then. But this is only the beginning, the heavenly jade sword saint said indifferently from afar. How miserable! Yiguhan smiled as he chewed on the divine dragon fruit in his hand. The one that dotes you more tends to be the harshest. Not enough. Faster. Even faster. The divine sun-chasing art at the pinnacle of the manifestation stage isn't that slow. The divine sun-chasing art has already touched the surface of space Tao, so you must comprehend it well. Space is like a string that you can mess with. That's right, that's more like it. The serene dust great saint's voice never stopped on the second peak. She was more in-depth in her teachings than Yiguhan. Although Lin Yun might be miserable, he was also improving greatly. In just 3 days, his divine sun-chasing art had transformed, and he could sense the existence of space. In terms of speed, he could barely catch up with the serene dust great saint's shadows. Lin Yun could now dodge 7 out of 10 attacks from the serene dust great saint. As for the remaining 3, he could ensure that his vitals wouldn't be hit. But even if he managed to dodge the attack towards his vitals, the punches were still painful whenever they landed on him, making him wonder if his divine physique was fake. Clutching his chest, Lin Yun gasped for breath while his forehead became covered in sweat. They were both using the Sovereign Dragon Fist. But the power unleashed by the Serene Dust Great Saint was on a whole new level, especially after the Serene Dust Great Saint activated her Golden Divine Dragon's bloodline. From the start, the Serene Dust Great Saint only used the first form of the Sovereign Dragon Fist, Soaring Divine Dragon. But this form had hundreds of variations and was tough for Lin Yun to deal with. It hasn't come to an end yet. Divine Dragon Aerial Cutter. The Serene Dust Great Saint shone a dazzling golden radiance as multiple golden dragons flew out. The dragons coiled around her into a massive vortex, causing space to distort. This made Lin Yun squint his eyes as a golden light shone in his eyes, and he filled himself with his sword intent while the dual sword stars swiftly fused with his body. The Azure Dragon's sword heart began to bloom on his chest with a silver radiance enveloping the area, and his quasi-divine light sword intent was pushed to the peak. Just when the fist flew over, Lin Yun drew out the Flower Burial Sword to block the punch from the Serene Dust Great Saint. The Flower Burial Sword was knocked away with an explosion as the sword aura around Lin Yun collapsed. He took a deep breath to maintain his composure, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, executing the Sovereign Dragon Seal. As a 7-colored radiance bloomed, Lin Yun poured his vitality behind the strike and activated his Azure Dragon Divine Physique. As his vitality began to run amok, his body blazed like a cauldron with the Sovereign Dragon Fist shining brightly. Lin Yun felt great pressure, but he wasn't sent flying away. I managed to block it. Lin Yun smiled with excitement radiating in his eyes. It's not that easy. The Serene Dust Great Saint's voice resounded as the massive dragons behind her flowed into her fist like rivers converging into one. At the same time, her punch was like a meteorite that descended from the sky with cracks spreading out in space. This made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood, and he performed a somersault just when he was about to fall to the ground. When he landed on the ground felt like a huge mountain, trembling, causing the entire mountain to shake. Still failed. Lin Yun bitterly smiled as he wiped the blood off his lips and walked towards the serene dust great saint. As the golden radiance that the serene dust great saint gave off dissipated, the golden dragons entered her body as she inwardly nodded while looking at Lin Yun. When Lin Yun first took her punch, he would be sent to the foot of the mountain and had to climb back up. But now, Lin Yun could perfectly control his divine physique, and he didn't notice that he looked like a dragon coiling on the ground when he had one knee on the ground. The ultimate form of a punch can shatter space and compress space. At that time, it can instantly kill a quasi-saint. Like this. The serene dust great saint casually threw out a punch, creating a black hole in the space along with a terrifying energy fluctuation spreading out. But there's a difference between air and space. The holes will soon be filled, but a hole in space will exist for a long time. Even saints will be fearful of those spatial cracks. The serene dust great saint pointed at the crack in front of her. This was the crack that she created with her attack earlier, which Lin Yun had bypassed. This was terrifying because even a divine physique would be cut apart. But we're at the same cultivation level, so these cracks won't be able to last long. They will soon turn into fluctuations, and they can't injure a saint. After all, the Dipper aura is still very powerful. The serene dust great saint added. I'm telling you this because once a person's strength reaches a certain limit, it will come in contact with space. Those beneath the saint realm won't be able to cause any ripples in the air no matter what they do, but a saint is different because saints can sense the existence of space. At that time, space can become both a restraint and aid, so you must learn how to adapt. The serene dust great saint continued. Just like how you're in the water. You don't have to avoid water, but go with the flow and unleash more power. Lin Yun pondered what the serene dust great saint was saying, digesting the information. Your quasi-divine light sword intent can shock Yi Guhan because mountains and rivers resonate with space to a certain extent. But your love for fist techniques won't be able to reach the extent of sword techniques, so you can only ponder about it yourself and learn how to use a fist technique to fully unleash the power of the Azure Dragon divine physique. Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that, and said, I see. He glanced at the spatial crack closing up and asked, Can a quasi-saint tear apart space? Tear apart space? The serene dust great saint smiled. This isn't tearing space apart, but the aftermath of spatial resonation. If you want to touch the core of space, there are at least 3 more layers. Space is an eternal Tao, and genuine spatial cracks are so terrifying that even a saint would lose their life if they ran into a spatial storm. Most importantly, you and I are a part of space. The serene dust great saint continued. Even deities aren't able to tear apart space because they're still a part of space. Lin Yun roughly knew that everyone, even deities, were a part of space. The stronger they were, the stronger the space would be. Space Tao is bizarre. Senior brother. Lin Yun suddenly recalled that Yi Guhan grasped the space Tao. That's why he's a genius. The serene dust great saint smiled. After their chat, Lin Yun felt that his eyesight had widened, and he said, Thank you, mistress. So, am I terrifying? The serene dust great saint smiled. Not at all. Bai Ziyuan is really scary. She looks cold, and you might think that she has grasped the ice Tao and is proficient in it, but she has grasped the Azure sword intent. This sword intent is so ancient that even Radiant is afraid of it. This is a power that even Bai Ziyuan doesn't dare to carelessly use. If she becomes an emperor, she will probably become an Azura. This is why she has kept herself from becoming an emperor until she has grasped that Azura power. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. Mistress, you heard what they said? I didn't hear anything. The serene dust great saint smiled. I'm only casually talking about it. I was just born with divine strength and killed a few great saints with my bare hands. I'm nothing compared to her. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. How was that not terrifying? Another 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun could finally withstand a blow from the serene dust great saint. Without him knowing it, he had even grasped the profundity of the soaring divine dragon. Most importantly, his divine sun-chasing art finally came in contact with the surface of space. Next up was Mu Shuling's turn to teach him. She was calm and she taught him music Dao. For the next 7 days, Lin Yun's Saint Tune reached the Saint King Tune, and the Imperial Tune was only 1 step away. Lin Yun would probably not be able to reach that level for a long time. As for the Divine Dragon Tune that was above the Imperial Tune, along with the legendary Celestial Tune, Lin Yun didn't have much thought about them. Tian Xuanzi is also proficient in music Dao, and he has grasped the Saint King Tune at the very least, Mu Shuling said. Her words sent Lin Yun into deep shock. That fellow is really an all-rounder. Doesn't he have any flaws? Lin Yun asked. Not exactly an all-rounder, Mu Shuling replied. He might have even grasped the Imperial Tune. His music is perfect, but there is no spirituality in it. At the very least, he can't play music containing artistic concepts like you. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. They're ancient songs within the Kunlun realm, and I didn't create them. That's not important. Your heart is open whenever you play the music, so you can have a great accomplishment in music Dao if you're willing. But he's different, Mu Shuling said as she recalled. How different? Lin Yun asked. His songs are perfect no matter what he plays, giving a feeling that it's in a painting and can't achieve a resonation with heaven and earth like others, Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun also felt the same, but this could also be considered an advantage because this meant those outside the painting couldn't harm him. After he bade his farewell to Mu Shuling, he returned to the first peak of the Blood Purgatory Mountain and again met the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Since his training regimen started with the Dragon Origin Great Saint, it would also end here. Not bad. Jing Chun actually helped you transform the dragon's meridians. The Dragon Origin Great Saint noticed the changes in Lin Yun's body with a glance. The dragon's meridians have transformed? Lin Yun was stunned, but didn't quite get it. The dragon's body section of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique consisted of dragon's blood, dragon's bones, and dragon's meridians. The dragon's body can be complete only after grasping the dragon's meridians. Don't belittle the serene dust great saint. She's born with divine strength, and her talent in the physique is stronger than both of us. If you hadn't achieved the dragon's body, you wouldn't have been able to withstand her attacks. The Dragon Origin Great Saint nodded. I have nothing to teach you now, but I can help temper you and teach you how to use your divine physique. When your dragon's body reaches the pinnacle, you should be able to form the Azure Dragon Divine Rune. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint was satisfied. The training regimen lasted over a month, and Lin Yun's strength had drastically transformed. His sword intent reached the quasi-divine light sword intent. He grasped the first sword form of the Divine Firefly Sword's 3rd section. His dragon's body reached complete mastery, stepped into the threshold of the Sovereign Dragon Fist, and his divine sun-chasing art had reached the point that it could form a slight resonance with space. Lin Yun's cultivation might be at the pinnacle of the Sacred Flame stage, but his strength had far surpassed his cultivation. It's a pity that I can't teach you the dragon's soul and dragon's aura, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said with vicissitude and lingering regret in his eyes. Lin Yun's face changed as he recalled something. He asked, Master your lifespan? When he took the Dragon Origin Great Saint as his master, the latter said he didn't have much lifespan, roughly about 100 years. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled and nodded. I can initially hold on for a little longer, but the battle on the 9th, I have competed with Radiant for half my life, but he's ahead of me. Lin Yun felt a heartache, and he asked, Master, why did you want to look for a divine blood fruit for me? Then, you could have used it yourself. I don't need any divine blood fruit since it will only be a waste for me. Compared to your Azure Dragon Divine Physique, my life is nothing. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled bitterly. Furthermore, the divine blood fruit became a joke because you had one yourself. Lin Yun sobbed and he said, Master, I believe that there will be a way. The Dragon Origin Great Saint waved his hand and said, It's fine. I'll help Radiant out when his tribulation comes, and my life will be worth it then. I just want to see him become an emperor before my death, and I will have no more regrets in my life. But it's a pity. The Dragon Origin Great Saint's voice sobbed as he looked at Lin Yun. It was a pity that he couldn't watch Lin Yun become an emperor. A pity that you can't see me become an emperor? Lin Yun could guess what he wanted to say. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was stumped. But just when he was about to speak, Lin Yun held onto his hand. His hand was crude, but Lin Yun held onto his hand tightly as he stood up with the other hand on the Dragon Origin Great Saint's shoulder. Raising his head, Lin Yun said, I don't know if you can see me become an emperor or not, but I will see you become an emperor. Master, believe me. Lin Yun's voice was sincere as they held their hands together. That was his resolve. You brat! The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun with tears. He was already so old, but he nearly teared up because of what a junior said. He must admit that the Radiant Sword Saint had taken in a good disciple. The training regimen officially ended 2 days later, and Lin Yun bade his farewells with the Great Saints and returned to Indigo Thunder Peak. I have been waiting for you, and you're finally back. Lil Purple smiled when she saw Lin Yun. Where did you go? Why does it seem like you have become much stronger? She examined Lin Yun and discovered that his cultivation might be at the Sacred Flame stage of the Heavenly Origin phase, but the aura he gave off was powerful. He also gave off an aura that seemed threatening to Lil Purple. Lin Yun didn't hide it from her and revealed to her the training regimen he went through. When Lil Purple heard that, she began to exclaim that it was no wonder that Lin Yun had gotten so strong. Where's Lil Red? Lin Yun asked curiously. It's going into seclusion in the Iris Secret Realm. If it's lucky, Lil Red might reach the Saint Realm before you, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun was really envious of Lil Red at this moment. After all, it was making a breakthrough again and could keep making breakthroughs as long as it had enough resources. How is Bai Shuaing? Lin Yun asked the question that he was most concerned about. She's fine. I taught her a secret technique of the Divine Phoenix clan, so she can complement the flaw in her physique if everything goes well. As for whether it could reach the Great Solar Divine Physique, it would have to depend on her opportunity, Lil Purple said. What opportunity? A strand of the solar true flame. But this was rare even in ancient times, and it's hard to say if she can find it. Through Lil Purple, Lin Yun roughly knew that Bai Shuaing was fine and she had stabilized her condition. The Solar Divine Rune was also in Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun, when will we go after that demoness and take back the Lunar Divine Rune? Lil Purple anxiously asked. Now that the Solar Divine Rune was in her hand, she was anxious to find the Lunar Divine Rune. I'd look for her even if you didn't ask me to, Lin Yun said with a chill flashing in his eyes. The enmity between him and Wang Mayan had been formed, and it was to the extent that it couldn't be fixed. They could be considered friends and enemies in the past. But after the 9th, the Heavenly Tao sect suffered massive casualties, especially when the Heavenly Will Pagoda was taken away. It struck a great blow to the Heavenly Tao sect's status as a holy land and was no longer the strongest holy land in the Eastern Desolation. That lass is probably at the God Burial Mountain Range, Lil Purple said excitedly. Her eyes lit up, and she said, When you're not around, I asked about the rumors about the deity's corpse in the God Burial Mountain Range. The Demon Spirit Clan and Blood Moon sect had joined forces to destroy 6 Holy City, and those from the 6 Holy Lands were chased out. As for those who couldn't leave in time, they probably died. So the God Burial Mountain Range is bustling now. You seem so concerned about it that you even asked around, Lin Yun asked. Humph, this concerns the Lunar Divine Rune, so I naturally have to be concerned about it. I won't be able to feel at ease without retrieving the Lunar Divine Rune, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun's face changed because the Sovereign Divine Runes were a concern if Lil Purple wanted to regain her strength and restore the Iris Secret Realm. His and Lil Purple's interests were the same on this factor alone. Let's get moving. Don't hesitate anymore, Lil Purple urged. Now that your strength has undergone a great boost. With my help, it's time for Flower Burial to show himself to the world once again. While she had been waiting for Lin Yun, She asked about the situation at the God Burial Mountain Range and then waited for 10 odd days. She was already anxious about going to the God Burial Mountain Range. Lin Yun rolled his eyes because he would rather rely on himself if he had to rely on Lil Purple. After all, Lil Purple wasn't reliable, and her means would usually cause damage to both sides. Lil Purple was only knowledgeable and proficient in spiritual runes, but she lacked strength. Most importantly, Lin Yun didn't know the exact situation on the God Burial Mountain Range. He took a cup of tea and said, "If there's really a deity's corpse, divine blood fruits can also be found there, right? The divine blood fruits are nothing. There are rumors that this deity's corpse possesses a complete divine flame," Lil Purple said in disdain. Lin Yun placed the cup down as his thoughts began to process. He had to go to the God Burial Mountain Range no matter what. The God Burial Mountain Range's restrictions have loosened again, and saints can now enter. Many people have gathered on the God Burial Mountain Range, and many saints have already losing their patience, Lil Purple said emotionally. "We can give up on the divine flame since saints will definitely go after it, but we have to retrieve the lunar divine rune. As for the divine blood fruit, don't care about it because it can only extend one's lifespan, and many saints would probably go after it as well. We can just go for the lunar divine rune, and it will be safe." "You're naive. Since Wang Mayan is the divine maiden, how can she not have saints from the Blood Moon sect around her? It's not easy to seize the lunar divine rune back from her," Lin Yun sneered. "Oh yeah." Lil Purple scratched her head and said, "That demoness is really hard to deal with. Even if she has saints around her, the Heavenly Will Pagoda alone is troublesome." "We don't have to fear the Heavenly Will Pagoda," Lin Yun said. In the past, because his cultivation wasn't high enough, he could barely use the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, and he would injure himself if he wasn't careful. But now that his divine physique had reached the pinnacle of the dragon body phase, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it now. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella might have been destroyed, but he still had the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, which was way stronger and more mysterious. "Since that's the case, let's get going," Lil Purple said. "There's no need to hurry. I still have some stuff to discuss with the Peak Master." Lin Yun was a cautious person, and he naturally had to have a good understanding of the situation at the God Burial Mountain Range before making a move. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master had reached the Saint Realm and should now be called the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord. So, his information was definitely more accurate than Lil Purple's. When the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord knew why Lin Yun was here, he frowned. The Heavenly Tao sect would normally be present for an event like this, but the Heavenly Tao sect is in a mess. The Thousand Plume Great Saint has decided that we won't get involved. I'm afraid that I can't give you much help. Lin Yun wasn't surprised since the Heavenly Tao sect took a huge blow after the 9th with their subsidiary forces being devoured. Aside from the Divine Tao Pavilion, the Ming Cult, Heavenly Flame Sect, and Myriad Lightning Sect have started to put their eyes on the Heavenly Tao sect's territory. Many chambers of commerce, sects, and kingdoms belonging to the Heavenly Tao sect took a great hit. They had either changed their allegiances or were destroyed. The Heavenly Tao sect had a pile of troubles. Not only did they have to find out about the Wang and Yi clans' forces, they also had to be cautious of the forces behind the Bai and Zhang clans. The biggest trouble was that no one knew if there were any more spies from the Blood Moon sect within the sect. Logically speaking, there must be spies from the Blood Moon sect, but they could do nothing about it now. This was why the Heavenly Tao sect wouldn't be involved with the God Burial Mountain Range this time, and they couldn't give Lin Yun much help. It's better to keep a low profile for now. The Heavenly Tao sect has many enemies. They might have given you face in the past, but not anymore, the Indigo Thunder Saint Lord helplessly said. "Peak Master, you don't have to worry since I'm not reckless. So tell me about the situation in the God Burial Mountain Range." Lin Yun smiled. When the Indigo Thunder Peak Master shared what he knew, Lin Yun now had a rough idea of the God Burial Mountain Range. The God Burial Mountain Range had various forbidden grounds in the past, stopping many saints from going there. But now that the seal was loosened, saints would naturally rush over. But no one knew how loose the seal had become, and no one was able to confirm the information about the deity's corpse. The seal might have been loosened, but it shouldn't be too much. Saint sovereigns shouldn't be able to enter, but saint lords should be restricted to the first stage. However, I don't know the exact situation. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master shared his speculation. Lin Yun felt relieved after hearing what the Indigo Thunder Peak Master said. After all, if the seal had loosened to the point that saint sovereigns could enter, it would be too dangerous, and Lin Yun couldn't ensure his safety even with the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. But he had to make a trip over to understand the exact situation. Speaking of which, you've become a saint lord. Do you have any intentions of visiting the God Burial Mountain Range? There are many treasures there. Lin Yun smiled. The Indigo Thunder Peak Master showed yearning in his eyes but shook his head. Don't trick me. I'm barely at the second stage of the Saint Lord, and I would die if I ran into a formidable foe. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly upon seeing his intentions through, so he changed the topic. Since the Indigo Thunder Peak Master had no intentions of going, he could only give up on it. But Lin Yun had decided to go to the God Burial Mountain Range no matter what. When he returned from the main hall, he began to make preparations along with his trump cards. Before he left, he gave the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella to Mu Shuling, hoping she could fix it. Lin Yun had deep feelings for this sovereign saint artifact and didn't want it to be buried just like that. But surprisingly, Yi Guhan, Serene Dust Great Saint, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and Mu Shuling didn't stop him from going to the God Burial Mountain Range. Lin Yun even prepared a long explanation to convince them, but that all went down the drain. Junior brother, you're suitable to go to the God Burial Mountain Range. Even if you didn't want to go, we would have escorted you there. Yi Guhan smiled. Bring back the Heavenly Will Pagoda if you can, but it doesn't matter if you can't. As for the Divine Blood Fruit, Yi Guhan grabbed Lin Yun's sleeves and whispered in Lin Yun's ears, you have to get the Divine Blood Fruit no matter what. Long Yun went to get a Divine Blood Fruit for you with preparations to die. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, but he soon understood. It was no wonder why Yi Guhan and the other great saints trained him so harshly. They had already made arrangements for him to go. The Heavenly Tao sect wouldn't participate in the God Burial Mountain Range, but Flower Burial would be there. Don't worry about it. I won't let you guys down. Lin Yun raised his brow, looking confident. Yi Guhan wore a gratified smile and said, it's good that you know about it. You can't hide in the Heavenly Tao sect forever, so you have to take a look at the outside world. Remember, you're the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Flower Burial Lin Yun. Lin Yun cultivated within the Iris secret realm for 3 days before he was well prepared to make a move. When will Lil Red make a breakthrough? Lin Yun looked at Lil Red, enveloped in a black radiance beneath the phoenix tree. Lil Red possessed the ancient Dracope's bloodline. Once its bloodline has made a breakthrough, its strength would reach a terrifying height. It had also practiced the ancient Dracope art, which would allow its strength to undergo a drastic transformation. The moment it becomes a saint, it would become Lin Yun's greatest reliance and aid. 10 days to a month. Lil Purple held onto her chin and continued, I'm not too sure about that either. Thanks to Lin Yun's resources, especially the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid from the Thousand Plume Great Saint, Lil Red would be able to make a breakthrough so quickly. But even Lil Purple wasn't sure when it would finish its breakthrough. What's your current strength now? You have also taken much of my Divine Dragon Saint Liquid, Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple puffed her cheeks and said, don't ask about my cultivation. I can only say I'm invincible if there aren't any saint sovereigns. Lin Yun rolled his eyes because he naturally wouldn't take her seriously. She only had 2.5 sovereign divine runes now. In addition to her attainment in spiritual runes and music Dao, she definitely wasn't weak. But Lin Yun found Lil Red more reliable in terms of strength. You control the Iris secret realm while I go into seclusion. Let me know when we're there. Lin Yun headed towards a deeper part of the Iris secret realm and came before the silver coffin. This was found in a secret realm when the Blue Dragon record was held. It was a treasure of the Demon Spirit clan. Lying in it, demon spirits could extend their lifespan and use it to cultivate. Lin Yun gave it several attempts and realized that even if it wasn't a demon spirit, cultivating within the coffin sped up cultivation by 2 times. Most importantly, It had suited him perfectly after being altered by Lil Purple. Opening the coffin shone with a golden radiance with a transparent, glittering liquid within it. It was the True Dragon Saint Liquid that Lin Yun had obtained. The 9th grade True Dragon Saint Liquid didn't contain a hint of impurity, and was refined from the blood of true dragons. Go in and cultivate. Lil Red has been cultivating inside, and it definitely feels good. Lil Purple smiled. Lin Yun briefly hesitated before he made up his mind to enter. He took out the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid bottle and dropped a few droplets into it. He wasn't a demonic beast like Lil Red, and it was also troublesome to refine the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid, not to mention that it was very precious. That's why it was best for him not to waste too much of it. What a miser! Lil Purple snatched the bottle and poured the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid into the coffin. Although Lin Yun snatched it back, Lil Purple had already poured over 50 kilograms into it. This made Lin Yun feel heartache because he only had 500 kilograms of Divine Dragon Saint Liquid left, and yet so much was being used. When Lin Yun laid in the coffin, Lil Purple carried the sword box and quietly left the Heavenly Tao sect. After all, Lin Yun was too big of a target, so it was safer to have Lil Purple carry the sword box. Lin Yun lost track of time and saw Lil Purple's face when he opened his eyes again. Lil Purple teased, "Doesn't it feel good that you can cultivate while lying in it?" Ignoring Lil Purple's teasing, Lin Yun exited the coffin and examined his harvest. With a thought, he could sense Azure Dragon energy coursing through his body from the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. But that wasn't all. His vitality rumbled like a dragon within his body. Lin Yun was surprised to discover that at least 70% of his meridians had been transformed, and some patterns had formed on the bones outside his heart. Those patterns were similar to the Azure Dragon Divine Rune that he had seen before, but that was only a rough outline. You will be able to form the Divine Rune soon. At that time, you would have finally stepped into the threshold of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Lil Purple saw through Lin Yun's condition with a gaze, and she could tell that Lin Yun's divine physique had been transformed greatly. "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Yun asked. 7 days. Hearing that, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and speculated that he should be able to face Saint Lords at the first stage with his current strength. It was so much so that he could even clash with Saint Lords at the second stage without using a Sovereign Saint artifact. If someone else knew what Lin Yun was thinking, they would laugh at him and ask him where he got the confidence as a quasi-saint. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Yun came out from the Iris Secret Realm. He stood on the edge of the God Burial Mountain range and sensed many experts in the dark, along with a terrifying aura coming from the mountain range. There was a huge spatial crack, and the God Burial Mountain range had changed since his last visit. Everything has changed. Lin Yun frowned. He was here once, but he never expected the changes to be so great when he returned. The forest in the outer region was completely destroyed and the ruins had a layer of crimson mist covering them. "I wonder what happened here." Lil Purple also appeared as Lin Yun cautiously looked around, staring nervously at the God Burial Mountain range. The crack looked like a demon that could devour anyone who entered it. Lil Purple uneasily said, "Lin Yun, I can sense the aura of a deity. It's weak, but it does exist." Lin Yun didn't reply to her but closed his eyes to activate the quasi-divine light sword intent. Once his invisible sword intent spread out, it soon enveloped 1,000 miles in radius. He fused his sword intent into the crimson mist, making it so that saints wouldn't be able to discover him as long as he didn't release any murderous intent. But when everything came back to him, he was shocked because there were so many people. The 5 Holy Lands, aside from the Heavenly Tao sect, were here, and he even saw Ji Zishi. She was still very dazzling as she gave off an ethereal temperament. Her phoenix bloodline had been further awakened, making her look more noble. Aside from that, there were also powerful sects and some ancient forces that seemed to be from the Divine Dragon Empire. "Where's Xiao?" Lin Yun was baffled because he couldn't see Su Xiao. He didn't know if she hadn't come or already gone in. "Why are you ignoring me?" Lil Purple said furiously. "What did you say?" Lin Yun asked. "Humph, you scumbag." Lil Purple rolled her eyes furiously. Just when Lin Yun was going to reply to her, a group of people barged into the crimson fog. The one leading the party gave off a terrifying saint radiance. This was a saint more powerful than the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. A bunch of holy lands having so many concerns. I can't wait any longer, the black-clothed man roared, and he purposely raised his voice with saint energy, having it echo throughout the God Burial Mountain range. This old man's name was called the Evergreen Saint Lord, a Saint Lord at the 9th stage, and he was practically invincible beneath Saint Sovereign. He was old, at least over 1,000 years old, and he was the Grand Elder of a sect. I'm determined to enter the God Burial Mountain range, and no one can stop me. Lin Yun and Lil Purple stopped talking as they observed from afar. Lil Purple then exclaimed, "This Saint Lord is also here for the God Burial Mountain range? He probably doesn't have much lifespan left," Lin Yun said. To risk his life here, they would be either geniuses, ambitious demonic forces, or those who were running out of lifespan. Back on the heavenly path, Lin Yun already knew how precious divine blood fruits were, since they could extend the lifespan of saints. Furthermore, there was also the legendary divine flame and various ancient treasures. But the Holy Lands had a strong stance, stopping anyone from entering. While Lin Yun eavesdropped a little longer, he discovered that the Holy Lands even used a righteous slogan to prevent everyone from losing their lives. He then soon heard some whispers that seemed to have more to the story. Those ambitious Holy Lands want to take advantage of entering first. With the heavenly Dao sect's fall, the Ming cult's ambitions have been revealed, and they're no longer bothered with concealing themselves. Their young master is also here, and he is very overbearing. Only the divine Phoenix Mountain can confront them. Otherwise, who knows what they might do. There are also ancient clans from the divine Phoenix Mountain here. It looks like they're all after the God Burial Mountain range. The surrounding discussions gave Lin Yun a rough idea of what was going on. The Evergreen Saint Lord seemed to be conversing with someone who stopped him. But the Evergreen Saint Lord didn't have much lifespan left, so there was nothing to fear since he was dying. Thus, he chose to forcibly break in. Several exclamations resounded, but no one said anything. No one stopped him either, since they probably wanted him to scout the way for them. When the Evergreen Saint Lord entered, he held onto the Glory Saint artifact, which was a secret treasure of his sect, and arrived before the Crimson Crack. But the moment he entered, his saint armor was ripped into pieces, and the Evergreen Saint Lord had horror in his eyes. No one knew what he had encountered as he struggled within the Crimson Radiance, trying to break free. But it was too late as his body began to break apart with his Glory Saint artifact being destroyed. It didn't take long before his body was annihilated along with his constellation, dying a terrible death. In the end, only his saint origin was left, and someone from the same sect as him quickly stepped forth to grab it. They're probably in a tough spot now. After all, that saint origin was dazzling. Saint sovereigns can't enter, as well as saint lords at the 9th stage. Previously, a saint lord at the 7th stage also failed. Saint lords at the 1st stage as well. There's something weird about the spatial crack. Those whose cultivation is too high can't enter, along with those whose cultivation is too low. The restriction is still around, or the Holy Lands wouldn't be waiting outside. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, and Lin Yun was shocked. After all, a Saint Lord was powerless before the restriction, and his saint's soul couldn't escape. Many Holy Lands and ancient clans were having a headache because they would lose a saint with every attempt, which made the price a little too high. They had a feeling that there should be a mystery behind the restriction. Lin Yun didn't dare to move since he was too striking, and a group of people would come after him if he showed himself. "Do you want to change to another identity?" Lil Purple asked. "There's no need. Unless I use the Divine Firefly Sword or the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, my identity won't be disclosed the moment I make a move." Lin Yun shook his head. Aside from that, he also didn't want to conceal his identity anymore. He had already used Yi Qingtian's name for a long time and almost forgot that he was Flower Burial Lin Yun. It didn't feel great that he had to disguise himself as someone else, and who wouldn't want to be in the light if they had a choice? He was Flower Burial, but so what? Lin Yun's eyes flashed as his blood became cold after so long. He was never afraid of battle. Let's just wait. This situation won't last long, Lin Yun said with confidence. They will test it out soon. After all, some people aren't afraid of death. He suspected that the Evergreen Saint Lord was purposely allowed into the Crimson Crack. The Evergreen Saint Lord's death wasn't the end of it, since more saints fell as they tried to enter the God Burial Mountain range. But some managed to enter successfully. As more people entered, the various forces finally couldn't wait any longer. 3 days later, Saint Radiance soared to the sky from the crimson mist as countless Saint Radiances formed into a pillar that looked majestic. Shortly after, a few hundred people charged over. If Lin Yun hadn't witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe there were so many saints in the Eastern Desolation. Times have changed. In the past, saints generally wouldn't make a move, but saints are appearing more often now, Lin Yun sighed. This is nothing. In ancient times, you could see saints everywhere and emperors flying around in the sky, Lil Purple said with disdain. Furthermore, these are just saint lords. Let's go in as well, Lin Yun said as he charged at the spatial crack. This was the perfect opportunity. Lin Yun saw hundreds of saint lords. The Eastern Desolation alone had many saint clans, so no one knew how many saints were there in the Eastern Desolation. If the demonic forces and wandering cultivators were considered, the numbers would increase to over 1,000. Lin Yun couldn't see saints that often in the past because his level wasn't there yet, and the great changes hadn't arrived. If he didn't have the strength to confront saints, he wouldn't have come to the God Burial Mountain range and couldn't have seen such a spectacular scene. He wouldn't be able to see this scene if he hadn't become stronger. The great changes were easy to understand since there weren't so many treasures in Kunlun realm in the past that were valuable enough to acquire the attention of saints. It was so different now because the divine blood fruit and divine flames alone were tempting, and there were many ancient sects beneath the God Burial Mountain range with countless resources. In the spatial crack, a saint had died with his saint constellation destroyed. Saint lords at the 5th stage still can't enter. Judging from the past few days, saint lords above the 4th stage can't enter even though the restriction has loosened up. Saint lords at the 1st stage can enter, but just barely. It's safer for saint lords at the 2nd stage to the 4th stage to enter. As for quasi-saints, they would die the moment they came in contact with the spatial crack. Discussions resounded as everyone watched a saint lord's death. Lin Yun circulated his saint aura while mixing into the crowd, fearlessly heading towards the spatial crack. That fellow seems to be a quasi-saint? Your eyes must be messing with you. Without saint energy, how can anyone possibly bear the pressure? They would die if they got close. Maybe. Lin Yun's appearance didn't cause much of an uproar because there were too many people, and no one paid special attention to him. Even if they noticed him, they would suspect that their eyes were fooling with them. It seems possible. Lin Yun easily made it through the spatial crack that could crush quasi-saints. The pressure was lower than the second peak of Blood Purgatory Mountain, and there wasn't any difficulty for Lin Yun. But the inside of the God Burial Mountain range had changed with the entire place being crimson red. Lin Yun didn't know where the spatial crack brought him, but he felt that the entire world had become red. He squinted his eyes and exclaimed, "Blood crows!" Blood crows were initially gathered in the Myriad Grave Valley, but they could be seen anywhere, attacking any life forms that they saw. In the past, Lin Yun could deal with these blood crows at the Dragon Pulse realm, but they have all become more powerful than before. Many of the blood crows leaders were at the quasi-saint realm, and some were at the saint realm, which was unbelievable. Why did these blood crows emerge from the Myriad Grave Valley? Lil Purple asked in surprise. Before Lin Yun could reply to her, a flock of blood crows had already charged over. Circulating his Saint Dao, Lin Yun pushed his palm forth with a thunderstorm gathering in his palm, forming a terrifying vortex. Azure Dragon Grasp. The vortex immediately tore the blood crows apart in groups, with Lil Purple also helping out. 10 miles away, there was a youth with a lotus blooming beneath him, calmly facing a few hundred blood crows. After this black-clothed youth formed seals, flames ignited on the lotus beneath him, and he flicked his finger. Dragon Jade Flame Lotus. Whenever he flicked his finger, a flaming dragon would fly out that incinerated the blood crows into ashes. He's strong, Lin Yun said. That's an ancient secret technique, Lil Purple praised. In ancient times, an ancient clan was famous for nurturing lotuses, and their descendants could receive a saint lotus once they reached the saint realm. The dragon jade flame lotus could be considered a rare saint lotus. If that clan still exists, it should be one of the 8 imperial clans, the Li clan. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Li clan. The black-clothed youth turned around to look at them, acting as if he had heard what Lil Purple said. He wasn't initially concerned, but he soon frowned with surprise flashing in his eyes. He gazed over Lin Yun and Lil Purple before disappearing with a flash. The 8 imperial clans? The Jian clan, Mo clan, Xiao clan, and now there's the Li clan. Lin Yun muttered to himself. The 8 imperial clans were mysterious, and he had directly come into contact with 3 of them. His master was from the Jian clan, the Mo clan produced the Millennium Flame, and the white-clothed bladesman he met before was from the Xiao clan. Now, he met another one of the 8 imperial clans. With the great change, these people would probably start appearing more often. Why don't we catch up with him and ask him what the 8 imperial clans are trying to do? Lil Purple fearlessly suggested. That person is cautious, and there's no need to form any enmity with him. Let's go and look at 6 Holy City, Lin Yun said, shaking his head. The 6 Holy Lands once controlled 6 Holy City, but it was destroyed by the Blood Moon Sect and Demon Spirit Clan, and the 6 Holy Lands forces were chased out. That's why Lin Yun wanted to take a look and see what happened. 6 Holy City was in ruins when he arrived, with only the altar remaining. The altar was enveloped in a black fog with boundless corpses lying within 100 miles in radius. Lin Yun could tell that a ceremony was held here but failed. The corpses of those lying on the ground were from the Holy Lands, and there were even some cultivators donned in crimson armor that looked familiar. Aside from that, there wasn't a single living person here. As for the Blood Moon Sect and Demon Spirit Clan, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun looked at the crimson armor and had a bad premonition because it seemed to be the saint armor of the Blood Word Battalion. When he raised his head, he saw that there was a crack in the ancient altar, and the top of the altar was enveloped in a light pillar. Beneath the altar, terrifying roars could be heard. It's as though the altar was sealing a powerful existence. Lin Yun, this altar has the Nirvana sword intent on it, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun also noticed something, and the doubt in his eyes grew. He had no idea what was going on. Should we go there? Lil Purple asked with uncertainty. She had always been fearless but noticed something weird about this place. Lin Yun looked at the altar and saw traces of battles around, and there seemed to be something in the crack. His instincts told him that the altar was dangerous and shouldn't be touched carelessly, even if there wasn't the Nirvana sword intent on it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun turned around. Friend, you have been following me for some time now. Show yourself. Lin Yun was looking at a tattered wall. There's someone here? Why didn't I notice it? Lil Purple exclaimed. A brief moment later, a black-clothed youth emerged from the shadows, the same person they had seen. The black-clothed youth said, as expected, a flower burial. I'm impressed by your sword intent. You know me? Lin Yun asked. Who in the Kunlun realm doesn't know about the famous flower burial? The black-clothed youth said indifferently as though he was stating something normal. He initially wanted to leave after hearing what Lil Purple said, but he found Lin Yun to be familiar when he turned around before realizing that this person was Flower Burial, the direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. After the 9th, Lin Yun's identity had been exposed, and everyone knew that Yi Qingtian was Lin Yun. This further brought Lin Yun's fame to a new height, and some ancient clans began to pay attention to him. Don't worry about it. I have no enmity against you. I'm only curious as to why the famous flower burial is here. My surname is Li, and my name is Fei Bai. The black-clothed youth introduced himself to express goodwill. One of the 8 imperial clans, Li clan? Lin Yun asked. Your friend was right, Li Fei Bai said, looking at Lil Purple. He continued, I advise you not to get close to that altar. It is dangerous. You know what happened here? Lin Yun asked. Who doesn't know? It's not a secret, either way. Li Feibai briefly paused, but soon came to his senses before continuing. It looks like the Heavenly Tao sect can't be bothered about anything else right now for you not to know such a huge incident. Cut the crap and speak if you know, Lil Purple said impatiently. Li Feibai wasn't bothered with Lil Purple's rudeness, and said, "There's no harm telling you about it?" Listening to Li Feibai, Lin Yun finally understood what was happening here. After the Blood Moon sect and Demon Spirit clan occupied Six Holy City, they wanted to undo the seal here. But they only had the Lunar Divine Rune, so it was risky to hold the ceremony. They had no choice but to perform an ancient ceremony with the quasi-saints that they had captured, wanting to lift the seal around the God Burial Mountain range. But in the critical moment, the 9th princess arrived with the Blood Word Battalion, and a battle broke out. The ceremony was ruined, and the altar's energy leaked out, destroying all of Six Holy City. The restriction is already at its limit, but there's a mysterious energy coming from the direction of the Myriad Graves Valley that has stabilized the restriction and sealed the darkness for now, Li Feibai said. You know what happened after that. The altar has lost control, and that sword ray will exist for some time, even if the restriction is already loose. If you get close to the altar, you might be corroded by the darkness and be attacked by that sword ray. Just look at the corpses on the ground. That's how most of them died. Where's the 9th princess? Lin Yun frowned. Li Feibai said, both parties suffered heavy casualties when the altar cracked, including those from the Demon Spirit clan. As for the 9th princess's location, it became a mystery after she was injured. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Su Ziao was injured. Many people are looking for her. I heard that a treasure flew out from the altar and was obtained by her. But no one knows where she was right now. Li Feibai shared everything he knew. Thank you, Lin Yun thanked. This was bad news just when he entered the God Burial Mountain range. Li Feibai glanced at Lin Yun and asked, if I'm not wrong, you're only at the Quasi-Saint, right? That's right, Lin Yun replied. Li Feibai smiled. It's best if you don't go too deep. This place is more chaotic than you think, and the Heavenly Tao sect can't help you here. If someone wants to kill you, there's no better place than the God Burial Mountain range. We don't need your concern. You should be concerned about yourself instead, Lil Purple said unhappily. Li Feibai said, even though you know my origins, you don't believe in my strength? I'm not boasting, but no place in the God Burial Mountain range can stop me. Just when Lil Purple was about to flare up, she was stopped by Lin Yun as he said, no matter what, thanks for your information. Li Feibai shook his head and said, no need to thank me. I'm only here to see if there's anything special about the famous flower burial. So? Lin Yun asked. Ordinary, Li Feibai said as he examined Lin Yun. He briefly paused, then continued, I let you detect me on purpose. Times have changed, and even the Heavenly Dragon Lord is nothing. You better not take it seriously, or you won't even know how you died. Li Feibai wasn't arrogant as he said that in a calm tone. His tone also didn't hint at enmity, but his words were insulting. I'll be taking my leave now. Li Feibai left, proving that what he said wasn't wrong. His movement technique was bizarre, and he appeared 100 miles away in a few breaths. That fellow is annoying, Lil Purple said. Don't care about him for now. Lin Yun was worried about Su Ziao and couldn't find any traces after searching for a long time. Not long later, a heat wave blew over as Lil Purple and Lin Yun appeared before a river of magma. This was the Flame Dragon River, the previous border. In the past, the Flame Dragon River was a forbidden ground, filled with danger. Quasi-saints would only die here if they came. But now that the restriction was lifted, it was no longer a forbidden ground. The other side of the river is called the Heavenly Void, and no one knows what is inside. No one has ever come back from the other side, Lin Yun said. Many saints have gathered at the river's edge, but no one moved because there were many saint corpses floating on the river. Those were saints who had rashly tried to cross over and died. The corpses showed how frightening the river was. The people from the Holy Lands are here. A commotion resounded. A group of people came, and Lin Yun raised his head with his bamboo hat on. The ones that came were from the holy lands of the Eastern Desolation. They came together and probably wanted to form an alliance. After all, many of the people here were from outside the Eastern Desolation. The few leading the parties weren't old but were all at the Saint Realm. When Lin Yun raised his head with his bamboo hat on, he saw that Ji Zishi was also amongst the crowd. She was shining brightly as she gave off a sacred aura. The youths from the other holy lands surrounded her, trying to get on her good side. The Flame Dragon River was dangerous, and those flying above it must bear great pressure. If they fell into the river, they would lose their lives. The magma contained terrifying dragon flames, tainted with a divinity that even a saint couldn't withstand. Many people gathered here but couldn't find a way to cross the river. But the Holy Lands came prepared and got a few elders to probe the river. Young master, there is a skeleton frame of a complete flame dragon at the bottom, giving off a powerful pressure. If we want to cross it, we must resist the dragon aura. If we fall into the river, even a saint will have an issue surviving. A golden-robed elder respectfully spoke to a young man. This young man gave off an extraordinary temperament, and was the young master of the Ming cult, Huang Jingyu. He might seem young, but was over 100 years old and a second-stage Saint Lord. Even in this era, someone who could become a saint around 100 years old could be considered a genius. The purple-clothed youth standing beside him was the Myriad Lightning Sect's Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord. He was the youngest Saint Lord in the past few centuries of the Myriad Lightning Sect, becoming a Saint Lord before he was 100 years old. On the right of Huang Jingyu was a young bladesman. This person was Lu Yunlan of the Heavenly Flame Sect, known as the Billow Cloud Saint Lord, with a high attainment in the blade. The three were geniuses and handsome, especially Huang Jingyu, the most outstanding in status and talent. Compared to them, the black-clothed youth from the Divine Tao Pavilion looked rather low-profile. This person was someone whom Lin Yun had met before, Chu Wushuang. He was the young master Wushuang who had provoked and fought him back in the Heavenly Tao sect. He came from a musical clan and behaved in a high-profile manner back then, calling himself Young Master Wushuang, and was famous in the Eastern Desolation. But after his trip to the Heavenly Tao sect, he changed and became low-profile. Lin Yun didn't know what opportunity he encountered that allowed him to become a saint. Wushuang, it shouldn't be hard for you to cross the river, right? After all, you even endured the heavenly flames of the Divine Tao Pavilion. Huang Jingyu smiled. No one has made it through the last stage of the Divine Tao Pavilion's Heavenly Channel Pagoda. And this is because the heavenly flames are tough to deal with, Lu Yunlan of the Heavenly Flame Sect said. The Myriad Lightning Sect's Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord also said, Young Master Wushuang doesn't have to be courteous. After all, this is a great opportunity to show off before the little princess. Ji Zishi's eyes flashed with unhappiness because she hated people calling her little princess the most, especially since she was never a princess. Chu Wushuang humbly smiled. Looking at how confident the three of you are, I'm afraid you guys already have a method to cross the river, so I do not need to embarrass myself with my pitiful tricks. Huang Jingyu's group of three merely smiled and said nothing. The three of them might be young, but they had become Saint Lords at a young age. But they weren't young enough to be compared to Chu Wushuang, so they wanted to probe the latter's strength and make him suffer a little. However, they didn't continue on, seeing that Chu Wushuang was tactful. Billow Cloud's Saint Lord said, If we want to cross the river, we can't bear the dragon aura head-on because the pressure will increase. The Saint Lords tried to bear the dragon aura and died terrible deaths. So we have to go there obediently, swim over, use a boat or a secret treasure if we want to get over smoothly. As expected, these people already had a way to deal with it. I'll go first. Huang Jingyu smiled as he soared to the sky, jumping towards the Flame Dragon River that had devoured several Saint Lords. This caused an uproar in the surroundings, but before the exclamations could subside, Huang Jingyu stood firmly on the surface of the magma river. Everyone discovered a sun and a moon beneath Huang Jingyu's feet that looked like a yin-yang diagram, carrying him to the other side of the river. Shortly after, those from the Ming cult followed closely behind with the yin-yang diagrams beneath their feet. They were like lamps as they crossed the river without any trouble. As expected of the Ming cult. Ming cult should be the strongest in the Eastern Desolation, and the Heavenly Tao sect is a joke. The Heavenly Tao sect only has a fake reputation, and the Ming cult is stronger in regards to its foundation. Many people were chatting amongst themselves at the shore of the river. The Ming cult stood out recently, with many people wanting to get on their boat. As a result, this became why so many people were praising the Ming cult. Those from the Heavenly Flame sect began to cross the river as well. Their method was simple. They used their blades as a boat, standing on the blades as they broke through the magma waves. The Myriad Lightning sect wasn't inferior in comparison. They took out a secret treasure. This was a silver boat enveloped in lightning that enveloped all of their members as they headed to the other side of the river. Seeing this, everyone finally found a solution and imitated them. Instead of bearing the dragon aura, they controlled various treasures to cross the river. This method was safe, but some were unlucky and couldn't bear the high temperature of the river, falling into the river with a scream. Lady Zixi, do you want to cross the river with me? Chu Wushuang looked at Ji Zixi with his eyes shining brightly. After he suffered a setback in his pursuit of Bai Shuang, he became a lot more low-profile and depressed for a long time. That was until he met Ji Zixi, the little princess of the Divine Phoenix Mountain. When he saw her, he fell in love with her at first sight. He could only apologize to Bai Shuang because he realized Ji Zixi was his true love. At the very least, there wouldn't be flower burial this time, right? Chu Wushuang wore a smile, looking suave with his eyes full of expectation. I appreciate young Master Wushuang's kindness, but the Divine Phoenix Mountain has a way to cross the river. Ji Zixi didn't reply, but the white-clothed elder beside her rejected on her behalf. Ji Zixi looked at Chu Wushuang and said, "Why would the phoenix be afraid of the dragon?" Everyone from the Divine Phoenix Mountain soared to the sky and released dazzling flames. As a phoenix cry resounded between heaven and earth, those from the Divine Phoenix Mountain were like phoenixes as they flew across the Flame Dragon River, and the phoenix aura that they released smashed the dragon aura apart, smoothly crossing the river. How overbearing! Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm. This is how descendants of the Divine Phoenix clan should look like, and I'm starting to take a fancy on that girl. Lin Yun ignored Lil Purple, wanting to see how Chu Wushuang would cross the river. He was curious about what Chu Wushuang encountered that allowed him to reach the Saint Realm. It looks like time has changed. Chu Wushuang wasn't depressed, but became even more infatuated with Ji Zixi instead. He quickly pulled his gaze away after he couldn't see Ji Zixi's figure anymore. This was the kind of woman that he wanted to marry. Young master, it's time for us to cross the river, the Divine Tao Pavilion said. Let's go, Chu Wushuang smiled. He had long thought of a way to cross the Flame Dragon River, but was hiding his strength in his reply to Huang Jingyu. Keeping a low profile was the best way, and he had to thank Flower Burial for those teachings. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have his current accomplishment. Chu Wushuang left everyone to the shore as a group of Saint Lords from the Divine Tao Pavilion took a brush and began painting. They used ink refined from the blood of various saint beasts, and the brushes were all glory saint artifacts. They drew various saint runes for a few minutes, each with 10-odd layers of saint runes around them. What should we do now? A Saint Lord asked. Swim over, Chu Wushuang smiled. Those from the Divine Tao Pavilion jumped into the river, using the most primal way to cross the river. But this shocked everyone, and they had to give it to the Divine Tao Pavilion. It was a pity that none of them could learn this technique. The Divine Phoenix Mountain is lucky that they didn't agree to it. Otherwise, that little princess would have to swim across the river like Chu Wushuang. That's because she's smart. A few cultivators beside Lin Yun smiled as they used various means to cross the river. Holy shit, that was a surprise. Lin Yun smiled. How are you going to get there? Lil Purple asked. Jump over. Lin Yun chuckled as he found a place without many people and took a deep breath before he jumped into the sky. He easily smashed apart the dragon's aura and crossed the river. After a few leaping taps on the river's surface, Lin Yun reached the other side. The phoenix isn't afraid of dragon aura, so why should I be afraid when I have the Azure Dragon Divine Physique? Holy shit, He has successfully shown off. Lil Purple muttered from the iris secret realm. Something isn't right, Lin Yun muttered as he landed on the ground. He might not have grasped space Dao, but his movement technique could come in contact with space, and when he looked back, he could see that the space here appeared to have overlapped. The sky of the Flame Dragon River was filled with fog, which looked bizarre. But it was dangerous to be in the heavenly void, so Lin Yun only take note of it with no intentions of retreating. Lin Yun pulled his gaze away and saw various blood crows in front of him again. Some blood crows had taken on a humanoid form, giving off a powerful pressure with high intelligence. The heavenly void was massive, and space appeared to have been distorted by some sort of power, making this place weird and dangerous. Half an incense stick later, Lin Yun and Lil Purple captured a humanoid blood crow. Lin Yun asked, "Is there a deity's corpse in the heavenly void?" This blood crow was a youth, and he had a weird smile. "Ha, that's for sure. Otherwise, where do blood crows come from? Where's the deity's corpse?" Lil Purple wore a ferocious expression and asked, "If you're not going to say, I don't mind turning you into a barbecued crow." Blood Crow smiled in disdain. "Here in the heavenly void, we won't die, so you can't threaten us. I don't know if you dare to eat blood crows, but I have eaten many humans. I have eaten lots of little girls like you." He was unconvinced because even though he was a first-stage Saint Lord, a little girl and a quasi-saint defeated him. "How dare you look down on me?" Lil Purple became furious as the divine runes bloomed on her forehead, restricting the blood crow. She had 2 divine runes on her forehead, the Azure Dragon Divine Rune and Ice Phoenix Divine Rune, that gave off a powerful pressure. This made the blood crow scream out in pain, but he still wasn't willing to say where the deity's corpse was. "Lin Yun, this fellow is too hateful. Let's just cook and eat it," Lil Purple said furiously. "Well, it's pretty good if we can refine him into a bead," Lin Yun replied. The blood crow youth's face changed when Lin Yun mentioned bead, but he still tried his best to maintain his composure. He feigned ignorance and asked, "What bead are you talking about?" Seeing this, Lin Yun instantly knew that the blood crows in the heavenly void weren't the same as those from the Myriad Grave Valley. The heavenly void's blood crows seemed to be able to revive, so they weren't afraid of death. Lin Yun took out a bead he hadn't refined and gave it to the blood crow youth. This was the bead that was left behind by the blood crow ancestor at the Myriad Grave Valley. But the blood crows here didn't seem to leave a bead behind, and they would reincarnate differently. Lin Yun bluffed the blood crow youth that he had refined this bead. When the blood crow youth saw this bead, he began to tremble in fear as he looked at Lin Yun in horror. How can you possibly accomplish that? This is heretical. Why, you look like you're from a righteous sect. At first glance, you're wrong about that. He's the scum of the righteous path, known as the Holy Maiden Killer. This is why people call him Flower Burial, and he has done all kinds of evil in the world. The biggest scumbag in the world. Lil Purple smiled. The blood crow youth's face changed with fright. When he heard that Lin Yun was Flower Burial, his voice trembled. "Why your Flower Burial?" Lil Purple smiled. "See? I didn't bluff you, right? So tell us, where's the deity's corpse? Then again, it's fine if you don't want to point out the direction for us. Speak," Lin Yun said indifferently as he crushed the bead in his hand. The blood crow youth finally felt despair and maniacally laughed. "You guys ask where the deity's corpse is located? Aren't you guys in the deity's corpse? This place is the deity's corpse?" Lin Yun came to his senses. It was no wonder why he sensed some spatial fluctuation when he crossed the Flame Dragon River. The deity's corpse had formed its own space, and the Flame Dragon River was like a teleportation array that brought them in. The heavenly void was the deity's corpse. Or rather, the deity's corpse had merged with the heavenly void and became a world of its own. Lin Yun asked a few more questions and found out that these blood crows were born in the deity's corpse and formed by the sins of the deity's corpse when the deity was still alive. Even if they were killed, they would fuse into the deity's corpse and be born again 100 years later. As a result, the blood crows weren't afraid of death as long as they were in the deity's corpse. There were powerful blood crows here, and they had fused as one with the corpses of humans in the heavenly void, possessing complete bodies. They were known as the Blood Crow Kings. The Blood Crow youth feared Lin Yun would refine him into a bead, so he didn't hold anything back from the latter. "Where's the divine blood fruit?" Lin Yun asked. "Divine blood fruit?" The Blood Crow youth's eyes flickered, then said, "I've never heard of it before. It looks like you're not being honest." Lil Purple was pissed and wanted to torture him again. "I don't know. The heavenly void is massive, and each Blood Crow King has their territory and servants. There would often be a battle amongst Blood Crow Kings, and we don't dare to wander around. If we leave our territory, we might be enslaved and become servants." According to the Blood Crow youth, this was only the edge of the heavenly void, and many Blood Crow Kings were inside. If there's really a divine blood fruit, it should be in the Blood Flame Plains. That's the heart of the deity's corpse. The Blood Crow youth pointed out a direction to Lin Yun. This was all he knew. He hadn't gone to the Blood Flame Plains before. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and asked, "You seem to be afraid of me. Have you heard of me? Many demon spirits have appeared in the heavenly void before, and those demon spirits were really powerful. Even Blood Crow Kings have been killed by them." The Blood Crow youth said, trembling. "They mentioned you and said that a great saint of the demon spirit clan was dead because of you. So they're filled with hatred for you." Lin Yun didn't know why the death of that golden-eyed demon spirit was on him when Tianxing killed it, but he didn't explain himself and said, "Last question. Do you know the location of a woman?" Lin Yun roughly explained Su Xiao's appearance to him, and the Blood Crow youth shook his head at first before he replied, "I recall it now. Someone like that does exist, but I've never seen her before. I only heard from the Demon Spirit Clan and a group of human cultivators that they're looking for her. She's in the heavenly void, but no one knows where she is." Lin Yun heaved a sigh of relief, hearing that Su Xiao was still alive. "What should we do with him?" Lil Purple asked. "You can just kill me. Everything is fine as long as you don't refine me into a bead," the Blood Crow youth said in a trembling tone. Lin Yun had no way of refining this Blood Crow youth into a bead and had no intention of killing him. He merely used the nether shackles to leave a restraint within the Blood Crow youth's body and got the latter to follow him. The Blood Crows here couldn't be killed, and it was hard to find more information. So, leaving the Blood Crow youth behind was better than killing him. Lin Yun and Lil Purple headed to the Blood Flame Plains for the next period of time. On the way over, Lil Red woke up and reached the Saint Realm, which meant their small team had become stronger. The Blood Crow youth wasn't lying. This place was dangerous because the Blood Crow Kings had a strong sense of territory. They would attack anyone that they have discovered, and several battles occurred over the past few days. There was one time when they ran into a Blood Crow King, and Lin Yun had to push the divine sun-chasing art to the limit before he could escape. The endless battles exhausted Lin Yun, while Lil Red became more excited. After all, it had just become a Saint Lord and wanted to show off its strength. As a result, Lil Red would always stand at the front whenever there was a battle. The Blood Crow youth's scalp was numb because even Lin Yun's cat was so powerful. He was thoroughly afraid now and said in a trembling tone, "Up ahead is the territory of the Azura Dove King's territory. The Azura Dove King obtained the corpse of an ancient swordsman in the heavenly void, and he's incredibly powerful. He's also brutal with absolute confidence in his strength. So he didn't need many servants, and everyone that he has captured would be used to refine his sword." Refining his sword with Blood Crows? What use do the Blood Crows have? Lin Yun asked. Seeing that Lin Yun was looking down on Blood Crows, the Blood Crow youth became furious and said, "We're born from the deity's blood in the heavenly void, and one can refine the divine blood if they refine us in great numbers, and it's much better than the beads. We're nobles, unlike those country bumpkins from the myriad Grave Valley. The sword refined by the Azura Dove King is a famous treasure in the heavenly void." "I see." When he looked at the latter again, Lin Yun finally knew how to deal with the Blood Crow youth. Lin Yun's gaze made the Blood Crow youth feel a chill run down his spine, and he said, "Didant, even if you've managed to refine all my blood, you wouldn't be able to produce a trace of divine blood. Just kill me." "You're a coward, and yet you call yourself noble?" Lil Red said with disdain, making the Blood Crow youth's face turn red. But he didn't dare to refute it. He realized that the three before him were terrifying, with Flower Burial being the most terrifying. He could feel a chill run down his spine with a gaze from Lin Yun. The little girl's mouth was filled with insults, and this cat was the most ruthless one who would make a move without saying a word. Lil Red was full of energy after making a breakthrough, so the Blood Crow youth frequently received a beating during this period. Lin Yun didn't want to take a detour and planned to immediately cross this region. As for the Azura Dove King, it was best if they didn't encounter each other. The Azura Dove King had a huge territory that was on the scale of a sect in the outside world. But in reality, this place was the ruins of an ancient sect, and there were many tattered buildings here. "I'll go take a look." Lin Yun stopped just when he was a few hundred miles from the Azura Dove King's territory. His sword intent was keen, and he could sense some ripples here. He came to the top of a stone pillar and circulated his sword intent. As golden light shone from his eyes, his vision began to spread out, and he could see everything within a 1,000-mile radius. "Follow me," Lin Yun said as he led everyone in their journey through the Azura Dove King's territory. Since he had scouted the territory in advance, they managed to avoid many of the patrolling blood crows before they came to a sword mound. This sword mound was ancient and massive, and many corpses were on the ground next to rusted ancient swords. There were 3 people in the sword mound, rummaging through all the corpses. An eye opened on their foreheads as they executed some sort of secret technique, releasing a black miasma from their bodies. As the black miasma entered the corpses were soon repaired and stood up like living corpses. The Demon Spirit Clan. The Blood Crow youth was shocked by this scene and asked, "What are they doing?" This is an ancient conversion method from the Demon Spirit Clan, using their demonic eye and miasma to turn a dead cultivator into a demonic corpse. After the end of the Golden Era, these people relied on this method to wreak havoc in the Kunlun realm, Lin Yun said. Lin Yun might seem calm, but he was greatly shocked. He had faced demonic corpses before in various ruins, but this was the first time he had witnessed a demon spirit performing the conversion technique. After the death of many cultivators from the Kunlun realm, their corpses would be enslaved by the Demon Spirit Clan and swing their blades against their own kind. "This is a little troublesome," Lil Purple said. "This is the heavenly void, and countless saints are here from ancient times. If they can gather enough Saint Realm demonic corpses, it would be troublesome when the restriction on the God Burial mountain range is lifted." Lin Yun wore a grave expression and said it for her. The Dark Era would return. Times have changed, but the darkness was still scheming a return. Now that he looked at it, the Blood Moon Sect and Demon Spirit Clan must have more objectives in coming to the heavenly void. When a crimson streak of light flew over and landed on the ground, a young-looking demon spirit appeared on the sword mound. He had perfect features and didn't look like a demon spirit. Instead, he looked like a handsome human with skin that even girls would be jealous of, and his white robe gave him a unique temperament. "We greet the Ing River King." The 3 demon spirits bowed with respect on their faces. Only Silver-Eyed Demon Spirit and Golden-Eyed Demon Spirit could be addressed as kings. Lin Yun immediately sensed something wasn't right and released his sword intent to envelop everyone. They were fortunate that this was a sword mound, filled with sword intent. This place was perfect for them to conceal themselves. But even so, Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless. The Azura Dove King's territory has a lot of treasures. There's an other shore flower. You guys give it a droplet of divine blood each to speed its growth. I want to refine this other shore flower here. The Ing River King said as he took out a crimson flower with a wave. This flower was gorgeous, emitting a faint radiance with slender branches that looked like a girl's arm. As the flower danced, everyone could hear beautiful music lingering in their ears when the demon spirits planted the other shore flower into the ground and took out a droplet of divine blood each, pouring it on the flower. They wanted to force the flower's growth and would need to exhaust their vitality and life force, as well as their divine blood. Since it's under Ing River King's orders, the 3 demon spirits didn't dare to go against this order. They sat around the other shore flower and began injecting their life force and vitality into it. As the other shore flower swayed, it soon reached over 10 meters in height, looking bewitching. Lin Yun could hold himself back, but the flower burial sword began to tremble. He could do nothing about it because the flower burial sword didn't have any resistance against rare flowers, not to mention one like the other shore flower. Lin Yun's face changed as he quickly stopped the flower burial sword. He was fortunate that the other swords in the sword mound were also trembling. Even so, Ing River King still glanced in his direction with doubt in his eyes. When he closed and reopened his eyes, a powerful demonic aura swept out, making Lin Yun feel great pressure. This fellow was definitely a golden-eyed demon spirit, a rat who hasn't even reached the saint realm. Ing River King sneered as saint energy gathered in his palm with a terrifying energy fluctuation spreading out. Just when Lin Yun was about to make a move, a sword ray descended from the sky, forcing the Ing River King to dodge as a crimson sword plunged into the ground. All the other rusted swords in the sword mound scattered as a powerful crimson sword intent exploded from the sword. Up in the sky, there was a figure hovering there, coldly looking at the Ing River King. This person had an incredibly robust figure, and many of the blood crows around him made his clothes flutter from the wind. This person was the Azura Dove King, the master of this territory. The Azura Dove King looked at the Ing River King and coldly said, "Our transaction has only involved corpses. It has nothing to do with this other shore flower. We can make another transaction." The Ing River King smiled. "Divine blood for this other shore flower." The Azura Dove King didn't speak as he looked at the Ing River King before muttering, "So the other shore flower has to mature in this way. No wonder there's been no changes in my hands for so long." 15 droplets of divine blood. The Ing River King increased the stake. As greed flashed across the Azura Dove King's eyes, he said, "I'm curious. Where did you get so much divine blood from? After all, you have given me 10 divine blood for our previous transaction. I would agree if it were the past, but I have changed my mind. They will all be mine after killing you." The Ing River King smiled. "What a coincidence, because I was also planning to do the same." A golden vertical eye opened on the Ing River King's forehead as he gave off a powerful aura as a 4th stage Saint Lord. But the Ing River King wasn't afraid, and he waved his hand. "Rahu!" The Rahu sword flew into his hand with an astral sword intent blooming, and 10-odd galaxies appeared. The Ing River demon spirit was afraid that the shockwave of their battle might affect the other shore flower, so he rose to the sky and they fought 1,000 miles away. Their battle produced loud explosions with shockwaves sweeping from 1,000 miles away, destroying the many tattered palaces. The 3 demon spirit each reached out with one hand to cast a barrier that enveloped the sword mound. Lin Yun looked at the other shore flower outside the sword mound, then turned his head to the blood crow youth. "Ji Feng, it's not too much to retrieve an other shore flower before the divine blood fruit, right?" Ji Feng trembled under Lin Yun's question. That was too much, but he didn't dare to reply. Regardless of the Ing River King or the Azura Dove King, they weren't existences he could afford to provoke, and they could easily kill him with one finger. Seeing Ji Feng's reaction, Lin Yun smiled. The 3 demon spirits on the sword mound were all 2nd stage Saint Lords and had long condensed their dipper auras. In addition to their identity as the demon spirit clan, the 3 were comparable to 5 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords at the very least. "You go lure one of them away. If you can survive, I'll give you a droplet of divine blood." Lin Yun gave his promise as he looked at Ji Feng. "You have divine blood with you?" Ji Feng's eyes lit up. His strength could be greatly boosted if he had divine blood. "Not right now, but that doesn't mean I won't have it in the future." Lin Yun didn't have any divine blood with him. He did have a droplet of the heavenly dragon's blood, but that was even rarer than divine blood. Just when Ji Feng wanted to refute what Lin Yun said as he reached out with a bottle in his hand, "This is 50 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid, and you can take it now if you agree to it." Ji Feng's face changed, and he swallowed his words back down. He said, "You said it. You'll give me divine blood if I manage to come back alive." He didn't care about any divine blood right now. He only wanted Lin Yun to lift the restrictions that were on him and run after taking the true dragon Saint Liquid. The worst-case scenario would be killed, which was better than being refined into a bead or used to refine a sword. Okay, I'll promise you. But you have to undo my restriction first, Jifeng said, gritting his teeth. Don't resist. Lin Yun placed his finger on Jifeng's forehead and circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, injecting his nether energy into Jifeng's body. There was a nether flower in Jifeng's sea of consciousness, spreading its vines like shackles. When Lin Yun took his hand back, he extracted a flower out from Jifeng's forehead. When the restriction was lifted, a crimson light flashed in Jifeng's eyes, indicating that he had recovered his cultivation and the ferocity of a blood crow. He ferociously looked at Lin Yun and couldn't help recalling his grievance, being enslaved by a quasi-saint. Little crow, what are you trying to do? Lil Red slapped Jifeng on his head. I'm just joking. I'll do whatever you want me to. Jifeng immediately cowered as he reached out to take the crystal bottle. He had thought it through, wanting to leave after taking the true dragon Saint Liquid. As for whether he could lure a demon spirit away, he couldn't be bothered about that. But he failed to grab onto anything as Lin Yun pulled back his hand, and this made Jifeng look at Lin Yun in confusion. If you go like this, it's no different from courting death. You see the Saint Realm demonic corpses around them. Lin Yun smiled. Jifeng scratched his head because he was only focused on running and didn't pay attention. Lin Yun didn't expose Jifeng, but revealed his plan instead. You lure the other blood crows in the Azura Dove King's territory over. Tell them that the Azura Dove King is injured, and these 3 demon spirits did it. Lin Yun already noticed that the Azura Dove King didn't want to disrupt the 3 demon spirits, so he didn't bring his subordinates over. How can I possibly do that? We might be blood crows, but there's a huge difference between us, and our voices are also different. Jifeng cowered. Figure it out yourself. There are many ways, and if you didn't help out when I kept you around so far, you would have lost your value to live, Lin Yun said, giving Jifeng a chance. You're not afraid that I'll run? Jifeng wasn't willing. Compared to being captured by the Azura Dove King's subordinates, he would rather be enslaved by Lin Yun. Can you even escape? Lin Yun said coldly. I might have lifted your restriction, but I left a seed in your head. If you behave yourself, the seed will disappear in 3 days. If you're not obedient, the seed will grow and tear your head apart. Jifeng looked at Lin Yun with disbelief, before he quickly examined his sea of consciousness, and his face soon changed. Lin Yun really did leave a seed in his sea of consciousness, and it was even bigger than the nether flower Lin Yun planted before. If it wasn't because Jifeng didn't resist, it would have been impossible to plant such a huge seed in his head, and he instantly knew that Lin Yun tricked him. His face paled, and he said in a trembling tone, You're vicious. Don't think his title as the Holy Maiden Killer is fake. You're still too tender in comparison, so get lost. Lil Purple glared at Jifeng, threatening him. Jifeng's hands trembled as he took the crystal bottle over, then soon disappeared before their eyes. Is that fellow reliable? He's a little too cowardly. He might not be able to fool the Azura Dove King's subordinates, Lil Purple analyzed. There's always a solution. The more cowardly he is, the higher the chance of success, Lin Yun said calmly. Big brother, we should have just charged over, Lil Red said as it was still full of energy. Looking at the demon spirits on the sword mound, Lin Yun said, If there were only 3 demon spirits, they'd only be equivalent to 5 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords. But those Saint Realm demonic corpses cannot be underestimated, and they're roughly the same as 1 Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. If we don't find a way to create chaos, it will be hard for us to obtain the other shore flower. Lil Purple briefly pondered, then asked, What if Jifeng failed? We can only leave then. Lin Yun might be arrogant, but he was never a fool. He began to rest but was paying attention to the battle 1,000 miles away. Those 2 were tough to deal with, and each was equivalent to at least 30 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords. He would have to pull out from this region swiftly when there's an outcome in their fight. An hour later, chaos took place as Lin Yun opened his eyes. He indifferently said, He succeeded. Lil Purple and Lil Red became energetic as they saw a group of blood crows at the Saint Realm rushing over, making the 3 demon spirits on the sword mound frown their brows. Big brother, see what I said? There's really divine blood. Ji Feng spoke to a blood crow. This blood crow had a robust figure and was at least at the pinnacle 2nd stage as a Saint Lord. Sensing the aura of divine blood coming from the other shore flower, he had greed reflected in his eyes. Charge! You guys are courting death. The group of blood crows charged over, making the 3 demon spirits furious. They left one person behind to continue injecting vitality and life force into the other shore flower, while the 2 other demon spirits left with the demonic corpses to fight with the blood crows. In just a brief moment, the sword mound became chaotic, with a terrifying saint aura spreading out. I'll retrieve the other shore flower so you guys cover me. We'll go separately after that, Lin Yun said. Okay. They joined the chaotic fight, and the scene became even more chaotic. But no matter how chaotic it was, the demon spirits weren't foolish and had 10 demonic corpses guarding the other shore flower at all times. While a demon spirit focused on ripening the other shore flower, the blood crows that wanted to get close were sent flying away, throwing out blood before they could even get close. The demon spirit ripening the other shore flower was called Kue'erdo. When he saw a cat coming in his direction, he sneered, "A mere cat dares join in as well?" With a wave of his hand, a few Saint Realm demonic corpses charged at Lil Red. Lil Red grinned as it suddenly swelled in size, turning into an ancient Dracope, knocking the demonic corpses flying away. While Kue'erdo was shocked, a silver radiance shone from a little girl as an ice phoenix flew over. While Kue'erdo fought with Lil Purple, Lin Yun took the chance and grabbed the other shore flower. But the other shore flower was too massive and looked like an ancient tree instead of a flower. Bewitching voices entered Lin Yun's ears as illusions appeared before his eyes. Light shone before his eyes, leading him in a direction. It was as though he could reach the shore if he really followed the light. But Lin Yun soon came to his senses and pulled the other shore flower from the ground. As the ground cracked, Lin Yun carried the other shore flower and fled. Go! Lil Purple landed on the transformed Lil Red and they ran in another direction. This naturally left Kue'erdo furious, and he alternated his gaze between the 2 directions before chasing in Lin Yun's direction. On the sword mound, the blood crows and demon spirits were still fighting, and they were so focused on their fight that they couldn't be bothered with the other shore flower. For hours later, Lil Purple and Lil Red had escaped far away and were no longer in the Azura Dove King's territory. When they ensured that they were safe, Lil Red looked around and said, "Big brother doesn't seem to be following us." Lil Purple said calmly, "That scumbag is cunning, so he won't die. A cat has 9 lives, but a scumbag has countless. Do you know why?" Lil Red was baffled upon hearing that. Despite what Lil Purple said, she was actually feeling anxious, which was reflected on her face. Suddenly, she saw a crimson radiance blooming from far away as Lin Yun appeared, carrying the other shore flower. Seeing Lin Yun, Lil Purple's eyes lit up, and she rejoiced. "Look, the scumbag is here." When the 3 joined up, they began to discuss what they should do with the other shore flower. Lin Yun helplessly said, "It seems to be alive, and it's resisting entering the Iris secret realm." This was why he had to carry the other shore flower and couldn't stow it, which would be more convenient. "That's bad news. We still have to find a way to ripen it," Lil Purple said. "Crush it, then," Lin Yun said without any hesitation, wanting to draw his sword. Only the flower burial sword required the floral fragrance, and it shouldn't affect it much even if the other shore flower wasn't ripened. It was too troublesome to carry it around, and the demon spirit might catch up any time. But the other shore flower seemed to have heard what Lin Yun said and began to shrink in size, looking afraid. Lil Purple smiled when she saw this and said, "Lil Flower, be obedient. This is the famous flower burial. If you're not obedient, then he might become ruthless." When Lin Yun tried it this time, he managed to smoothly put the other shore flower into the Iris secret realm. "Lin Yun, you're really a crook. The blood crow is so afraid of you, and even the other shore flower is afraid of you." Lil Purple laughed. Lin Yun didn't hold it against her, but said, "Let's go. I haven't shaken that person off yet. Flower burial. Why are you in such a hurry to leave when you're here?" A laughter resounded as Coerdo appeared ahead of them, blocking their way. Coerdo looked at Lin Yun with an amicable expression and smiled. "Why didn't I notice it before? It's the famous flower burial. Since you know he's flower burial, why are you still standing here?" Lil Purple said coldly. Coerdo was briefly stunned and felt that something wasn't right somewhere. Flower burial might be famous, but this was the heavenly void. So shouldn't a quasi-saint be afraid of him, a second-stage sword lord, instead? He smiled. "You must be joking. I think there is room for negotiation between us. The Kunlun realm will undergo a great change. You might be human cultivators, but you probably don't have a good relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. Why don't we join hands to overthrow the Divine Dragon Empire? As long as you agree, my demon spirit will help when your master undergoes his tribulation." Lin Yun merely sneered in his heart. If a demon spirit appears, his senior brother might join hands with Tian Xuanzi to kill the demon spirit first. But he didn't immediately reply since he accumulated his sword intent and the two sword cannons. The Great Profound Sword Cannon and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon circulated as the Saint aura within his body grew even more powerful, with a terrifying power filling up his entire body. The nether flower bloomed in his violet palace with a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix coiling around each other. As his blood began to boil like magma, Lin Yun felt like an ancient cauldron as he continued to circulate the power of his azure dragon, divine physique. He sneered, "Why did I hear that you guys have blamed the death of that golden-eyed demon spirit on me? That's a misunderstanding. Our Ing River King holds you with high regard, and he feels that even you Qingfeng can't beat you once you've fully grown up." Coerdo smiled. "You guys think highly of me?" Lin Yun smiled. The two might seem to be chatting happily, but they were both prepared to make a move. Since Lin Yun feared Coerdo's second stage Saint Lord Cultivation, he didn't dare to attack first. Coincidentally, Coerdo shared the same thoughts as well. "Let's end our casual talk here, flower burial. If you're willing to hand over the other shore flower, we can still be considered friends." Coerdo smiled. "We've never been friends," Lin Yun replied. "I knew that you wouldn't give up obediently." "Lin Yun, don't you know that your value is even higher than the other shore flower? Ha ha ha." Coerdo made his move as he waved his hands together and summoned 10 odd Saint Realm demonic corpses from the surroundings. The reason why he bought time was simple: to capture Lin Yun alive. "Let's go." But Lil Purple and Lil Red naturally wouldn't let Coerdo achieve his goal. They attacked even without Lin Yun speaking up, luring all the Saint Realm demonic corpses away. Star Resurrection Transformation. Coerdo was done preparing as the vertical eye on his forehead opened up while he reached out with his hand. Shortly after, ghostly figures appeared around him, manifesting a giant palm with descending starlight. It looked like he had grasped thousands of stars in his palm, and his saint energy sparked a chain explosion as the stars were annihilated. This was the ultimate technique of the Demon Spirit clan, which was comparable to a low-grade dragon spirit martial technique in the Kunlun realm, possessing unbelievable power. Coerdo reached a high level with this attack, and he could create 1,000 stars in his palm. When he attacked, this power far exceeded the power of a second-stage Saint Lord. Could easily tear apart their Dipper aura. "I have underestimated you. You're comparable to 2 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords." Lin Yun was fearless, appearing to have not made a move, but he had already reacted. He executed the divine sun-chasing art. Space was being stretched like a bow beneath his feet, and his speed had increased, leaving behind spatial fluctuations as he dodged the palm. How is this possible? Coerdo was shocked because Lin Yun's movement technique had touched the surface of space Tao, and that was something that only saints possessed. He became anxious, then chased after Lin Yun. "I don't believe that I can't catch you." One fled as one chased, but Lin Yun dodged this time, and Coerdo couldn't touch Lin Yun no matter how he tried. "You're too slow." Lin Yun smiled as he drew his sword, pouring his sword aura into it and crushing the black palm. Kuerdo quickly avoided, saying, "To possess such a movement technique at the quasi-saint realm, you have given me a huge surprise." He no longer planned on capturing Lin Yun. Instead, he planned to injure Lin Yun before taking him away. Multiple spheres appeared with him in the center, shining brightly like stars. They were enveloping him and Lin Yun. When the spheres descended, Kuerdo's strength increased again, and his demonic aura illuminated 100 miles of radius. With a sinister smile, his palm descended, thousand stars destruction, as the flower burial sword trembled. Lin Yun was forced to retreat a few hundred meters from the sheer force of this palm. He was also injured, but he continued to accumulate his sword intent and saint aura within his body. "I'm still lacking when compared to a second-stage Saint Lord. I can barely take this attack head-on with my divine physique. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago," Lin Yun inwardly muttered as he raised the evaluation of Kuerdo to a third-stage Saint Lord in his heart. Lil Purple and Lil Red were facing the demonic corpses, and he didn't have the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella in his hand. Although he had the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, he wanted to face Kuerdo himself and understand his limit. "Flower burial. Do you know the difference between a saint and a quasi-saint? You're nothing without a sovereign saint artifact." Kuerdo smiled. Lin Yun had long recovered from his injuries with his divine physique, so he smiled. "Your palm only helped me scratch an itch. Is that the best you got? Haha. Still being so stubborn. If I didn't exhaust my life force and vitality because of the other shore flower, I would have killed you with that palm." Kuerdo sneered and fully unleashed his strength along with his constellation and Saint Soul's radiance. The aura he gave off suddenly became terrifying as it came crashing down towards Lin Yun. If this attack struck Lin Yun, he would be heavily injured even with a divine physique. Under this pressure, Lin Yun faintly sensed a sword intent, and a Dao flower bloomed in his eyes. But just when he wanted to look, the Dao flower had disappeared. He wasn't surprised since he knew that it was the Sword Dao, and he could sense the existence of the Sword Dao recently. But the effects weren't that great, so he would be fortunate to grasp it. Since he decided to comprehend Sword Dao in this battle, petals bloomed as he destroyed the incoming palm. When Lin Yun moved, it was like he was dancing on a blade, and Lin Yun's sword would contain a hint of Sword Dao whenever he swung it. It was dangerous, and the incoming attacks would injure him if he didn't have the Sword Dao empowering his sword. But Lin Yun liked this feeling, swinging the flower burial sword in a battle of life and death, and he soon sank into this feeling. It didn't take long for them to exchange over 100 moves as Kuerdo gasped for breath. He initially wanted to rely on his cultivation and exhaust Lin Yun to death, but he soon noticed that the situation wasn't right. Lin Yun's power seemed endless, and a bizarre power would shatter his attack every time Lin Yun exhausted himself. Kuerdo came to his senses and roared, "You're using me to comprehend Sword Dao." This was a humiliation. Not only did a quasi-saint not use his full strength in a fight with him, but he was even used by Lin Yun as a tool to comprehend Sword Dao. "Not bad, you've discovered it." Lin Yun smiled. "How dare you humiliate me?" Kuerdo became furious as thousands of stars entered his body, and he charged at Lin Yun. "For Horizon Hawk Saint Lords, that should be your limit?" Lin Yun smiled. "I won't hold back anymore now." The power of the great profound sword cannon and Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon began accumulating before they exploded simultaneously, with Lin Yun giving off a dazzling radiance. His sword ray made the sky light up like the day with a terrifying sword aura heading towards Kuerdo, making the latter throw out a mouthful of blood and take a few steps back from this power. This naturally shocked Kuerdo since he couldn't believe that a quasi-saint was so strong. Myriad swords unite. He was shocked, but Lin Yun wasn't surprised since he had already predicted that Kuerdo would be forced back. He stepped forth as the sword ray spiraled, and the flower burial sword was thrust towards Kuerdo's chest. A hole was created in Kuerdo's dipper aura as he was sent flying away. But Lin Yun didn't let him catch his breath and swung his sword again, which felt like a river that flowed from ancient times. As the firefly's light shone on the sword tip, the light suddenly grew even more dazzling than a star. Kuerdo's dipper aura exploded with 2 consecutive stabs. and he was covered in injuries from the sword ray. Even his constellation and Saint Soul's radiance were shattered. He still wanted to put up a resistance, but Lin Yun's overbearing sword intent poured into his body after he lost the protection of his Dipper aura. Kuerdo's body exploded into a blood mist, his bones shattered, and his constellation destroyed. The only thing that he left behind was an eyeball that wanted to escape. This scene stunned Lin Yun before he no longer held back and released his quasi-divine light sword intent. In his eyes, sword intent seemed to be an invisible force that caused space to distort and pulled the eyeball that fled 100 miles away back. "Come back! No! No! No!" Kuerdo's remnant Saint Soul in the eyeball screamed in despair, but he could do nothing about it. As a golden light shone from Lin Yun's eyes, he swung his sword and destroyed that eyeball. With that, a second stage Saint Lord was killed. The demonic corpses attacking Lil Purple and Lil Red froze with Kuerdo's death before they faded into ashes. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun muttered, "If I include that eyeball, it's not an exaggeration to gauge him as 5 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords." Kuerdo died a miserable death with his body torn to pieces. Lin Yun's sword intent also annihilated his Saint Origin and remnant soul in the eyeball. So he was completely dead. Big brother. An interspatial bracelet. Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Red, who was searching the corpse, and found something. But that wasn't all. Lil Red didn't let go of those demonic corpses. Lin Yun smiled as he opened the interspatial bracelet with Lil Purple. They found pellets, Saint Crystals, a few Demon Spirit Clan martial techniques, Saint artifacts, and some secret treasures. But none of them were of high value. No divine blood? Lin Yun searched for a long time but couldn't find divine blood, which left him depressed. After all, he thought they would have a few of them, but that also made sense because even the Heavenly Tao sect didn't have much divine blood. Even if the Demon Spirit Clan had divine blood, most of them should be in the hands of the Ing River King. These Saint Lords were only his tools. "Let's leave this place first," Lin Yun said as he left with the group. They had already obtained the Other Shore Flower, which the Azura Dove King and Ing River King would soon find out. It didn't matter who won because they would come after him, so it was best for him to leave quickly. However, Lin Yun had to admit that he was curious about who would win. They traveled for a few thousand miles and found a tattered palace before entering the Iris secret realm with Lil Red and Lil Purple. Lin Yun instantly saw the Other Shore Flower when they entered the Iris secret realm. It was too dazzling because it was over 10 feet in size, and the entire Iris secret realm was dyed red, which made this place look like a dream. Holy shit, the Other Shore Flower is treating this place as its home. Even the Phoenix Tree didn't take it that far, Lil Purple said unhappily as she looked at the Other Shore Flower. "Why did it grow so quickly?" Lin Yun asked in shock. "It's refining the 3 droplets of divine blood, but it will behave once it's done. At that time we can harvest it. So leave it be for now," Lil Purple casually said. She wanted to leave the Other Shore Flower alone, but the Flower Burial Sword couldn't hold on any longer. The Flower Burial Sword flew out by itself, hovered around the sky of the Other Shore Flower, devouring the crimson radiance. When it returned to Lin Yun's hand, it became much stronger. "Still only 3 glory spirits. I have to find a way to unlock the 4th. Lin Yun held onto the Flower Burial Sword and swung it around, with the sword emitting a faint crimson radiance. A 3-spirit glory saint artifact was sufficient for now, but he must upgrade it as his cultivation rose. One fine day, you will have 7 glory spirits, becoming a sovereign saint artifact. You will become a sword that is stronger than any other," Lin Yun said as he caressed the sword. He might have another sovereign saint artifact, but he couldn't unleash the full power. But the Flower Burial Sword was different because it had accompanied him throughout his journey, and they had long surpassed the relationship of a sword and its master. The Flower Burial Sword trembled as a form of response to Lin Yun. The day it unlocks 7 glory spirits, it would be able to achieve a resonance with the Heaven Burial constellation and become a sovereign saint artifact. "You have become strong now that you can even kill a 2nd stage Saint Lord." Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun. They had exhausted themselves while trying to ripen the other shore flower. I was just lucky, Lin Yun said calmly. All right, stop showing off. You're not at your strongest yet and have other trump cards. You think I don't understand you well? Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun unhappily. I guess so, Lin Yun replied. He then changed the topic. What should we do with the other shore flower? The flower burial sword has become stronger, but it's still lacking from reaching a 4-spirit glory saint artifact. Let me think. Lil Purple fell into deep thoughts as she looked at the other shore flower. The other shore flower was happy initially, but it began to tremble after hearing their conversation. How about this? You let it transform once into the genuine other shore flower. At that time, you can get it to give you its spiritual liquid. I heard that it produces the most aromatic fragrance in the world, also known as the mandala fragrance, Lil Purple said. The Ing River King has a way to ripen the other shore flower, but I can let it transform with my own means. It's not a bad opportunity. It can stay here to produce mandala fragrance. At that time, you won't have to worry about upgrading your sword in the future. Lin Yun exclaimed, Wow! Great! He only considered letting it grow before harvesting it, but Lil Purple devised a cycle that will allow the flower burial sword to become a sovereign saint artifact. But this method requires it to cooperate. Lil Purple pointed at the other shore flower. Will it agree? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple grinned. You possess the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. If you use your divine physique to nurture this other shore flower, it will be a great opportunity for it. Let me converse with it. When Lil Purple came before the other shore flower, she touched it and began conversing with it. A brief moment later, she smiled. It's a success. Lin Yun moved in accordance to Lil Purple's instructions and came before the other shore flower before he sat down with his sword stabbed into the ground beside him. He then asked, What should I do? Nothing. You just have to cultivate and comprehend Saint Dao while it draws from you. Remember not to be stingy with the divine dragon Saint Liquid. Lil Purple went to the side to draw spiritual runes, and a complicated spiritual array soon appeared where Lin Yun sat. As a powerful gale rose, Lil Purple soared to the sky with the 2 sovereign divine runes activated. Lin Yun swallowed 50 kilograms of divine dragon Saint Liquid and circulated the Great Profound Sword Cannon and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. As his strength increased, the other shore flower's branches were like tentacles coiling around Lin Yun and stabbing into his flesh. The other shore flower began to absorb Lin Yun's vitality as it gave off a dazzling radiance. At the same time, the flower burial sword was also absorbing the fragrance coming from it. Lin Yun was soon shocked to discover that the other shore flower didn't just devour his vitality, but would give him extremely pure energy in return. This was the other shore flower's excess energy, but it benefited Lin Yun's cultivation since it was comparable to the saint energy in the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda. This feels magical. The Ing River King must have known of this effect. That's why he stole the other shore flower, right? Lin Yun was amazed in his heart, but he didn't have the luxury to think much now. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough, taking this opportunity to reach the Saint Soul stage. The Heavenly Origin phase was divided into the Sacred Flame, Saint Soul, and Saint Constellation phases. By combining the 3, one would reach the Saint Realm. His strength might have improved from his training on the Blood Purgatory Mountain, but he didn't make any breakthroughs in his cultivation. So, he planned to increase his cultivation on the God Burial Mountain range. He didn't want to stay at the Heavenly Origin phase for too long. He aimed to reach the Saint Constellation stage before leaving the God Burial Mountain range to fully unlock the Heaven Burial Constellation. 10 days later, Lin Yun finished refining the 50 kilograms of Divine Dragon Saint Liquid, and his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Origin phase, the Saint Soul stage. After condensing his Saint Soul, Lin Yun felt that his mental energy had increased. Furthermore, he rejoiced since the Saint Aura in his violent palace had formed into a sea with his Saint Aura being further compressed. His Saint Aura was still Saint Aura, but it was no longer inferior to Saint Energy in terms of quality. It should be easier for me to use the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear now, but I wonder how powerful it is. Lin Yun opened his eyes and felt himself filled with incredible power. MHM? Lin Yun looked around, but couldn't see the other shore flower anywhere. He asked, "Where's the other shore flower?" Lil Purple descended from the phoenix tree and smiled. "You're too slow. The other shore flower transformed 3 days ago. Look down." When Lin Yun looked down, he saw a red flower the size of a palm 10 meters away. There were also withered leaves and stems on the ground. After transforming, the mist released by the other shore flower looked dreamy, and voices could be heard. If one looked at it for too long, it would make them feel like they were dreaming. How magical! Lin Yun looked at it and had to use his quasi-divine light sword intent to resist the illusion from the other shore flower. His instincts told him that this other shore flower wasn't simple. All right, it should be time for it to produce fragrance now. Lil Purple wasn't polite and took out a bottle before approaching the other shore flower. The other shore flower felt aggrieved, but it still released a radiance as a few droplets of dew dropped down that emitted a fragrance. The fragrance made Lin Yun feel his mind becoming clear, and his saint soul nearly flew out of his body. He was shocked and had to use his willpower to control himself. He then said with lingering fear, "Holy shit, that's the mandala fragrance that can pull others into a dream. I nearly fell for it." He had fallen into the illusion and had to rely on his sword intent to break free. Even if he knew it wasn't on purpose from the other shore flower, this still filled him with lingering fear. "That little?" Lil Purple asked unhappily. The other shore flower was aggrieved as it waved its petals around as though it was saying it had no more left. "All right, look at how aggrieved it is." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. The other shore flower seemed to have heard Lin Yun's words, swaying its petals as if it were expressing gratitude. "Humph, it must still have some. Let me try squeezing it." Lil Purple naturally wouldn't fall for it, and she grabbed the other shore flower, wanting to pull it out. This frightened the other shore flower into leaving the ground with its root-like feet and hid behind Lin Yun. Seeing this, Lil Purple was unhappy as she smiled. "I'm just bluffing you. So why are you hiding behind him? Don't you know that his name is Flower Burial?" But the other shore flower shook its head, unwilling to show itself. "A total of 15 droplets. It should be enough for the Flower Burial sword to reach the Four-Spirit Glory Saint artifact," Lil Purple said as she handed the bottle over. "What did you do to it?" Lin Yun asked. "Don't you see that even though it looks pitiful, it wasn't well behaved? So I squeezed it a little, and so much mandala fragrance came out each time," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun began to imagine that, and the corner of his lips twitched since it was too ruthless. He began to sympathize with the other shore flower now. Despite his sympathy, he still had to upgrade the Flower Burial sword. Only the Glory Fire, Glory Earth, Glory Sun, and Glory Moon spirits were left. When all 7 glory spirits were unlocked, it would become a sovereign saint artifact that solely belonged to him once it resonated with the Heaven Burial constellation. Even if other sovereign saint artifacts were powerful, he couldn't bring out much power as long as they didn't belong to him. He could not use them to unleash power surpassing sovereign saint artifacts or even reaching divine artifacts' height. But it was different if it was a sovereign saint artifact that solely belonged to him. Strictly speaking, this sword belonged to the Southern Emperor, a sword given to him by his lover. But throughout the journey, he could no longer be separated from the Flower Burial sword. So after it resonates with the Heaven Burial constellation, it would be imprinted as his. "Let's begin. Don't waste time," Lil Purple urged. She was also curious about how far the Flower Burial sword could reach in Lin Yun's hand. "Let's get started, then." Lin Yun drew out the Flower Burial sword and Lil Purple dripped the mandala fragrance onto it. When the mandala fragrance entered the Flower Burial sword, the sword began to revolve and a powerful aura spread throughout the Iris secret realm. A dense mandala fragrance came from the Flower Burial sword, and the surroundings looked dreamy. "The mandala fragrance is a treasure, and I have recalled many things." Lil Purple and Lil Red fell into their memories, but they didn't waste time and took this moment to cultivate. The mandala fragrance will take some time before it disappears, so take this opportunity and cultivate. Lil Purple's voice sounded. When Lin Yun closed his eyes, the floral fragrance enveloped him and he entered a mysterious state. The world was empty, and it felt like he had entered a world fully constructed with Saint Daos. This was a bizarre feeling since the Saint Daos were around him like a fog, fluttering up and down. Sword Dao, Lin Yun muttered as all the Saint Daos except for Sword Dao disappeared. He rejoiced. The other shore flower has such an effect? He could take this opportunity to grasp the Sword Dao, but he felt that something was missing. 7 days later, Lin Yun's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Saint Soul stage after refining all of the Divine Dragon Saint Liquid. When he opened his eyes, a Dao flower that looked noble and dazzling appeared behind him. This was the Sword Dao that he had been looking forward to. As Yi Gohan had said, it was just a matter of him before Lin Yun grasped the Sword Dao. But despite looking forward to this day, he was surprisingly calm. A person's heart is profound. If I didn't grasp it, I would feel anxious despite how composed I am. Lin Yun waved his sword and the Dao flower flew into his hand. He muttered, "Senior brother doesn't care about it because he has already grasped it. You would only take it lightly after grasping it." The stronger he was, the calmer he would be. Now that he had grasped a Saint Dao, he could easily pierce through Dipper aura even if he only used his astral sword intent. The Saint Dao was a magnifier, and if Lin Yun empowered his quasi-divine light sword intent, it would only become even more powerful. Even he didn't know how powerful his sword intent was. This was a true swordsman. So what if he had to face a saint? He could still slaughter them, and that included the Horizon Hawk Saint Lord. He could easily take the latter's life if he ran into the latter again. But it was a pity that he couldn't. He didn't notice that his gaze had become as sharp as a war god's. It was as though he could pierce through heaven if he wanted to. "Lin Yun, what are you thinking about? Your gaze is terrifying." Lil Purple spoke out. "I was just a little emotional." Lin Yun smiled before changing the topic. "How's the flower burial sword? Take a look at it yourself." Lil Purple pointed to the sky. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was surprised because the flower burial sword looked like an ordinary wooden sword. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew over. It looked like a wooden sword, but the weight was immense when he held onto it. He exclaimed, "It's heavy. Holy shit, it actually knows how to keep a low profile now." Lin Yun smiled. He knew that the flower burial sword had been successfully upgraded, so he said, "Let's give it a try then." He wanted to see how powerful his strongest attack was. As he circulated his cultivation techniques, 3 Dao flowers bloomed behind him as his energy began pouring into the sword after being empowered with Saint Das. The runes on the flower burial sword began to bloom and the simple-looking sword shone brightly. The 3 glory spirits were activated in the sword in the next second, followed by the 4th. Not enough. Lin Yun was surprised to discover that the flower burial sword hadn't reached the limit even after putting all his strength into it. He still hadn't fully excavated its powers, so he circulated his Azure Dragon Divine Physique, pouring his dragon aura into it. Why don't I also try pouring the Divine Physique into it? A terrifying pressure was formed as the sword released a radiance that filled the entire Iris secret realm. The other shore flower was already trembling and cowered to the ground. Even Lil Red was forced to transform into its ancient Dracope form. Lil Red slammed its staff against the ground but began retreating. Even the phoenix tree was trembling under the pressure, with its branches swaying around. Stop! Lil Purple called out. Seeing this, Lin Yun quickly sheathed his sword, and all the commotion settled down. "You're too terrifying. I don't know if it's because of the flower burial sword, but your gaze has changed earlier," Lil Purple exclaimed. "That unfathomable?" Lin Yun asked. "Yeah, I was really afraid that you might tear the Iris secret realm apart with your gaze earlier," Lil Purple said, with Lil Red nodding as well. The other shore flower also came over, nodding and patting itself with its petal as though it was patting on its chest. The sword Dao, 2 sword cannons, Divine Physique, and the sword, Lil Purple counted as she continued. "I've not yet included the Azure Dragon Sword Heart and Quasi-Divine Light Sword Intent. You can imagine how powerful that is. What did you experience in the Blood Purgatory Mountain?" I feel that you have undergone a thorough transformation, and you're rapidly growing stronger. Lil Purple asked curiously. Lin Yun didn't think much about it and shared his experience on the Blood Purgatory Mountain. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Lil Purple was silent for a long time before she said, "How ruthless." Lin Yun felt that his current strength should be fine even when facing Cuerdo in his top condition. He could kill Cuerdo earlier because the latter was exhausted after trying to ripen the other shore flower. But it was different now because he was confident about defeating his opponent even if Cuerdo was at his prime. No one would believe that he was still at the quasi-saint realm with his current strength. Senior brother has done what he promised me. Lin Yun took a deep breath and finally knew how much the training regimen had changed him. Time to go out, Lin Yun said as he left the Iris secret realm with Lil Purple and Lil Red. The other shore flower also jumped onto Lin Yun's shoulder. But just when Lin Yun wanted to pat it off his shoulder, the other shore flower was already shuttled into his clothes. Let it be. If it's willing to help in the crucial moment, it can be considered a trump card, Lil Purple analyzed. Even you're distracted when you hear its song, not to mention others. Lin Yun briefly pondered. What Lil Purple said did make sense. Behave yourself then? Lin Yun smiled as he patted the other shore flower. Yes, I will behave myself. A crisp voice resounded in Lin Yun's ears that left him shocked. The other shore flower had awakened its intelligence, so he asked, "When did you gain intelligence?" When I successfully transformed. Master, don't talk much, or Lord Phoenix will be suspicious. I can't let her know that I have awakened my intelligence, or she will try and squeeze me again. The other shore flower's voice sounded pitiful. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling because the other shore flower wasn't honest. Lil Purple was right. All right, but you don't have to call me Master. What am I going to call you if I'm not calling you Master? You can just follow how Lil Purple calls me. Okay, scumbag, the other shore flower said. Lin Yun was immediately left speechless when he heard that. Am I wrong? Lord Phoenix has been calling you that when you're cultivating, worried about you, the other shore flower said. Lin Yun couldn't refute that and said, as long as you're happy. I am happy, scumbag. Fuck. Lin Yun didn't want to talk to the other shore flower anymore. When he carried the sword box, he turned around and noticed that the battle between the Azura Dove King and Ing River King had an outcome. Even if Lin Yun's strength had undergone a drastic boost, he still had no odds of winning against the Azura Dove King and Ing River King. He recollected his thoughts and executed his movement technique, heading towards the Blood Flame Plains. While he shuttled through the air, he was too fast and didn't restrain his sword intent either. So whenever he came across blood crows, he didn't even have to make a move before they were blown into a cloud of blood. It has been some time since we met, and your movement technique is really terrifying. What do you think about competing with me? A voice came from beside Lin Yun. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw a familiar face. The Azura Dove King. He quickly increased his speed and fled, while the Azura Dove King merely smiled and wasn't in a hurry to make a move, as if he wanted to compete with Lin Yun in speed. As the surrounding scenery began to change, the two became so fast that their surroundings began to distort. They had pushed their movement techniques to the limit, and they could sense the existence of space, using it as a bow to increase their speed. Even when Lin Yun sped up several times, he still couldn't shake off the Azura Dove King. He then stopped and released a powerful aura that formed into a storm. Aren't you really good at running? The Azura Dove King coldly smiled as he looked at Lin Yun. Even the Ing River King was killed by you, so nothing will change if I run, Lin Yun replied. Good that you know about it. Hand over the other shore flower and I can spare your life, the Azura Dove King said coldly. But Lin Yun merely wore a playful expression as he looked at the Azura Dove King and did nothing. The Azura Dove King had retreated to 100 meters away as he gave off an oppressive pressure with his 3-meter figure. He wore a blood-colored cloak and had released his saint aura. Do you want me to repeat myself? The Azura Dove King said with icy-cold killing intent released from his eyes. When I spoke earlier, saying that you'd killed the Ing River King, you've hesitated. This means that you must have been the one who lost in the fight, Lin Yun said fearlessly. You're not at your strongest state. nor are you uninjured. Otherwise, you would have captured me long ago and wouldn't waste time with me." The Azura Dove King was stunned. Then he said, "That's a golden-eyed demon spirit that we're talking about. You can't imagine how strong he is." Lin Yun's heart sank because he speculated that it should be a silver-eyed demon spirit at the very least. He never expected that it would be a golden-eyed demon spirit. What is the demon spirit clan trying to do by sending such a noble clansman to the heavenly void? "You're smart, but smart people don't tend to live long," the Azura Dove King said. He continued, "If I devour you and obtain the other shore flower, I will become fearless even if I face a golden-eyed demon spirit." After being exposed, the Azura Dove King no longer concealed himself. He was injured and would have considered not making a move if Lin Yun obediently handed the other shore flower to him. But since the latter wasn't tactful, he could only kill Lin Yun. Leaving behind an afterimage, the Azura Dove King used his hands as a sword and charged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun was prepared for this and used his fingers as a sword. His dragon's blood then began to boil. Sovereign Dragon Seal. The Sovereign Dragon Fist released a powerful dragon aura, releasing a 7-colored radiance that clashed with the Azura Dove King's finger. A powerful saint aura exploded, sending Lin Yun flying away. His entire arm nearly felt numb, with fine cracks on his bones. This made Lin Yun's lips twitch because it was too painful, but he still had excitement and fighting spirit on his face. The Azura Dove King was at least a 3rd-stage Saint Lord, and Lin Yun's injuries from their previous clash couldn't even be considered light. His bones have long transformed into dragon's bones, so he could recover his injuries quickly with a few breaths. The Azura Dove King was heavily injured, indicating that his bet was right. On the other hand, the Azura Dove King felt terrible as he took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. When blazing saint flames landed on him, sizzling sounds came from the crimson cloud around him. "You're stronger than I've imagined." The Azura Dove King looked at Lin Yun and no longer had any contempt in his eyes. "But you still have to die." The Azura Dove King snorted as the yin-yang millstone in his violet palace circulated, and his saint energy began to ignite. The saint aura that he gave off was like a sea spreading out. Yin-yang stage. Lin Yun frowned, confirming that the Azura Dove King was a pinnacle 3rd-stage Saint Lord. He could absorb sun and moon essence to refine into saint energy, which was stronger than a 2nd-stage quasi-saint like him. Even if the latter was heavily injured, he still had a powerful cultivation. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the 2-sword sutras, facing the incoming palm head-on. When the 2 palms clashed, Lin Yun was sent flying by a few meters, throwing out blood. Lin Yun realized he couldn't face a 3rd-stage Saint Lord by relying only on the 2-sword sutras. Circulating the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, the dragon's blood within his body began to ignite like magma, with an ancient and powerful energy flowing throughout his body. When their palms clashed, Lin Yun only took 3 steps back this time. "About there," Lin Yun analyzed as he clenched his fist and attacked with the Sovereign Dragon Fist. He was still retreating but didn't suffer any more injuries. The Azura Dove King's saint energy was still within his scope of acceptance. Lin Yun calmly faced the Azura Dove King as he began to gauge his strength. He soon came out with an evaluation that if he used his cultivation as a 2nd-stage heavenly origin phase quasi-saint, it was impossible to face a 3rd-stage Saint Lord, even if the latter was heavily injured. But the Azure Dragon Divine Physique had more endurance than he had imagined. At the very least, 2nd-stage Saint Lords couldn't inflict heavy injuries on him. Although he might not be able to catch up with the Azura Dove King with the divine sun-chasing art, he could at least hold his ground. He had to infuse his dragon's blood to bring the Sovereign Dragon Seal to the level that it could injure the Azure Dove King. Otherwise, the latter could ignore his attacks. As various thoughts crossed Lin Yun's mind, he now better understood his strength. The 2 briefly exchanged over 10-odd attacks, exchanging several martial techniques, and causing the ground to violently tremble. How is this possible? The Azura Dove King was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief and shock. He clearly held the upper hand in the fight, but Lin Yun's strength would increase whenever he took the latter down. Lin Yun was only a quasi-saint, but his trump cards were endless. He wondered if Lin Yun was using him as a sparring partner. He felt as though Lin Yun was using him to gauge his strength. But he refused to believe that a quasi-saint could reduce him to a mere sparring partner. This made his face sink as he soon denied that thought. "Where's your Rahu sword? Let me take a look at it," Lin Yun said. The Azura Dove King was furious when he heard that because a quasi-saint dared to speak to him in this manner. He wondered if he had heard him incorrectly and asked, "What did you say?" "I asked you, where's your Rahu sword? Let me take a look at it," Lin Yun repeated. He had already proven his barehanded strength and wanted to examine his strength in the sword. But he could only ask for it since the Azura Dove King showed no intention of drawing his sword. The Azura Dove King flew into a rage when he heard that. He finally knew his speculation was right, and Lin Yun was using him as a sparring partner. Since when had he been so humiliated before? If it was normal, he wouldn't even glance at Lin Yun. Blood must be shed when the Rahu sword is drawn. Since you want to experience it, I'll let you experience it. The Azura Dove King summoned the Rahu sword into his hand. The Rahu sword trembled when it appeared, and the Azura Dove King's aura declined when he held onto it. On the contrary, the Rahu sword became even more excited. Lin Yun squinted, realizing that this was a demonic sword. It not only devoured the vitality of its enemies, but even the master as well. He instantly understood why the Azura Dove King didn't use it right from the start. Die! The Azura Dove King released his astral sword intent with 10 Dao flowers blooming and galaxies appearing. This made the Rahu sword even more terrifying as the Azura Dove King swung his sword down, leaving behind fine cracks in space and an invincible aura sweeping out. Damn it! The Azura Dove King was furious while looking at Lin Yun as though he was looking at a dead person. He was furious that he was forced to draw the Rahu sword by a quasi-saint, and he would have to recuperate for a long time, even if he managed to kill Lin Yun. Lin Yun then drew the flower burial sword, circulating the great profound sword cannon with 3 swords appearing behind him. Shortly after, a dragon roar and phoenix cry echoed as a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix coiled around him. When the flower burial sword blocked the Rahu sword, sparks flew from the 2 swords, illuminating Lin Yun's face as he released a powerful pressure. Not bad, Lin Yun evaluated. The body that you're using must have been a sword saint when he was alive. The Azura Dove King was shocked when he heard that. What did that mean? Was Lin Yun evaluating him while being a quasi-saint? Did he qualify? You're courting death. The Azura Dove King ignored his injuries and circulated an ancient sword sutra with a sword ray soaring to the sky, his astral sword intent reaching its peak. With the Rahu sword in his hand, he looked as though he wanted to devour someone as he let out a roar. Lin Yun avoided the incoming attacks, retreating as he performed the divine firefly sword. After fighting for a while, he was surprised because the sword technique executed by the Azura Dove King was familiar to him, but it was harmless. When the Azura Dove King swung his last sword, the sword ray released by the Rahu sword shone brightly with a domineering sword aura spreading out, causing the ground to collapse with spatial cracks appearing in the surroundings. Even so, Lin Yun still managed to block this sword. Lin Yun turned around and divided it into 13 figures, each drawing a circle with his sword. When the circles merged, a dazzling sword ray was released from Lin Yun that wasn't weaker than the Azura Dove King. When the 2 swords clashed, the ground exploded with countless fragments hovering in the sky. But Lin Yun held onto his sword and didn't take a step back. 9 Heavenly Overlord. The Azura Dove King completely lost it as his figure began to shrink to the same size as Lin Yun, but the aura that he gave off became even more terrifying. At the same time, the Rahu sword also changed, displaying its second form. When a chant that sounded like it had traveled through time was heard, Lin Yun's body unleashed an unimaginable power as he released his quasi-divine light sword intent without reservation. But that wasn't all. Hundreds of runes began to shine on the flower burial sword, activating all 4 glory spirits. When he poured his energy into the sword, he unleashed a sword ray with his hair fluttering wildly in the wind. With a loud explosion, the 2 swords clashed, and the Rahu sword was knocked away. This made the Azura Dove King throw out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Lin Yun with a chill running down his spine. That figure stood in the air with the wind blowing against him, and his gaze was terrifyingly calm. This wasn't the gaze of a Quasio saint but a living sword god. The Azura Dove King's heart was enveloped with fear, and he fled without hesitation. You think you can escape? Lin Yun squinted with a chill flashing across his eyes. The flower burial sword pierced through the air and swiftly caught up with the Azura Dove King. But the Azura Dove King wasn't a pushover. He caught the flower burial sword with both his hands, allowing the flower burial sword to destroy his arms while he continued to flee. Interesting? Lin Yun sneered as he stomped on the ground and dashed over. He appeared above the Azura Dove King with his palm descending, unleashing the black thunder chains. The 9 chains manifested into thunder serpents that flew out from his palm, chasing after the Azura Dove King. As the Azura Dove King screamed, the thunder serpents bit him, but he still ran for his life. Under a tug of war, the 9 serpents tore away the flesh from the Azura Dove King, causing the latter to let out a painful scream with his blood gushing out. When Lin Yun descended from the sky, he looked at Azura Dove King without intending to chase after him. He did have an opportunity to kill the Azura Dove King, but he didn't do that since he wanted to capture the latter alive. Master, are you not going to chase after him? The other shore flower's voice resounded. He will come back, Lin Yun replied. After a few minutes, the Azura Dove King screamed as he ran back. Lil Purple and Lil Red secretly went ahead to block the Azura Dove King's path of retreat. Lil Red was more brutal than Lin Yun, forcing the Azura Dove King to dodge around like a monkey. Lin Yun stood in the air with the flower burial sword hovering beside him. It didn't take long for the Azura Dove King to appear before him, heavily injured with Lil Purple and Lil Red behind him, blocking his path of retreat. I knew you'd be back. Lin Yun looked down at the Azura Dove King without emotion. The Azura Dove King felt aggrieved, frightened, and angry. He was so weak now that even an ordinary blood crow could claim his life. When he looked at Lin Yun, he maintained his dignity as a king with boundless murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He was the Azura Dove King, an infamous figure in the heavenly void who got his current reputation by killing with the Rahu sword. Since when had he suffered such grievance? His opponent was a quasi-saint, which made him clench his fist by just thinking about it. But this state didn't last long before he began to wail as Lil Red became furious after seeing that the Azura Dove King didn't behave like a captive. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear my big brother asking you something? Why did you clench your fists together? You want to beat up my big brother? See how I'll teach you a lesson first. Lil Red was furious as it swung its punches on the Azura Dove King, making the latter wail out in pain as he ran around. He no longer had his demeanor as a king and could only keep begging for mercy. Lord Cat, stop. I'm wrong. I was wrong. The Azura Dove King was beaten to the point that he cried, not only because of the pain but also his dignity. He would have never expected that he would be beaten to such a pathetic state by a cat. After he behaved himself, Lin Yun said again, It's time for you to speak. The Azura Dove King coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, Since you spared my life, you must want something from me. That's smart of you. I have 2 questions. If you can satisfy me with your answer, I might be willing to tell you something interesting. Lin Yun landed on the ground as he spoke, standing before the Azura Dove King. The Azura Dove King threw out a mouthful of blood and smiled sinisterly. Do you think I don't know the means of human cultivators like you? The moment I answer your questions, I will be killed. You can humiliate or kill me, but don't even think about getting a piece of information from me. Hearing his reply, Lil Red wanted to step forth and give him another beating, which made the Azura Dove King feel a hint of fear, but there was also a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. He had already decided that he wouldn't cooperate with Lin Yun. Lin Yun stopped Lil Red, which made the latter stretch its claws and ferociously said, Big brother, this fellow needs a few more beatings. After I'm done with him, I guarantee he'll say everything. Let's just kill him. Keeping him around will only be a disaster. Lil Purple said as she noticed the hatred in the Azura Dove King's eyes. Lin Yun didn't say a word as he stepped forth, and the Azura Dove King fearfully took a few steps back. But before the Azura Dove King could back off, Lin Yun had already stepped forth and grabbed onto the Azura Dove King's shoulder. The Azura Dove King wanted to scream out by instinct, but he was surprised to discover that Lin Yun had used some kind of energy to treat his injuries. This energy was miraculous, and the Azura Dove King was shocked to discover that many of his superficial wounds had healed. Even his broken arm was healed, along with many injuries on the surface. A brief moment later, a new arm grew out, and there wasn't any discomfort in this new arm when the Azura Dove King clenched his fist. The Azura Dove King was placed in an awkward position because he wanted to scream out. But all the pain in his body had disappeared along with the wounds, replaced by a warm current. If you think I'll submit from such a small favor, you have looked down on me. After Lin Yun stopped, the Azura Dove King lowered his head to check himself and began to accumulate his strength, wanting to capture Lin Yun. This isn't a favor, Lin Yun said as he turned around. Ha! I have seen countless tricks before. So, do you think that I'll fall for it? As the Azura Dove King played along with Lin Yun, pretending to examine his injuries with a ferocity flashing in his eyes. When Lin Yun turned around, the Azura Dove King raised his head with a crimson radiance shining in his eyes, and he used his fingers as a sword, thrusting towards Lin Yun's chest. He was confident he could tear Lin Yun's heart apart at such a close distance. But the moment he circulated his saint energy, the Azura Dove King threw out a mouthful of blood with radiant pain, making his facial expression distorted. He fell onto the ground with one knee, and his hand that he had reached out fell onto the ground to support himself. Lin Yun took a few steps back, sat on a boulder and said, "You're at least a king. Do you have to kneel to me?" The Azura Dove King's face changed because he had no idea what happened earlier. But when he examined his body, he was shocked to discover a powerful sword intent lingering within his body. This sword intent was so powerful that it had infiltrated his meridians and internal organs. It was fine if he didn't circulate his saint energy. But if he did, that sword intent would become even tougher than a bladed saint artifact that would pierce his internal organs and meridians. The Azure Dragon aura is effective against injuries, but not the quasi-divine light sword intent. Not to mention that my sword intent is further empowered with Saint Dao. Even I would have trouble getting rid of it for you, so I suggest you not circulate your saint energy for some time, Lin Yun said calmly, as if he didn't know what the Azura Dove King was trying to do earlier. He continued, "Speaking of which, you're also a swordsman, so you should know about it well." The Azura Dove King awkwardly smiled before he stood up. "I was reckless, and I won't circulate my saint energy before I recover from my injuries." He was shameless and brushed it off since Lin Yun didn't pursue it. Lin Yun didn't expose him, but asked, "Do you know the Blood Flame Plains? Is there a divine blood fruit there?" "The Blood Flame Plans?" The Azura Dove King's eyes flashed with fear upon hearing that. Then he said, "There's a rumor like that, but that is the territory of the Blood Flame King, and no one dares to challenge him." "How high is the Blood Flame King's strength?" Lin Yun asked. The Azura Dove King smiled. "Don't even think about it. With your current strength, he can easily crush you with one finger. Before discussing that, you should go back and cultivate for another 100 years. He might be stopping Lin Yun from going, but he was triggering Lin Yun on purpose. After all, the more someone said that you couldn't do something, the more you would want to prove to them that you could. Azura Dove King was plotting for Lin Yun to die in the Blood Flame Plains. He observed Lin Yun's expression, wanting to find something unusual on his face, only to be disappointed. Lin Yun was calm as he sat on the boulder. This only made the Azura Dove King feel even more terrified since Lin Yun looked like a sword immortal, donning his azure robes and a faint radiance shining down on him. This gave the Azura Dove King a feeling that Lin Yun was deep and unfathomable, and he couldn't look down on Lin Yun because of his cultivation. "How much do you know of the Demon Spirit clan?" Lin Yun asked. The Azura Dove King's eyes flickered, but he didn't reply. His instincts told him that this piece of information was valuable. "You want this, right?" Lin Yun took out the other shore flower from his clothes. After transforming, The other shore flower gave off a bewitching radiance in Lin Yun's palm. The radiance looked dreamy, making Lin Yun's face look distorted. How is this possible? The Azura Dove King exclaimed as he stood up, looking at the other shore flower. The other shore flower had transformed. In the past, the other shore flower was only a seed. Not only was it ripened, it had even undergone an unimaginable transformation. That's the mandala fragrance. The Azura Dove King's facial expression became manic as he came over, but he soon clutched his head as he screamed out in pain. This was because Lil Red had given him a knock on his head with the staff, seeing that he wanted to step forth. Behave yourself, Lil Red said ferociously. When the Azura Dove King finally contained his emotions, his gaze fell onto the other shore flower with greed that couldn't be concealed. He said, "Over the past thousands of years, the Demon Spirit clan has been performing a transaction with us. They would provide us with cultivating resources while we provide them with corpses. It wasn't convenient for them to come here in the past, but our transactions became more frequent after the restrictions loosened up. Furthermore, the resources they provided were terrifying, and they could even offer divine blood. Then again, the transactions also depended on strength. Those stronger than them would naturally snatch their resources by force since those people aren't good either way." The Azura Dove King also didn't say that the Blood Crows have often done this dirty work. "Over the past 1,000 years? Lin Yun asked in doubt. "Do you guys have that many corpses for them? You don't think that there's only the heavenly void beneath the God Burial Mountain range, right?" The Azura Dove King sneered. Lin Yun was alarmed, with shock filled in his eyes. If what the Azura Dove King said was true, how many Saint Realm demonic corpses did the Demon Spirit clan possess now? 1,000? 10,000? He couldn't imagine the numbers. Hee. The Azura Dove King was inwardly happy because he finally saw the shock on Lin Yun's face. "Last question." Lin Yun suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked, "Do you have any information about a girl? Or do you know who does?" Lin Yun even described Su Xiao's appearance and temperament to the Azura Dove King. Seeing that the latter couldn't understand, he even used his finger as a brush to draw Su Xiao's appearance for him. When he drew Su Xiao's appearance, the Azura Dove King was shocked but soon concealed it in his heart. But Lin Yun naturally detected this as he squinted. "It looks like you do know something. Why don't you take a guess?" The Azura Dove King smiled as he squinted. "Speak, and I'll let you use the other shore flower," Lin Yun said. "Ha." The Azura Dove King smiled and changed the topic. "I heard that regardless of good or bad, human cultivators have things they are concerned about, such as love and their lovers. This kind of thing is even more important than their lives. Brat, am I right?" "You're not wrong," Lin Yun replied honestly. "So, is she someone you love, then?" The Azura Dove King sneered as he pointed at the portrait. "That's right," Lin Yun replied. "Ha!" The Azura Dove King was confident now as he shifted a boulder before sitting on it, taking his Rahu sword out. Holding the sword, he said, "You might seem to be maintaining your composure, but you're still too young and have revealed your weakness. The moment someone has a weakness, they wouldn't be able to pretend to be ferocious anymore." When Lin Yun drew Su Xiao's portrait earlier, the affection in his eyes couldn't bluff the Azura Dove King. But Lin Yun didn't speak as he looked at the Azura Dove King. "Your name is Lin Yun, right?" The Azura Dove King spun his sword, feeling that he had grabbed Lin Yun's weakness. He asked, "It's not too much for me to call you Lil Lin, right?" "Sure. If you have any information, this other shore flower," Lin Yun said. But the Azura Dove King waved his hand and smiled. "Let's not talk about the other shore flower for now. Give me a kowtow, and I might tell you once I'm satisfied." He had his emotions pent up for so long, and naturally became arrogant, feeling that he had a tight grip on Lin Yun's weakness. "You're courting death." Before Lin Yun could reply, the Lil Red flew into a rage. "You silly cat. Don't you know how much your master is concerned about this woman? I'm afraid that only I know of her information in the heavenly void." The Azura Dove King smiled. "Big brother, give the word, and I'll kill him," Lil Red said furiously. Lin Yun stopped Lil Red and calmly asked, Are you sure you know Su Xiao's location? What do you think? The Azura Dove King smiled. Lin Yun fell into a brief silence before he looked at the Rahu sword and changed the topic. That's the Rahu sword, and I have heard of it before. The Azura Dove King was concerned about this sword. He had grabbed the tip of the hilt and smiled. This used to be a sovereign saint's sword, but it was heavily damaged. I spent a few hundred years and only returned it to a 5-spirit glory saint artifact. I could easily handle you by relying on this sword if I wasn't heavily injured. The moment he said that, he became furious, with a hint of ferocity flashing across his eyes. He coldly said, "Why aren't you on your knees? Do you think that I don't have any temper? Do you believe I can determine her life and death with a single word?" Big brother. Lil Red became anxious. Lil Purple also wore a grave expression because she knew Lin Yun well, and he would do anything for Su Xiao. If she was trapped, Lin Yun would do the same. This was the kind of person Lin Yun was. There's no need to hurry. Can I take a look at that sword? Lin Yun sat on the boulder as he looked down on the Azura Dove King. The Azura Dove King was briefly stunned before he rolled his eyes and said, "Sure, but don't blame me for not reminding you that this is a demonic sword. This demonic sword could devour the vitality of enemies and the master alike." This was also the beloved sword of the Azura Dove King, and he had spent a few hundred years to recover it to a 5-spirit glory saint artifact. He was confident that if Lin Yun dared to grab a hold of the sword, he would instantly be controlled by the Rahu sword. At that time, Lin Yun would be under his control. The Azura Dove King acted to conceal his true intentions, and said, "You might be a prodigy swordsman, but you're still lacking in comparison to this sword. Hand it over." Lin Yun reached out, putting the other shore flower back. The Azura Dove King was unhappy with Lin Yun's attitude but still handed the Rahu sword over. He looked with unease as Lin Yun held onto the sword scabbard, but he wasn't in a hurry to grab onto the sword hilt. This instantly made him nervous as he looked at Lin Yun's right hand. Lin Yun could tell what the Azura Dove King was thinking with a glance, but he wasn't in a hurry to grab onto the sword hilt. As a blood crow, you won't be able to understand the love of humans. But you have things you cherish, Lin Yun slowly said as he held onto the Rahu sword's hilt under Azura Dove King's anticipating gaze. This instantly made the Azura Dove King feel relieved, and he squinted. "How does it feel?" "Terrible, right? You can't draw it out nor let go of it, and your vitality is constantly being drained." He could no longer suppress his excitement and stood up, laughing. "Flower burial. You'll go down on your knees even if you don't want to. Ha ha ha." But as he laughed, he soon felt that something wasn't right because Lin Yun was too calm with no emotions on his face. Just when he felt uncertain, Lin Yun drew out the Rahu sword that released a dazzling radiance, accompanied by a violet gale, flashing lightning, and sharp screams. The Azura Dove King was dumbfounded because he could sense that the Rahu sword's artifact spirit was screaming and begging. He had never seen the Rahu sword in this state before, which made him widen his eyes in disbelief. But that wasn't the most frightening thing. An explosion suddenly emerged from within the Rahu sword. It sounded like a star had been shattered as a black radiance appeared from the sword. This was a sign that a glory spirit had shattered, reducing the Rahu sword from a 5-spirit glory saint artifact to a 4-spirit glory saint artifact. But that wasn't all. Another explosion soon came from the Rahu sword, signifying the destruction of another glory spirit. The Azura Dove King couldn't hold it any longer because the sword was his beloved treasure. He immediately fell to his knees and sobbed, "Flower burial, please stop. I apologize for what I did earlier." As another glory spirit shattered from within the Rahu sword, lightning ripped across the sky with a powerful gale in the surroundings that illuminated Lin Yun's indifferent expression. As his hair fluttered in the wind, this moment felt eternal. Lin Yun's gaze turned cold as he looked at the Azura Dove King with golden light shining in his eyes. As he utilized his quasi-divine light sword intent, the sword intent left in the Azura Dove King's body formed into swords. As thousands of swords stabbed out of the Azura Dove King's body, they looked like a blooming flower. The Azura Dove King couldn't even respond before he was torn into thousands of pieces. But the Azura Dove King still wasn't dead because a Saint Lord wouldn't die so easily. and Lin Yun didn't want him dead. Flower burial, please stop. I'm in the wrong. The Azura Dove King let out a scream of despair, but Lin Yun looked at the Azura Dove King from above. His left hand fell onto the sword tip as gale and lightning rumbled through his ears, and the infamous Rahu sword was shattered into pieces just like that, and the powerful explosion even created spatial cracks in the surrounding space. When Lin Yun looked around, the fragments that flew out were frozen around him as he looked at the Azura Dove King coldly. You know my name, and you dare to act so presumptuously? Azura Dove King, that's quite the courage you have there. Lin Yun's voice was accompanied by rumbling thunder in Azura Dove King's ears, which made his soul tremble with fear. The Azura Dove King was genuinely afraid this time because he had never seen such a terrifying young man before. The Azura Dove King's body was shredded into thousands of pieces aside from his head, which was still intact. The swords looked realistic and covered the Azura Dove King like a hedgehog. But in reality, those swords were even more terrifying than a saint artifact. These were formed with quasi-divine light sword intent, sword Dao, wind Dao, and thunder Dao. So it was extremely terrifying and equivalent to having his life controlled by Lin Yun once the sword intent penetrated the body. The sword intent might not last for eternity, but it wasn't something that could be removed in a short time. Azura Dove King's life and death would be in Lin Yun's hands as long as the sword intent exists. The Azura Dove King didn't know Lin Yun's temper and treated him like a child. But it wasn't an understatement that Lin Yun climbed through a mountain of corpses and a river of blood to get this far, and God knows how many people he had killed. The massacre Lin Yun had experienced would make Azura Dove King, who only knew how to sacrifice blood crows to his sword, feel like a piece of trash. He had no idea how terrifying Lin Yun could be. Flower burial, I'm wrong. I don't dare to say another word anymore. I will tell you what I know now. The Azura Dove King begged for mercy, his soul trembling as he looked at the approaching Lin Yun. With a wave of his hand, all the sword aura turned into invisible sword intent as it wandered within the Azura Dove King's body. As blue radiance shone on the surface of Lin Yun's body, he poured his blue dragon aura into the Azura Dove King's body through his palm, and the latter's body was forcibly put together again before it was completely restored without any traces remaining. As the Azura Dove King stood up again, he tried moving his limbs and discovered that he had recovered. But this time he didn't dare to have other thoughts and looked humble. Aside from that, there was despair reflected in his eyes. He had been intimidated by what Lin Yun had done earlier and didn't want to experience it again. Flower burial. Can you let me gather the fragments of my Rahu sword? The Azura Dove King asked cautiously. You don't have to be like this. I prefer how you were when you looked arrogant, Lin Yun said indifferently. The Azura Dove King didn't know whether it was sarcasm or if Lin Yun was serious about this, so he smiled awkwardly. When he gathered the fragments and pieced them together, he cut his wrist and soaked them in his blood. He felt uneasy, while Lin Yun merely looked from the side and didn't interrupt him. When the Rahu sword recovered, it began to tremble as though it had come to life and began to devour Azura Dove King's blood. Lin Yun was surprised that a broken sword could be pieced together again. Although it wasn't as powerful as before, it could now be considered a complete sword. Even if the Rahu sword hadn't had enough, the Azura Dove King carefully sheathed the sword and walked over to Lin Yun. That sword is extraordinary, Lin Yun said. The Azura Dove King's heart clenched and said, It's nothing. This is just an ordinary sword. I had been reckless earlier. Lin Yun glanced at him and said, I already said that I prefer your arrogant look earlier. I'll do my best, the Azura Dove King said as he trembled. Lin Yun no longer asked him about the Rahu sword. That sword was extraordinary in that it had given birth to a sword spirit, which was why it could be restored even after being reduced to fragments. Lin Yun felt that this sword had a terrifying origin. After all, no ordinary sword could last so long after being held by him. Speak, where's Su Xiao? Lin Yun asked. The Azura Dove King wore an unsightly expression, but said, Actually, I don't know where she is because the Demon Spirit Clan and Blood Moon Sect are after her. She's terrifying because she killed so many saints even when they ganged up on her. And I have never seen such a terrifying woman before. So, You were lying to me? Lin Yun asked. The Azura Dove King's face became pale, and he said, I don't know much information, but I can guarantee that she's alive. The Ying River King once casually said that the Blood Moon sect and Demon Spirit clan couldn't find her. Those words made Lin Yun sigh in relief, and he asked, Do you know what she took? I heard something about a divine rune, but I don't know the exact information, the Azura Dove King said as he looked at Lin Yun's face. The Lunar Divine Rune, Lil Purple said. Yeah, that's it. The Lunar Divine Rune. I remember them saying that the Lunar Divine Rune has been snatched, and they're trying to use Divine Flame as a replacement, the Azura Dove King said quickly. Lin Yun. Lil Purple turned to look at Lin Yun emotionally. Lin Yun became silent because Su Xiao was in a very dangerous position now that the Lunar Divine Rune was in her hands. The Demon Spirit Clan and Blood Moon sect definitely wouldn't let her off, especially since they were in the Heavenly Void. If they were in the outside world, it would be much harder for the Demon Spirit Clan and Blood Moon sect to kill her. Big brother, someone's here. It's the Demon Spirit Clan, Lil Red said after sniffing the air. Lin Yun raised his head and said, You guys enter the Iris secret realm here. There's more than one of them. What about him? Lil Purple pointed at the trembling Azura Dove King. Bring him in as well, and give him a droplet of mandala fragrance if you still have any, Lin Yun said calmly. When the Azura Dove King heard that Lin Yun would give him a droplet of mandala fragrance, his eyelid twitched, but he quickly concealed his emotions. Right then, a black gale swept over, followed by a muffled voice. Flower Burial truly deserves your reputation as the Radiant Sword Saint's direct disciple. I'm afraid no one can kill a Saint Lord like you while being at the Quasi-Saint realm. As a gale blew over, a figure appeared before Lin Yun. This person was called Kuerkong, and there was another demon spirit beside him, Kuertua. In addition to Kueerdo, whom Lin Yun killed, the three demon spirits were the ones who were in charge of ripening the other shore flower earlier before Lin Yun seized it. The bodies of the two looked withered, but they had vicious gazes. Compared to their previous condition, they were both at their prime and were even stronger than before. If Kueerdo was at his prime, he would be comparable to 5 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords. With the two demon spirits together, their strength was at least comparable to 12 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords. Saint Lord? What Saint Lord? Lin Yun feigned ignorance. Kuerkong and Kuertua exchanged a gaze with their faces becoming uncertain. Could it be that Lin Yun didn't kill Kueerdo? I don't know you guys, and we all have different objectives in the Heavenly Void, so there's no need to make a move. We can go our separate ways, Lin Yun said calmly. Kuerkong stopped Lin Yun, and he smiled. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We would like to chat more about that injured Azura Dove King, the grievance between your master and the Divine Dragon Empire, and the chaos in the Eastern Desolation. We might have different objectives, but there is room for us to cooperate as long as we share the same interest. The other Holy Lands have entered the Eastern Desolation, and the scale is pretty frightening. According to what I know, the lords of those Holy Lands have a good relationship with Tian Xuanzi, and I'm afraid that they will want to kill you more than us if they see you. What this demon spirit said wasn't wrong because if the Ming cult discovered him, his condition would probably become terrible. After all, the Heavenly Void was the best place to kill someone. That has nothing to do with you guys, Lin Yun said indifferently. He was curious and guessed that these two wanted to buy time. But the demon spirits probing of him all came with intentions of pulling him to their side, believing that he would have a fallout with the Divine Dragon Empire. Then again, Lin Yun wouldn't cooperate with the demon spirit even if he did fall out with the Divine Dragon Empire. Kuerkong smiled. In the Kunlun realm, you guys like to call us demon spirits, but we're the noble spirit clan. Since ancient times, many cultivators have cooperated with us. You have peerless talent, and we can give you what the Kunlun realm can't, allowing you to grow rapidly. Otherwise, your talent will be a huge waste. Lin Yun inwardly sneered and didn't expose that Kuerkong wanted to buy time. He was also buying time since he had exhausted his blue dragon aura in his fight with the Azura Dove King, and he still wasn't at his prime. I have visited those ancient ruins before and know what you guys did. So let's cut the crap and go our separate ways, Lin Yun said indifferently. Kuerkong's face became cold, and he said, Don't push it. You killed Kuerdo, so you better come with us obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for making it ugly for you. The two demon spirits no longer continued with their act after seeing that Lin Yun had no intentions of changing his mind, and they began to release their murderous intent with their saint auras spreading out. But Lin Yun looked calm because he also didn't want to let these two go when these two didn't want to let him go. He casually glanced at the demonic corpses that were waiting in ambush and saw about 70 to 80 of them. He cannot be underestimated since he can kill Kuerdo, even if Kuerdo wasn't at his prime. So don't be careless, Kuerkong said calmly as he took out a bizarre secret treasure. This flag, an ancient glory saint artifact with 9 divine runes engraved on it, could keep 100 saint souls. When Kuerkong activated the flag to the limit, crimson saint souls flew out from the flag. Those saint souls let out a sharp scream. The entire sky was dyed red, and Lin Yun felt that his soul was about to be ripped apart under the pressure. Lin Yun gauged their strength and realized that they were at the pinnacle of the second stage Saint Lord. Although he killed Kuerdo and subdued the Azura Dove King, those were under the condition that they were extremely weakened. He had never fought a Saint Lord in the heavenly void who was at their prime. 100 Ghost Parade. Kuerkong waved his hand and hundreds of crimson souls flew out like crimson flames, descending from the sky. He also threw the flag, and the spiritual ghost flag descended like a crushing mountain. This enveloped Lin Yun's space in red, and the surrounding space became stagnant. But Lin Yun didn't panic. A golden light suddenly shone in his eyes, and he muttered, Divine light. The crimson space shattered as he released his quasi-divine light sword Intent. The flower burial sword flew out with another roar as he dashed forth. The golden radiance in the sky flashed in the crimson space, slaying the crimson saint souls. At the same time, Lin Yun activated the glory spirits in the flower burial sword and thrust it at the spiritual ghost flag. As an explosion took place, the spiritual ghost flag smashed against the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The flag shattered the sword ray and suppressed his sword Intent before controlling the saint souls to dash over with a powerful saint aura that caused the surrounding space to reverberate. A giant crater was created on the ground from the huge amount of force as the spiritual ghost flag brought Lin Yun and the flower burial sword down to the ground, forcing them a few hundred meters into the ground. Courtois said, To be defeated by the spiritual ghost flag, it looks like there's nothing special about flower burial after all. All your cautiousness was for nothing, and I even summoned all the demonic corpses over. Kuerkong waved his hand to summon the spiritual ghost flag and smiled. Do you know the meaning of the higher you are, the harder you fall? Heavenly Dragon Lord Flower Burial is nothing compared to my spirit clan. He didn't even know who he was just because we were being a little polite to him. Cultivators in the Kunlun realm are our slaves and should live as livestock as our food. Courtois looked at the ground and said, Let's hope he's not dead. The Ing River King is interested in him, and we might be able to find that woman if we capture him. That might be impossible. Kuerkong's face became ugly and said, That was the full attack of the spiritual ghost flag. Let's not mention a quasi-saint. Even a third-stage Saint Lord would be heavily injured by that attack. I'm afraid he didn't even leave his corpse behind. But just when he was about to finish speaking, fine cracks appeared on the spiritual ghost flag that swiftly spread out. This treasure was showing signs of breaking apart. This instantly made Kuerkong's face change, and he exclaimed, How is this possible? My spiritual ghost flag. Courtois by the side was also dumbfounded with surprise. You dare use such pitiful tricks to fight me? Just when Kuerkong and Courtois were feeling uneasy, a roar came from the crater as a sword ray soared to the sky, lighting up the sky and tearing the clouds apart. Shortly after, Kuerkong and Courtois looked with disbelief as Lin Yun rose to the sky like a deity in his azure robe, enveloped in a dazzling radiance. On this broken, barren land, a sword ray soared to the sky as Lin Yun hovered in the air with his hair fluttering in the wind. His gaze fell onto Kuerkong, and his gaze was cold. Kuerkong and Kuertua were shocked. Unlike Kueerdo, they were at their prime, and they couldn't believe that a quasi-saint managed to block an attack that was released by a second-stage Saint Lord while using a secret treasure. Kuerkong coldly said, "It looks like we have underestimated you. You're too naive if you think this is a pitiful trick. Die!" The spiritual ghost flag in his hand was tossed at Lin Yun like a spear when he finished speaking. The spiritual ghost flag was already about to shatter, so he pushed the energy fluctuation from the flag to the peak. But after this strike, the spiritual ghost flag would be destroyed. Lin Yun seemed to have predicted this and quickly dodged the flag's impact. The spiritual ghost flag expanded and a terrifying black vortex appeared, looking like a black hole that could devour everything. Inside the black hole were all kinds of resentment spirits releasing powerful saint auras. This evil secret technique used the spiritual ghost flag as the price, and even a third-stage Saint Lord would die if they were hit by it. Kuerkong's heart was aching since he had to use this to deal with Lin Yun. But the spiritual ghost flag was already on the verge of breaking, so he might as well use it one last time. But when the spiritual ghost flag exploded, Lin Yun turned into a golden streak of light and flew out. When he briefly paused in the air, ripples spread beneath his feet as he dashed forth even faster, charging at Kuerkong. How is this possible? Kuerkong's face changed. He didn't expect a quasi-saint to be so fast, even faster than him. Firefly's radiance. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and drew a circle with afterimages flying from his body. As 10-odd sword rays formed into a circle, he unleashed a sword ray that reached 100 feet, flying out. Kuerkong quickly made a move and threw a punch out. When his fist clashed with the sword ray, the two energies were evenly matched, with a powerful shockwave sweeping around. How did this fellow manage to fight Kuerkong evenly? Kuertua was surprised as he watched this scene. This was a frontal confrontation, but no one could do a thing to the other party despite the huge difference in their cultivation. Kuerkong and Kuertua wondered if Lin Yun really was only at the quasi-saint realm. Get lost! Kuerkong was furious and pushed his other palm forth, pouring his saint energy into his palm. His brows were knitted together because he couldn't figure out how Lin Yun was evenly matched with him. That sword, something's not right about it. Kuerkong was horrified to discover that the sword in Lin Yun's hand was terrifying, and the palm he created with saint energy was slowly being pierced. Kuerkong immediately knew that something wasn't right. If Lin Yun managed to get close to him, the consequences would become dire in addition to Lin Yun's sword intent. This made Kuerkong plunge into fear as the flow of saint energy within his body was messed up, completely suppressed by Lin Yun's sword aura. The saint energy in Kuerkong's palm exploded as a sword ray flew over. He relied on instincts to dodge, and the sword ray brushed past his face. As a few strands of hair fell, Kuerkong's face was nervously pale. That was dangerous. But when he said that, a cut appeared on his cheek, and his dipper aura was destroyed. After the cut, half of Kuerkong's face exploded as he screamed. He was furious, with fear and rage on his face. Move! In the critical moment, Kuertua moved as he reached out with a grasp, brushing past Lin Yun, and his claw shattered the air in his path. Kill him! Kuerkong's face soon recovered with anger blazing in his eyes, and he mustered his full strength. In the next moment, he no longer held back, pushing his dipper aura to the limit with his vertical eye-opening. He joined forces with Kuertua and they sandwiched Lin Yun, especially since they were pinnacle second-stage Saint Lords and equivalent to over 10 Horizon Hawk Saint Lords. As golden light flashed within Lin Yun's eyes, he circulated his quasi-divine light sword intent with his sword Dao blooming. The two sword cannons were activated and fused with his flower burial sword. Die! Lin Yun ignored Kuertua's attack and charged at Kuerkong. Great! Kuerkong's eyes lit up as he began to laugh. In his eyes, what Lin Yun did was no different from courting death. If Lin Yun took Kuertua's attack head-on, he would be ripped into pieces since the latter executed the Nether Ghost Claw. This attack might seem insignificant, but it could easily tear a second-stage Saint Lord apart, and no quasi-saints could withstand it. So Kuerkong only had to withstand this attack. At that time, even if this sword was powerful, he would only be heavily injured at best, and the injuries were nothing to demon spirits as long as they weren't dead. They could swiftly recover from their wounds. "You're dead." Kuerkong laughed as demonic radiance shone on him with a huge palm descending. But when the black palm came in contact with the sword, it was swiftly destroyed by the flower burial sword. Kuerkong had expected this scene as he clasped his hands together, firmly clamping onto the flower burial sword. "Brat, you're still too young." Kuerkong wore a smug face as he coldly looked at Lin Yun, pouring his saint energy into his hands. "Who gave you the courage to catch my sword?" Lin Yun no longer held back and activated the 4 glory spirits in the flower burial sword. Kuerkong's smug look on his face was short-lived as Lin Yun's sword Dao and quasi-divine light sword intent ripped his hands to pieces. While he still couldn't comprehend what Lin Yun meant, he had already lost his arms with his blood gushing down. "My hands?" Kuerkong screamed as he turned around and fled. But Lin Yun shook his wrist as the flower burial sword fell onto Kuerkong's neck. That wasn't all. Lin Yun flicked his finger, unleashing a sword ray at the latter's vertical eye, executing the flicking divine finger, completely killing his enemy. Everything happened too quickly. Kuertua's nether ghost claw then reached him at this moment, which Lin Yun took a full blow with his back. Kuertua's claw stabbed into Lin Yun's flesh. But just when he wanted to crush Lin Yun's ribs and grab his heart, Kuertua was shocked to discover that Lin Yun's bones were tough, like a saint artifact. Not only were his claw unable to rip Lin Yun into 2 pieces, he couldn't even crush Lin Yun's heart. Lin Yun's face twitched, but he maintained his composure as he let go of the flower burial sword, which aimed for Kuertua's temple from a tricky angle. This made Kuertua shocked as he quickly pulled out his hand and retreated. Lin Yun turned around and grabbed the flower burial sword. A chant that felt like it had traveled through time could be heard, and Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray that flew towards Kuertua. The sword intent immediately injured Kuertua as he retreated, but he couldn't dodge the sword intent. The sword ray was like a rapid river, and the sword aura reached the limit after traveling for a few thousand meters. Kuertua couldn't escape and was struck by this sword ray, throwing out a mouthful of blood, and was sent 100 meters away before he fell to the ground onto one knee. He threw out blood as he raised his head and saw a swordsman hovering in the sky with his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. "This is flower burial?" Kuertua was shocked because he felt he had offended someone he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have come. Only the Ing River King could handle this person. But that didn't mean he had lost. Looking at the approaching Lin Yun, Kuertua wiped the blood off his lips and coldly said, "Flower burial. It looks like you want to stand against my spirit clan. I'm fearless." Lin Yun approached as his quasi-divine light sword intent roared. "Don't think that you've won. The game has just started." Kuertua slammed his palm on the ground as the nearby demonic corpses charged at Lin Yun. The saint aura released by the demonic corpses reached a terrifying height, making Lin Yun squint his eyes because he nearly forgot about the demonic corpses. He frowned, and he was surprised when the demonic corpses came over. The demonic corpses were giving off saint aura, but their movements were stiff without saint origin or saint constellation, looking like killing puppets without any spirituality in their eyes. This was different from what he had imagined. He initially wanted to flee, but he hesitated and allowed himself to be surrounded by the demonic corpses and played with them. Initially, the demonic corpses looked terrifying with their numbers, but Lin Yun relaxed after he held his ground. Relying on his sword intent, the demonic corpses couldn't even touch him. "I see." Lin Yun closed his eyes and let the demonic corpses charge at him. What's going on? Kuertua had a bad feeling about this. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his sword intent was like ink spread out as Lin Yun executed the heaven sword form. As 36 layers of pressure came crashing down, the demonic corpses were entirely suppressed. When the heaven word was formed, all the demonic corpses were ripped into pieces with one sword. They're just empty corpses. It might be effective against others, but it's nothing to me. Lin Yun held his sword as he slowly approached. Kuertua felt so much despair that his jaw nearly fell off. He no longer had any hesitation and fled for his life. But Lin Yun didn't look at him as he sheathed his sword. When a dragon roar echoed, the quasi-divine light sword intent that had remained within Korta's body erupted like spears piercing out of his body, turning the latter into a hedgehog. MHM? When he was about to leave, Lin Yun suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching. There was a crimson cloud approaching from afar. Flower burial, hold it! The already despaired Korta rejoiced and yelled, "Ing River King! Save me!" Lin Yun ignored Kortua and turned to look into the distance. Over there was a figure enveloped in a saint radiance that was like the arrival of a bright moon, releasing a crimson radiance that formed into a terrifying phenomenon. Flower burial, hold it! Ing River King's voice came from nearly 1,000 miles away, which sounded ethereal from the echoes. Lin Yun, leave immediately. That person is tough to deal with. Lil Purple's voice anxiously resounded from the Iris secret realm. She might like to boast but would never be rash when there were dangers. Lin Yun could already sense it even without Lil Purple's reminder. The Ing River King seemed to have turned into a bright moon with moonlight shining down, and it looked like a domain was spreading out. The crimson radiance looked strange, as though it was slowly restricting the surrounding space. Lin Yun, let me go quickly. Kortua laughed and continued. Otherwise, you'll die when the Ing River King comes. How noisy! Lin Yun snorted as he snapped Kortua's neck and used quasi-divine light sword intent, while pointing his finger to reduce the remaining eyeball into ashes. Lin Yun would further ensure that the demon spirits were dead by destroying their vertical eyeball. Ing River King, let's meet again in the future, Lin Yun coldly said as he looked at the approaching moon. He was naturally unwilling to leave just like that because the demon spirit clan knew more about Su Xiao than the Azura Dove King. He was initially planning to keep Courtois alive to interrogate him. But it looked like he was running out of time and could only leave because this wasn't the time for him to fight the Ing River King. After Lin Yun left, a white-clothed figure appeared 10 odd breaths later. His face sank as he looked at the remains on the ground, and his fists clenched. Flower burial, good. You killed my clansmen, destroyed my demonic corpses, and snatched my other shore flower. Flames blazed within the Ing River King's eyes with cold, murderous intent brewing. If he had known about this beforehand, he wouldn't have fought the Azura Dove King first and killed Lin Yun instead. The Ing River King furiously threw a punch on the ground and the surrounding space cracked, creating a crater that was close to 1,000 meters. There was nothing in the crater, not even spiritual energy. Watching Lin Yun's receding figure, the Ing River King's face was ugly. It's a pity that I was one step slower. If Lin Yun had stayed here for another moment, his Netherman domain would have enveloped this region. At that time, Lin Yun would have been like a bird trapped in a cage, and the Ing River King was confident about dealing with Lin Yun even if the latter brought out a sovereign saint artifact. That fellow seems to have some relationship with the 9th princess. The Ing River King's eyes processed all the information he had obtained before he shook his head. If he could capture Lin Yun, he might be able to force Su Xiao to show herself before dealing with them both. But it was a pity he couldn't catch up with Lin Yun anymore. He couldn't imagine how a quasi-saint could be so fast. Reality proved that Lin Yun left in time, and that he wouldn't have had much odds if he clashed with the Ing River King. A bright sun was swiftly traveling through the horizon. Once the radiance had dissipated, it was revealed that the sun was actually Lin Yun. Ever since he cultivated with the serene dust great saint, his divine sun-chasing art had come in contact with the profundity of space, reaching a whole new realm. So his top speed wasn't inferior to a third-stage Saint Lord. After Lin Yun landed on the ground, he entered the Iris secret realm. The Azura Dove King had witnessed how Lin Yun killed the 2 Saint Lords from the Iris secret realm, and he became nervous when he saw Lin Yun coming in. Before his injuries recovered, he didn't dare to have ulterior thoughts. Flower burial has given me a huge shock after killing 2 Saint Lords who were at the pinnacle of the 2nd stage. You're the reincarnation of the Sword God, and you have won my admiration. The Azura Dove King smiled. Humph. Carry on flattering him. Lil Purple smiled. The Azura Dove King awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. I'm not flattering him. I mean it. Interesting. Lin Yun looked at the Azura Dove King, causing the latter to feel chilly because he didn't know where he had spoken wrongly. Lin Yun noticed that the crimson light that was in the Azura Dove King's eyes had become dim, replaced with a spiritual light. In a nutshell, he looked more like a human now. Lil Purple, you've given him the mandala fragrance? Lin Yun asked. I gave it to him the moment we came in, Lil Purple replied. The Azura Dove King's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Lin Yun nervously, fearing that Lin Yun might discover something. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't pursue it, but asked, You've fought the Ing River King, so what do you think of his strength? Seeing this, the Azura Dove King heaved a sigh of relief that Lin Yun hadn't discovered his secret. He said, He's at the pinnacle third stage of the Saint Lord, but he has grasped the lunar Tao. That moon earlier is his Nethermoon domain that uses the lunar Tao. Just this alone, he's practically invincible amongst the Saint Lords. Most importantly, he's still young and is a golden-eyed demon spirit. After fighting him, I only realized how frightening he was, and that he's unfathomable. Lin Yun fell into deep thought and asked, What odds do I have if I fight him? The Azura Dove King hesitated, pondering for a long time before he replied, He might be strong, but you're not bad yourself. If you two fought, he might be unable to do anything against you. Lin Yun knew it should be flattery from the Azura Dove King, and the latter probably wanted to say that he had no odds of winning. He asked, What about you and I? With my strength, I have at least a 90% chance of winning when facing anyone who's at the same cultivation as long as they're not a monster like the Ing River King. The Azura Dove King analyzed seriously. But I'm nothing compared to you, and I can't even block a sword from you even at my prime. Well said. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't bother exposing the Azura Dove King's lies and asked, How much strength did you have left when we fought? Barely 10%. When I gave it my all at the end, 30%. The Azura Dove King said honestly. How much strength do you have left? Lil Purple asked a sharp question. The Azura Dove King was heavily injured and still had quasi-divine light sword intent left in his body. So he was naturally not comparable to his prime, and he was only one step away from death before the two demon spirits came. Why bother asking? I might not have much knowledge, but I can tell that this secret realm is special, the Azura Dove King asked. Even at my prime, I probably couldn't do anything here, and I would only be courting death. Since Flower Burial has spared my life and given me mandala fragrance, he must have something that requires my help. As long as Flower Burial requires, I will do everything possible. Then again, the mandala fragrance. Mentioning the mandala fragrance, he purposely tried to show the desire in his eyes. He felt Lin Yun wouldn't believe what he said, so he might act the opposite to paralyze Lin Yun's judgment. When his strength recovers, everything would be his. Lin Yun wore a playful gaze and smiled. I do have something I need you for. I will give you another droplet of mandala fragrance after you're done refining what you have. Lin Yun. Lil Purple frowned anxiously. The mandala fragrance is precious and he cannot be trusted. I have a feeling that he must be plotting something. The Azura Dove King looked calm when he heard that, but he felt nervous. We'll see if he'll behave himself, and I do have use for him. Let's go out first. The group left the Iris secret realm, and Lin Yun continued, Where's the Blood Flame Plains? Lin Yun speculated that if Su Xiao hadn't left the Heavenly Void, she must have gone to the Blood Flame Plains. She wouldn't take a loss this easily, based on her personality. The Blood Flame Plains is the heart of the deity's corpse, and we will run into many Blood Crow Kings along the way, including some forbidden grounds, the Azura Dove King said, such as the Bitter River, and you might enter the Fallen God Valley if you carry on. If you fall into it, even a 9th stage Saint Lord won't be able to survive. For example, there are multiple vipers there. They don't have any intelligence, but they're extremely dangerous since they were stained with divine blood and sins. This place, for example. Lin Yun listened to the Azura Dove King's explanation and had a rough understanding of the Heavenly Void. He pondered and asked, You weren't this cooperative back then. I had no choice back then, but I accept it now since you're willing to give me the mandala fragrance. Naturally, I won't hide anything from you. We're both swordsmen, so we won't lie to each other. the Azura Dove King said. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he heard the last part. He said, I won't treat you badly if you're willing to follow me, and I can even help you restore your strength. I can even give you things you cannot obtain in the heavenly void. The Azura Dove King was shocked with disbelief. But seeing that the Azura Dove King didn't believe him, Lin Yun reached out and extracted all the quasi-divine light sword intent that was in his body. This immediately relieved the Azura Dove King, and he could freely control his saint energy and sword sutra. This meant that he could recover from his injuries quickly. But he instantly became uncertain because he couldn't see through Lin Yun and had no idea what he was planning. But he tossed it to the back of his mind. He just had to recover to his full strength and crush Lin Yun. But for now, he would wait. With a sincere expression, he said, Thank you, Flower Burial. I will lead the way now. After he took the initiative to lead the way, Lil Purple reminded, Lin Yun, aren't you taking it a little too far? He won't be that obedient. Lin Yun wore a mysterious smile. A swordsman won't lie to another swordsman. I'll believe him for now. You scumbag. Lil Purple was furious because she could tell that Lin Yun was hiding something from her. The upcoming trip became smoother with the Azura Dove King leading. Firstly, he knew where the forbidden grounds were and could avoid them, saving a lot of time. Secondly, he was a Blood Crow King and could communicate with other Blood Crow Kings to avoid unnecessary battles. The Azura Dove King could even make a move if they ran into demonic beasts or monsters. Not knowing if there were other reasons, the Azura Dove King recovered most of his strength after Lin Yun removed the quasi-divine light sword intent from his body. His strength will be fully recovered one day, and it will be dangerous at that time, Lil Purple said. Over the past few days, the Azura Dove King revealed his fearsome side. He wasn't lenient to those weak blood crows. As the Rahu sword absorbed blood, it faintly showed signs of recovering to the peak. The aura that the Azura Dove King gave off became even more powerful, and he was no longer as humble. I know, Lin Yun replied. What are you planning? Lil Purple asked. I'm curious about what he's trying to do. As for his strength, the stronger he is, the better. Lin Yun smiled. You're bold, Lil Purple said. That fellow will turn around to bite you when he can. That'll depend on his choice, then. Lin Yun seemed confident. It didn't take long for Azura Dove King to return after scouting the way, and he respectfully said, The Nether Thunder King has agreed to let us pass up ahead. After passing through his territory, we can swiftly reach the Blood Flame Plains. I even heard from him that many forces have gathered at the Blood Flame Plains. Amongst the holy lands of the Eastern Desolation, the Ming cult is the strongest and has destroyed many Holy Land disciples. The Blood Moon sect is approaching as well. Lin Yun wasn't surprised because they were all here for the divine blood and divine blood fruit. They would naturally bring as many people as possible. Lin Yun was a quasi-saint, and thanks to the Azura Dove King, he could make such swift progress. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Azura Dove King, I have a question for you. Go on. I will tell you everything I know. The Azura Dove King smiled. Lin Yun briefly pondered. Then he asked, I fought some demonic corpses before, but they're not as strong as I'd imagined. They might seem strong, but they can be easily resolved if I bear the saint's aura. I do know a little about that. The demon spirit clan's conversion of demonic corpses is a long process, and those demonic corpses had to be further tempered. The Azura Dove King smiled. According to the demon spirit clan, the demonic corpses had to be constantly tempted and eliminated before they gradually become powerful. The strongest can even recover half of their strength when they are alive and might even possess intelligence. But that will require a lot of divine blood and other resources. What about the blood crows? Lin Yun asked. We're different from the demon spirit clans. We can be considered parasites and emergents. We're born from divine blood and can fuse with the corpses in the heavenly void. There's also a certain danger. The Azura Dove King smiled. You can have the memories of the corpses you take over? Lin Yun asked. The Azura Dove King's heart skipped a beat, but he said without a change on his face. Fragments of it, such as marital techniques. But most of them are blurred. Lin Yun nodded, saying, Let's go then. The Azura Dove King heaved in relief since he wondered if Lin Yun had discovered something. He quickly led the way for the group. One day later, they passed through the Nether Thunder King's territory and were at the outer region of the Blood Flame Plains. Lin Yun stood on a peak as he looked at the surrounding gathered forces. A woman wearing a crimson dress appeared with phoenix patterns embroidered on the dress, making her look stunning, like the stars. The moment she appeared, she attracted all the surrounding gazes. She was the little princess of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Xianxia. Aside from her were the saints of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, and they all gave off a powerful aura. When they arrived, many people in the surroundings felt fearful of them. It looks like the Divine Phoenix Mountain is determined to obtain the Divine Flames, Lin Yun muttered. The Divine Phoenix Mountain was famous in the Eastern Desolation, and they could be considered the strongest now, it's just that they kept a low profile. Xianxia was a genius, and she was probably trying to find an opportunity with the great change coming. Even as the Divine Phoenix Mountain Princess, she had to experience challenges to become a true phoenix. Lin Yun, look! Lil Purple exclaimed as she pointed in a direction. When Lin Yun turned his head over, his face changed as he saw the Blood Moon Divine Sun, Zhao Tianyu. After some time of not seeing him, he noticed that Zhao Tianyu was giving off an even more powerful aura and had already become a saint. 10-odd people were around him. They must be saint elders of the Blood Moon sect. Divine Sun, this is the Blood Flame Plains. The Divine Flame should be here. This is also the heart of the deity's corpse, and there will be many saint elixirs here. But the Blood Flame King is terrifying, and he also has many subordinates who are at the saint realm. If we enter, the dangers cannot be estimated, a saint elder said, looking at Zhao Tianyu respectfully. Since Zhao Tianyu had just reached the saint realm, he had a high requirement for saint elixirs. He said, opportunities often accompany danger. We have to go there no matter what. He didn't hesitate as he charged towards the Blood Flame Plains with the Blood Moon Sect's party. Lin Yun watched from afar and held back from charging over with great difficulty. His speculation was right. Since the Blood Moon sect was here, Su Xiao was probably in the Blood Flame Plains. But where could she be? Lin Yun frowned. He might feel that Su Xiao would be fine, but he couldn't help worrying about her. After all, Su Xiao had never been in such a dangerous position, according to his impression, and the Blood Flame Plains wasn't a good place to be either. We're already here and I won't be going in, the Azura Dove King said carefully. He had already recovered to his peak, and no saint aura was left in his body. He was cautious and examined his body several times to see if Lin Yun left behind any traps. Even after confirming that there wasn't any restriction, he still didn't dare to make a move because he felt that Lin Yun looked confident. He felt that there must be a restriction left in his body, it's just that he didn't notice it, and his outcome would become terrible if he made a move. You're not going? Lil Purple asked in a surprised tone. The Azura Dove King smiled. The Blood Flame Plains is dangerous. Not to mention there are those from the Holy Lands and the Blood Moon sect. I might die terribly if I go in, so I should stay out of this. He naturally wanted to go to the Blood Flame Plains so that he could slay Lin Yun if the latter was in danger. He could snatch the other shore flower and the mysterious sword box at that time. But he ultimately gave up because the risks were too high. Lin Yun might seem young, but he was deep and unfathomable. So, he didn't want to get involved with Lin Yun any further. You sure? The Blood Flame Plains might be dangerous, but there are also treasures. I can tell you're not far from making a breakthrough, Lin Yun said, looking at the Azure Dove King. The Azure Dove King was shocked and even more confident in his decision of not to get involved with Lin Yun. He replied, I won't be going any further. You just have to undo the restriction in my body. I won't ask for more of the mandala flower. I have also done my best to bring you here without any complaints, as you can see. Nodding his head, Lin Yun said, Okay, you can stay behind then. I didn't leave any restrictions on your body because I only know of the nether shackles. You can see if there's any nether energy in your body if you don't believe me. The Azure Dove King opened his mouth as he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief, and the latter didn't seem to be lying. His eyes began to flicker, and his gaze became eerie. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Yun smiled. You might have a chance to win if you make a move now, but there's a high chance that you'll die. Do you know why I didn't kill you and even gave you the mandala fragrance? You think I might have left a restriction in your body to control you, but I didn't. A swordsman will never lie to another swordsman. The Azure Dove King never thought about that before. When you fought with me earlier, did you use the Overlord sword? Lin Yun asked. How do you know about it? The Azure Dove King was alarmed. As expected, Lin Yun replied. The sword technique that the Azure Dove King used was familiar, and he fell into deep thoughts when his memories surfaced in his mind. The Azure Dove King was performing the Ancient Saint section of the Overlord sword, but it was incomplete. The Overlord sword was a sword technique that Lin Yun practiced back in the Sword Firmament Pavilion, and the inheritance came from the sword sect. This meant that the body the Azure Dove King was using must belong to a saint elder of the sword sect at their prime. A sword saint. How do you know about that? The Azure Dove King was shocked. Lin Yun smiled. How do I know? You only know that I'm Flower Burial. But did you know that I'm a disciple of Radiant and a disciple of the sword sect? In terms of seniority, I should call you Ancestor instead. The Azure Dove King was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. The mandala fragrance can help you recover your body's memories, increasing your strength and comprehension. This should be the secret you're trying to hide, Lin Yun said. He looked at the Azure Dove King with a complicated gaze because the sword sect was the strongest sect of swordsmen back then, but they joined that ancient battle. Ultimately, the sword sect was no longer a holy land, and they might even lose their last sword saint. The Azure Dove King was shocked because he didn't expect Lin Yun to discover the secrets he kept hidden so well, and he never expected there would be so many twists and turns. A long time later, he sighed. I didn't lie to you. I'm not a senior from the sword sect. I'm only Azure Dove King. I merely occupied this body with some fragmented memories. I'm really not. Lin Yun interrupted the Azure Dove King and said, I know. There are 10 droplets of mandala fragrance here, and you can use them yourself. It will depend on your luck to see how much strength you can recover. I won't pursue what you did in the past, but you're not allowed to harm anyone from the sword sect when you go to the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, I will end your life personally. I really can't read you. The Azure Dove King held onto the jade bottle and was speechless as he looked at Lin Yun as though something in his heart was touched. No matter what, thanks for your mandala fragrance, and I owe you one. The Blood Flame Plains is dangerous, and I hope you can come alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to repay you for your favor. The Azure Dove King looked at Lin Yun deeply before he spread his arms apart and disappeared. I see. It's no wonder why you're so calm about him, Lil Purple said. You made me worried for nothing. His Overlord sword piqued my memories. Let's not talk about that and hurry to the Blood Flame Plains. Lin Yun sighed. He didn't forget his objective here, the Divine Blood Fruit and Su Xiao. The two were most likely in the Blood Flame Plains, and Lin Yun was pretty calm about the Divine Flames. Empress, can you locate the Lunar Divine Rune with the Solar Divine Rune? Lin Yun suddenly asked. I can try it, but I'm not sure about it since we're in the Heavenly Void, Lil Purple said. You can enter the Iris Secret Realm if anything happens while Lil Red follows me. Since there were many forces in the Blood Flame Plains, Lin Yun wore a mask to cover half of his face before moving out. When he stepped into the Blood Flame Plains, he could feel an invisible pressure crushing down, surprising him. The gravity here is 10 times that of the outside world. Lin Yun soon had an answer after briefly sensing it. This was good news to him because 10 times gravity was nothing since he trained in the Blood Purgatory Mountain. He avoided many Blood Crow guards when he stepped into the Blood Flame Plains and stopped beneath a pillar. He poured his sword intent into his eyes and his vision began extending out. But it was a pity that the sword intent wasn't that effective here since it was affected by the Crimson Mist, and he could only capture blurred sceneries. Ultimately, he headed towards an ancient tree where he could sense a powerful Saint Elixir's aura. This Saint Elixir was ancient and at least 10,000 years old. Not long after Lin Yun entered the woods, he could hear screams as a second stage Saint Lord was pierced by a long spear. As the Saint Lord let out a scream, he tried his best to block, But there was nothing he could do about it, and he soon lost his life in midair before exploding into fragments with his Saint Origin, Saint Soul, and Saint Constellation torn into pieces. That ancient spear disappeared into space, and he couldn't tell who had launched that attack. Holy shit, Big Brother. What kind of damned place is this? Lin Yun and Lil Red were hiding in the dark. They were shocked when they saw this scene. What was it that attacked him? Lin Yun frowned. He wasn't sure if the one making a move was a Blood Crow King, a demonic cultivator, or a tree. If the Azura Dove King was here, he might have been able to see something. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yun came to the fragments with a few flashes, and saw that the bones had crumbled. A saint's physique was an acquired saint physique. Even if they didn't temper their physique, their bodies were tougher than ordinary saint artifacts. But now, a saint was killed by an unknown enemy with his body pierced. Just when Lin Yun was feeling shocked, a suction force came that absorbed the remains of that saint. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could only see a black hole. This black hole looked like a vortex that could devour everything. He didn't move while Lil Red was dragged over. Seeing this, Lin Yun released his sword intent to tear that suction force apart. When he soared to the sky, he instantly discovered the origin of this black hole. It was a crimson python that had opened its mouth wide to consume the flesh and blood of saints on the ground. It didn't want to let Lil Red go as well, planning to devour it. Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray in midair at that python, but it was dodged as the python knocked down several trees. Seeing that Lin Yun was a tough opponent, it quickly retreated. But Lil Red didn't want to let it go and took on the ancient Dracope form, charging at the python. Lin Yun noticed that the Crimson Python was an ordinary Saint Lord in the first stage, and he didn't move to guard the surroundings. A few minutes later, the mysterious person he was worried about didn't appear, and Lil Red killed the Crimson Python before immediately devouring it. After devouring the Saint Core, Lil Red's aura grew even stronger. Big Brother, this Crimson Python tastes pretty good. Do you want to give it a try? Lil Red grinned. Lin Yun shook his head, not daring to consume the raw flesh. However, he wouldn't mind roasting it if he had time. Although it was easy to kill the Crimson Python, Lin Yun didn't dare to relax as he cautiously moved in the woods. A poisonous fog enveloped the entire woods, making this place look like a maze. For a long time, Lin Yun suspected that the aura of a saint elixir that he had sensed earlier was fake. 2 days later, when Lin Yun was about to give up, a battle commotion drew his attention, and he saw a saint facing another Crimson Python. This person was a saint elder of the Heavenly Flame sect, and Lin Yun had seen this person beside Lu Yunlan before. This old man was powerful, facing 3 Crimson Pythons alone. But he didn't seem to be in a good situation as 10-odd Crimson Pythons were around him, and those pythons were like crimson rivers flowing across the ground. Lil Red's eyes lit up. Lin Yun might not have had a good time over the past few days, but Lil Red was having fun while eating beast cores. So, it naturally became excited when it saw so many Crimson Pythons. Big Brother? Lil Red was tempted to make a move, rubbing its hands together. But Lin Yun shook his head because he could sense an extremely terrifying aura amongst the Crimson Pythons. There was a python that should be a 3rd-stage Saint Lord, and it was too dangerous to go out. Big Brother, is that the divine blood fruit you're looking for? Lil Red's eyes lit up as they pointed in a direction. When Lin Yun looked over, he saw many saint elixirs and flowers growing on a mountain. Amongst the saint elixirs, one stood out and gave off a strong fragrance. Lin Yun first rejoiced upon seeing it, but his eyes quickly became dim. That was the Blood Cloud Saint Fruit. He had obtained it before once, but this one was at least over 10,000 years old and was stained with divine blood. This was stronger than the one he had refined in the past by at least 10 times. Aside from the Blood Cloud Saint Fruit, there were also other fruits and various flowers. They were all treasures in the outside world, and this mountain alone was comparable to the foundation of half a powerful sect. It might not be a divine blood fruit, but it's still precious. Lin Yun soon figured out that the Heavenly Flame sect's Saint Elder probably wanted to take the Blood Cloud Saint Fruit and was attacked by the Crimson Pythons. This was a good opportunity for him. He soared to the sky and flew towards the mountain, wanting to immediately seize the blood cloud saint fruit. Right then, a golden blade ray flew over. This blade ray was terrifying, containing blade Dao and fire Dao. Even Lin Yun didn't dare to take it head-on, so he soared to the sky to dodge the attack. But that was only the beginning, as multiple golden sword rays flew over, distorting his space, instantly turning it into a purgatory of blade rays. The one who attacked thought Lin Yun would die as he headed straight for the blood cloud saint fruit. Lin Yun threw out multiple punches to destroy all the incoming blade rays. When that assailant wanted to reach out for the blood cloud saint fruit, Lin Yun drew his sword and unleashed a sword ray. His attack shocked that bladesman into drawing his blade to face his enemy. After Lin Yun shattered all the blade rays, lightning flashed in his palm as 9 chains flew out. Seeing that the bladesman was held down, he quickly lifted the entire mountain with the black thunder chains. The mountain, which was nearly 1,000 meters, was broken apart by the black thunder chains when Lin Yun tugged them, causing the entire mountain to crumble apart. But because of his excellent control over his strength, the blood cloud saint fruits and other elixirs were safe. The bladesman facing the flower burial sword was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He didn't know where this barbarian who lifted the entire mountain came from. Aside from the blood cloud saint fruit, there were 10-odd other saint fruits, and Lin Yun wanted to monopolize them all. The bladesman was furious as he knocked the flower burial sword back with his blade because he was nearly injured by it when he was distracted. Excellent blade technique. Lin Yun stowed all of the saint fruits in his interspatial bracelet. This could be considered a massive harvest. At least he didn't wander around for nothing for the past few days. He reached out and grabbed onto the flower burial sword, then looked at the bladesman. Good blade technique. Lin Yun recognized this bladesman, Lu Yunlan of the Heavenly Flame sect. He was only 100 years old and was already a saint, known as the Billow Cloud Saint Lord, with a cultivation at the pinnacle 2nd stage Saint Lord. It was no wonder that his blade technique was so powerful. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Yunlan asked, suppressing his anger. Lin Yun wore a mask that covered half of his face, so Lu Yunlan couldn't recognize this person. But he had a feeling that his person must have a huge origin. "Why don't you take a guess?" Lin Yun smiled. Lu Yunlan's lips twitched as he coldly looked at Lin Yun. Because of Lin Yun's mask, he couldn't recognize this person just from his cultivation. Judging from the sword earlier, this person should be a Saint Lord, and he sounded pretty young. There were many swordsmen like that in the Kunlun realm, so it wasn't easy to guess. "I don't care who you are. Hand them over. You've also seen that my Heavenly Flame Sect's Saint Elder is attracting those Crimson Python's attention, which is why you even have the opportunity to make a move." Lu Yunlan's eyes began to flash with murderous intent. His blade intent was terrifying and gave a cold intent, and it felt as though the person would completely freeze with a glance at him. Lu Yunlan had the strength to back up his reputation. With no change on his face, Lin Yun said, "You're also smart. First come, first serve doesn't work in this world. If you speak nicely, I don't mind sharing them." Lu Yunlan looked at Lin Yun's sword with a smear of surprise in his eyes, before he said, "Let me see where you get your confidence from." Then, when he swung his blade gave off the pressure of a mountain that descended with blade rays overlapping. 1,000-weight slash. In the next second, the weight of his blade overlapped 1,000 times, releasing a blade ray that reached over 100 feet with a terrifying chill that caused snowflakes to descend. "Come!" Lin Yun held onto his sword and took this attack head-on. When the sword and blade clashed, they produced a loud explosion. If those at a lower cultivation were caught up in this sound wave, they would probably bleed from their 7 orifices. Firefly's radiance. Lin Yun didn't hold back and gently swung his sword after resolving Lu Yunlan's attack. When a thunderstorm raged, the flower burial sword spiraled in his hand, and a sword ray shot out. Lu Yunlan raised his blade before him to block this attack. His face suddenly changed when he wanted to open his mouth and mock. Blood dripped down his blade from the wounds on his palm. He didn't retreat, but his hand was injured. "I roughly know who you are now," Lu Yunlan said. "You're that genius from Skysalit City, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant." But I can tell you that you've provoked the wrong person. Skysalut City? Yu Qingfeng's heir? Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. He was from the Radiance lineage, and that status was slightly lower than being Yu Qingfeng's disciple. When the two were about to fight, a scream resounded as a Crimson Python King immediately devoured the Saint Lord who held back the Crimson Pythons. All of his defensive means were futile. He died just like that before the Crimson Python King charged at Lin Yun and Lu Yunlan. Lin Yun and Lu Yunlan exchanged a gaze before they both separated. Lin Yun was more unfortunate since that Python King was coming after him. As for Lu Yunlan, he had more Crimson Pythons after him, but his injuries weren't fatal. Big brother, over here. Lil Red appeared, having cleared a path of retreat, leading Lin Yun, and they fled into the woods. In its cat form, it was even faster than Lin Yun. But the Crimson Pythons looked like they had gone insane and kept chasing after them, especially when the Crimson Python King wasn't any slower than them. You're getting on my nerves. Ferocity flashed in Lin Yun's eyes because he was starting to get annoyed with the Crimson Python King. If it caught up and the other Crimson Pythons surrounded him, he would have to pay a great price, even if he could slaughter his way out. Lin Yun decided to fight, so he stopped and took out a golden spear. As he poured his saint energy and dragon blood into the spear, a terrifying pressure was released from it. As a Buddhist chant began to echo in the surroundings, the halos around the spearhead exploded and the spear looked even more sacred. With the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear in hand, Lin Yun slammed the Crimson Python King's head with it, and the massive power sent the latter flying away. The terrifying power the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear produced left behind cracks in the surrounding space as the Crimson Python King screamed, rolling on the ground. But it wasn't dead and had dashed over, shattering the sacred radiance, forcing Lin Yun to dodge. When the Crimson Python King landed on the ground, it shook the entire ground. Holy shit, it has really tough skin. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear was a sovereign saint artifact more powerful than the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. But it failed to kill the Crimson Python King with one strike, making it more furious. The Crimson Python King's tail was especially lethal, and being caught in the shockwave was enough to injure him. So even with the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear in his hand, Lin Yun could only dodge, and he was starting to feel a headache. Just when the Crimson Python King got back up and charged over, a shadow descended from the sky. It was Lil Red, who took this opportunity to transform into the ancient Dracope and grabbed its tail. This immediately immobilized the Crimson Python King, making Lin Yun's eyes light up. He then soared to the sky, swinging the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with both hands. When he poured his sword intent into the spear, a glory spirit was activated as he dived from the sky, piercing through that Crimson Python King's head. Once the Crimson Python King exploded, only then did it die for sure. Seeing the death of their leader, the other Crimson Pythons quickly fled. Lin Yun then stowed the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. This was his first time using it in battle, and it wasn't as smooth as the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. It was mainly because the umbrella was compatible with his Azure Dragon Divine physique, and he could unleash its power more easily. Big brother, this beast core is golden. When Lin Yun fell into his thoughts, Lil Red came over with a beast core. Lin Yun smiled. Let's go. The divine blood fruit isn't here. This place was weird, so it was best to leave since the divine blood fruit wasn't here. Not long after he left, Lu Yunlan appeared with a frown, looking at the corpse of the Crimson Python King. He's really not the direct disciple of the Sword Emperor? Lu Yunlan muttered to himself. With great changes coming, the disciples of the Holy Lands have begun to come out. Recently, several direct disciples of the Sword Emperor were slowly gaining fame, and there was a high possibility that they had come to the God Burial Mountain range. Forget it. I should leave this place first. Lu Yunlan sighed as he took out a leaf that seemed to be pointing out a direction to him in midair. Lu Yunlan's trip out was smooth, but Lin Yun ran into trouble. He tried 3 times but couldn't leave the woods and finally realized he had lost his way. This place was enveloped with a crimson mist, and even his sword intent couldn't help him see through this place. He could only see a rough direction. But even if he had a rough direction, he shouldn't have spent much time getting out with his speed. And yet he was trapped in the woods for 3 entire days. This is weird, Lin Yun muttered as he continued to scout the woods. Another half a day had passed, and his vision opened to a spacious ground. The ground was clean, and there weren't even weeds. He immediately sensed that something wasn't right and wanted to leave, but a vine broke out from the ground and wrapped around his ankle. Shortly after, a powerful force came and he was dragged into the ground with vines following up and wrapping around his body. On the other hand, Lil Red could escape due to its size, but it could only watch outside in panic. Lin Yun struggled, but the vines wrapped around him tighter and pierced into his flesh. Use your sword intent to cut them. Quick! Lil Purple's voice came from the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun sensed danger and raised his head to see a tree branch that shot at him like a spear. When Lin Yun was about to use his quasi-divine light sword intent to break free, flames suddenly ignited on his body. This flame was weird because it only burned the vines, not his body. In just a brief moment, the vines were already reduced to ashes, and Lin Yun took this opportunity to escape and dodged the fatal branch. He clearly remembered how a Saint Lord was killed by it when he had just entered this place. Flower Burial, I saved you again. A voice came as Li Feibai appeared behind a tree, walking out. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he recognized this person, but he had no good impression of him. He saw this person when he entered the God Burial mountain range. He belonged to one of the 8 imperial clans, the Li clan. Again? When's the previous time, then? Lin Yun asked. This time couldn't be considered as well because he could break free. But he couldn't refute it since Li Feibai wanted to put it that way, and he looked at Li Feibai, wanting to know what the latter was planning. That time at 6 Holy City doesn't count? If not for my warning, you might have died there, Li Feibai said. The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched, and he replied, You can put it however you like. Li Feibai wasn't bothered by Lin Yun's attitude, but said, I already told you that times have changed, and there's nothing impressive about a heavenly dragon lord. Lin Yun smiled upon hearing that. He finally knew that he didn't have any good impression of this person, who evaluated him as ordinary. How is it? I'm not wrong, am I? If not for me, you would have been dead, Li Feibai said, wanting to prove he's right. Is everyone from the imperial clan so aloof? Lin Yun asked. Not exactly. But some things that you can only dream of are already possessed by disciples from the imperial clans at birth. It might be sarcastic, but I'm not targeting you, Li Feibai said. Lin Yun interrupted. I know what you mean. You're targeting all of us, right? More or less. But you guys aren't trash, just ordinary. There are also those in the imperial clans who are inferior to you. Li Feibai nodded. Lin Yun smiled, seeing Li Feibai nodding his head. He said, All right, you wouldn't have wasted so much time talking with me based on your temper if you had nothing. As expected of Flower Burial, you're smart. Li Feibai nodded. Go ahead, Lin Yun smiled. I'll be honest with you. I'm fatally injured, and only have 1 hour to live, so I need you to carry me out. I will tell you how to leave this place and tell you another piece of information, Li Feibai said indifferently. Lin Yun opened his mouth in shock and wondered if he had heard incorrectly. Li Feibai is so calm and composed even though he is about to die? Lin Yun asked, Brother Li, are you messing around with me? Do I look like someone who would joke around? It's just a fatal injury. Don't tell me that you're so inexperienced. Li Feibai replied. The corner of his lips twitched as Lin Yun replied, Brother Li, you're truly extraordinary. To someone like me who's blessed by fortune, fatal injuries can also be considered an opportunity, and I won't die so easily. Didn't I run into you? Li Feibai said. So I'm your fortune, Lin Yun mocked, looking at Li Feibai. But Li Feibai didn't hear the sarcasm and said, It's good that you know. Let's go. Lin Yun ultimately couldn't hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? Li Feibai asked, suppressing his anger. This is my first time seeing someone asking for help in such a stubborn tone. Lin Yun chuckled. Although he didn't mind helping Li Feibai, this person's attitude was really unpleasant. Li Feibai laughed and calmly said, I know the location of the divine blood fruit. Lin Yun's face changed upon hearing that, and he looked at Li Feibai. Let's hurry up. I won't compete with you for the divine blood fruit, so you can feel relieved about it, Li Feibai said, confident that Lin Yun could accept it. Lin Yun gave a glance at Lil Red. Don't believe me? Li Feibai asked. Leave carrying men to me. My big brother only carries women. Lil Red soared to the sky and changed into an ancient Dracope, lifting Li Feibai. Only women? But before Li Feibai could finish, he exclaimed, and was already on the ancient Dracope's shoulder when he came to his senses. The turmoil made him throw out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. After seeing his pale face, Lin Yun jumped up and finally believed Li Feibai. He asked, Are your injuries all right? Do you want me to take a look? I might be able to help you. Li Feibai waved his hand, and he said, There's no need. I'm not injured, but I'm suffering from the blood poison. I'll be fine after leaving here. Humph. Chop the tree in front of you. Li Feibai pointed at a tree in front as he spoke, letting Lin Yun cut it down. As Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword, the tree was cut down, and the surrounding fog became lighter. But before Lin Yun could respond, a few spears were flying in their direction. Those spears gave off such a huge pressure that even Lin Yun's palm began to tremble. Let's go. It has discovered us, Li Feibai said. But Lil Red was one step slower, taking a spear and nearly falling to the ground. As Lil Red swayed, Li Feibai was nearly thrown off. But Lin Yun quickly reached out to hold him. Let's go immediately. Don't stop. Lin Yun didn't know what was happening, but he comforted Lil Red and called it to increase its speed. Thereafter, Li Feibai would occasionally get Lin Yun to chop down some trees, and Lin Yun's sight became clearer. His sword intent could sense that they were swiftly leaving this place. He asked, What's going on? A demon refining tree is living in these woods, and the entire area is controlled by it. 10 odd people have tried to attack it earlier to get the demon refining fruit, and I obtained the best one amongst all of the demon refining fruit. You can even call it the myriad demon fruit, Li Feibai explained. Lin Yun was surprised because he had heard of the demon refining tree before, but it was rare to see one still alive. He asked, So you're being pursued by that demon refining tree? Not really. Can't move around, so it sets up a confusion array that stops anyone from leaving, and you'll ultimately go to its territory just like you did. But you're lucky that I made a move, or you would be dead if you took a few more steps forth, Li Feibai said. This made Lin Yun furious because it turned out that Li Feibai was the mastermind behind all of this. But Li Feibai didn't know about that and took out the myriad demon fruit. He smiled. This is even rarer than the divine blood fruit. The divine blood fruit is useless to Saint Lords, but the myriad demon fruit is different. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he looked at the myriad demon fruit, emitting a faint red radiance and fragrance. In the fog that it released, Lin Yun could sense Saint Daos within it, and it felt like lesser realms when he got closer to sense it. Each lesser realm had a flower or spiritual beast in it. Haha, not bad, right? Li Feibai smiled smugly. Do you know why I'm not competing with you for the divine blood fruit now? The divine blood fruit won't have much of an effect on you. Your blood cloud saint fruit can be considered a treasure, but it's nothing compared to my myriad demon fruit. You were around? Lin Yun asked. Li Feibai stowed the demon refining fruit and calmly said, Didn't I tell you that if I'm not willing, you won't be able to discover me? That Lu Yunlan was still guessing who you were, but I could recognize you with a glance. Aside from you, no one could perform a sword technique so ethereal. Lin Yun smiled. It's hard to receive your praise. Ethereal isn't exactly a good praise. Can also mean too fancy and unrealistic. Regarding sword techniques, you still have to look at Skysolid City. Li Feibai rolled his eyes. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing about it. Li Feibai might be harsh with his words, but he was gradually becoming weaker, and he only had half of his life left when they were about to leave the woods. When Lin Yun wanted to check Li Feibai's condition, the latter's lips trembled, and he refused to let Lin Yun check his wounds. He said, I'm fine. I'll be fine after we leave the woods. When they were out of the woods, Li Feibai jumped down from the ancient Dracope, took a pellet, and placed it in his mouth before meditating. He was enveloped in a saint radiance with a lotus beneath him. Big brother, this fellow is annoying. Why don't we? Lil Red stared at Li Feibai, feeling that this person was filled with treasures. I feel that we should just knock him out and strip him naked, Lil Red said furiously. Li Feibai looked down on Lin Yun multiple times and even wore a smug look while speaking about the myriad demon fruit, which was getting on its nerves. No need. This person might not be likable, but he's not bad, Lin Yun said as he waited by the side. A few minutes later, Li Feibai opened his eyes and no longer looked weak. Now that Lin Yun noticed it, Li Feibai looked rather pretty, and he was amazed by how Li Feibai recovered so quickly. Li Feibai smiled. Flower burial? I didn't bluff you, right? Fatal injuries are nothing. Lin Yun finally acknowledged his words and said, All right, but why didn't you use the antidote since you had it with you? The poison-relieving pellet has to be used with the Dragon Jade Flame Lotus. How could I dare to use it in the woods? I would only die faster in that case. Furthermore, thanks for guarding me, Li Feibai said. Where's the divine blood fruit? Lin Yun went straight into the topic. No idea, Li Feibai replied. Lin Yun's face sank when he heard that and released his murderous intent, looking at Li Feibai coldly. Li Feibai looked at the flower burial sword deeply and smiled. Your murderous intent is pretty terrifying. I wonder how many lives you have taken. I'll stop teasing you now. I don't know where the divine blood fruit is, but I can bring you to where it will be. As he spoke, he took out a white mouse and caressed it. He explained, This is the snow jade mouse, which possesses an ancient bloodline, so it can remember the treasures that it has smelled before. It has smelled the divine blood fruit before? Lin Yun asked, looking at the snow jade mouse. Of course. Li Feibai caressed the mouse as he placed it on the ground and gently spoke with it. As the snow jade mouse sniffed the air, it began to lead the way. It has already been so long. Will others take the divine blood fruit? Lin Yun shared his concern. He had to get the divine blood fruit no matter what and bring it back to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. You don't have to worry about that. Phenomena will accompany the appearance of a divine blood fruit. Even if someone has discovered it, they could only wait for it to ripen, Li Feibai said. Suddenly, the snow jade mouse became excited. When Li Feibai squatted down and allowed it to crawl to his palm, he smiled. We have determined the location now. As he spoke, he placed the snow jade mouse on the ground and it dashed out with Lin Yun and Li Feibai following behind it. But they could only see a white blur. What speed? Lin Yun was shocked. This snow jade mouse is a little timid. His talent is all put into running. In terms of escaping, even a great saint might be unable to catch up with it, Li Feibai said. If it was not to look for your divine blood fruit, I wouldn't have let it out. Thank you, Lin Yun said. There's no need to thank me. I might be hateful, but I will keep my promise, Li Feibai said, and he looked at Lil Red. Lin Yun coughed because Li Feibai had heard what Lil Red said earlier. The snow jade mouse stopped on a mountain, where Lin Yun saw a massive valley. Various flowers were on the ground, and many saints were waiting there. Practically all of the Holy Land's disciples were present. Aside from that, some saints looked extremely old, and anyone could tell that they would soon run out of lifespan. Seeing so many people here, Lin Yun was certain that the divine blood fruit was here. See what I said? Li Feibai said as the snow jade mouse returned to his sleeves. So many people? Lin Yun wore a grave expression as he clenched his fist. This is nothing. If the divine flame appears, you'll know what huge chaos means, and there are many ruthless people here in the heavenly void, Li Feibai said as he toyed around with his hair, smiling. Lin Yun looked at Li Feibai and smiled. People say that I'm arrogant, but you're the arrogant one in my eyes. Li Feibai accepted that evaluation and smiled. This is nothing, so don't worry. You're not going to leave? Lin Yun asked. Li Feibai was surprised as he looked at Lin Yun. He asked, You're weird. Don't tell me a quasi-saint like you dares to compete for the divine blood fruit? A swordsman's fangs are terrifying, but they won't last long. The moment someone sees through you, you won't be able to live even if you have 9 lives. Since you saved my life, I will naturally repay it. I will help you to obtain the divine blood fruit. I don't need it, but you can just give me a few leaves. Lin Yun was speechless, not knowing if Li Feibai was serious with what he said. Ha! This fellow is a show-off, Lil Purple complained from the Iris secret realm. Li Feibai ignored what Lin Yun thought as he retreated to the side to rest, acting as though he would compete for the divine blood fruit. Lin Yun held onto his chin because he couldn't read this person. 3 days later, phenomena appeared as an indigo divine radiance bloomed before soaring to the sky. Lin Yun and Li Feibai opened their eyes as everyone in the valley stood up. Li Feibai smiled. I guess the fun is going to begin? The fun is about to begin. Li Feibai looked down at the valley, brimming with confidence. Lin Yun also looked at the alley and saw many saints that weren't from the Holy Lands. Many saint lords who were running out of their lifespan had risked their lives to come here, and even Lin Yun would have to think carefully about this battle. There were some hiding in the dark like him, and they couldn't be underestimated. It won't be easy to obtain the divine blood fruit. Even if I obtained it, I have to plan how to leave. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts with a grave expression. Worrying about this and that isn't the style of a swordsman. Now that I look at it, you're worse off than those from Skysolid City, Li Feibai said as he stood up. He continued, a swordsman should move forward without hesitation and would rather break than bend. Lin Yun opened his mouth and wanted to refute those words, but he gave up and let Li Feibai speak what he wanted. Am I wrong? Li Feibai asked, looking at Lin Yun. He smiled. You think that I'm teaching you how to do things? You're right, Lin Yun replied simply. Then it's settled. I'll help you obtain the divine blood fruit, but you must give me a few leaves. Your cultivation is lacking, so you might die if you go up. It will be a bloodbath when a battle occurs, and even a Saint Lord will become cannon fodder. Only a Saint Lord at the 3rd stage can ensure their safety, Li Feibai said. Well, I don't have any reason to refuse you. Lin Yun smiled, holding onto his chin. He naturally wouldn't refuse since someone would help him obtain the divine blood fruit. Li Feibai said, you just have to trust me. You saved my life and helped me obtain the myriad demon fruit, and this favor is bigger than you can imagine. As they spoke, a blue radiance shone in the valley before forming into a pillar of light, soaring to the sky. 2-colored radiance. It looks like the quality of this divine blood fruit is high. Judging from this phenomenon, it might have a 3rd radiance. This is at least a 5-colored divine blood fruit. When it leaves the God Burial Mountain range, it will shock the entire Eastern Desolation. Not only the Eastern Desolation, but I'm afraid many old men will come out. On the vast plains in the valley, there was an uproar from the surroundings. Everyone was shocked by the radiance coming from the divine blood fruit. While they were discussing amongst themselves, another white beam of light soared into the sky. Young master, this divine blood fruit is different, an old man in the Ming cult said, turning to Huang Jingyu. Huang Jingyu was calm as he looked at the radiance, falling into deep thought. A treasure of this level was rare, and this trip would be worth it if they could obtain it, even if they didn't get the divine flames. He muttered, it looks like it won't be easy to obtain this divine blood fruit. Even someone as arrogant as him wasn't confident about obtaining this divine blood fruit. Right then, those from the Myriad Lightning sect and Heavenly Flame sect flew out, while the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan headed in Huang Jingyu's direction. The Ming cult was practically the leader amongst the Holy Lands in the Eastern Desolation now, and they had acknowledged the Ming cult as the leader of their alliance. You too must share the same thought as me. Huang Jingyu smiled as he looked at the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan. They were only 100 years old, so they could be considered geniuses who had known each other for a long time. Anyone could tell with a glance that if these two hadn't come, Huang Jingyu would have also taken the initiative to invite them. Will depend on our abilities and see who can obtain it. Whoever obtains it, our 3 forces will cooperate to face everyone else's, Huang Jingyu said. Agreed. The Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord smiled. Aside from that, Whoever obtains the divine blood fruit should compensate the two other parties, Lu Yunlan said. Huang Jingyu briefly hesitated. Before he smiled, "Sure, congratulations. With our three forces joining hands together, the divine blood fruit will be ours, and no one can stop us. We'll kill anyone who dares to stand in our way." Since they joined forces, their morale was high, frightening those beside them. But many people were sneering in the dark and didn't take them seriously. There were still many variables. Young Master Wushuang, what should we do with those three forces joining hands? A saint elder of the divine Dao Pavilion frowned and looked at Chu Wushuang with concern. But Chu Wushuang was calm as he shook his fan, then said, "We will naturally compete, and we don't have to fear them, either." As one of the 6 holy lands, the divine Dao Pavilion was famed for their attainment in spiritual runes, and they naturally had their own foundation. But it was a pity that Ji Zishi wasn't here, or they could have joined forces and have a higher chance. Chu Wushuang looked around but couldn't see anyone from the divine Phoenix Mountain. He had no idea where they went, but he felt that they might have gone for the divine flame. The divine Phoenix Mountain was naturally more concerned about the divine flame than the divine blood fruit. After all, they possessed the Phoenix bloodline. When everyone felt uneasy, another beam of light soared into the sky. Shortly after, 7 beams had gathered within the blood flame plains with boundless saint aura gushing out from the source of the radiance. Enveloped by the 7-colored radiance, boundless life force gushed out from the ground, and everyone could sense its power. Everyone benefited greatly just by taking a deep breath, and some saint lords who were running out of lifespan had their skin becoming younger. 7-colored divine saint fruit. This divine saint fruit can extend the lifespan by 700 years. Everyone went insane with excitement. Lin Yun was also surprised that there was a 7-colored divine blood fruit on the mountain. As the divine blood fruit came out from the ground with an explosion, the radiance enveloped 1,000 miles in radius and was visible to everyone. That was a fist-sized fruit with 7 leaves, each enveloped with saint runes. As a powerful radiance shone out, rain poured down, and the rain droplets flickered with faint saint radiance. When Lin Yun reached out, he could sense a boundless saint aura entering his body. He muttered, "Just this rain alone can improve many people's cultivation. If it was in the past, this rain would have been equivalent to a great fortune, but no one was bothered by it when it compared to the divine blood fruit." Before Lin Yun could respond, 10 odd figures released a terrifying saint radiance as they charged at the divine blood fruit. "Stay here. I'll bring back the divine saint fruit for you." Li Feibai also made a move and disappeared on the mountain. The saint aura fluctuating from the valley resembled rumbling thunder in the ears. Under this pressure, even a saint lord at the first stage would have struggled walking. The battle was bloody, and even the chaos on the 9th at the Heavenly Tao sect wasn't as unbelievable as this scene. The saint lords clashed amongst themselves before they could even get close to the divine blood fruit. This clash was mainly formed from those saint lords who didn't have much lifespan left, and they fought with their lives on the line. "Lin Yun, do you think he will be able to obtain the divine blood fruit?" Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm. "He's at least a member of the Li clan, one of the 8 imperial clans. So he should have some trump cards," Lin Yun said. The 7-colored radiance shattered as a saint lord grabbed the divine blood fruit. But in the next second, he was torn into pieces by 10 odd martial techniques flying in his direction. When the divine blood fruit flew out, everyone quickly chased after it. To a holy land, even the death of a saint lord could be serious. Many saint lords have lost their lives here, but no one gave a damn about it with their eyes gathered on the divine blood fruit. Under this atmosphere, the divine blood fruit might be snatched away if they didn't move. So even if they knew that everyone would target them if they took the divine blood fruit, no one could keep their composure. The battle was too chaotic, and even a saint lord couldn't maintain their composure if they ran into a treasure that could extend their lifespan. Over 10 odd saint lords lost their lives in just half an hour, and the casualties were still increasing. A bunch of old farts came to join this fun despite knowing they had no chance? They must be courting death. Huang Jingyu indifferently commented when he saw this scene. "Young master, it's time for us to make a move. Without a transcendent fate, taking it is no different from asking for trouble. No one except for the young master has the fate to accept it. The fate is on our side." The other saint elders by the side spoke out. "Open a path for me," Huang Jingyu said. "We've been waiting for the young master's orders." The 10-odd saint lords from the Ming cult summoned their constellations with a sun and a moon beneath them, and they pushed their palms forth. Universal reversal. As the saint lords roared, a sun and moon appeared in the sky that converged. When they unleashed their attacks, the entire space was shaking. This caught 10-odd saint lords by surprise as they threw out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying out. But that wasn't all. The Ming cult's saint lords roared with their hands clasping together, and a massive Ming word appeared above the valley. Under the pressure they gave off, many saint lords' faces became ugly as they realized it was tough even for them to move a step. "It's the Sun-Moon Saint Canon. The Ming cult has made a move." Many people were shocked with fear because they didn't expect the Ming cult's saint lords to be so powerful when they made a move. Taking this opportunity, Huang Jingyu dashed forth, heading towards where the divine blood fruit was with a confident smile. The divine blood fruit had some intelligence, so it released its 7-colored radiance by instinct when it sensed that someone was approaching. Pathetic! Huang Jingyu didn't even place it in his eyes since he was a saint lord at the second stage. Under the Sun-Moon Saint Canon, he unleashed a punch that shone brightly like a sun, shattering the 7-colored radiance. But just when he was about to grab onto the divine blood fruit, a blade ray shattered the sun and moon and headed towards Huang Jingyu. This made Huang Jingyu take a few steps back and turn around to look at Lu Yunlan, who made a move. "Lu Yunlan, it looks like you've greatly improved during your time here." Huang Jingyu smiled as he looked at Lu Yunlan. Likewise, Lu Yunlan smiled. The two might seem relaxed, but they were waiting for each other to show their weakness. They might have allied, but even blood brothers would compete for something like the divine blood fruit. A lightning bolt descended when Lu Yunlan and Huang Jingyu were facing off. This lightning bolt contained an ancient aura that made the surrounding space freeze. In just a brief moment, the divine blood fruit was dragged over by a mysterious force. When Lu Yunlan and Huang Jingyu turned around, they saw Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord smiling. "Big brothers, I guess I'll be taking this divine blood fruit." An indigo flag appeared in the hands of the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord with several terrifying divine runes engraved on it. The entire space was restricted with a gentle wave as the divine blood fruit was being dragged over. The Golden Thunder Flag. Huang Jingyu and Lu Yunlan soon discovered that this was the Four-Spirit Glory Saint artifact of the Myriad Lightning sect, the greatest trump card of the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord. They didn't even bother acting anymore and brought out their trump cards right from the start. Just when the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord felt that the divine blood fruit would be his, a beam of light shot over that shattered the surrounding lightning. When the beam of light landed on the flag, the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord took a few steps back. When he raised his head, he noticed a fine crack on the Four-Spirit Glory Saint artifact, and his face changed. When he raised his head, he saw Huang Jingyu hovering in the air with a dazzling ring on the index finger of his right hand. "The divine moonlight ring," the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord exclaimed. This was a sovereign saint artifact of the Ming cult, and the gem embedded in the ring was the divine moonlight stone. But this should be an imitation, and it was more suitable to call it the sacred moonlight ring. Otherwise, there was no way Huang Jingyu could use the actual thing with his cultivation. But even if it was an imitation of the divine moonlight ring, the power was a little terrifying. "Come back!" As moonlight gathered in his palm, Huang Jingyu waved his hand, forming a vortex that was swiftly pulling the divine dragon fruit over. "Divine Sun Bell!" He reacted as though he had predicted this and pushed his left palm out. The sun began to form into an ancient bell in his palm. The blade ray unleashed by Lu Yunlan had shattered, and the bell still had power left as spatial cracks appeared in the space while the bell tried to suppress Lu Yunlan. Although the fight between the three was intense, the Saint Lords from their holy lands had a rapport as they scattered, surrounding the three to prevent anyone from interfering. When the Saint Lords, with their lifespan running out, saw this scene, they were furious. They had lived for at least hundreds of years if not thousands, but they could only watch as 3 juniors competed for the divine blood fruit. They didn't even have the qualifications to compete for it. The only person who stood a chance was Chu Wushuang, but he frowned when he saw this scene because he didn't know how to interfere. It has come to an end here. After several exchanges, Huang Jingyu held the upper hand in the fight and grabbed the divine blood fruit. Although the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan were unconvinced, they had an agreement beforehand, so they could only give up on the divine blood fruit. Don't worry about it. I won't treat you guys badly. We're brothers. Huang Jingyu smiled. He fulfilled his promise by taking out some treasures to compensate the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan for not fighting further for the divine blood fruit. Then again, there was no way the value of those treasures could be compared to the divine blood fruit. Congratulations, Brother Huang. As the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan came over, they squeezed out a smile and cupped their fists together. Congratulations to us. Huang Jingyu laughed and said, Brothers, why don't we look and see what's so special about this divine blood fruit? Huang Jingyu opened his palm with the divine blood fruit resting within. Under Lu Yunlan and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord's closer observation, they felt that this divine blood fruit was profound, as if it contained Tao. Even the saint runes on the leaves contained powerful Taos that were fatally attractive to any Saint Lord. The divine blood fruit was struggling within Huang Jingyu's palm, but it was restrained by an invisible power from the sacred moonlight ring, preventing it from escaping. This divine blood fruit is really special. Just the leaves alone are enough for us to experience a great boost in our strength, Lu Yunlan said with flames blazing in his eyes. Don't worry about it. I'm not a stingy person. You two can have a leaf each. Huang Jingyu smiled after hearing the hidden meaning in Lu Yunlan's words. With the divine blood fruit in his hand, the leaves were nothing in comparison, not to mention that there were 5 leaves left, and he still benefit the most at the end. So Huang Jingyu was naturally in a good mood. Following Huang Jingyu's words, Lu Yunlan and heavenly Kuei Saint Lord's faces improved. Let's leave this place first in case a variable appears, the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord said as he looked around vigilantly. Who dares to be presumptuous with 3 of our holy lands joining forces? Huang Jingyu wasn't bothered with what the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord said. But despite saying that, he was still careful since he planned to subdue the divine blood fruit completely before storing it in his interspatial bracelet. The divine blood fruit was still struggling, so Huang Jingyu had to teach it a lesson to behave. Right then, a flaming lotus appeared in the sky with a golden radiance blooming that shattered the Ming word in the sky. When the Ming word was destroyed, a flaming dragon flew out from the lotus. Before those from the Ming cult could respond, the flaming dragon opened its jaws, devouring the sun and moon. When the sun and moon were devoured, the sky became terrifyingly dark, and no one could see anything even after pouring their saint energy into their eyes. This made Huang Jingyu's face change before he could sense a hand stretching out in his direction from the darkness, which naturally made him furious. He roared, "You're courting death." When the 2 palms clashed, the other party let out a painful groan, and Huang Xuanyi didn't even know who had attacked him before he took several punches on his body. Amidst the darkness, the 3 who were smiling just a moment ago immediately became distrusting as they moved against each other. Stop! Huang Jingyu felt something wasn't right and poured most of his saint energy into the sacred moonlight rite. As an explosion took place, the valley was lit up once more. The Ming cult's saint elders also came to their senses as they combined the sun and moon once more with a Ming word appearing in the sky, and the flaming dragon that devoured the sun and moon shattered with light returning once more. My divine blood fruit! Huang Jingyu looked at his hand, and noticed that the divine blood fruit that he was holding just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. So he turned to look at Lu Yunlan and heavenly Kuei Saint Lord unhappily. But the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord and Lu Yunlan were also furious because they were attacked in the darkness earlier. Ha! The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Desolation don't look so impressive, after all. A burst of laughter resounded as everyone turned to see a youth holding onto a divine blood fruit. As he turned around, a lotus appeared beneath his feet with stars shining in his eyes, while he overlooked everyone present. The dragon jade flaming lotus. Many Saint Lords recognized the origin of that lotus, and their faces changed. Li Feibai stood on the lotus with a dazzling, handsome face. The divine blood fruit that everyone was yearning for was in his hand, emitting a 7-colored radiance. Huang Jingyu was naturally furious, and his face had become terrifyingly dark. The dragon jade flame lotus. This person isn't a descendant of the Li clan, one of the 8 imperial clans, right? Lu Yunlan said Kashu Zero Sly. He had previously run into someone from Skysalit City, and he had run into a descendant of the 8 imperial clans. So, he naturally had no confidence in his tone. After all, the 8 imperial clans were so powerful that only a few holy lands could catch their attention. Others might fear them since they were from holy lands, but the 8 imperial clans wouldn't be afraid of them, and they wouldn't be bothered even if they snatched their divine blood fruit. Who are you? How dare you snatch my divine blood fruit? Huang Jingyu looked at Li Feibai coldly, with malice flashing in his eyes. He could roughly guess the identity of this person, but this was the heavenly void. So even if this person came from one of the 8 imperial clans, Huang Jingyu wouldn't be afraid of him. Li Feibai, you should be able to recognize my origin. Li Feibai raised his brow, looking arrogant and aloof. The divine blood fruit should go to those who are capable, and it's not something we have to offer to you just because of your identity. Furthermore, this is the Eastern Desolation, the heavenly void. Huang Jingyu said indifferently. I like what you said, so you'll have to rely on your ability if you want it back. Li Feibai smiled. When he waved his hand down, the petals scattered out. Each petal manifested into a flame dragon, and it didn't take long for there to be hundreds of flame dragons. Each impact of the flame dragon was comparable to the attack of a pinnacle 2nd stage Saint Lord. Under this shocking scene, flames enveloped the sky with resounding explosions one after another. The 3 holy lands immediately became chaotic, leaving many 1st stage Saint Lords heavily injured. The game has just begun. Li Feibai waved his hand to stow the divine blood fruit and dashed out amidst the chaos. Stop him! Huang Feiyu wasn't in a hurry to make a move but sent 3 2nd stage Saint Lords from the Ming cult to stand in Li Feibai's path of retreat. You guys are looking down on me too much. The corner of Li Feibai's lips curled with disdain, and he wore a contemptuous smile, unleashing a punch that was enveloped in flames, while he left behind 10-odd afterimages. As a barrage of punches descended from the sky, the 3 Saint Lords' dipper auras were briefly shattered. The 3 Saint Lords threw out blood as they were sent flying away, looking pathetic. Ha! Li Feibai smiled, but didn't stop his footsteps. As soon as he broke out of the encirclement, several old Saint Lords were charging over with sinister expressions. With the divine blood fruit, Li Feibai naturally became everyone's target. Even if he managed to charge out from the encirclement of the 3 holy lands, the Saint Lords outside the encirclement wouldn't let him leave so easily. Finally, something interesting. Li Feibai was enveloped in flames with a dragon aura spreading out as he performed a fist technique. His movement technique was bizarre, leaving behind nearly 100 afterimages, making it confusing for others to distinguish his real body. Li Feibai's punches were terrifying. Each punch felt like a meteorite had streaked across the horizon. It didn't take long before the radiance released from Li Feibai became even more dazzling, with countless petals flying out, which looked beautiful from a distance. He's pretty capable. It's no wonder why he dares to be so arrogant and aloof. Lil Purple muttered as she stood beside Lin Yun. What fist technique is that? Lin Yun asked. The power of this fist technique used by Li Feibai wasn't inferior to the Sovereign Dragon Fist, and Lin Yun could tell that he was trying to end the battle quickly by using that fist technique. When Li Feibai's speed reached the limit, his punch could kill a Saint Lord, and his fist technique mainly focused on fire, while speed was used to increase the power of his punches further. When the two combined, it had an unexpected and miraculous effect. That is the Heavenly Prison Light Fist. You'll need to master 9 Greater Daos and 1 Sovereign Dao to practice it. And this fist technique is complicated, Lil Purple explained. The threshold isn't only high, but it's also troublesome to practice. Aside from that, you'll need a certain movement technique and cultivation technique. Neither one can be missing. This is why not many people practice this fist technique, and some say it's been long lost since ancient times. Lin Yun was surprised because this fist technique didn't create any terrifying phenomenon, but the power was immense. He still has some means that he hadn't used, but will he be able to return with the divine blood fruit with his strength? Lil Purple asked. Lin Yun held onto his chin and said, "That's a problem. I hope he can fulfill his promise because I hate it when others lie to me." Jingyu, we can practically confirm that this person is a disciple of the Li clan, Lu Yunlan said beside Huang Jingyu. This fellow knows we don't dare to kill him, which is why he's fearless. Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord frowned as he looked at Li Feibai unhappily. Huang Jingyu also had a headache because he was a strong, troublesome foe. The three Holy Lands sent many people over, but there weren't many experts. Because of the restrictions, they could only send out 4th stage Saint Lords at most. Those above the 4th stage weren't willing to take the risk. There were only 1 or 2 Saint Lords at the 4th stage, and they were the foundation that they had to preserve until the divine flame appeared. If they made a move beforehand, those people in the dark would be on their guard. Should we? The Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord looked at Huang Jingyu. Huang Jingyu knew what the Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord meant and asked if they should send out their 4th stage Saint Lords to suppress Li Feibai. But those Saint Lords were their trump cards, and they might injure Li Feibai. If they injured Li Feibai too seriously, they might accidentally kill him. As a result, Huang Jingyu shook his head to reject that suggestion. But shortly after, a sneer rose on his lips, and he said, "It's not that easy to leave with the divine blood fruit." Huang Jingyu glanced at the two as his lips moved, and the two soon backed down. Li Feibai was still charging back and forth. Just when he was about to leave the valley, a dangerous aura came over, so Li Feibai stomped on the ground and dashed out. When he dashed out, crimson flames blazed on the ground that burned through the air, leaving behind holes. If a Saint Lord was caught in the fire, they wouldn't be able to extinguish it, and the flames would consume their saint energy. So, briefly, a few corpses were on the ground. Before Bai Yunfei could be shocked, a lightning bolt descended from the sky where he was. What speed! Li Feibai was surprised as he tried his best to dodge, but he soon discovered that the lightning had formed into shackles. Shortly after, more lightning descended from the sky, forcing Li Feibai to retreat. It was the myriad lightning sect's Saint Elder who made a move. It was a 3rd-grade Saint Lord who stood out, and he was stronger than the other 3rd-grade Saint Lords. The Heavenly Flame sect's Saint Elder moved earlier and waved his hand as flames rose from the ground. Li Feibai executed various means to dodge the attacks and raised his head to discover that he had retreated to the valley's heart. But that wasn't all, because when Li Feibai retreated from the lightning purgatory, the Saint Elder of the Ming cult moved with a sun and a moon revolving, forming a yin-yang diagram. It was like a layer of heaven was about to crash into Li Feibai. But that wasn't all. As the Heavenly Flame sect and myriad lightning sects, Saint Elders also arrived with constellations opening up behind them. When they began to form seals, flames that were like tidal waves poured in from the surroundings. The most terrifying was the myriad lightning sect's Saint Elder, who waved his hand, and the 9 shackles combined to form a huge pillar of lightning that descended from the sky and blasted into the ground, locking down the entire space Li Feibai was in. In a split second, 3 pinnacle 3rd-grade Saint Lords executed their trump cards to lock onto Li Feibai's space, making everyone who saw this take a deep breath. After all, those 3 Saint Elders represented 3 holy lands and displayed the foundation of a holy land the moment they made a move. He won't be able to escape now. The 3 holy lands won't dare to do anything to him, but they will definitely force him to hand over the divine blood fruit. The 8 imperial clans' descendants are extraordinary as well. He's only a 1st-stage Saint Lord, but he was able to force the 3 pinnacle 3rd-stage Saint Lords to make a move. It has come to an end here. It looks like the divine blood fruit will fall into the hands of the 3 holy lands. Everyone exclaimed because the competition for the divine blood fruit was finally going to come to an end. On the faraway mountain, Lil Purple asked, "Are you going to make a move?" Shaking his head, Lin Yun replied. He should still have trump cards. The flames on the ground were like an ocean. The lightning pillar sealed the path of retreat, and the yin-yang diagram sealed off the sky. Li Feibai was trapped with no way out. Huang Jingyu smiled and said, although we took advantage of our numbers, there's nothing fair and unfair in the world. Brother Li, obediently hand over the divine blood fruit. You can take 2 saint leaves with you. He was pretty generous with the saint leaves. Li Feibai was fearless and smiled. It's a pity that I have promised someone that I will bring the divine blood fruit out with me. Otherwise, I might have agreed with your proposal. What other trump cards do you have? Huang Jingyu smiled. Li Feibai casually glanced at him and said with disdain, this much can't trap me, and you're still lacking. You don't know how terrifying the foundation of the 8 imperial clans is. The moment he said that, a constellation opened behind him. The moment the constellation opened up, the surrounding flames shattered, soared to the sky, and exploded like fireworks. Everyone's gazes were on that constellation with disbelief on their faces. This was because that constellation looked like a sovereign constellation. When the constellation opened, a golden radiance swept out and erased all the flames. When the constellation was fully opened, there was a golden ocean with an azure lotus at the top of it. Li Feibai basked in the radiance that the constellation gave off, and an overbearing aura swept out, piercing the clouds of the heavenly void with a golden beam. When he waved his hand, cracking voices came from the surroundings as the lightning pillars swiftly broke and dissipated. Eternal Azure Lotus. Li Feibai waved his hand and the Azure Lotus began to rotate within the constellation before shooting a beam of light out, shattering the yin-yang diagram in the sky. In just a split second, the seal set up by the 3 Saint Elders was destroyed. When Li Feibai landed on the ground, a terrifying aura swept out from him, making all the Saint Lords present feel a great pressure crushing down on them. When Li Feibai's feet touched the ground, everyone fell to the ground from the pressure. The sovereign constellation, Eternal Azure Lotus. Everyone was shocked. They had long heard of sovereign constellations before, but this was the first time they saw it. Sovereign constellation. Huang Jingyu, Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord, and Lu Yunlan involuntarily landed on the ground. They knew that the 8 imperial clans could give birth to sovereign constellations, but not everyone could. So, it was close to impossible to possess a sovereign constellation. Most importantly, it had been hundreds, if not thousands, of years since a sovereign constellation appeared in the Kunlun realm. Why aren't you on your knees when seeing the sovereign? Li Feibai roared with golden radiance shining out from his eyes. At this moment, he looked like a deity and gave off a majestic aura that no one dared to look at directly. Sovereign constellation. Lin Yun was also stunned when he saw Li Feibai using the sovereign constellation. He also had one but hadn't completely brought it out before because of his cultivation. As a result, this was the first time he had felt the pressure from a sovereign constellation. He showed off again. Lil Purple flung her lips aside and said, "It's nothing that impressive when compared to Heaven Burial." She might have called Lin Yun a scumbag, but her heart was on Lin Yun's side. The moment Li Feibai said those words, he fell onto one knee. When everyone felt the pressure was alleviated, they became puzzled, with their faces changing. But before they could comprehend what was happening, Li Feibai threw out a mouthful of blood as he clutched his chest in pain. He had a fair complexion, but his face became even paler at this moment. As Li Feibai clutched his chest, he examined his body with saint energy and instantly understood what was happening. The blood poison is still around. He knew he was careless, thinking he had completely removed the blood poison, but the blood poison came back, even stronger than before. Jingyu. Lu Yunlan looked at Huang Jingyu, whose face kept changing, and he couldn't decide. The Heavenly Kuei Saint Lord gritted his teeth. Jingyu, he doesn't seem to be pretending. Huang Jingyu's gaze became firm, and he nodded at the other Saint Elders. This was because not only was Li Feibai kneeling on the ground, but he couldn't even maintain his sovereign constellation. The 3 Saint Elders exchanged a gaze and soared to the sky. But the Saint Lords from the other forces reacted even quicker. This was because they didn't have many reservations. and they charged at Li Feibai with their eyes shining brightly when the latter's sovereign constellation dissipated. A whole flock of people were charging at Li Feibai, all wanting the divine blood fruit. Damn it! I was careless. Li Feibai's face was pale. He was nervous while looking at so many people coming at him. He could only yell out in Lin Yun's direction, "Save me!" His call for help was loud, but no one paid attention as it was already too late for him to call for help. But in the nick of time, a sword ray shone from a faraway mountain that was bright like the sun. Under the bright light, the entire valley was lit up as a majestic sword aura flew over before anyone could turn their heads back. Anyone who came in contact with the sword ray was sent flying away. As the sword aura spread out, those charging at Li Feibai had their bodies become stiff and couldn't even execute their movement techniques. When the sword ray reached and dissipated, all the Saint Lords slammed into the ground with their wails resounding. At this moment, everyone finally saw a youthful figure standing on the mountain from which the sword ray came from. "A sword saint!" someone exclaimed. "Move out!" The three Saint Lords exchanged a gaze as they charged at Li Feibai. Sacred incinerating flames. The heavenly flame sex Saint Elder roared with his hands raised to the sky with flames like tidal waves sweeping over. Heavenly lock thunder. The myriad lightning sex Saint Elder repeated what he did earlier as lightning pillars rumbled in the sky. Sun-moon suspension. The Ming cult Saint Elder pressed his palm down as a sun and a moon merged in his palm, forming a yin-yang diagram that increased the pressure. Facing the three moves that were even more terrifying than before, Li Feibai's face changed, watching as he was about to be consumed by the flames. In the nick of time, a figure descended from the sky and swung a sword ray, slicing the incoming flames into two, sweeping past them and couldn't harm them. Firefly's radiance. 13 figures flew out from Lin Yun. The 13 figures drew a circle before swinging his sword out. When the sword rays overlapped, they formed into a massive sword ray that severed all the lightning pillars. How is that possible? The myriad lightning sects Saint Elders were furious, with disbelief in their eyes. But that wasn't all as the flower burial sword flew out from Lin Yun's hand and swept across the sky. The sword ray was empowered with a thunderstorm that flew out, creating a hole in the yin-yang diagram. That wasn't the end as the sword ray pierced through the chest of a Ming cult's Saint Elder, who fell from the sky. As Saint Blood fell from the sky, it was followed by a scream as the yin-yang diagram was torn apart. The Ming cult's Saint Elder fell from the sky and couldn't get back up. "Come back!" Lin Yun swiped his fingers as the flower burial sword was summoned back from the sky. There was a heavenly flamesex Saint Elder who wanted to launch a sneak attack, but the flower burial sword flew back with an even faster speed. The flower burial sword left a cut on that Saint Elder's face as the latter rolled in midair, screaming in pain when he landed on the ground. "Break!" Lin Yun swiped with his fingers as the flower burial sword pierced through the air, heading towards the myriad lightning sex Saint Elder. The myriad lightning sex Saint Elder had set up 3 lightning shields before him, but the shields were easily shattered. When the flower burial sword landed on him, the huge impact sent him flying out by a few thousand meters, crashing onto a mountain that caused a cloud of dust to rise with the Saint Elder buried in the rubble when the mountain collapsed. A sword saint. Everyone's faces changed, with their scalps going numb as they took a deep breath. They finally confirmed that this person was a sword saint, or it would make no sense for him to become so powerful. How is this possible? Li Feibai was shocked because he knew better than anyone that this person wasn't a sword saint but an ordinary quasi-saint. Damn it! Lu Yunlan was furious as he drew his blade, unleashing multiple crimson blade rays that lit up half of the sky. Heavenly flaming purgatory. When the blade rays descended, blade rays intertwined with the surroundings, looking like a crimson purgatory that was descending towards Lin Yun. He took the opportunity to attack when the flower burial was plunged into a mountain and couldn't return in time. If this person took this attack head-on, he would suffer a huge loss even if he was a sword saint. But it was a pity that Lin Yun had predicted his attack. A smile rose on Lin Yun's lips beneath the mask, with a golden radiance blooming in his eyes. He released his quasi-divine light sword intent. With a wave of his fingers, the flower burial sword flew back even faster, drawing an arc as it aimed for Lu Yunlan's neck. The sword intent vibrated in Lu Yunlan's ears, instantly placing him in a tough spot, since he would be heavily injured if he continued to swing his blade down. He might be able to inflict heavy injuries on his opponent, but it wouldn't feel good for him either. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yunlan swung his blade at the flower burial sword. As the blade and sword clashed, the flower burial sword flew away. But Lin Yun swung his fingers and the flower burial sword was dragged back with a buzz. Just like that, Lin Yun manipulated the sword from afar, forcing Lu Yunlan to get close to him. When Lu Yunlan was only one step away from him, Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly as he held onto the flower burial sword and swung it down. Facing this horrifying attack, Lu Yunlan held his blade with both hands, but his legs trembled, blood dripping down his palms. Even the entire valley began to tremble under this sword as well. Lu Yunlan lasted a brief moment before he could no longer hold his ground and threw out a mouthful of blood before he fell to the ground with one knee. The surroundings fell silent with shock on everyone's faces. This is the power of a sword saint? Lu Yunlan became furious and asked, "Why does your sword emperor's lineage have to keep standing in the way of our holy lands? Do you really think that no one amongst the Eastern Desolation's holy lands can stand up to you?" He was furious because this person had spoiled it for them multiple times. Not only did this person snatch his blood cloud saint fruit, but he even joined hands with Li Feibai, wanting to seize the divine blood fruit, which was simply too much. The sword emperor's lineage? Lin Yun smiled beneath his mask and said, "Who told you that I'm from the sword emperor's lineage?" Lu Yunlan was briefly stunned upon hearing what Lin Yun said, and he asked, "Who the hell are you? You asked me who I am?" Lin Yun removed his mask and said, "I am Flower Burial, burying both flowers and people alike." At this moment, Flower Burial Lin Yun had publicly returned to the Kunlun realm. When Lin Yun took off his mask, a handsome face was revealed before everyone. This left Lu Yunlan, kneeling with one knee on the ground, dumbfounded. He had only seen the portrait of this face before, so it looked unfamiliar at first glance. But he had heard of that slogan countless times. In the Kunlun realm, who would dare to say that before so many people aside from Flower Burial Lin Yun? "Lin Yun," Lu Yunlan exclaimed. "Flower Burial. It's him. How did this fellow dare to show up here? Isn't he afraid of death?" When Lin Yun removed his mask, everyone in the valley was shocked as their gazes fell on Lin Yun. "It's him, and he looks exactly like the portrait." Everyone was stumped because they thought Lin Yun would stay low after revealing himself in the Heavenly Tao sect on the 9th. But they never expected that he would show up here, in this forbidden ground that only holy lands dared to enter. Why did he become so powerful? Chu Wushuang was stumped. Lin Yun struck a heavy blow on him, completely shattering his pride. So he was naturally more shocked than anyone amongst everyone present. How was this the strength of someone only at the quasi-saint realm? Wasn't this too unbelievable? Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord exchanged a gaze with disbelief in their eyes. More accurately, "I'm Flower Burial Lin Yun of the Radiance lineage." Lin Yun smiled as he looked at Lu Yunlan. He continued, "I'm not from the Sword Emperor's lineage." The moment he said that, he swung his sword, which Lu Yunlan quickly responded to by raising his blade before him. But his attempt to block was useless as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away while throwing out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest in pain. "Can you hold on?" Lin Yun reached out to Li Feibai, lying on the ground. "Yeah." Li Feibai held Lin Yun's hand and was pulled up from the ground. "I have done what I promised you," Li Feibai said as he took out the divine blood fruit. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, but he could sense all the gazes on him just a moment ago shift to the divine blood fruit. He instantly knew that it wouldn't be easy to leave here, but he smiled and took the divine blood fruit into his interspatial bracelet. "Kill him." The enmity on Li Feibai a moment ago was shifted to Lin Yun. "You're courting death." When everyone hesitated, Huang Jingyu couldn't hold himself back and charged at Lin Yun, circulating the Sun-Moon Saint Cannon. Huang Jingyu threw out a punch with the sun and moon combined in his attack, Divine Sun-Moon Fist. As the sun and moon revolved, the powerful saint aura he gave off distorted the surrounding space. Firefly's radiance. Lin Yun swung his sword. When the fist and sword ray clashed, the sun and moon shattered as Huang Jingyu took a few steps back. Lin Yun turned around, defending Li Feibai as he resolved the shockwave in the surroundings. Sacred Moonlight Ring. Huang Jingyu hovered in the air as he pointed his finger at Lin Yun, and the ring on his finger unleashed a beam of light that shot out. Lin Yun held onto Li Feibai as they soared to the sky to avoid the incoming attack. In that split second, they dodged, and the place where they previously stood exploded with space crumbling. There were many fine fragments and cracks that remained. Lin Yun was inwardly surprised by the power of this treasure, and he finally knew how strong it was after facing it. Golden Thunder Flag. The heavenly Kuei Saint Lord waved the flag as thunderclouds began to rumble in the sky of 10,000 miles in radius. As terrifying thunder rumbled, golden lightning bolts descended from the vortex, and those bolts felt as though they were unleashed by deities, unleashing an unimaginable power that could easily kill a second-stage Saint Lord. Although Lin Yun managed to shatter the lightning, he took a few steps back in a hurry. Save me. Before Li Feibai could finish, Lin Yun grabbed his collar. Withered tree coming to life. Lin Yun swung his sword, and an ancient tree grew from the ground with tens of thousands of petals flying out and his sword intent filling the entire space. When the lightning bolts fell onto those petals, the power of those bolts was greatly reduced, even if they managed to pierce through many petals. Great timing! Lin Yun smiled as he grabbed Li Feibai with his left hand and shuttled through the lightning bolts with the flower burial in his right hand, unleashing sword rays with afterimages overlapping. The lightning bolts only managed to inflict superficial injuries on him and couldn't heavily injure him. Right then, the sacred moonlight ring shone again. Lin Yun couldn't avoid it this time since he was carrying Li Feibai, so he could only take this attack head-on with the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. This made him take a few steps back with blood dripping down his lips, and his injuries were serious. But as the blue dragon bone shone, a blue dragon aura gushed out from him and almost treated his injuries completely in just a few breaths. Kill him! Seeing this, Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord dashed forth, preparing to take advantage of this moment to attack Lin Yun. But before they could even get close, the surrounding gravity increased with layers of heaven descending that instantly slowed them down, and this was because of Lin Yun executing the heaven sword form. Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord were anxious because they realized that they couldn't escape. When Lin Yun turned around, the entire world became black and white as Lin Yun performed the earth sword form with his sword, drawing in the air like ink. With a gentle flick of his wrist, heaven and earth were inverted as Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord realized they were immobilized mid-air. Golden Thunder Flag. Sacred Moonlight Ring. The Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord were forced to use their treasures, wanting to inflict injuries on Lin Yun. But Lin Yun merely smiled, facing their attacks, and executed the profound sword form. The flower burial sword was like a bow that gently reverberated before the two attacks were bounced back to where they came from. This immediately inflicted heavy injuries on Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord. They then threw out a mouthful of blood each and rolled on the ground for a few hundred meters. They threw out another mouthful of blood when they got up with great difficulty. When they raised their heads, they watched as Lin Yun carried Li Feibai in one hand and the flower burial in another, looking like an immortal with a purple mark on his forehead. Let's go! Lin Yun laughed, wanting to charge out with Li Feibai. Kill him! The other Saint Lords in the valley came to their senses. They knew they couldn't afford to let Lin Yun leave, or they would have no chance to obtain the divine blood fruit. How pathetic! A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. The next second, a dazzling golden radiance shone as Lin Yun released his quasi-divine light sword intent. When his sword aura spread out, the sword ray he gave off was so dazzling that it looked like a bright sun, lighting up the entire valley. At this moment, he became the sole protagonist of this world. Myriad swords unite. As 36 afterimages walked out from Lin Yun, they each drew a circle that combined into the firefly's radiance. When the 36 rings were lit up, The firefly's radiance shone even brighter than the stars, and a burst of laughter could be heard echoing in the valley. Ha ha ha! All the saint lords that charged over were sent flying away in the path of the sword rays. They couldn't get close to Lin Yun and couldn't withstand his sword rays. Lin Yun walked as though he was strolling under the chaos. Who said that the light from a firefly couldn't compete with the bright moon? His voice echoed in the valley as he spoke, looking invincible, carrying Li Feibai with one hand and the flower burial sword in the other. How the hell is this possible? Lu Yunlan wiped the blood off his lips and cursed when he saw this scene. He and those from the Divine Tao Pavilion were also dumbfounded. Chu Wushuang had become a saint, and he felt that he should be qualified to compete with Lin Yun even if he couldn't defeat the latter. But his scalp became numb when he saw this scene. Quasi-divine light sword intent? He has surpassed the astral sword intent. Chu Wushuang was shocked with the Divine Tao Pavilion's disciples behind him being dumbfounded. I am flower burial, burying both flowers and people alike. Lin Yun laughed as he swung another sword ray, executing planting soldiers. Under his sword, those who were planning to launch a sneak attack on him were struck by his sword ray, and all of them were covered in injuries as they wailed out in pain. Seeing that there were too many people here, a hint of anger flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and he no longer held himself back. Circulating the great profound sword cannon and Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. His sword, wind, and thunder Daos combined with his quasi-divine light sword intent. But that wasn't all. He activated all 4 glory spirits within his sword, unleashing a sword ray that reached over a few thousand feet from the sky. Open up! Lin Yun roared as everyone became terrified by this sword. In their eyes, this sword felt like it could even split heaven and earth apart, and this sword couldn't be blocked. Under this sword, a crack appeared on the ground, instantly spreading to a few thousand miles away. The valley was like Heaven's Gate as it was being split apart. Seeing this scene, Li Feibai was dumbfounded when Lin Yun held him. This was the ordinary swordsman that he evaluated? This was a quasi-saint? You call this a quasi-saint? Li Feibai's lips twitched, and felt he had become a joke. Even the sovereign constellation wasn't as terrifying as this scene. Lin Yun threw Li Feibai onto his back, and said, "Hold on!" But the moment Li Feibai went on his back, he felt that something wasn't right, and he said, "I didn't expect young Master Li to have such a developed chest." He had roughly guessed something as he laughed, ignoring Li Feibai's expression. Some weren't willing to give up and followed him to the sky. Looking back, Lin Yun merely gave them a look, but none dared to step forth as they fled, trembling in fear. Ha ha ha! I'm the moon in the clouds and an immortal. Lin Yun laughed heartily. This should be how a swordsman was, leaving as he left behind his waves of laughter echoing in the valley. Lin Yun's laughter continued to echo throughout the valley as everyone watched Lin Yun with shock. That's the heavenly dragon lord? Isn't the Radiant's lineage a little too unfathomable? I'm afraid even a sword immortal can't do any better than him. Even after a long time had passed, everyone was still shocked as they looked at the mountains that were split apart by Lin Yun's sword. This was shocking because it stretched to 1,000 miles away, looking like it had stretched to the other side of heaven. How can I possibly compete with him? Chu Wushuang sighed, shaking his head. Young Master Wushuang, do you want to chase after him? A saint lord of the Divine Tao Pavilion asked. Not many dared to say that, aside from the Holy Lands and a few others at this moment. After all, God knows how many casualties were there in the valley because of Lin Yun, and there was no way a 3rd stage Saint Lord could stop him. Only 4th stage Saint Lords might be able to defeat him, but even so, it was another question if they could force him to remain. But 4th stage Saint Lords were trump cards of the various Holy Lands, and they were meant to compete for the divine flames. So it was too early to reveal them now. We won't get involved. Chu Wushuang soon made up his mind. He didn't find any meaning in that because it wasn't worth offending Lin Yun if you couldn't kill him. Just imagining having Lin Yun as an enemy was terrifying enough. Let them go. We won't get involved. Chu Wushuang smiled as he left with everyone from the Divine Tao Pavilion, the Heavenly Flame Sect, Ming Cult, and Myriad Lightning Sect had no choice but to chase after Lin Yun. After all, the three Holy Lands had already allied with Tian Xuanzi, and everyone knew that Tian Xuanzi wouldn't turn up during such a wonderful opportunity since the Radiant Sword Saint was about to undergo his tribulation. The three Holy Lands have already placed their stakes, so they were destined to become enemies with Lin Yun, whether they liked it or not. Even without the divine blood fruit, they would have to find ways to ensure Lin Yun's death in the heavenly void. After him, Huang Jingyu and the heavenly Kuei Saint Lord gathered up with Lu Yunlan before they made a decision. Young Master, I'm afraid that even a fourth-stage Saint Lord will have trouble suppressing Lin Yun, based on the strength he had just exhibited, a Ming Cult's Saint Lord said. Based on Lin Yun's strength, even fourth-stage Saint Lords might not be able to get rid of him. To guarantee success, they must send out 3 fourth-grade Saint Lords without holding back. Huang Jingyu knew what they were worried about, so he said, Flower Burial is more valuable than the divine flames, and there's no better opportunity to kill him now while he's in the heavenly void. Don't hold back. We can't let him leave with the divine blood fruit so easily. His last sentence convinced the Myriad Lightning Sect and Heavenly Flame Sect. No one knew if the divine flames existed, but the divine blood fruit was something they could see. Lin Yun was carrying Li Feibai as they traveled tens of thousands of miles. Flower Burial, let me down, Li Feibai said with her face pale. She was weak and no longer that domineering person who released that sovereign constellation earlier. Your condition doesn't seem right. Young Lady Li, Lin Yun said. Li Feibai felt ashamed and didn't dare to look Lin Yun straight in the eyes. After all, she sounded too confident when she commented that Lin Yun was ordinary and that he should just watch from the mountain. Ultimately, she had to be saved by this ordinary quasi-saint. She had never felt so embarrassed before. She furiously asked, Why didn't you tell me you're so strong? You didn't give me the opportunity to, and you told me to watch from the side. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. You're still quibbling. Li Feibai was so angry that a sickly blush appeared on her pale face as if she would faint at any time. Seeing her condition, Lin Yun knew that she meant well, so he could only let her throw her temper. You can leave now and not have to worry about me. The divine blood fruit is in your hands, so they won't come after me. I don't want to be a burden to you. Li Feibai knew she was in the wrong, so she could only put up a strong front to protect the last hint of her dignity. Lin Yun raised his head and glanced into the distance. After his face changed, he soon decided to grab Li Feibai's shoulder. What are you trying to do? Li Feibai struggled, but she couldn't stop Lin Yun. Before she could react, Lin Yun grabbed her shoulder and dragged her over. As Li Feibai exclaimed, Lin Yun dragged her before him and made her sit down. Before she could speak, he touched her back and injected his blue dragon aura into her body. The blue dragon aura contained powerful vitality and could also cure all poisons. Lin Yun had been poisoned before but relied on the blue dragon bone to resolve it, so he reckoned that it should be effective against the blood poison. Even if there weren't any effects, the vitality in the blue dragon aura should help her restore to her peak state. What are you trying to do? Li Feibai exclaimed. Don't speak. If you hadn't snatched the divine blood fruit, you wouldn't have to exhaust so much of your saint energy and allow the blood poison to return. So I have no reason to abandon you. Righteous saint lords might not do anything to you, but the heavenly void isn't as calm as you think, Lin Yun said. Very quickly, Li Feibai no longer spoke. She was amazed to discover that her saint energy was recovering at an alarming speed. Also, the blood poison, which gave her a headache, dissipated under the blue aura. She instantly realized that it was the blue dragon aura and finally realized that Lin Yun could help her resolve the blood poison. Lin Yun had suggested it before in the woods, but she was aloof and didn't take him seriously. Now that she thought about it, she was too full of herself and wouldn't be in this state if she had heeded his advice. That's enough. I can deal with the remaining blood poison myself. Li Feibai was embarrassed to let Lin Yun continue any further. After all, Lin Yun had just undergone a battle, and his exhaustion was already huge. Now that he was treating her with the blue dragon aura, Lin Yun would take longer to recover from exhaustion. Lin Yun said, Since I have already made a move, don't think too much about it. Blood poison isn't as troublesome as you think. A few minutes later, Lin Yun heaved a breath after resolving the blood poison that was within Li Feibai's body. When Li Feibai turned around, she discovered that Lin Yun's forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. Lin Yun had exhausted even more of his strength to treat her injuries. "Thank you," Li Feibai said. Now that things have come this far, she had no choice but to thank Lin Yun. "Don't worry about it." Lin Yun accepted her gratitude and took out the divine blood fruit. He then plucked some leaves and handed them over. Then he said, "According to our agreement, the leaves are yours." Li Feibai was ashamed, looking at the leaves. She was too embarrassed to take the leaves, so she only took one of them and said, "I only need one." "Well, fine with me." Lin Yun smiled as he kept the remaining 6 leaves. He couldn't use the divine blood fruit, but the leaves were perfect to increase his cultivation. "You have given me a huge surprise, and I take back my previous evaluation of you. The Radiance lineage is as strong as rumored," Li Feibai said seriously. Raising his head, Lin Yun looked at Li Feibai and said, "The 8 imperial clans aren't bad, either." He was speaking the truth because he was shocked when he saw Li Feibai bringing out the sovereign constellation. Li Feibai looked at Lin Yun, but she couldn't help laughing after recalling how domineering he was earlier. She said, "That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Flower Burial. You're pretty adorable." She heard Lin Yun saying that he was the moon in the clouds and an immortal. She looked at Lin Yun with shining eyes and said in an ambiguous tone, "I didn't believe it when people called you the Holy Maiden Killer, but I believe it now." Lin Yun looked at Li Feibai and smiled. "You better not believe it because I'm destined to be a man that you will never get." "Ha! You're confident in yourself." But just when Li Feibai was going to continue further, her face suddenly changed because she sensed a powerful mental energy sweeping over that even gave her a huge pressure. That mental energy belonged to a 4th-grade Saint Lord, the spiritual C-stage Saint Lord. They had far surpassed the Yin-Yang stage and have manifested a spiritual C in their Violet Palace. After reaching the 4th stage, the Saint Lord would transform. Judging from the mental energy of this Saint Lord, this person was at least at the pinnacle of the 4th stage. But when she raised her head and saw that there wasn't a change in Lin Yun's expression, she had a bad feeling and said, "Flower Burial? You have already discovered it?" When she saw that Lin Yun wasn't replying, Li Feibai confirmed that Lin Yun had already sensed that a 4th stage Saint Lord was after them when he was treating her. Despite that, he still decided to save her first. "It's time for us to split up. The divine blood fruit is in my hands, so they won't do anything to you?" Lin Yun smiled as he patted his hands together. "Why?" Li Feibai was baffled. "That's because I have to thank you. The divine blood fruit is important to me and is one of my 2 objectives here. Without your help, I couldn't have obtained the divine blood fruit." Lin Yun smiled. As soon as he was done, he turned around and soared to the sky, leaving behind Li Feibai, who was dumbfounded. Lin Yun left too decisively, as though he was saying that he wasn't something she could obtain. Li Feibai furiously muttered to herself, "Do I not have any charm?" An hour later, Lin Yun discovered a smear of light in front of him that was swiftly expanding. It was a flaming skull, which Lin Yun punched. He knew that his enemies were here. When his punch landed on the skull, it felt like he was punching a mountain, and the skull was unbelievably tough. The backlash sent Lin Yun a few hundred meters back. When he flew back, he drew his sword in mid-air, empowering it with quasi-divine light sword intent. He finally severed the flaming skull into 2. Flower Burial, what a powerful sword intent. As flames spread, a 4th stage Saint Elder of the Heavenly Flame sect appeared and stood in Lin Yun's way. This person was known as the Crowshot Saint Lord in the Heavenly Flame sect, and he wasn't an ordinary 4th stage Saint Lord. He had long reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage and had also practiced a dragon spirit cultivation technique. With a Holy Land's inheritance, he was far stronger than a Saint Lord from the ordinary forces and was giving off a powerful pressure. 2 other figures were quickly approaching behind. They were the Saint Elders from the Ming cult and Myriad Lightning sect. Lin Yun rapidly began to process his thoughts, trying to figure a way out. From their exchange earlier, he finally knew the difference between himself and a fourth-stage Saint Lord. The difference was too great, and he had no odds of winning if he clashed head-on. But it wouldn't be easy for him to leave because there were two others. If he used the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, he might be able to catch one by surprise and inflict heavy injuries on them. But he would also be heavily injured, and it would be even harder for him to escape. The Fallen God Valley. When Lin Yun's thoughts were processed, Lil Purple's voice resounded. Hand over the divine blood fruit. You can keep the saint leaves. You're the heavenly dragon lord appointed by the Empress. There is no need for us to take it too far. The crow-shot Saint Lord said, stroking his beard as his hair fluttered in the wind. But when he spoke out, the two other Saint Elders were already less than 1,000 miles away. Looking down on Lin Yun, the crow-shot Saint Lord said, You can't escape. Don't be so sure about that. Under the shocked gaze of the crow-shot Saint Lord, Lin Yun charged over with the flower burial sword in his hand. Facing a fourth-stage Saint Lord, Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless and decided to bring out all his trump cards. His quasi-divine light sword intent, sword Dao, wind Dao, lightning Dao, and even his constellation. As he circulated the two sword cannons, he swung his sword and unleashed an even more powerful sword ray than before. How pathetic! The crow-shot Saint Lord was indifferent as he spread his arms apart with flames soaring to the sky, forming a pillar of flames. Clenching his fists together, boundless saint energy gathered in his hand as the yin-yang millstone in his violet palace began to circulate. When he clenched his fist, the aura that his fist gave off left fine cracks out in the space. His fist was like a bright sun, burning with flames that manifested into a terrifying skull. This was a martial technique of the Heavenly Flame Sect, the Heavenly Ghost Fist. Not only did it require high attainment in flames, but they also had to gather Yin-attributed sacred flames, and the process was painful. This was why it was lethal. Hearing what the crow-shot Saint Lord said, Lin Yun didn't dare to take the former's strength lightly. As the punch and sword ray clashed, cracks appeared on the sword ray. Ha! The crow-shot Saint Lord was surprised before he wore a mocking expression, realizing that Lin Yun was only a quasi-saint. Right then, Lin Yun performed the profound sword form as the crow-shot Saint Lord's attack stuck to his sword before it was reflected, and Lin Yun flew out a few thousand miles. In the crow-shot Saint Lord's eyes, this was the same as using his attack to escape, and it turned out that the earlier mood was all an act from Lin Yun. Realizing that he was fooled, the crow-shot Saint Lord began to curse. That bastard is too cunning. The two Saint Lords from the Myriad Lightning Sect and Ming cult arrived, and the Ming cult's heavenly sage Saint Lord asked, Who are you cursing at? The crow-shot Saint Lord's face was dark as he explained what happened earlier. We shouldn't have chased after him. Flower Burial might be arrogant, but he's not a fool. The Myriad Lightning Sect's Indigo Brave Saint Lord said. Don't speak such dejected words since we've decided to make a move. We are 3 fourth-stage Saint Lords, and we would be embarrassed if we let him escape. The Heavenly Sage Saint Lord said. Yeah. The 3 Saint Lords calmly sped up after determining Lin Yun's location. They were so unbelievably fast that an ordinary quasi-saint wouldn't even be able to see their shadows. They have reached a high understanding of space, and even the ordinary movement techniques that they executed would have unimaginable speed. The 3 had locked onto Lin Yun's aura again in just a few minutes. Aren't they a little too fast? Lin Yun was shocked as he fled. He had already pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit, and each step would cause space to bend like a bow, shooting him forward faster. He was like a bright sun, appearing 10-odd miles away in the next second. But even so, he couldn't lose the 3 Saint Lords who were behind him, and they were slowly getting closer. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out that made Lin Yun shiver. His speed drastically decreased as the surrounding gravity increased. When he descended, an eerie wind blew on his face, making his soul tremble. Raising his head, he could see the most terrifying forbidden ground in this place, the Fallen God Valley. In the beginning, Lin Yun didn't know why this place was called the Fallen God Valley. But he understood now because the aura in the place alone was terrifying, and he would die if he fell down the cliff. He was uncertain, so he asked, "Empress, are you sure that it's going to be fine?" Lil Purple suggested that he comes to the Fallen God Valley. He initially accepted the suggestion, but noticed that something wasn't right with this place when he arrived. The danger level of the Fallen God Valley was far more terrifying than being pursued by 3 4th-grade Saint Lords. "Trust me," Lil Purple said. As powerful gales blew over, the 3 Saint Lords descended, taking a deep breath when they looked at the cliff behind Lin Yun. "Seniors, do you guys have to take it this far? If you guys continue to push it, no one will be able to obtain this divine blood fruit," Lin Yun said, looking at the 3 approaching Saint Lords. "You want to commit suicide? It won't be that easy." The Ming cult's heavenly sage Saint Lord sneered, soaring to the sky as his saint energy formed into a giant hand, reaching out for Lin Yun. He didn't believe that Lin Yun dared to jump into the Fallen God Valley. After all, this was an extremely dangerous forbidden ground, while Lin Yun was still young with great potential. So why would he possibly commit suicide? But Lin Yun flipped in midair as his sword intent tore apart gravity. When he landed on the ground again, he was already standing at the valley's edge. Seeing that Lin Yun was standing at the edge of the valley, the heavenly sage Saint Lord became nervous and said, "Lin Yun, there's no need to take it so far. Hand over the divine blood fruit, and we promise to let you off. We're willing to take the heavenly Tao oath that we won't kill you after you hand it over." The Crow-Shot Saint Lord and Indigo Brave Saint Lord said as they took a step forth with sincerity on their faces. They didn't want to lose the divine blood fruit. "Don't be so sure about who will die." Lin Yun smiled as he turned around. When he faced the valley, a terrifying aura blew over him. Lin Yun couldn't maintain his smile anymore as he faced the terrifying aura. He ultimately placed his trust in Lil Purple because the words of those 3 Saint Lords couldn't be trusted. Even if they didn't kill him, he didn't doubt that they might imprison or torture him. So, under the disbelief of the 3 Saint Lords, Lin Yun jumped down into the Fallen God Valley. The 3 Saint Lords were shocked as they watched Lin Yun disappear. They bore the pressure and came to the edge of the valley with their faces becoming ugly because Lin Yun actually jumped into the Fallen God Valley. They could see Lin Yun's body pierce through the clouds as he fell. What ignorance! There has never been anyone who came out of the Fallen God Valley alive. Did he think that he wouldn't die? The Crow-Shot Saint Lord said coldly with an ugly expression. He had to bear the main responsibility for being unable to capture Lin Yun. If he had managed to hold Lin Yun down earlier, at least it wouldn't be a problem for them to capture him. But he was too careless and didn't treat Lin Yun seriously. "Humph. I want to see what he's trying to play at." The heavenly sage Saint Lord jumped off the cliff, shocking the 2 Saint Lords. But the moment he jumped off, his Dipper aura was torn apart, with his Saint Tao starting to shatter. This immediately made his face change as he took out a secret treasure. This was a cauldron, a 4-spirit glory saint artifact, and his greatest reliance. As the heavenly sage Saint Lord jumped into the cauldron, the power of the 4-spirit glory saint artifact was released, protecting his body from being ripped apart by gravity. The 4-spirit glory saint artifact was truly powerful, and it immediately alleviated the pressure that the heavenly sage Saint Lord was facing. But before he could smile, cracking voices began to come from the cauldron as the radiance released by it began to diminish. This changed the heavenly sage Saint Lord's face, and he didn't dare to jump into the Fallen God Valley any longer. With a flip, he carried the cauldron and soared back up, activating the 4 glory spirits. But even so, the glory spirits were still constantly being torn apart by the Saint Tao, covering his body in blood. When he was only 1,000 meters away from the cliff, he was horrified to discover that he had run out of saint energy. "This doesn't look good." The 2 Saint Lords by the cliff quickly made a move and they jumped off the cliff to grab onto the heavenly sage Saint Lord. They were lucky that the latter was only 1,000 meters away, and they managed to drag him back to the cliff using their treasures. That was too terrifying. The heavenly sage Saint Lord's face was pale with fright. Seeing this, the Indigo Brave Saint Lord said, "It's a pity that the most outstanding disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint would die in this manner. That brat doesn't have any trump cards to protect himself." right? The crow-shot Saint Lord asked in doubt. That's impossible. After the heavenly sage Saint Lord recovered some of his saint energy, he gritted his teeth. Even a sovereign saint artifact might not be able to save him. That's the deity's pressure. And I can only last briefly, even with a four-spirit glory saint artifact. Even if he could last, he would be dead even if the treasure was fine. The heavenly sage Saint Lord added. His face was ashen and pale as he nearly lost his life to the fallen god Valley. We might not have obtained the divine blood fruit, but we have at least eliminated a threat with his death, the crow-shot Saint Lord said. Lin Yun's talent was so terrifying that even they felt a great pressure. Lin Yun gave them a feeling that he couldn't be stopped, and they couldn't imagine how powerful he would become after he reached the saint realm when he was already so terrifying as a quasi-saint. In the end, it was good news to them that Lin Yun was dead. Let's go. There's something weird about this place. The heavenly sage Saint Lord said with lingering fear, not daring to look down at the fallen god Valley anymore. Only the indigo brave Saint Lord looked down into the fallen god Valley. He had a feeling that it wasn't that simple. After all, Lin Yun had a clear gauge of his strength since he didn't fight them. So why would he possibly commit suicide if he had such meticulous thoughts? But looking down the fallen god Valley, the indigo brave Saint Lord couldn't figure out how Lin Yun could survive there. Without knowing it, his intuition was right. Lin Yun was still alive, but he wasn't in a good condition. When he jumped off the cliff, he followed Lil Purple's instructions and formed the Iris Saint Seal, hiding within the Iris sword box. But he had underestimated the dangers of this place, and he had to bear great pain as he fell. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon divine physique, gravity alone would have crushed him to death. Even though he managed to bear the pain with his physique, he had difficulty circulating his saint aura under the deity's pressure. But in the last moment, he managed to form the seal and entered the Iris secret realm just before he was about to be torn apart. But before he could heave a sigh of relief, the Iris sword box fell to the ground, sending Lin Yun and Lil Purple flying within the Iris secret realm as they both threw out a mouthful of blood. Cracks also appeared within the Iris secret realm, as though this place would collapse anytime. Come here. Lil Purple flew over, grabbing Lin Yun's collar and dragging him to the phoenix tree. Lin Yun coughed as the Iris secret realm violently trembled with signs of collapsing at any moment. But they were safe beneath the phoenix tree. How is it? I didn't bluff you, right? Lil Purple smiled as she winked. Lin Yun calmed himself down and smiled after being affected by Lil Purple's emotions. You're really optimistic when the Iris secret realm is about to collapse. It won't collapse with the phoenix tree around. This is why I told you to treat it better. Now, do you know the benefits of the phoenix tree? Lil Purple smiled. When Lin Yun looked at the phoenix tree, he realized that this entire realm had been stabilized even though the phoenix tree wasn't tall. A long time later, after the shaking within the Iris secret realm calmed down, Lin Yun took a deep breath and asked, "You want to go out and take a look with me? I share the same thoughts. Let me see what's so special about this fallen god Valley," the Lil Purple said.